In early 2026, Li Xiang, dealing with a serious case of schizophrenia and working part-time at his coffee shop after being released from the hospital, made a peculiar statement during his discharge meeting: "Your mental illness isn't your fault. It's those shadowy, powerful beings hidden beyond our understanding who are secretly manipulating your thoughts." He paused, eyes gleaming. "They lurk in a realm unseen, unimaginable. But don't worry, the divine forces I've created, the sequence gods, will defend the world." He uttered their designations with conviction. The attending physician, concerned by Li Xiang's increasingly unstable state, said, "Mr. Li Xiang, your condition has definitely declined. I strongly recommend the newest hypnosis therapy." Li Xiang smacked his forehead, a sudden memory flashing. "Right, hypnosis. I almost forgot. Hypnotist number 009 can delve into dreams, guiding and altering them, even planting harmful ideas deep within your subconscious." The doctor urgently responded, "Increase the dosage of his medication." Li Xiang, having relived his past life a month before the world's predicted end, now worked from the shadows, secretly building the sequence gods. He experimented, watched, and carefully managed everything, a beacon of hope in the uncertain future for humankind. Li Xiang worked on experimental sequence 002, actor. The notes detailed its nature, a female entity sourced from. He crossed out an original phrasing, marking it strictly confidential. The formula was complex: sweat from women of all ages, ground-up red-clawed chameleon liver, Venus flytrap nectar, and a host of other ingredients. He meticulously scribbled the effects. Within minutes, body temperature spiked, heart raced, impurities purged through sweat, skin dissolved and reformed as pale and full-figured. Li Xiang abruptly ceased writing, a troubled frown marring his face. A mischievous inner voice chimed in, but he silenced it with a forceful "shut up." This wasn't unusual. Since his rebirth a month before the world's predicted end, Li Xiang had grappled with 28 distinct personalities, the remnants of a mental state doctors diagnosed as schizophrenia. There was the eccentric scientist, the sharp detective, an agitated warrior, a goofy clown, and even a polite magician, all chattering incessantly in his head like a chaotic village gathering. The silver lining? His primary personality could momentarily subdue these internal multitudes. Dim basement lights illuminated a cluttered workbench amidst strange concoctions. In an iron cage, a woman in a beige skirt writhed, sweat plastering her hair to a face now streaked with shedding skin, the newly forming layers appearing like coarse gray stucco. Veins throbbed on her forehead as she contorted in a parched fish-like grimace. Li Xiang watched intently. Success was paramount. These formulas were no mere whimsy. Gathering the ingredients had been an odyssey. Sweat from women of all ages landed him countless unwanted stares and 18 arrests for indecent propositions. The local constabulary even found it hard to contain their amusement, a breach in decorum usually unheard of. The original sources were substituted with similar properties. The world's spiritual energy was currently too weak to yield the extraordinary components needed for true power. That intensity wouldn't surge until the apocalypse arrived in a mere 26 days and 17 hours. The prophecy foretold a blood moon, an engulfing strange mist dividing continents, doomsday beasts and malevolent spirits unleashed humanity on the brink of collapse under unseen celestial forces manipulating from beyond comprehension. Li Xiang tugged his black coat tighter, his pale eyes narrowed. Time was critically short. He needed to solidify the god sequence. This precarious world was counting on it. Li Xiang let out a strange cry as he stared into the seething chaos of his experiment. The woman in the cage shuddered with a tortured cry before clambering atop the unforgiving bars, contorting her body into an unnatural, head-upward pose. Her thick black hair cascaded down like a morbid waterfall as her plump form then abruptly slumped to the grimy floor. A strangled gasp escaped her lips, her voice raw and ragged. What did you make me drink?" Li Xiang, his lips curling in a chillingly delighted smile that bordered on madness, straightened. Not dead, that's half the success." An internal chorus of voices erupted, chattering and jeering, but he ruthlessly shut them out. He swiftly withdrew a syringe filled with her blood, capped it, and tucked it securely in his pocket. Then, brandishing a bucket of water, he brought it to the cage. "Drink some water to clear your throat," he instructed, gesturing toward the iron bars, "then describe the changes in your body after consuming the potion in detail. It's vital for fine-tuning the actor sequence's advanced formula." He held pen poised above a waiting file, ready to record. Li Xiang watched as the woman struggled to rise, seized the bucket with both trembling hands, and proceeded to drench her entire head in one continuous gulp. Gulp, gulp, gulp. A satisfied burp followed. Li Xiang blinked, taken aback. "Heavily thirsty?" he asked. The tangled mass of black hair partially obscured one eye as it peeked out, the visible orb holding a bewildered expression. In a hesitant voice, she mumbled, sorry. I thought you wanted me to drink the whole bucket. Li Xiang raised an eyebrow. And you did so unquestioningly? The woman gracefully knelt on the ground, pressing her full hips against her ankles as she bobbed her head submissively like a pampered feline. Subconsciously, there was a voice telling me not to disobey your wishes. Intrigued, Li Xiang scribbled in his notes, "Oh, interesting." He had witnessed the fervor of the approaching apocalypse firsthand. Even his temporal displacement hadn't entirely eradicated the lingering extraordinary genes within his blood. This made the concoction both a potent awakening agent and a tool for instilling brand loyalty, a peculiar kind without the need for literal hoodies. Elaborate further, he prompted. My physical abilities have amplified across the board. I feel capable of single-handedly dismantling a cheetah. Her voice held newfound conviction. Li Xiang pressed on, pen poised. Anything else? Every sense feels heightened, sight especially. I can perceive almost every micro-expression, every minuscule twitch in your movements. For instance, just now while you were observing me, your pupils constricted, your Adam's apple twitched, and you swallowed hard. Unmistakable physiological responses to something unspoken. She fixated on his face with unervingly acute intensity. Li Xiang feigned annoyance. Nothing, he snapped, the corners of his lips involuntarily twitching upwards in a suppressed smirk. Preposterous. How could someone like me, he cut himself off, forcing an air of feigned innocence, accuse another of such baseless things? A flicker of knowing light danced in her eye. Humph, as far as I know, you're a stage actor by trade. Care to elaborate on the advancements your performance might have undergone? She lurched toward the cage bars, her docile facade shattered. Veins bulged on her forehead, and her voice dripped with uncontained rage. Acting? Everything just now was an ACT. Do you truly believe I've improved my craft? The transformation from demure to ferocious was instantaneous and palpable. Li Xiang looked at the actor who changed his face for a second and nodded slightly, still looking lazy as if he hadn't woken up. It seems that the effect of the medicine is good. At least you can imitate multiple roles. The next stage of your ability is acting. Sequence 002 Actor, painted skin, Flevel ability is imitation, perfect control of micro-expressions, voice and body movements, imitating any target character vividly. The level ability is acting, taking the appearance and body of the target character until you obtain the identity of the other person, and play the other person in a true sense. Only by reaching a level can one be considered to be an advanced transcendent in the true sense. Li Xiang closed the serial file number 002, turned around and walked out. Come back. Come the fuck back. The woman in the cage screamed unwillingly, her face was pale and her long hair was messy. Who are you? Let me out. Li Xiang didn't stop and threw the file on the experimental table filled with various test tubes. My name is Li Xiang. The current situation is very simple. You are my experiment. As long as you cooperate with the experiment, there is a high probability that you will gain the ability to take revenge and get back what you lost. Clang. The door was locked, and the basement suddenly fell silent. In the dim light and shadow, Experiment 002 was slightly stunned, his eyes were dull, and he knelt down slumped on the ground, covering his right cheek, and murmured nervously, "Is it really okay to take it back? Wait, how does he know about me?" A chill swept through number 002's whole body. She subconsciously wrapped her hands around her knees and huddled in the corner, her eyes filled with endless fear. Li Xiang walked out of the basement, climbed the stairs, and came to the lobby on the first floor. Wearing blue and white striped pajamas and a black trench coat, he yawned lonely with dark circles under his eyes and came to the bar to make himself a cup of refreshing coffee. Nothing is more refreshing than iced American style. During these sleepless days, Li wanted to live by air and stay awake by American style. This is a two-story building. The first floor is a coffee shop of about 60 square meters. The decoration style is mainly classic and nostalgic, old and broken. Li Xiang is the president and only employee of the coffee shop. There are 2 bedrooms upstairs, which are the doghouses of brothers Li Xiang and Li Nian. Li Nian is a second-year student at Huangshan University. He does not work hard to learn professional knowledge or study love postures all day long. Instead, he clamors to code words to prove the truth and become a god in one book. He is a typical street writer and wasteful young man. Don't ask your parents. If you ask, you will be silent. Anyway, that's how Li Nian felt, and he had always felt that way during the 20 years since the brothers were abandoned. In Li Xiang's words, the death of both parents or the death of both parents are essential elements. After all, there is no weakness in loneliness.
Now is the season when azaleas are blooming all over the city in Huangshan City.
The faint fragrance floats outside the window and the morning light shines through the window.
Creep creak Li Nian walked up the dilapidated stairs to the first floor with splayed steps. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and said with a look on his face, "Little Plum, pass on the breakfast."
Li Xiang immediately gave the stupid O'Dowdu a blank stare. "Tell me about your grandma's spiral legs."
"There's leftover food in the refrigerator. If you want to eat it, you can heat it yourself."
"Okay." The useless young man who was taken care of by his brother obeyed obediently, smiled flatteringly like a traitor, and slipped away to prepare breakfast. 5 minutes later, the remote coffee shop opened as usual. In the empty hall, the two brothers sat at the dining table and enjoyed the bread and jam that had not been sold out yesterday. Of course, most of it ended up in Li Ergu's stomach. It is said that contemporary college students are good at everything except studying, but Li Nian is rare and can't do anything. He seems a bit stupid, but in fact he is not smart at all. Li Xiang summed up Li Nian's 3 characteristics: he is useless, he has a bad mouth, and he is a damn good person.
A local news item was playing on the television.
Recently, the Huangshan City Police have received multiple reports of missing persons. Most of the victims are young women who were drunk in nightclubs. The police have set up a task force to strictly investigate the case and have set up a hotline for reporting.
The general public is welcome to provide relevant clues.
Li Nian held the bread in his mouth and slowly turned his head, staring at Li Xiang.
"Li Xiang, Li Ergu, what are you looking at me for?" Li Nian looked worried and lowered his voice. "Brother, are you taking too many risks? There is a police station opposite our house." Li Xiang put down the coffee in his hand, looking calm. "What do you mean?"
Li Nian came over and pushed Li Xiang's shoulder, and threw a mysterious wink. "You bastard, you're still pretending. I was woken up by a harassing phone call in the middle of the night yesterday. I got up to pee and watched you carrying a woman into the basement."
Li Xiang frowned slightly. "Then what?"
Although he looked calm, the dogs in his mind had already quarreled.
Yes, it's me. What can you do to me?" He. "I picked the smoothest one and brought it back. Did you see me, little brother? There is no other way, I can only kill you to silence you."
Li Nian hesitated, his eyes wandering. Then I was inspired like a diuretic, and wrote a short story titled "The Police Station is Opposite My House," and the useless brother picked up the corpse of a beautiful sister-in-law in the middle of the night overnight and posted it on a certain audio platform. The number of views this morning exceeded 50,000, and he made a lot of money. Li Xiang jumped up from his chair, his face solemn. "What did you say?"
Your brain was kicked by a donkey. Delete it for me."
Li Nian took a breath and was dumbfounded. "Brother, you won't really?" Li Xiang frowned, pointed at Li Nian and gritted his teeth. "Shut up.
Delete the post. It's over. If the police see us, we are all done." "Oh, it's over. Sprinkle flowers on the end. Damn it, what sin did I commit in my last life to have such a brother who betrays me? No, I don't want to die yet. Grab some money and run away. I remember the nearest gold shop is just..." "Oh, okay, delete it now." Li Nian panicked and immediately took out his phone to operate. Damn, the number of views has exceeded 80,000, and there are thousands of comments.
The data of what I wrote has never been so good, and the whole Huangshan city has become popular on the tourism website. Many people's friends said that they had booked tickets to Huangshan City overnight, and asked at which specific coordinates they could pick up the beautiful sister-in-law.
Brother offering sacrifices to the gods, boundless magic power?
Li Nian originally thought that it was just a cliched affair stimulated by alcohol, but he didn't expect that things would be so serious. Is it imprisonment or dismemberment? The police station even set up a special task force to crack down on this.
If this thing is confirmed, how many years will it be sentenced? Did she cheat her own brother? Did she report the man who supported her in disguise? She didn't know the difference between one meal and another.
Li Nian did not hesitate at all and decisively deleted the post, still in shock. Li Xiang paced back and forth anxiously, muttering something in his mouth, and suddenly turned his head to glare at Li Nian, waving his hand. "Lock the door and stop business.
Don't let anyone in. I'm going to clean up the basement. Yes, dismember that woman and dispose of her body. No evidence can be left behind. Stupid. It's too late to dismember her now.
It's most convenient to bury her directly.
Make sure to clean her fingerprints.
Don't forget the sulfuric acid and hammer in the basement." Li Nian nodded subconsciously. As soon as he turned around and walked out, 2 figures in police uniforms broke into the coffee shop. Li Nian shuddered all over. His phone fell to the ground with a click.
His face was pale. Damn it. What you fear is bound to happen. Joseon, a police officer in the area, looked at Lin Yan, then at the phone that fell to the ground, and blared, "Are you trying to scam me?" Joseon is an old policeman in this area. He has been dealing with the trivialities and family affairs of the neighbors in his jurisdiction for half his life. He is 50 years old and approaching retirement age. He is short and has gray hair. His face is full of wrinkles that can kill mosquitoes. His hoarse voice is like a cannon. It is said that once when he was patrolling at night, he met two thieves. Old Joe shouted and frightened them directly. One of the thieves fell headfirst from the 3-meter-high courtyard wall and was caught red-handed. Since then, he has been called Joe Cannon. And it was Joseon who handled the social death case of Li Xiang's 18th entry into the palace. Even with professional training, he still couldn't help laughing. Lin Yan squeezed out a smile. No, I didn't hold it firmly just now. Li Xiang, who had already run to the corner of the wall, was about to take the opportunity to slip into the basement, but was stopped by the sharp-eyed Joseon. "Hey, where is Li Shiba going?" Because of Li Xiang's feat of entering the palace 18 times, he was nicknamed Li 18. Li Xiang smiled awkwardly when he heard this, and had to bite the bullet and greet him. "Officer Zhou, why are you here? Have a cup of coffee? Why is it that bastard Joe DePeo again? I haven't settled the score with him for making fun of me last time." My hoarse voice made the whole 7 floors of the police station hear me stalking a 98-year-old grandmother with ill intentions. Joe DePeo is too familiar with the situation in this area. He has been a cop for 20 years and is very experienced. He is also stubborn and must be careful of being fooled. Joseon saw that Li Xiang couldn't help laughing. He was about to make a few jokes with his 2 rows of yellow teeth stained by cigarettes, but was interrupted by the middle-aged police officer next to him in time. "Old Joe, get down to business." Li Xiang looked at the man. He was about 30 years old, with a square face with sharp edges and neat short hair. Even the last button of the collar of his police uniform was buttoned tightly to ensure that the central axis was directly opposite his chin, full of geometric symmetry. Zhao also looked at Li Xiang. When his eyes touched the coffee stains on the collar of his pajamas and his insane outfit, he frowned slightly, as if he was trying his best to endure something. Yes, that's the look a misophobic and obsessive-compulsive person would make when he sees a pile of dog poop on the kitchen counter. Joseon put away his smile after hearing this, took out his mobile phone from his pocket, cleared his throat and put the screen of the mobile phone in Lin Yan's face. Opposite the house is the police station, and the good-for-nothing brother actually picked up the corpse of a beautiful sister-in-law in the middle of the night. This post was written by your boy? Lin Yan swallowed secretly. Yes, right. Joseon and Zhao exchanged glances, and looked sharply at Lin Yan. Good guy, this question is well written. In just a few words, the time, location, criminal facts and parties were clearly explained. Lin Yan waved his hands hurriedly when he heard this. No, Officer Zhou, I made this post up. As you know, in our line of work, we rely on the title to catch people's attention. Otherwise, where would the click rate and reading volume come from? Oh, really? Joseon curled his lips and stared at Lin Yan's slightly panicked eyes with interest, but the time of picking up the body stated in the post basically matches the time of the crime. Even the shape and clothing of the victim you described are consistent with last night's. The missing persons are highly consistent. How do you explain this? Lin Yan squeaked. Coincidence, it's a coincidence. Joseon crossed his arms across his chest and touched the gray stubble on his chin. I'm afraid this cannot be explained by a coincidence. If it was just a coincidence, why did you post it and then delete it? Isn't it because you have a guilty conscience? Based on your post, we retrieved the surveillance of the surrounding streets last night in reverse order. Although the light was dim and we couldn't see clearly, what is certain is that someone walked into this street carrying a woman. Now, we're going to search the basement. Hearing this, Lin Yan felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. His eyes subconsciously glanced at Li Xiang aside, and his intestines were filled with regret. It's over this time. Why did you post that post so stupidly? Lin Yan has already thought of tomorrow's headline topic, follow-up of picking up corpses. The younger brother was successful in the prosecution, and the older brother was imprisoned. I don't know whether it was out of good intentions to persuade the prodigal son to turn back, or because of Catan mouse banter. Joseon turned to look at Li Xiang, his gray eyes full of meaning. Li Shiba, what do you have to say? Li Xiang frowned slightly in embarrassment. Although his face was calm, his bulging Adam's apple betrayed the undercurrent in his heart. Officer Zhou, my brother is ignorant and used to being naughty. I didn't know the seriousness of the matter until I saw the local news this morning, so I asked him to delete the post.
I will definitely educate him not to write randomly on the internet in the future. You see, how about forgetting it this time? Joseon grinned and sneered, and couldn't help but spread his palms. Key to the basement. Bring it. Lee Xiang sighed silently and reluctantly took out the key from his pocket. Joseon snatched it away and winked at Zhao beside him. Zhao understood the idea, took a step back with his left foot, put his right hand on the holster hidden by the jacket on his waist, and stared at Lee Xiang with bright eyes. Don't move, keep your hands where I can see him. Step, step, step. Joseon took the key and turned around, walked down the stairs, came to the basement door, and inserted the key into the keyhole. Li Nian stared at Joseon's back, held his breath, and swallowed hard. Voodoo. The coffee shop was eerily quiet. Li Nian could only hear his own heartbeat echoing in his ears, and his mind was almost blank. And Zhao Yin's attention was entirely focused on Li Xiang. He was surprised to find that this boy was surprisingly calm, and remained calm in the face of almost conclusive evidence, but his brows were just a little cramped and embarrassed. But many years of criminal investigation experience tell Zhao Yin that the more reserved and deep the murderer is, the more dangerous he is. It's fatal once struck. Not long ago, there was a cat-faced old lady. She smiled all day long and looked harmless. She turned around and wiped out all the neighbors. When she was arrested, she greeted the police with a smile. Hey, thank you for your hard work, comrade police. Click. Joseon twisted the key and unlocked the basement door, but almost simultaneously withdrew his right hand reflexively and took a breath of air. Hiss. Zhao Yin's expression suddenly changed when he heard the movement in the basement. He subconsciously pulled out a pistol and pointed it at Li Xiang, all in one smooth motion. Don't move. Old Zhou, what's going on down there? When Li Nian faced the black muzzle, his hair stood up in fear, his brain shut down, and he almost fell to the ground. Li Xiang slowly raised his hands above his head. Don't get excited, officer, be careful of fire. The tense atmosphere in the room reached its peak in an instant and was about to explode. At this time, Zhou Sen's broken gong voice came from the bottom of the stairs. Grandma's hand was cut open by this broken key. It's okay, I'll go in and take a look. Zhao Yin secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this and had a false alarm. It scares people to death. His tense nerves were slightly relieved, and he was about to put away the pistol when another scream came from behind him. He was so startled that he almost missed the gun and shot himself in the waist. Ah! Zhao Yin suddenly turned around and saw two girls who had walked into the coffee shop and fled out the door. One of the girls with short hair fell to the ground with her feet weak, and her black dress fluttered up and covered the back of her head. Li Xiang smacked his lips. White. Zhao Yin cleared his throat awkwardly. Be serious, your matter hasn't been investigated yet. Li Xiang shrugged his shoulders, non-committal. Finally, heavy footsteps came from the basement. In the dim light of the door, Joseon walked up the stairs carrying a body, his face solemn and strange, especially the look he looked at Li Xiang was very strange. The woman he carried on his shoulders had messy hair, her hands and feet were bound, her plump body was covered in a beige short skirt, and her long legs were hanging down. She was no different from the missing person last night. Sure enough, I found it. Li Nian was instantly heartbroken. He had no shame in looking at the brother he had cheated to death. He was his most beloved brother, friend, and brother. How many 100 years older was he? Zhao Yin looked solemn, took out the handcuffs from his pocket and walked towards Li Xiang. Li Xiang, you are under arrest. The charge is imprisonment, etc. Joseon walked into the hall with a dark face and threw the woman on his shoulders on the sofa. What are you waiting for? The evidence is conclusive. Zhao Yin turned his head and pointed at the sofa and was about to speak. When his eyes passed over the victim, he suddenly froze and was stunned. Lying on the sofa is an extremely voluptuous, inflatable doll with messy hair. Silence. Deathly silence. Zhao Yin's mouth twitched slightly and he silently put away the handcuffs. Li Nian was also dumbfounded and fell into severe self-doubt. How could it be an inflatable doll? Did I see it wrong last night? Joseon cleared his throat and took the lead in breaking the awkward atmosphere. Li Shiba, you are really good at playing. It's in the basement and it's tied up. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Li Xiang scratched his head and said with a shy face, Officer Zhou, I already told you that this was a misunderstanding, and I am still an innocent young man in my bloom. This is so embarrassing to say. Joseon curled his lips and gave him a big eye roll. Are you still afraid of embarrassment? How come you are not afraid of embarrassment when you fuck the old lady 18 times at the end of a month? Next time you fart, hurry up, otherwise it will delay the matter. That's not it. It's not peaceful in the city lately, please calm down. Li Xiang curled up his lips when he heard this. Of course he was not peaceful. Although the apocalypse had not yet come, the evil spirits lurking in the dark were already ready to move. Officer Zhou, my brother is ignorant and has caused you trouble. Li Xiang took out a band-aid from his pocket and handed it over. Joseon glanced at the band-aid, his eyes narrowed slightly. I understand, we are thick-skinned and don't need this thing. After saying that, Joseon and Zhaoyin turned around and walked out of the cafe.
An alley 100 meters away.
Zhaoyin turned around and glanced at the coffee shop that had no name and probably had cafe written on the doorplate with a pen written on his foot.
He frowned slightly and said, Old Zhou, have you really checked it out?
Joseon took out his cigarette case, shook out a cigarette, and handed it to Zhaoyin. If you fart, let it go. Zhaoyin was already used to the outspokenness of this old man. He waved his hand and said thoughtfully, I don't think this matter is that simple. First of all, although we only found one doll from the basement, the clothes on the doll were very similar to the missing person. Secondly, who would carry a band-aid in their pocket?
Do you know how to do it, Lao Zhou? It's like I already knew you would be injured.
It can even be seen as a provocation to our search. Third, from beginning to end, Li Xiang's expression and reaction were very reasonable, but too reasonable. Even the micro-expressions were controlled just right, which is unreasonable. You know, even the best actors can't completely control their subconscious micro-expressions. Fourth, I don't know if you noticed that Li Nian seemed to have long believed that Li Xiang brought a woman home last night.
As brothers who have lived under the same roof for more than 10 years, how could such a thing be wrong?
Joseon skillfully flicked the ash with his fingers and grinned to reveal 2 rows of missing yellow teeth. Your observation is very sharp, but not sharp enough.
Zhaoyin was a little speechless.
Old Zhou, please speak properly and don't breathe heavily, okay? Joseon slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. The clothes on the doll are mass-produced as a set, and the similarity with the victim does not explain the problem.
Second, I carefully observed Li Xiang's hands.
He had band-aids on his thumb and index finger. The band-aids in his pocket should be prepared for himself, at least he could say so when he was questioned.
As for the third and fourth points you mentioned, although they are suspicious, they cannot be verified. They can only be doubts. I have just sent a message to Xiao Bai. He will keep an eye on this cafe in the next 2 days.
Zhaoyin nodded slightly thoughtfully. If Bai Ji is willing to help, he should be able to find some clues. After all, he is the youngest investigation expert in Huangshan City.
Hey, that's not right, Lao Zhou. How do you know that the clothes on the doll are mass-produced as a set? Don't you know?
I don't know. TSK, pitiful.
Inside the cafe.
Li Nian watched Joseon and Zhaoyin walk out of the main street through the glass door. His heart was finally put back in his stomach. The shirt on his back was soaked and cold. He heaved a long sigh of relief, and glanced at Li Xiang anxiously, and was surprised to find that this brother who was almost killed by him didn't seem to blame him at all.
How strange.
Li Xiang looked calm, leaned over and picked up the enchanting doll on the sofa, turned his head and walked towards the basement. You don't have class today? Then help to look after the store, I'm going out later.
Yes.
Li Nian hurriedly agreed, as if he had been pardoned, and diligently cleaned up the tableware on the table. There was an empty test tube next to the coffee cup on the table, and the inner wall was scarlet, wisps of it.
Li Nian picked up the test tube and took a look, then threw it into the trash can, muttering softly, What is the thing that brother drank?
New flavor of coffee. At this time, Li Xiang had already walked down the stairs holding the doll, and the dim light flickered, reflecting the cold and thin corners of his mouth, and he seemed to have changed his face in a trance.
Personality 002 is too stupid. It's a waste to let it absorb the blood of painted skin. That's right. The expression on your face just now was so stiff. It's not as good as my ass. Shut up. I just absorbed the actor's blood and haven't digested it completely.
Besides, acting skills need time to be polished. Coming to the door of the basement, Li Xiang put the doll in his arms in the corner, reached out and pulled out the sharp door lock key with his thumb and index finger covered with bandages, and put it into the test tube.
Clang scarlet filled the air. The last advanced material is in hand.
All this is Li Xiang's plan. First, he showed poor tailing skills when collecting sweat from women of all ages, and then was arrested many times in the police station, and then was questioned by film police officer Joseon as a matter of course. First, Li wanted to observe this veteran policeman with 25 years of experience in handling cases at close range to determine whether he met the demanding trait of unity of faith and collect his blood.
The answer is yes.
After serving as a police officer for 25 years, he has remained true to his original intention and upheld fairness and justice. Even when facing a stubborn person like Li Nian, he still has a heart of persuading people to do good.
Zhou Xin is worthy of the name of a police officer.
Secondly, Li Xiang can also take the opportunity to deepen the impression of his strange behavior in Zhou Xin's mind.
This is very important for future layout.
After confirming that Zhou Xin was the potion material he was looking for, Li Xiang carried the already selected experimental product back to the coffee shop last night. Before entering, he deliberately used the phone card he picked up to make a harassing call to his stupid brother, kindly reminding him to get up and pee. Then he calculated the time and angle of view so that Lin Yan, who was getting up at night, would happen to see him carrying a drunken and coquettish woman home. With Lin Yan's ability to turn words into a demon, he would naturally write this bloody and imaginative scene into a post and publish it, which would quickly attract the attention of the Huangshan City Internet Supervision Department. Even if Lin Yan unexpectedly grew his brain and did not make the post public, the clues that Lin Yan deliberately left in front of the camera near the street were enough for the experienced Zhou Xin to follow. In the end, Li Xiang only needs a plump and charming doll to act as a deceiver, and then sharpens the key to the basement, and then he can quietly wait for his prey to come to his door.
Of course, the test tube containing the actor's blood is also a necessity to add to the fun.
It can give Li Xiang's personality number 01 excellent acting skills comparable to those of an actor. Step. Li Xiang picked up the doll again and walked into the basement, locking the door behind him. In the dim light and shadow, there were several boxes of coffee beans and takeaway packaging paper cups stacked against the walls around the basement. There was an old chair in the middle of the open space, surrounded by several unburned candles, and a leather rope hung from the ceiling.
It really seems like a secret place full of fun. Old man Joe must have been stunned when he saw these gadgets just now.
No, this is a small gift we carefully prepared for him.
Jie, are you surprised? Are you happy?
Li Xiang casually put the doll back on the iron chair, stepped over the candle on the ground to the corner where the sundries were piled, and stretched out his hand to twist somewhere on the clothes hanger.
A loudspeaker sounded, and the wall slid open to the left, revealing a thick, rusty iron door with vague and complex lines engraved on it. This is the real experimental chamber. Li Xiang took out the second key and unlocked the door.
In the dim light, Zhang Xiaoyu in the iron cage raised his head and looked at Li Xiang with a pair of dark red eyes hidden by his messy long hair, with a complex expression on his face. Li Xiang ignored the pitiful experiment and went straight to the experimental table, pouring a bottle of gray medicine into the test tube with the key. The next moment, the blood stains solidified on the key slowly dispersed, and the originally silent gray potion suddenly surged. Threads of scarlet mist poured out of the test tube, and a vague human face was faintly outlined in midair, with facial features changing in turn. Seeing this, Li Xiang nodded with satisfaction. He smelled the mellow scent of cappuccino in the air and curled his lips. The painted skin sequence level potion is completed, saving 3 days than expected. After saying that, he turned around and walked slowly to the iron cage, shaking the scarlet potion in the test tube like red wine. Number 002, I give you a choice. Drink it, and there is a certain probability that you will continue to evolve, giving the actor, painted skin, an unprecedented new concept in this sequence. But if you fail, you will degenerate and die. Of course, you can also choose to refuse. I will erase all your memories of this place and let you continue to live in humiliation. Jie, I won't tell you that there is a certain probability refers to a very small probability of 5%.
Nonsense, am I going to tell this bitch in plain English that the so-called way to erase her memory is to hit her on the back of the head with a baseball bat? What do you think she will choose?
Of course, Li Xiang raised the corner of his mouth, and his deep fox eyes showed madness and playfulness. So what is your choice? Zhang Xiaoyu raised his cheeks, staring at the strange potion with a struggle on his face, and then turned to meet Li Xiang's gaze. Before that, can I ask you a question?
Li Xiang seemed to have expected it.
Okay. Zhang Xiaoyu put her messy long hair behind her head and exposed half of her charming face. Why do you know about me?
Li Xiang leaned against the iron cage and blew the broken hair on his forehead. With your current IQ, it's hard for me to explain it to you clearly.
I'll just tell you this. When you performed Thunderstorm on stage, I might be an ordinary spectator among thousands of spectators. When you were walked off the plane surrounded by bodyguards, I might have been an enthusiastic fan on both sides of the aisle to welcome you. When you were being abused by your husband at home, I might be the gardener outside the window trimming shrubs and flowers. When your husband was having sex in the hotel, I might have been the front desk clerk who booked a room for him. You're
peeking into my life.
Zhang Xiaoyu's eyes widened, his face full of shock, and he was extremely sure that the person in front of him was a perverted voyeur.
Li Xiang corrected, it's observation, number 002, I'm observing whether you have the qualities to be a real actor, whether you have the obsession to give up everything for performance in the stage.
Of course, the lipstick mark on the back of your husband's collar was drawn by me with lipstick, but in fact, you already knew that he had an affair. It was probably a woman's sixth sense or something like that, but you chose to continue to play dumb. But when the third party, who is also a drama actor, wanted to replace you as the heroine of the Song of Everlasting Regret, you chose not to endure it anymore and finally exposed the scandal of the two. Therefore, what you care more about deep in your heart is your acting career. Zhang Xiaoyu was silent for a while after hearing this, and suddenly reached out to gather the messy hair covering the right cheek, revealing a shocking twisted scar. So, when that bitch scratched my face with glass, you were there too. Why didn't you stop her? Do you understand what appearance means to a woman, especially to a drama actor? Li Xiang's face was calm. I have no obligation to redeem you, only you can redeem you. To you, I am just an audience behind the scenes. Although I have a third-person perspective, I will not directly interfere with the growth of the experimental subject. Zhang Xiaoyu chewed on the familiar and obscure words, audience? Third-person perspective, Li Xiang shrugged. I just said that it is difficult to understand with your current IQ. He leaned over and handed over the scarlet potion in his hand. But this is easy to understand. Drink it, and you can redefine the profession of actor, and even name it as a supernatural sequence, and take back everything you have lost. Zhang Xiaoyu stared at the strange potion in front of her, her eyes flickering. She might die if she drank it, but now she seemed to have nothing to lose except this miserable life. What does it mean to redefine an actor? Could it be that she, who is well known in Huangshan City and even the entire South China region, cannot be considered a real actor? Sequence? It sounds incomprehensible. Moreover, drinking the potion can take back everything she lost? It seems somewhat believable. After all, after drinking the first tube of potion just now, both her physical strength and sensory sensitivity have been greatly improved, especially her control over emotions and expressions, which is almost perfect, which is what every actor dreams of. After thinking for a moment, she reached out to take the potion, gritted her teeth, and raised her head to drink it all. The test tube fell to the ground and shattered. Ah! Zhang Xiaoyu's hands tightly grasped the iron cage, and something seemed to be creeping strangely under the flesh and blood of her arms. The pain swept over her like a surging tide. She suddenly raised her head and screamed miserably. It seemed that a blazing fire was burning in her chest. Her internal organs and flesh were boiling instantly, and she was about to burn in the next moment. Li Xiang slowly opened the number 002 file, shook the pen head, and began to record. Actor level potion formula, 15 grams of 20-year-old creeper fruit powder plus 30 milligrams of tilefrost plus 5 milliliters of viper venom plus a certain amount of blood of a person with the same faith plus an appropriate amount of medicine. 20 seconds after taking the medicine, the subcutaneous veins of the face of the number 002 experiment were wriggling, and the hair and face were ulcerated and split into thousands of scarlet silk threads, wriggling like a spirit snake, constantly outlining and weaving into new facial features. The light red in the iris turned dark red, the heartbeat slowed down, and the pupils slightly enlarged. Continue to enlarge? Wait, the vital signs are rapidly declining. The shrill screams stopped abruptly. Li Xiang's pen stopped moving suddenly, and he looked up at the cage. Zhang Xiaoyu in the cage was stiff, and fell straight to the ground, with horror in his eyes, motionless. Li Xiang frowned. The content of the medicine was still not accurate enough. After all, it was a substitute medicine, and the success rate of 5% was estimated too high. Damn, your hands must have shaken when you were mixing the medicine. Kill the fake medicine seller. Barbecue is gone. How much time will it take to start over again? The secret room was as silent as death. After a full 30 seconds, Li Xiang sighed and closed the record file. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaoyu took a deep breath like a drowning person, coughed violently, and the blood on his pale cheeks changed rapidly. Li Xiang's eyes lit up, and he opened the file to continue recording. Experimental subject number 002's heart stopped suddenly. He woke up after 30 seconds of suspended animation. The scarlet silk thread on his face stopped changing. His flesh and blood grew back. His facial features did not change. The scar on his right cheek still existed. Li Xiang paused with the pen in his hand, looked up at Zhang Xiaoyu, who was sweating profusely and survived by chance in the cage, and said with interest, "Let me see the ability of an A-level actor." Zhang Xiaoyu slowly got up from the ground, gathered up the messy hair around her ears, and her dark red pupils reflected Li Xiang's tall figure. Every hair was visible. The next moment, she imitated Li Xiang's posture, as if taking notes with a pen, and slowly walked to the iron cage. She curved her mouth with interest and said in a charming way, "Let me see the ability of an A-level actor."
The movements, expressions, and voice were exactly the same, without any difference. Li Xiang looked her up and down, tilted his head, but this degree is not enough. Almost at the same time, Zhang Xiaoyu on the opposite side also tilted his head and smiled evilly, and his eyebrows and eyes were actually somewhat similar to Li Xiang, but this degree is not enough. Li Xiang's facial expression froze slightly, and his facial features gradually blurred like melted ice cream. A hideous scar suddenly appeared on his right cheek, which was exactly the same as the scar on the face of the woman in the cage. Followed by the smart and charming eyes and the straight nose bridge. 3 points similar, 4 points similar, 5 points similar. Li Xiang nodded slightly with an androgynous face and continued to record. Experimental subject number 002 has initially gained the ability to act, but the skills are slightly awkward, with a quality efficiency of about 20%. It is estimated that it takes 4 minutes and 36 seconds to play a role. After recording, Li Xiang, who was half charming like the woman in the cage, took out a small round mirror from his pocket and placed it on his forehead. Ah! Suddenly seeing herself in the mirror, Zhang Xiaoyu screamed and rolled out, her body hitting the ground heavily, and her facial features that were about to transform into Li Xiang also returned to normal. Li Xiang returned to his original appearance in an instant, shook the mirror in his hand, and then put it back in his pocket. Remember, when playing a role, you can't be reflected in the mirror and see your appearance. This is your weakness. Zhang Xiaoyu got up from the ground, the blue veins under her fair and charming face moved strangely, and she gasped with lingering fear, "Remember. Remember." The moment she saw herself in the mirror just now, her flesh and blood seemed to burn violently, almost turning into ashes in the terrifying high temperature. Zhang Xiaoyu touched her face and murmured in a low voice in doubt, "So, I am a monster now?" Li Xiang shook his head slightly, "No, you are the future of mankind." He closed the file in his hand, threw it back to the test bench, and said casually, "Now that you have the ability to revenge, where are you going to start?" Zhang Xiaoyu tucked the messy hair on his forehead behind his ears, stretched out his hand to touch the shocking scar on his enchanting face, and gritted his teeth. "Let that bitch taste what it feels like to have everything taken away from you, and finally kill the domestic abuser, asshole." Li Xiang put his left hand in his pocket and pointed to his head with his right hand. "Free your mind, number 002. You are already a unique actor in the world. Do you want prison to be your destination?" Zhang Xiaoyu frowned and looked at Li Xiang with confusion. Li Xiang smiled calmly. "Number 002, do you believe there is a perfect crime in this world?" Zhang Xiaoyu thought for a moment. "I don't believe it." Although she has never had any crime experience, whether it is the Sherlock Holmes detective series novels or the real-life police and robber games, they seem to be trying their best to prove one thing: there is no perfect crime in this world. Li Xiang narrowed his eyes slightly. "Now you can believe it." He took out a piece of paper from his pocket and threw it into number 002's arms. "Go and test your acting ability first." Zhang Xiaoyu picked up the piece of paper and there was an address on it. Qingfeng Road number 06 subway station. Target, omni-dimensional eye. In the hall, Toolman Lin Yan was mopping the floor frantically, regretting that he had posted a message privately last night, and almost lost his long-term meal ticket. Seeing Li Xiang coming out of the basement with an umbrella, Lin Yan greeted him with a flattering face, hesitating. "Brother, that." Li Xiang patted Lin Yan's shoulder and showed a comforting look. "Don't say anything, brother knows you didn't mean it." Lin Yan's nose was slightly sour when he heard it, and he was moved to a mess. "It's true that they are brothers and dear friends." Li Xiang touched his nose without blushing in heartbeat. "Well, I have to go out for a while, you take care of the store." Lin Yan nodded seriously, raised his hand and hammered his chest. "Don't worry, brother, respect. If it were normal times, it would be impossible to watch the store, and it would be impossible to work, but today it is just a little compensation for my brother." "Hey, brother, it's not raining outside, why are you holding an umbrella?" "Because I look handsome." Li Xiang grabbed a handful of messy hair, spun the black umbrella around his fingertips, and turned to walk out of the coffee shop. "No, let's just wear pajamas inside and a windbreaker outside to go out? That's too unrefined." "Oh, don't pay attention to these details, a real man is free and easy." Hey, am I the only one who thinks this striped pajamas looks like a uniform in a mental hospital? Maybe it's because it's Monday, there are only a few pedestrians on the street." Li Xiang subconsciously shook his head and tried not to pay attention to the noise of the dog in his mind. But as soon as he walked out of the store, a feeling of being peeped came to his mind. Li Xiang stretched quietly, inadvertently taking in the scene of the whole street, then crossed the street with his hands in his pockets and walked into a tea restaurant with local characteristics. It was past breakfast time, and the tea restaurant was a little deserted. Only a few aunties who went out to buy groceries gathered together to drink tea and chat.
One moment she said mysteriously that the old man lying next door was shameless, knocking on her door in the middle of the night, and the next moment she teased her best friend that she was in her 50s and still wore black stockings, not afraid of hurting her old waist. Li Xiang chose a seat by the window, and the polite waiter came up to him and said warmly while pouring tea, "Sir, what would you like to eat?" Li Xiang put down his umbrella, flipped through the menu and closed it again, looking like he hadn't woken up yet. "Any recommendations?" The waiter smiled warmly. "Our store's pork trotter siumai is the signature, and we have a promotion today, buy 5 get 1 free, and there are exactly 5 in a basket. Why don't you try one basket?" Li Xiang leaned back in his chair and laughed. "Buy 5 get 1 free, it's such a good deal. This so, you bring me the free xiaomai first, and put the 5 xiaomai that need to be paid for first. I will help you sell them later. The money belongs to the store and the performance belongs to you. This way, we will not lose money, and it will be a win-win situation for all 3 parties." The waiter was confused when he heard this, scratched his head and pondered for a while. "It sounds like this, but I have never sold it this way before." Li Xiang took a sip of tea. "That's because I didn't come before. You see, I just gave you a little guidance, and your thinking and pattern have changed, right?" As he was talking, a young man in a gray coat and a crew cut pushed the door and walked in. His facial features were angular. He seemed to look around the room unintentionally, then chose a table by the door, sat with his back to Li Xiang, and started playing with his phone. Li Xiang raised his lips and said calmly, "Business is coming. Look, the guy has a full middle and a round face. This is the face of someone who likes to eat pork trotter siamai. Now go and recommend him a basket of siamai. I'm sure he will buy it. By the way, bring me the free siamai in 5 minutes and add more vinegar." Face? Can this thing read faces? The waiter nodded doubtfully, and then walked towards the gray-clothed young man. He felt something was wrong, but he couldn't tell for a while. After all, the performance of selling a basket of pork trotter siamai was real. Alas, to support the family. Li Xiang stood up at the right time and walked slowly to the bathroom. The waiter came to the young man in gray, sorted out his thoughts, and said with a smile, "Sir, what do you need?" "Pig's trotter steamed buns are our signature dish, and the price is affordable." The young man in gray was obviously absent-minded. He saw through the screen of his mobile phone that Li Xiang had already walked into the bathroom. He immediately stood up and said, "Okay, this is it," and then followed him to the bathroom. The waiter was slightly stunned. Oh, the customer just now really said it right. Is there really a face that likes to eat steamed buns? The young man in gray walked lightly and skillfully, and came to the door of the bathroom without making a sound. He first looked around and confirmed that there was no back door or window for slipping away in the tea restaurant. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief and then returned to his seat. At this time, the waiter had already brought a basket of steaming pig's trotter steamed buns, and the aroma was fragrant. The young man in gray sat on the other side of the table, eating steamed buns while keeping an eye on the direction of the bathroom. He chewed slowly, and after all 5 steamed buns were eaten, he looked down at his phone and saw that 6 minutes had passed. The young man in gray frowned slightly. He hadn't seen anyone come out for such a long time. Could he be constipated? He took out a tissue to wipe his mouth, got up and walked to the bathroom. The bathrooms in the tea restaurant are divided into men's and women's, men on the left and women on the right. The young man in gray walked into the men's bathroom quickly, his eyes swept across the empty urinals, and instantly locked onto 3 independent stalls with closed doors. He walked lightly to the first stall, pretended to push the door open casually, and there was no one. He walked to the second stall, gently pushed the door open a little and peeked inside, empty. The young man in gray turned his head to look at the last stall, pondered for a moment, and after thinking of a set of words, he slowly walked forward and pushed the door directly. "It's also empty?" The young man in gray was stunned in place. He looked around again and made sure that there was no place in the bathroom where he could hide, unless someone got into the toilet and escaped. What happened? Could it be that Li Xiang disappeared out of thin air? At this moment, in the lobby of the tea restaurant, Li Xiang, wearing a windbreaker, walked out of the bathroom and walked back to his seat. A minute ago, the waiter had already brought the complimentary steamed buns to the table as requested, steaming hot, and with a bottle of old vinegar. Li Xiang nodded with satisfaction, picked up the siumai with chopsticks, first gently bit a little bit of the skin, let the hot steam inside dissipate, and then picked up the vinegar bottle and poured in an appropriate amount of aged vinegar. In this way, the cold vinegar not only neutralized the heat of the siumai, but also stimulated the freshness of the pork trotter filling to the maximum extent. Li Xiang put the siumai into his mouth and took a bite. The vinegar mixed with the meat fat instantly burst into his mouth, melting in his mouth, and the lips and teeth were fresh and fragrant. Well, delicious. Li Xiang wiped the grease on his mouth and gave a thumbs up to the waiter. When the guest comes out later, help me thank him for the treat. The waiter nodded with a bright smile. He had already determined in his heart that this unkempt young man was a face-reading expert, and hurriedly agreed, no problem. Hey, sir, you must come often in the future, we can cooperate more. Hey, if possible, I would like to learn face reading from you. Li Xiang turned around and waved, picked up the umbrella and walked out of the tea restaurant. At this time, an old lady rushed out of the bathroom, pointing at Li Xiang's back in indignation and a little shy, lowering her voice and gritting her teeth. It's him, he just squatted at the door of the women's toilet for 5 or 6 minutes, and scared me so much that I didn't even dare to breathe in there. Oh my god, he looks so delicate, but I didn't expect him to be a pervert. Fortunately, you were not discovered by him, otherwise you would have suffered a great loss. After getting rid of the police and getting a free steamed bun, Li Xiang walked slowly to a subway station. Although it was sunny at noon, the subway station was inexplicably gloomy, surrounded by the shadows of tall buildings, and there were several black crows circling silently in the sky. Li Xiang sniffed the subtle weirdness in the air, slowly came to the subway station monitoring room, skillfully transformed into personality 002, put on round mirror sunglasses, and practiced pronunciation with Sichuan accent. Hey, yo, lousy Shudao-san. Then he raised his umbrella and knocked on the door. Dong dong dong, the door was opened. An old man in a security uniform and a crooked hat poked his head out. His gray face could not hide his fatigue, and his face was full of confusion. Blind? What can I help you with? Ahem, blind? Your whole family is blind. This is a godly master costume, a country bumpkin. Funny. Li Xiang held the mysterious and high-class aura, and spoke in a low and magnetic Sichuan accent. Old man, have you always felt backache recently, as if you were carrying something heavy on your shoulders? The old man thought for a moment and frowned slightly. Li Xiang continued, I often get up at night because of insomnia, urinate frequently and urgently, and feel absent-minded during the day. I seem to hear some strange noises, but there is nothing when I look around? The old man's pupil shrank slightly, and he nodded subconsciously. How do you know? Li Xiang came to the old man and whispered word by word, there are unclean things in the house. Hiss. The old man shuddered all over, his eyes widened, and he stared at Li Xiang with a look of surprise. Li Xiang looked confident, and every expression was just right. The dogs in his mind were all blown up. Fuck, when did number 002 become so awesome? This old man guessed it all. That's right, look how scared this old baby is, his face has turned green. As far as I know, number 002 only said the symptoms of old age diseases. Almost 90% of the elderly have these symptoms. Fuck, this old man. The old man's breathing was obviously a little rapid, and he swallowed his saliva. Who are you? Li Xiang looked up at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle, with a mysterious arc at the corner of his mouth. To be honest, I am the 38th generation disciple of the Tianchi mansion of Longhu Mountain, Zhang Chulan. The old man was shocked and pushed open the door of the monitoring room. Master, please help me check the feng shui. Li Xiang nodded slightly and stepped into the monitoring room with an umbrella. The monitoring room is not big, about 30 square meters, and the left wall is full of grid screens, and all areas of the subway station can be monitored in real time. The old man hid behind Li Xiang and poked his head out anxiously. Master, please help me find out what's wrong. Li Xiang glanced around, raised his umbrella and pointed to a surveillance screen. Look. The old man looked in the direction Li Xiang pointed, and immediately took a breath of cold air, his face pale. The passengers on platform 6 jumped off the platform in various twisted postures and were smashed into meat paste by the oncoming train. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and half of the broken eyeballs covered the camera. Help! The terrifying and weird scene scared the surviving passengers to scream and roar, at a loss, running around like headless flies, and the entire subway platform was in chaos. A man wearing black-framed glasses was still screaming in panic the last second, but he suddenly became quiet after looking at the tunnel on the left, and his eyes gradually became empty and lifeless. He suddenly jumped high and smashed the fireglass cabinet with his head. The woman holding the child was desperately running away, but was knocked to the ground by someone. She accidentally glimpsed the tunnel on the left. Then, the woman stood up in a twisted posture, lifted the crying child into the air, and strangled him to death with an expressionless face. She also hit her head against the pillar and burst into a ball of blood. A repairman carrying a toolbox took out an axe from the box and chopped off his head very calmly. Gulyulu the head rolled down the wall with a weird smile on his face. At the same time, Zhang Xiaoyu, wearing a white coat, went upstream, kicked the rolling head away with black high heels, and walked towards the tunnel on the left. The passengers on both sides ended their lives in various ways, and the scarlet blood kept splattering on Zhang Xiaoyu's white coat, outlining a thrilling star map. There was no living person around. The pungent smell of blood wafted over. Zhang Xiaoyu frowned slightly, trying to suppress the violent churning of her stomach, and looked into the tunnel with a firm gaze. In the dim tunnel, a mass of indescribable blue-gray things was slowly wriggling, like a huge tumor, with thousands of rotten flesh tendrils extending from the bottom, swaying strangely like water plants. On each rotten flesh tendril, there was a blood-red pupil. Cold, crazy, weird, bloodthirsty, like staring into the abyss. The moment Zhang Xiaoyu was stared at by the blood-red pupil, her mind was instantly blank, her eyes were unfocused, and a deep despair swept over her body like a cold and piercing tide, as if she fell into an endless abyss. Falling, falling, falling. Zhang Xiaoyu shuddered all over, forcibly awakened herself from the edge of despair, and her eyes gradually regained focus. She found that she was holding a piece of broken glass in her hand, and she was only 3 inches away from cutting her throat. It seems that Li Xiang was right. Even if he has advanced to an A-level actor, painted skin, he will still be bewitched by low-level evil spirits. Low-level evil spirit, weird eyes. Wherever the scarlet eyes reach, endless despair will be shrouded, and death will follow. It is a strange projection hidden in the higher dimension, which can infinitely magnify the sorrow and despair in the hearts of humans, so that they will commit suicide to seek relief. At present, Zhang Xiaoyu is definitely not a match for weird eyes, and the painted skin sequence is not a sequence that is good at frontal combat. Fortunately, Li Xiang's task for him is not to kill this evil spirit. Zhang Xiaoyu ignored weird eyes hanging upside down in the tunnel, but scanned the platform, then found a place with the most corpses, dug up the corpses, and lay down in. Playing a dead person. A burst of hurried footsteps suddenly came from the tunnel. The lights flickered, and 20 Special Forces soldiers wearing black tactical uniforms and holding special weapons entered the subway station one after another, taking turns to cover and sneak. Their figures seemed to blend into the darkness around them, and they kept approaching the direction where the strange eye was. Calling headquarters, the supernatural disposal team has arrived at the destination. The scene is a gray-blue strange creature occupying the subway tunnel. There is no data in the shelter's shelter catalog. It should be the first time that this strange creature has been discovered. Start collecting now. Zhang Shan, the captain of the supernatural disposal team, put down the intercom and looked at the slowly moving strange eyes deep in the tunnel with a cold look. His tactical glasses reflected the metallic luster. He was burly and had a rough face. A scar ran through his right eye, which was cruel and sharp. Zhang Shan raised his hand. The first group of 5 special forces immediately took turns to cover and approached the strange eyes cleanly. At the same time, Zhang Xiaoyu, lying in the pile of corpses, took in everything and was extremely surprised. It turned out that there really was a supernatural disposal agency in this world, but outsiders had no chance to see it at all. After all, those who saw it were already dead. Moreover, how could these members of the supernatural disposal team not be bewitched by the eyes of the strange eyes? After a little thought, Zhang Xiaoyu immediately realized that it should be because they were wearing special tactical glasses. It seems that the supernatural disposal agency has been exposed to extraordinary materials and has a certain amount of practical experience in containing and dealing with strange creatures. The first team was 40 meters, 35 meters, 30 meters away from the strange eye. Suddenly, the special forces member at the front of the team turned back, his face pale, and his eyes behind the tactical glasses were blank. He put the barrel of the gun into his mouth and pulled the trigger without hesitation. The head exploded, and the headless body lay straight on the ground, with hands and feet still twitching nervously. Stop! The first team immediately stopped, regardless of the sacrificed teammates, and immediately dispersed to form a tactical encirclement. It seems that about 30 meters is the maximum safe distance that tactical glasses can withstand. Zhang Shan's eyes were deep, and he couldn't help but look at the bodies of the team members. He said in a deep voice, "Get it for me." Get is Zhang Shan's catchphrase. Anything that can be replaced by this word is basically getting this and that. At a command, the capture gun of the first team immediately aimed at the strange eye. Bang! The black capture net shot out from the barrel of the gun, stretched rapidly in the air, and enveloped the strange eye. The densely packed eyeballs of Guemu suddenly burst into scarlet light, and thousands of rotten flesh tentacles swung rapidly in all directions, instantly knocking the capture net away. Gee! Accompanied by a strange cry that stung the eardrums, Guemu was completely enraged, and the flesh tentacles covered with eyeballs writhed wildly, rushing towards the crowd like a rolling torrent. Fire! Zhang Shan decisively issued an order.
Since it could not be contained, it must be destroyed.
The special forces who had been waiting for a long time pulled the trigger at the same time, and the bullets poured down like a storm on the flesh tentacles that swept over. The flesh tentacles exploded into a ball of gray mist, and the eyeballs on the top of the tentacles splashed with smelly blood, corroding the surrounding buildings into pits. Several special forces members at the front were sucked into the smoke by the rotten flesh tentacles, and when they were thrown out again, they had turned into white bones. Zhang Shan's heart was bleeding when he saw this. These were all elite soldiers he had trained. He gritted his teeth and almost roared, "Start the number 2 containment plan." At the command, 6 special forces members each took out a black box, and with the help of the surrounding smoke cover, began to arrange some kind of device on the ground. The 6 black boxes were opened and spliced on the ground at a fixed position and angle. The special forces members entered a complex code on their respective black boxes. Report, the black box is set up. Zhang Shan waved his hand, retreat. The containment team maintained the formation and retreated alternately, gradually reducing firepower. Gigi, a strange cry came from the gray fog, and the strange eyes squirmed and pounced on the crowd with an indescribable body, dense tentacles dancing in the air, and scarlet eyeballs glowing fiercely, which was shocking. Surprisingly, the rotten tentacles that were just broken by the bullet were growing again at a speed visible to the naked eye. Wherever Guemu passed, the corpses on the ground turned into white bones. Zhang Shan retreated slowly, commanding everyone to concentrate their firepower to attract Guemu to continue chasing forward. Soon, Guemu passed the area where the black box was just set up. Zhang Shan's eyes lit up and he decisively pressed the start button. Buzz buzz buzz, the device on the ground suddenly shot out 48 black rays into the sky. The dense rays outlined a hexagonal box in the air, binding Guemu's body inside. From a distance, it looked like a black translucent box holding Guemu upside down. GG. Guemu roared repeatedly, and his rotten tentacles slapped the black box fiercely. The black box was like a lake with ripples, but it was extremely solid, and not even a cry could be heard. All the special forces members secretly breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this, and their tense nerves relaxed a little. Zhang Shan stared coldly at the weird eyes that were frantically squirming in the black box, and pressed the intercom, calling headquarters. The containment was successful. The strange creature is tentatively numbered A016. Headquarters received it. Please escort the strange creature A016 to the headquarters shelter as soon as possible, and eliminate all traces of its existence. Understood. Zhang Shan put down the intercom and ordered, the 3rd and 4th teams escort A016 to the shelter, and the 2nd team stays to clean up. Yes. The special forces covered the black box with a piece of black velvet, and then, under the leadership of Zhang Shan, escorted the containment A016 away from the scene in a hurry. The 5 members of the 2nd team immediately began to deal with the scene. The first was to deal with the bodies of the people on the scene so that their way of death would not seem so weird. The second is to clean up A016's broken limbs and bloodstains to prevent gene leakage. The third is to remove all suspicious traces and cover up this strange incident, making it look like a traffic accident caused by a train derailment. The fourth is to collect the bodies of the team members. He-chong, the leader of the 2nd Special Operations Team, carried the cleaning box into the deep tunnel and came to the place where the strange eye was first born. In the dark and humid corner, an inconspicuous gray-blue eyeball was slowly wriggling in the scarlet mucus. The dark golden pupil in the eyeball was deep and strange, with a cold light. He-chang's heart moved, and his eyes burst into surprise. Oh my god, what a great discovery! Since he joined the supernatural disposal team, he has never encountered such a magical companion situation. There is no doubt that this gray-blue eyeball must be a very precious existence of the A016 containment. Its value is immeasurable, and it is likely to be more valuable than the research value of A016 itself. He-chong immediately took out a test tube from the cleaning box, and then carefully put the gray-blue eyeball into it. At this moment, a light sound of footsteps came from the tunnel. Tap, tap, tap. The 5 Special Forces members looked up at the same time, and reached for the guns on their waists with a vigilant look. The next moment, a burly figure walked out of the dim light and shadow. It was Zhang Shan in black tactical uniform. The team members secretly breathed a sigh of relief and continued their work. Team leader He-chong came up to him. Captain Zhang? Didn't you escort A016 to the shelter? Why are you back? Zhang Shan said calmly, A016 is a newly discovered species. The headquarters asked me to return to check its birthplace to see if there is anything unusual. He-chong was shocked when he heard this and raised the test tube in his hand. What a coincidence, there is really a major discovery. It seems to be some kind of companion of a 016, I have never seen it before. Jiang Shan took the test tube and took a closer look. It's true, it's worth it for our brothers who sacrificed for this. I will take it back to the headquarters for research immediately. Jiang Shan turned around and left with the test tube. He Chong continued his work and began to deal with the bodies of the sacrificed special forces. Hey! Why are Xiao Lu's clothes gone? Jiang Shan walked through the dim underground tunnel. His burly figure gradually became slim and plump, his rough facial features became soft and charming, and finally transformed into a graceful woman. Zheng Xiaoyu took off her black tactical uniform, holding the test tube with her slender white fingers and smiling. Mission accomplished. The sun is shining brightly. Li Xiang slowly walked out of the subway station holding an umbrella. The umbrella is not for sun protection, but the all-dimensional eye in the test tube will lose activity once it comes into contact with sunlight. As for the old man in the monitoring room, he was stunned by the strange picture on the monitor. He probably thought he had a nightmare when he woke up. Li Xiang arrived at Gospel Hospital before 2 p.m. Gospel Hospital is the most famous high-end private hospital in Huangshan High-Tech Zone. It not only has the most advanced medical equipment and the most authoritative medical and surgical experts in Huangshan City, but also has a very elegant internal environment. The entire hospital is built against the mountain. The high-walled compound is tightly guarded, with antique-looking white walls and tiled roofs, pavilions, small bridges and flowing water. If there were not an ebony plaque with Gospel Hospital written on it at the entrance of the hospital, many people would think this is a hospital. A tourist attraction with beautiful scenery. Unlike other hospitals, Gospel Hospital implements a membership system. Only those who pay high membership fees and establish health records in the hospital can enter the hospital for treatment. Li Xiang, wearing a black trench coat, came to the staff passage at the side entrance of Gospel Hospital. The 4 tall, heavily armed security personnel immediately cast an appraising and wary look at Li Xiang. It was not until he took out his employee card from his pocket and successfully passed the access control that the 4 of them returned to normal. Look at the hammer. I'll kill you if I watch again. Have you never seen such a handsome employee? What are you looking at? Li Xiang pinned the employee card to the edge of his windbreaker pocket. The card said, Li Xiang, junior staff member of the mortuary department. Li wanted to cross a white marble bridge along the tree-lined path. Looking up, patients wearing customized blue and white striped recovery suits were walking leisurely among the pavilions in groups of 2s and 3s. Behind them, each was followed by a pleasant dedicated nurse, who served tea and water and took good care of them. Hey, why do those patients' hospital gowns look so familiar to me? Does it look familiar? It is not exactly the same as the pajamas we are wearing, it is simply the same. Mom, I found the origin of this free pajamas. Instead of admiring the spectacular sight of thousands of koi swimming in the lake, Li Xiang went straight to the magnificent inpatient building, opened the door with the access card, and followed the stairs to the 2nd floor. The quiet and deep corridor was slightly dim, with occasional dull echoes of metal collisions, and the humid air was filled with the smell of formalin. Step, step, step. Li Xiang's footsteps echoed monotonously in the long corridor. I don't know if it was an illusion, but after coming out of the subway station, Li Xiang always felt cold on his back, his shoulders were heavy, and his neck seemed to be tied with a transparent rope. He slowly pushed open the iron door of the morgue, and a stronger smell of formalin mixed with the faint smell of corpses hit his face. The cold and humid air made goosebumps appear all over his body. In the spacious room, rows of steel morgue cabinets are neatly stacked against the wall, with corpse information cards taped to the cabinet doors. There is a morgue bed and a workbench in the center of the room. On the workbench are various eyebrow knives, eyebrow pencils, cinnabar, powder, palettes, etc. At this moment, a young man wearing a white coat and a mask, with only a pair of indifferent eyes exposed, was immersed in work, concentrating on putting makeup on a female corpse on the morgue. The originally pale, stiff, and ferocious face of the female corpse gradually became soft, rosy, and lifelike in the hands of the embalmer. It was even more vivid and beautiful than when she was alive, as if she was just asleep. The 2 staff waiting to move the body were surprised when they saw this. Lu Liang, you're awesome, you painted a corpse more beautiful than a female star. That's right, it makes me, a straight man who has been single for 30 years, very excited. What a straight man, you are obviously a victim of the overflow incident. No, I can't watch it anymore. If I watch it again, I'm afraid I won't be able to help but contract some bad quirk. Lu Liang, who was applying makeup to the female corpse, turned a deaf ear. The brush in his hand accurately traced the female corpse's lips, as if adding color to the pale painting, and the brush strokes were like a god, making them vivid. The two staff members have long been accustomed to Lu Liang's reticence and indifferent temperament. In fact, they have worked with this skilled embalmer for more than 3 years, but every time they talked to themselves, they never saw Lu Liang. Liang had responded, and the most he could do was nod. Lu Liang, as the name suggests, has a cool nature. The morgue door was pushed open and Li Xiang walked in. The two employees' eyes lit up when they saw this, and they yawned and urged, "Li Xiang, you are here to change the shift. This family will come to pick up the body later, leave it to you. Let's go, let's go. I don't want to stay in this morgue for a second longer. The corpse odor stuck to my body is like leeches and I can't remove it with a brush." Li Xiang put on his white coat skillfully, grinned and said, "No problem, you two seniors have worked hard, go back and rest early. You two fools, please go back and rest in peace as soon as possible. Just rest here to avoid being dragged back again." The two veteran workers were obviously very satisfied with this new worker. After all, he came to change shifts an hour or two earlier than the prescribed time every day, and he spoke nicely. The two took turns patting Li Xiang's shoulders and hurriedly walked out of the cold morgue. This is the customary shift rule for employees who carry corpses. Live people pat their shoulders, and dirt is not pressed against them. Lu Liang did not express any reaction to Li Xiang's arrival. When the footsteps in the corridor could no longer be heard, he squeezed out a vague syllable from his teeth, "I am here." If the two old employees were here, they would definitely be surprised. Lu Liang, who suffers from autism and social phobia, actually took the initiative to greet Li Xiang, who had just started working for 5 days. Li Xiang was not surprised at all. He squatted down and carefully observed Lu Liang putting makeup on the female corpse. It seems that the previous cups of coffee have taken effect. Yurine makeup skills have improved by leaps and bounds. The eyebrow pencil in Lu Liang's hand deftly outlined the eyebrows of the female corpse, completing the finishing touch, as if she was about to wake up in the next moment. Lu Liang looked up at Li Xiang, with a pair of dark gray eyes suppressing obscure joy, and nodded solemnly. He really wanted to know what ingredients Li Xiang added to the coffee he drank. In the past 5 days, his makeup skills have improved by leaps and bounds, almost reaching the peak that a master-level undertaker can achieve. No matter how miserable the corpse is, you only need to take a look to determine the most suitable makeup, and you only need to apply the makeup once to present the perfect makeup. The corpse after makeup is more vivid than before life. Lu Liang felt that he was not putting on makeup, but giving these lovely corpses a second life. Cute, of course it is cute. The corpse lies there quietly, not chattering like a human, and not swearing, calculating, insulting, violent. Is there anything cuter than a corpse in this world? By the way, when did I start to like these quiet little things and decide to become a mortician? Was it when I was a child, I was bullied by my classmates and beat the Shiba Inu I had raised for 3 years to death with a stick? Or was it when my poor and incompetent father punched and kicked me after drinking, and cursed and pushed my mother down the stairs by accident? Or when I was 15 years old, I burned my drunken father to death in the rental house with my own hands? Sometimes, death is not necessarily a bad thing, and the noisy world will become much quieter in an instant. Li Xiang stood up and walked to the tool table with his back to Lu Liang. He took out a bag of coffee powder and a drop of omnidimensional tears from his pocket, poured them into the beaker and stirred them evenly. At the same time, a faint mist emanated from the back of Li Xiang's collar, and silently condensed into a strange mist face in the air, opening a big mouth full of fangs and biting down on his neck fiercely. Li Xiang suddenly grabbed the strange mist face with his backhand, grabbed the throat of the strange mist face, threw it into the beaker, crushed and stirred it. The strange remnant spirit parasitizing the omnidimensional eye is it that constantly eats away at Li Xiang's will, making Li Xiang cold all over and his neck tied. If it parasitizes, Li Xiang will degenerate into the next strange eye. Boy, I've been waiting for you for a long time. A trace of remnant spirit dares to hit me. Hee, using your own spiritual energy to feed the remnant spirit and then use it as medicine, number 001 you are so bad. I like it so much. In this way, the 003th Undertaker sequence can also be activated. Lu Liang. If one day you can make the corpse wake up and dance, promise me that you will never scream like the ant in the vegetable market. An underground project somewhere in Huangshan City. The paranormal disposal team in black tactical uniforms walked in the dark and quiet pipeline, and footsteps echoed around them. A huge black box was placed on the escort car behind them. At the end of the pipeline was a huge iron door. The iron door was rusty and seemed to have been in disrepair for a long time. It was no different from the gate in an ordinary underground pipeline. It was very ordinary. Zhang Shan took out an identity badge and stuck it in the groove in the middle of the iron door.
This kind of identity badge is only qualified for captain-level personnel.
It is not only the access control to the shelter, but also a symbol of identity. Rumble. The huge and heavy iron door opened to both sides, revealing the vast hall behind. A purple crystal lamp was hung above the hall, and the soft light enveloped it like water waves, dyeing the neat stone walls around with a layer of light purple. Many researchers in white coats or special forces in black uniforms walked hurriedly and shuttled back and forth in an orderly manner. There was a workbench on the left side of the hall. At this moment, a short-haired woman in a black uniform and black-framed glasses was sitting in front of a computer on a workbench. Her features were small and delicate, and her slender fingers were rapidly tapping the keyboard. Behind her was a row of huge filing cabinets, filled with densely packed ancient books and documents. Jiang Shan waved his hand, signaling the special forces to bring the black box into the hall, and then went straight to the workbench. Dali, register it, as 016 has been successfully received. Upon hearing this, the pretty girl's eyes widened, and her thick northeastern accent pierced her eardrums. Dolly, who are you calling Dolly?
Jiang Shan smiled bitterly. A good girl, how could she have such a big mouth?
I didn't call her Dolly, I called her Dolly, and you're Lou Dolly.
Lou Dolly looked resentful. I don't care.
You can call her Lizzie or Ollie, but you can't call her Lou Dolly.
Jiang Shan rubbed his nose. Okay. Your real name is Lou Dolly, and you secretly changed your name. Do you think I don't know?
Lou Dolly snorted coldly, and then registered the containment information of a 016 on the computer.
What are the containment requirements and precautions?
Jiang Shan said without hesitation, enable the highest containment standard.
A 016 is a new species we have never seen before.
It is listed as the highest confidentiality level.
No one is allowed to touch it privately.
Lou Dolly frowned slightly. Touch it?
How?
Jiang Shan, spy and study.
Lou Dolly quickly tapped the keyboard.
Oh. According to the highest containment standard, the 306 secret room on the third floor underground is used as a containment place. She pressed the print button, and the printer quickly spit out a stamped card. This is the containment card for a 016. Sorry for the trouble. Jiang Shan took the containment card and led the special forces to transport the black box to the containment room on the third floor underground. He asked everyone to return to their respective posts and then went to the director's office alone.
The emblem of the Supernatural Disposal Agency was engraved in the middle of the iron door.
2 swords crossed to protect the shield, and there was a pair of wings on both sides of the shield. Dong dong dong. Jiang Shan knocked on the door.
Come in. Jiang Shan pushed the door open and entered the office.
The office of about 50 square meters was clean and tidy, with a table, chairs and filing cabinets, and a double sofa opposite. At this moment, Fu Chunming, the director of the shelter, was sitting in an office chair reviewing an encrypted document. Fu Chunming was bloated, wearing a white shirt, with a pair of small eyes narrowed into crescents, and looked very amiable. With his prematurely bald Mediterranean hairstyle and the thermos cup with half a cup of wolfberry on the table, he looked like a retired old cadre.
Jiang Shan stepped forward and reported, Director Fu, we have already got a 016.
Fu Chunming, who was drinking water from a thermos, spit it out, shook off the water on his hands, and said with a smile, Xiao Jiang, how many times have I told you not to add my last name when you call me director? Jiang Shan smiled awkwardly. Director, a 016 has been successfully contained. This is the first new strange species we have discovered.
Its ability is similar to bewitchment or hypnosis.
I suggest that the chief researcher immediately get a 016, and there will definitely be a major discovery. Fu Chunming swallowed the wolfberry in his mouth and pondered, I already know the general situation. A 016's ability is very strong, even our newly developed tactical glasses can't completely block it.
I agree with you.
In addition, we must strengthen the monitoring of a 016. No life forms can appear within a radius of 30 meters in its containment room, especially other strange creatures. God knows what incredible impact a 016's ability will have on other strange creatures. In addition, the most important point is to comfort the families of the sacrificed team members. They have sacrificed their precious lives for China, and China will always be their strongest backing.
Jiang Shan stood at attention and saluted, understood. Click. Jiang Shan opened the door and walked out of the office. Fu Chunming opened the drawer, took out a small black notebook and opened it.
It was densely filled with names, and the word was written after the names, more or less.
Fu Chunming skillfully found Jiang Shan's name and added another stroke to the behind it.
Humph, let you stinky boys call me deputy director, and write down all the little black accounts for you. Jiang Shan walked towards the laboratory of chief researcher Sun Can. When passing by the hall, he happened to meet He Chong, who had completed his mission and returned to the shelter.
He Chong immediately came over. Captain Jiang, have you studied it? What exactly is that eyeball?
Jiang Shan stopped when he heard this, with a puzzled look on his face. Eyeballs?
What eyeballs?
He Chong, that's the gray-blue eyeball I gave you. Jiang Shan grinned and slapped He Chong on the back of the head. Are you too drunk? When did you ever give me gray-blue eyeballs? He Chong looked confused and his eyes widened in surprise. Captain Jiang, don't you remember? After taking in his 016, you left the scene with brothers from groups 3 and 4, and then returned halfway. At that time, I found a gray-blue eyeball in the birthplace of a 016, and gave it to you. He Chong pointed behind him. All the brothers in the second group have seen it.
Jiang Shan looked at the other 4 people in the second group.
The 4 special team members nodded. That's right, Captain Jiang, team leader, he really gave you the gray-blue eyeballs. Jiang Shan frowned when he heard this, and his face instantly became as solemn as frost. He was very sure that he had never returned halfway, and the members of the third and fourth groups could also testify. In this case, there is only one possibility. Jiang Shan's eyes were deep and he said, He Chong, immediately get the surveillance at the entrance and exit of Qingfeng Road subway station during the mission period, and check all the people entering and leaving the subway station one by one.
We must get rid of the guy pretending to be me, hiss.
When He Chong heard this, he immediately reacted and felt a chill go down his spine. What creature pretended to be Jiang Shan and took away the gray-blue eyeball, and the simulation was so high that even I couldn't tell the real thing from the fake one? Does such a creature really exist in this world?
That's right.
Thinking about it this way, there seems to be a reasonable explanation for why Xiao Lu's clothes are missing.
Ming, understand.
After receiving the order, He Chong hurriedly left with the second team to check the relevant personnel entering and leaving the Qingfeng Road subway station. Jiang Shan pondered for a moment, went straight to the second underground floor, and walked along the deep corridor to the deepest part. The laboratory of Dr. Sun Can, the chief researcher of the shelter, was at the end. There were many shelter rooms on both sides of the corridor, engraved with different numbers and danger levels. You can see through the bulletproof glass window on the heavy iron door. In room F012, there were broken bodies all over the floor, arms, heads, livers, toes, etc., all had their own ideas, squirming all over the floor, and then suddenly combined together. In room F013, a skinny human climbed on the ceiling with his bare hands, covered with snake scales, crystal yellow eyes flashing fiercely, swallowing a long scarlet tongue, drooling. In room F014, the red cocoon slowly broke open, and a foul-smelling pus flowed out. The pus slowly floated in the air and condensed into an illusory figure. These strange creatures were found and taken in Huangshan City in South China in the past year. As one of the 9 shelters in China, Huangshan City Strange Creatures Shelter ranks among the top 3 in terms of both the number of shelters and the types of shelters.
Jiang Shan was originally the undisputed king of soldiers in the Marine Corps.
When his family was out camping, they were entangled and swallowed by a strange blood tree, leaving only the white bones hanging on the branches.
That was the first time Jiang Shan knew about the existence of strange creatures.
After that, he applied to join the Huangshan City Supernatural Shelter, and lurked in the primeval forest for a month. Finally, he found the blood tree that swallowed his family and cut it into bare poles, and finally successfully took it in.
Jiang Shan is a rough man.
At first, he joined the shelter just because he wanted to avenge his family. In the past year, he has taken in more than 20 strange creatures. The original strong hatred for strange creatures gradually subsided, and unconsciously turned into a kind of protection for the lights of thousands of homes. Jiang Shan walked forward slowly, his deep eyes swept over the strange creatures in the room, and the sound of heavy footsteps echoed.
Where did these strange creatures come from, and what did they indicate?
Today, human thermal weapons can still play a certain role, but as the abilities of strange creatures become more and more incredible, thermal weapons will eventually be powerless.
What should humans do then? Will humans go to destruction? Beep beep alarm. Alarm! A 014 containment riot.
A 014 containment riot. Jiang Shan, who was in deep thought, was suddenly awakened by the alarm and immediately ran to the end of the corridor.
At this moment, in the laboratory at the end of the corridor,
the Bone King, who was originally tied to a special test bench by a mithril chain, suddenly went crazy, and the phosphorus heart in the white bone chest burst instantly, and the strange phosphorus spread wildly to the bones of the whole body. In just 3 seconds, the original white skeleton body was completely covered with dark blue phosphorus fire, and a pair of deep eye sockets were burning with phosphorus fire, emitting a fierce light. Roar! The Bone King raised his head and roared, and the mithril chains on his body broke one after another, and dark blue sparks flew everywhere. At the same time, the temperature in the entire laboratory suddenly dropped to freezing point. With the place where the Bone King stood as the origin, a layer of cold frost instantly spread around the floor, test bench, equipment, etc. Quick, control it. The chief researcher of the shelter, Sun Can, was shocked and gave an order immediately. Sun Can was wearing a white coat, about 50 years old, with a messy gray hair like a chicken coop, especially the thick black eyebrows with a pair of black and bright small eyes, which looked a bit funny. Two fully armed guards immediately stepped forward and put the long pole catcher in their hands on the waist and neck of the Bone King. Bone King put his hands on the capture device, and the blue phosphorus fire instantly spread along the capture rod. Before the two guards could react, their bodies were wrapped in phosphorus fire and burned fiercely.
Ah! The two guards screamed and danced, and the next moment they turned into two gray-blue ice sculptures, with twisted and hideous features, lifelike. Bone King walked towards Sun Can step by step, his eyes bursting, and invisible pressure swept the entire laboratory. Bang bang, the two ice sculptures burst into gray ice crystals and dissipated. Sun Can's face was pale, and the blood in his body instantly flowed back. He wanted to turn around and run away, but he was horrified to find that he seemed to fall into a cold quagmire, so deep that he couldn't lift his feet at all. Tap tap tap, Bone King walked slowly, and every step seemed to hit Sun Can's heart hard with a heavy hammer. 5 meters, 4 meters, 3 meters. The distance was less than 2 meters. Sun Can's body was covered with frost, his hands, feet and facial features were frozen, and he could hardly breathe. At this moment, a black shadow rushed over with a fine iron test bench, and knocked the Bone King out. Boom! The Bone King rolled back and hit the wall behind him fiercely. The wall was covered with spider web cracks and sparks flew. Sun Can, who survived the disaster, looked carefully and found that it was Jiang Shan. Jiang Shan pushed the test bench and squeezed the Bone King against the wall. His veins popped out, like an angry lion. However, the heavy fine iron test bench was burning fiercely under the hellfire of the Bone King, slowly turning into ashes, and it would burn out in less than 5 seconds. The Bone King stared at the human who tied him up in front of him, and a strange roar came out of his throat, as obscure and difficult to pronounce as sandpaper. Jiang Shan grabbed the test bench and pressed the Bone King against the wall. He fearlessly glared at and roared at the terrifying and strange creature in front of him, not giving in at all. The special forces who arrived one after another were stunned by this crazy scene. Jiang Shan shouted, "Quick, use the black box for secondary containment." The special forces woke up immediately, rushed forward, and quickly arranged black boxes around. Report, the black box is arranged. The test bench burned out, and Jiang Shan stood opposite the Bone King without any obstruction. Jiang Shan could even feel the blue flames gushing out of the Bone King's eyes, which were icy and piercing. Get it! Buzz buzz buzz, 18 black rays suddenly shot out from all directions, wrapping around the Bone King like a spider web, and a gray-like curtain spread between the black lines, like a huge black box cage rapidly closing. Just before the black box cage was completely closed, the whisper from the Bone King turned into a dark blue phosphorus rune, which quickly drilled into Jiang Shan's brow. Jiang Shan trembled all over, stood still, and a pair of pupils instantly burst out with strands of dark blue phosphorus. His consciousness was sucked into the bottomless black hole, and obscure and strange whispers came to his ears, which were endless and stung his eardrums. They drilled into the sea of consciousness like a maggot attached to the bone and engraved into the soul. Obusaharazikas, Sun Can, with a pale face, came over and shook Jiang Shan's shoulder. Jiang Shan? The blue in Jiang Shan's pupils flashed, and his consciousness gradually became clear. Sun Can, what's wrong with you? Jiang Shan shook his head slightly, and the scene in front of him became clear again. I'm fine. Sun Can pointed at Jiang Shan's chest. You said you were fine, but there's such a long cut. Jiang Shan looked down and saw that his chest was cut by the edge of the test bench with a deep wound that could be seen to the bone, and the scarlet freshness had soaked through the tactical uniform. It's a minor injury. I can fix it myself. Jiang Shan turned his head to look at the Bone King sealed in the black box, and his heart was inexplicably throbbing. It seems that we have to recontain as 014 and increase the containment level. Something unpredictable must have happened to this guy. Sun Can sighed with lingering fear, and his thick eyebrows drooped. According to my guess, a 014's brainwaves were affected in some way, causing the power in the body to riot. Jiang Shan pondered for a moment. Affect brainwaves? Maybe it has something to do with the A016 that was just contained. It can confuse human will and make them commit mass suicide. Sun Can's eyes lit up when he heard this, and the excitement of studying new species instantly dispelled the threat of death just now,
and his nerves were texture muttered, interesting, interesting. I will study A016 right away. There will definitely be a major discovery. There will definitely be a major discovery. According to the order in which the strange species appeared, from the initial physical mutation to the energy mutation, and then to the current consciousness mutation, yes, I seem to have found some rules. Sunken slapped his head hard, frowned, and murmured nervously, damn, what is the rule? He suddenly rushed out, dancing and shouting, my assistant is dead, hurry up, give me 2 new assistants, or you are not afraid of death. Jiang Shan grinned bitterly when he heard this. This old son was crazy about studying strange species, and sometimes he couldn't tell who was the strange species. He looked down at the gray powder on the ground and sighed secretly, collect their body powder and bury them in the martyrs' cemetery. Yes. The special forces agreed and solemnly swept the gray powder on the ground into the box. Jiang Shan covered the scar on his chest with one hand and walked out slowly. 5 minutes later, Jiang Shan arrived at his office. The office was about 30 square meters, with simple furnishings, only a desk and chair and a standard iron cabinet. Jiang Shan opened the door of the iron cabinet, and on the left was a pile of metals, covered with dust. He skillfully took out the medical bag on the right and put it on the desk, ready to bandage his wound. Suddenly, Jiang Shan heard a strange whisper again, and the scenery in front of him gradually blurred and went away. Obusala Hizakas, Jiang Shan shook his head vigorously, trying to keep himself awake. Boom! A blue phosphorescent fire suddenly gushed out of his pupils, rapidly spreading to his head, chest, limbs, all over his body, and then burned fiercely. From a distance, Jiang Shan was wrapped in a dark blue flame. The skin and flesh on his head disappeared instantly, leaving only a hideous skull. Only strange phosphorus flames were jumping in the dark eye sockets, like a demon crawling out of hell. Chi with the floor under Jiang Shan's feet as the origin, the dark blue frost spread rapidly around. Wherever the phosphorus flames reached, the desks and chairs were burned to ashes. Mysterious runes appeared on the ceiling, walls, and floors, and ice flowers whistled in the room, and the temperature dropped sharply. What's going on? Jiang Shan widened his dark blue eyes and stared at his hands covered by phosphorus flames with disbelief. He was horrified to find that his blood was as cold as ice. And his heart stopped beating, as if it was frozen. No, how could this happen? Jiang Shan squeezed out a hoarse tone from his throat, monotonous and low, like a wizard chanting a spell, and there seemed to be something terrifying in his sea of consciousness that wanted to break out of his body. No! Jiang Shan held his head with both hands and roared in a low voice. His eyes went dark and he fainted on the ground. Dong, Captain Jiang? Captain Jiang, open the door. After an unknown amount of time, a series of rapid knocks on the door suddenly woke Jiang Shan up. He opened his sleepy eyes and found himself lying naked on the floor. The desks, chairs, and floors in the office were burned to ashes. The wall was cracked and the room was full of dust. Only the iron cabinet in the corner survived. What surprised him even more was that the wound on his chest healed miraculously. Not even a trace was left, as if he had never been injured. What happened? I don't think I have treated the wound yet? Even if I have treated it, it can't heal so quickly. Jiang Shan rubbed his temples, which were aching like a hangover, frowned, and looked solemn. He vaguely remembered that before he fainted, his whole body was burning with blue phosphorescent fire. That horrible scene was just like the A014 containment Bone King. What on earth is going on? Dong, Captain Jiang, are you in the office? The knocking sound outside the house made Jiang Shan upset. He got up from the ground, took out a bathrobe from the iron cabinet and put it on, then opened the door. What's the matter? Captain Jiang, we checked Qingfeng Road. He Chong, who was standing at the door, widened his eyes and pointed at the bare and dark house. Oh my god, Captain Jiang, what are you doing? Renovation? Jiang Shan, I like this wild style. If you have anything to say, come on. He Chong smiled bitterly. Well, we investigated all the surveillance footage of Qingfeng Road subway station in detail and found that there were a total of 136 people entering and leaving the subway entrance during the mission period. After checking and screening each person, we finally identified a suspicious target, which is the man holding a black umbrella in the picture. He Chong pressed the WeChat computer on his wrist and projected a surveillance video in the air. Jiang Shan looked up. The picture showed the back of a man wearing a black windbreaker and holding a black umbrella, who was walking slowly out of the subway entrance. Jiang Shan frowned slightly. No front view? He Chong, no. But look here. He enlarged the surveillance screen 10 times, and then pointed to the corner of the black umbrella. There is a store mark here. We screened and compared stores across the city and found that this is the mark of a coffee shop.
The owner's name is Li Xiang, and his height and body shape match the man in the picture.
And Lao Wang, who was in charge of the monitoring room, confirmed that before the subway station case happened, it was this man who entered the monitoring room on the pretext of looking at feng shui, and then pointed his umbrella at the surveillance video, which showed passengers jumping off the train tracks one after another.
Of course, Lao Wang is now mentally frightened and has been sent to a mental hospital. As we all know, the testimony of a mentally ill person is not legally binding.
Jiang Shan grinned. Interesting, he actually predicted the time of the strange creature's riot in advance. Immediately set up surveillance on Li Xiang. Let's go get this feng shui master.
He Chong, Captain Jiang, should I put on my underwear first?
The door of the cafe basement was pushed open, and a woman came out. She had fair skin, long hair, a cap pulled down low, and her hair covered her right cheek. She was wearing a black t-shirt and jeans, which outlined her slim curves. Even though the clothes on her body cost less than 200 yuan, it was hard to hide her elegant temperament from the inside out. Especially the teardrop mole on the left corner of her eye, which was charming.
Ah!
Ling Yan, who was tidying up the tables and chairs, was startled. She subconsciously raised her coffee cup to block herself and stuck out half of her head. Who are you? How did you get out of the basement? Halfway through the words, Ling Yan suddenly realized that this guy was the beautiful sister-in-law that his brother picked up last night.
No, wasn't it his eyes that were dazzled last night? And Officer Zhou also searched the basement himself and only found an inflatable doll. How could a living wild young woman suddenly appear? Ling Yan's mind was in a mess, and his CPU was about to smoke. Are you Ling Yan, Li Xiang's younger brother?
Zheng Xiaoyu, wearing a baseball cap, sat on a chair by himself, his long legs crossed, the corners of his mouth raised playfully, and his smart eyes looked at Ling Yan with interest. After handing the omnidimensional eye to Li Xiang, he had nowhere to go anyway, so he quietly returned to the basement to catch up on his sleep. Now he woke up and came out to look for food.
Ling Yan was slightly stunned. How do you know? Zheng Xiaoyu rolled her eyes at him and said resentfully, what do you mean by you? You should call me sister-in-law. Ling Yan asked doubtfully, sister-in-law? Zheng Xiaoyu smiled charmingly, good girl.
Ling Yan widened her eyes, folded her hands up and down, and made a snapping sound. You and my brother, you have already. Zheng Xiaoyu immediately raised her hands to wipe her tears, her voice hoarse and pitiful. Your brother, that damn ghost, locked me in the secret room last night and tossed me all night, my waist and back ached, woo-woo. Now the raw rice has been fried into popcorn. Ling Yan's mouth twitched fiercely. Tut-tut, is this content that I can listen to without paying? I have to say, my brother is awesome.
Ahem, sister-in-law, you don't want to call the police now, do you?
We can't call the police, because my brother will go to jail, and I will be completely starving.
Zheng Xiaoyu burst into laughter after hearing this.
Ever since she drank the advanced potion, her acting skills have been coming out from time to time, and she couldn't suppress them. She supported her waist, which was bent with laughter, and suppressed her instinctive desire to perform. I'm just teasing you. It seems that what your brother said is right. You are such a silly brother.
Don't you look familiar with my clothes? If your brother didn't let me go, would he give me his own clothes to wear? Would he not lock the door to the basement?
Ling Yan pondered for a moment after hearing this, and it seemed to make sense. Zheng Xiaoyu, whose origin is unknown, tapped the table with her slender fingers. American coffee, sandwich, thank you. Ling Yan scratched her head, turned to the bar to make a cup of American coffee, cut a sandwich and put it on the tray, then brought the tray to Zheng Xiaoyu and confirmed again, you really won't call the police to arrest my brother? Zheng Xiaoyu glanced at the tray, add another sandwich.
Ling Yan put down the tray, deal. Watching her wolfing down the food, Ling Yan touched his chin, sister, I think you look familiar, what's your name? Zheng Xiaoyu. Ling Yan showed a thoughtful look, this name sounds familiar too.
After eating the sandwich and drinking the last sip of American coffee, Zheng Xiaoyu burped for a long time, took out a tissue and wiped her mouth elegantly, stuffed the paper ball with lip prints into Ling Yan's hand, and got up and left.
Ling Yan was slightly stunned, leave now? Or stay for dinner? Zheng Xiaoyu walked out of the cafe. On the advertising wall on the left side of the street, there is a huge poster of the drama Song of Everlasting Regret. Zheng Xiaoyu is standing in the center position, but the poster is being taken down by the workers and replaced with another one. Zheng Xiaoyu narrowed her eyes and glanced at the new heroine on the poster, who is youthful and harmless. She lowered the brim of her hat and took out a photo from her pocket. The photo shows a plump female nurse in a white coat. At the bottom of the photo,
There is a line of words, Gao Feifei, a nursing specialist in the special ward of the Gospel Hospital, number 232 Bin Road, High-Tech Zone, Huangshan City. When Li Xiang handed the photo to Zhang Xiaoyu, he said, "Your story starts here." Night falls, and the lights come on. Gao Feifei, who is off work, walks out of the Gospel Hospital. She has exquisite makeup and is not coquettish. She is wearing a high-end black low-necked hip skirt that outlines her slender curves. The pet pigeon that is swaying in her arms makes her already tired body even more overwhelmed. She stood on the roadside, took out a mirror from the Hermes Classic bag on her shoulder, touched up her makeup, then took out her cell phone and dialed a PIN number. "Hello, honey, why haven't you come to pick me up yet? Hurry up, I have great news to tell you." "What? Tell me now? Look how impatient you are." Okay, I'll tell you, honey, I'm pregnant." "Are you surprised? Are you happy? Hello? Hello? Beep, beep, beep." Gao Feifei's face turned pale, she held the phone and gritted her teeth. These rich people are really the same, they won't admit it even if they have taken everything. She touched her belly that was not yet swollen. Will it be aborted this time? Damn it, why is it so difficult to find a rich husband these days? My bait was all eaten up, and I didn't even catch a little tortoise. Gao Feifei stamped her foot hard and rushed into the crowd of people after get off work. Like a swaying poppy, she crossed 2 streets and arrived at the familiar Queen nightclub. Pushing open the door of the nightclub, a deafening wave of sound swept in and drowned Gao Feifei. She squeezed across the dance floor where the demons were dancing under the dim lights, ignoring a few big hands taking the opportunity to wipe the oil, and slapped the bag worth tens of thousands of yuan on the bar, double whiskey, with ice. The bartender was a bald bitch. She smiled and pushed a glass of whiskey in front of Gao Feifei. "Sister Feifei, why is this so hot?" Gao Feifei drank the contents of the glass in one gulp, and the unique heat of the whiskey passed through her throat. A flush appeared on her fair cheeks. She raised her chin and glanced at the bartender, "As if you have the ability to calm my temper, huh? None of you men are useful." The bartender shrugged and immediately responded, "You are too expensive, and others can't afford it." Gao Feifei frowned slightly and was about to reply when a very seductive voice came from beside her. "Ah, what a beautiful bag." Gao Feifei turned around and saw a beautiful woman with long hair and a peaked cap sitting next to her. Her plump buttocks squeezed a thrilling arc on the high stool. Although the right half of her cheek was obscured by broken hair, that innate elegance is eye-catching. "Who are you?" Zhang Xiaoyu raised his glass and smiled charmingly. "They're all here to get drunk, so I'll leave out their names. I'll invite you next round." 2. Gao Feifei clinked glasses with Zhang Xiaoyu, raised her head and took a sip. Zhang Xiaoyu shook the light green Wizard of Oz in the cup, and Gao Feifei's appearance was reflected in her blurred eyes. "What you said just now is particularly right, no man is good, especially a rich man." When Gao Feifei heard this, her heart moved, and she turned to look at Zhang Xiaoyu. She suddenly felt sympathy for the same people who had fallen from the world, and began to pour out her bitterness. After 3 rounds of drinking, Gao Feifei, who was already slightly drunk, bit her red lips and said angrily, "To put it bluntly, we women just want to find someone to rely on for life. What's wrong with that? Since we are looking for someone to rely on, of course we need to find someone rich who can sit in a Maybach. Who wants to get up early and stay up late to squeeze through the bus while watching the meteor shower?" Zhang Xiaoyu also bit her red lips, her eyebrows and eyes were almost similar to Gao Feifei's, her voice gradually became the same, and even the blurred drunkenness on her face was the same. "Who says it's not the case? Sister, you are the nursing specialist of Evangelical Hospital, so who is the richest senior member in your hands? With your appearance and figure, why don't you find an opportunity to take action?" Hearing this, Gao Feifei sneered, "The richest ones? Well, let me think about it. They are Jiang Zhaotian, the president of our Huangshan Drama Federation, and her wife, a popular drama actor named, what is it called?" In the dim light and shadow, Zhang Xiaoyu's facial features were already 5 points similar to Gao Feifei's, and the corner of his mouth curled up. "My name is Zhang Xiaoyu. The nightlight in Huangshan City is very sultry, and it goes perfectly with coffee or wine." In the coffee shop, Li Nian, who had been busy all day, put away the dishes, yawned, and was about to take a lazy look at his mobile phone for a while. Ding dong, the glass door of the coffee shop was pushed open, and 2 drunken-eyed women walked in, supporting each other. One is wearing a black hip-hugging skirt and the other is wearing a black t-shirt. The 2 are basically the same height and shape, and have equally hot bodies. What surprised Li Nian even more was that the 2 people looked exactly the same and were actually a pair of rare twin sisters. Li Nian, who was single, his eyes lit up, and he hurriedly greeted him, smiling and saying, "What would you 2 beauties want to drink? The American style and cappuccino in our store are both excellent. Do you want Before she finished speaking, the beautiful woman wearing a black t-shirt had a strange look in her eyes and said impatiently, "Let's go, I'm looking for Li Xiang, I know the place well." After saying that, the beautiful woman in a black t-shirt and a hip-hugging skirt walked into the basement with ease. Bang Dang closed the door. Li Nian was stunned for a moment. He was indeed very familiar with this place. "What's going on? Brother, you can do it. You brought one back last night and asked two to come to your door tonight. They are still twins. Woohoo, hidden so deeply, the master is actually by my side." Li Nian was really shocked. He suppressed the throbbing in his heart and paced back and forth in the hall, anxiously waiting for Li Xiang to go home. He originally thought that his brother was just like him, a loser when it came to chasing girls. After all, he was slovenly and talkative all day long, but his performance in the past 2 days was so amazing that he went crazy. "Well, when my brother comes back, I must ask him for some tips." Ding dong. While Li Nian was talking, the door of the cafe was pushed open again, and Li Xiang walked in wearing a black windbreaker. "Elder brother." Li Nian was immediately overjoyed and ran over with a flattering look on his face. "What about that? Have you eaten?" Li Xiang rolled his eyes at Li Nian. "If you fart, hurry up." Li Nian rubbed his hands, a little embarrassed. "Brother, teach me 2 moves." Li thought, "What?" Li Nian raised his eyebrows. "Of course it's a clever trick to chase girls. It was that Zhang Xiaoyu last night, and here comes another set of twins tonight." "Oh, my good brother, please stop hiding it. I admit that I underestimated you before, but now your brother has realized it deeply. It's your own mistake, just do it and teach me a few tricks." Li Xiang suppressed a smile when he heard this and narrowed his slender fox eyes. "I originally wanted to keep a low profile, but I didn't expect that I was discovered by you. Okay, chasing girls is actually very simple. Just 2 words, domineering. The one last night was taken down by me with a Waldong move, and then he was knocked unconscious and carried back. These 2 today." Li Xiang sniffed the residual alcohol in the air and continued, "I drank these 2 into submission. You know, I have to crush them in the field they are best at. Let them be convinced and worship them. Okay, you can fully understand the essence, and I'll get to work first." Li Xiang patted Li Nian on the shoulder and walked towards the basement. Li Nian stopped where he was, frowning slightly, and muttered, "Domineering, crushing." Suddenly, he realized something and turned to look at the 2 girls chatting in the corner drinking coffee. Then he stretched out his hand to straighten his hair, put his hands in his pockets and walked over with his head held high. At the same time, Li Xiang pushed open the iron door of the basement. In the dim light, Gao Feifei, who was wearing a black hip-hugging skirt, had been locked in an iron cage and lying on the ground in a drunken state. Gao Feifei, wearing a black t-shirt and jeans, was sitting on the test bench, her slender legs crossed, a cigarette held between her white fingers, her chin raised and puffing away. Li Xiang put his hands in his pockets and glanced at the drunkard in the cage. "Okay, you are familiar with the business process. This bitch doesn't look like a good person. It should be Stockholm Syndrome. We tied her up at first, but now she helps us tie up others. He is a talented person, so train him well and don't delay him. Yes, good girls should not be let down, bad girls should not be wasted." Gao Feifei, sitting on the test table, exhaled a puff of smoke gracefully, and raised the corners of her mouth with a slight self-mockery. "Maybe I have been locked in a cage for a long time, and I also want to try what it feels like to stand outside the cage." Li Xiang rubbed his temples. "These dogs were really too noisy. It seems that your mastery of acting skills has made great progress, but it is only limited to the mimicry of the face and facial features, and the figure is still not interesting." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoyu glanced at Gao Feifei's breasts, then at his own, and gave Li Xiang a resentful look. Li Xiang blushed. "Don't get me wrong, what I'm talking about is purely an academic concept." Yes, academic. After all, we are graduate students in biogenetics, isn't it reproductive science? It's a double degree. Li Xiang picked up the scissors on the test bench, turned to the iron cage, cut off a strand of Gao Feifei's long hair while she was sleeping, then took out a lighter, lit it, and put the burning ashes of the hair into the test tube. Zheng Xiaoyu glanced at him. "What are you doing?" Li Xiang shook the ashes in the test tube and looked at the quality, the ashes of those who get something for nothing, a substitute for extraordinary materials. Well, the purity is very high. It seems that this lady really knows this. Zhang Xiaoyu frowned slightly. "A substitute for extraordinary materials, like the stuff you gave me to drink? Wait, you asked me to bring him here just to collect her hair?" Li Xiang turned around and put the test tube on the test bench, picked up a pen and started writing and drawing, as if calculating something. The first question, yes. The second question, half right. Bringing her here is not only to collect potion materials, but also a clue I left for someone, otherwise the actions of those police officers can't keep up with the pace of the development of the incident. In addition, you have to continue to take the inhibitory potion, otherwise the extraordinary genes in your body will run wild, causing you to degenerate into some unknown weird creature. I will make the inhibitory potion into coffee, you can come to the store to drink it, or you can order takeout. Of course, you can also refuse to take the inhibitory potion. I am very happy to see it happen. After all, weird creatures are also worth studying.
Zhang Xiaoyu thought of the weird-eyed evil spirit in the subway station, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Thanks, I still want to be a person for the time being. I'm curious, how do you know these, supernatural things? If I had heard these words yesterday, I would have definitely thought you were a complete lunatic. But now, Zhang Xiaoyu raised his hand and touched his face that belonged to Gao Feifei, with mixed feelings. In fact, until now I still find it difficult to accept the new definition of an actor. Li Xiang dripped a drop of his blood into the test tube, and the scarlet blood quickly wrapped the ashes, dotted with stars, like a bright nebula. This is not a supernatural event, but a very common evolution. Just like millions of years of survival, single-celled organisms evolved into multi-celled organisms, fish evolved into amphibians, and ancient apes evolved into humans. Now, in order to continue to live in the future, humans must evolve again. Zhang Xiaoyu frowned, but how do you know what we have to evolve into to survive in the future? Li Xiang's tone was flat, as if he was talking about something very ordinary, because I come from the future. Zhang Xiaoyu was horrified. You come from the future? Li Xiang took out a drama ticket and threw it to Zhang Xiaoyu. You will understand when the time comes. Get ready, your performance is about to begin. Zhang Xiaoyu clutched the ticket in his hand, took a deep look at Li Xiang, turned around and walked out. Every time she faced Li Xiang, she had a strange feeling. She was curious but afraid, and wanted to explore but didn't dare. On the one hand, he is afraid that he will not be able to accept the truth hidden under the fog, and on the other hand, he is even more afraid that his curiosity will lead to death. Future? Is he really from the future? To this day, she still doesn't understand why Li Xiang wants to help her. What's that word? By the way, evolution. Zhang Xiaoyu walked out of the basement and subconsciously stretched out his hand to press the brim of his hat, but suddenly realized that he was holding Gao Feifei's flawless face at the moment, and there was no shocking scar on the right cheek. After a moment of daze, she could only smile bitterly. In the hall, Lin Yan watched Zhang Xiaoyu's enchanting figure leave, scratched his head, and whispered, "One of the twins came out so soon. It seems that my brother's health is not good." Meanwhile, in the basement. In the dim light, Li Xiang, wearing a black windbreaker, was leaning in front of the test bench, his fox eyes slightly narrowed, and a test tube filled with scarlet liquid was shaking in his hand. Then he took out the blue omni-dimensional eye from his pocket and put it into the test tube. The full dimensional eye shimmered with a faint blue luster, and its dark golden pupils rotated like a black hole. It swallowed the scarlet liquid in the test tube into the bottomless abyss, and then spit it out from the other end, forming an endless weird cycle. Like the bright belt of Jupiter in the galaxy. This is the advanced potion Li Xiang prepared for himself, serial number 001, Fate Weaver. He turned on the surveillance video switch, then took the potion and walked into another iron cage, locking the cage door. Li Xiang in the cage faced the camera with a calm tone. Experiment sequence 001, Fate Weaver, gender, male, level potion formula, 10 mg of the Gray of the Unearned Man plus 5 mg of the Night Devil Spiderweb plus 16 ml of 9-year-old Datura flower juice plus full dimensional. Li Xiang shook the scarlet liquid in the test tube and drank it in one gulp. Pot of the test tube fell to the ground and shattered into powder. Li Xiang firmly grasped the iron cage railings with both hands, shook his head and tried to keep himself awake. Symptoms of taking the medicine: veins spread from the heart to the forehead within 10 seconds, the blood boils and burns, and suddenly it is freezing cold. Nearly extreme heat and cold alternately swept through the entire body. In a daze, Li Xiang's thoughts seemed to leave his body and float to the clouds. The degree of development of the restricted area of the brain is 12%, 16%, 21%, The turbulent stream of consciousness instantly poured into the sea of consciousness, giving Li Xiang a splitting headache. Coupled with the roar of the 28 personalities, his whole head almost exploded. Number 001, what did you drink? Want to kill us? No. My soul is going to be broken. Kill number 001 and take away control of the body, otherwise we will all be killed by him. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. Li Xiang knelt on one knee, holding the steel bar tightly with both hands, trembling nervously, his hair unkempt, his face as ferocious as an angry lion. Golden threads spread from the pupil of his right eye, 1, 2, 3, entangled like a spider web. Pain. Excruciating pain. It looked like someone was cutting his own head open with a chainsaw. In another cage, Gao Feifei, who was drunk and dreaming, turned over. With her drunken eyes, she saw a figure looking up to the sky and roaring. He actually broke the iron cage and walked out, with a stern face and a black windbreaker. The dark golden thread slowly flowed back into Li Xiang's deep pupils, spinning strangely. In Li Xiang's eyes, all the tables, chairs, furniture, experimental supplies, and flying mosquitoes in the basement were labeled with data accurate to a millimeter. Angle, speed, altitude, humidity, wind speed. And he can not only discern all these details like God, but he can even deduce some kind of mysterious trajectory from the past to the present and then to the future. The level Fate Weaver advanced successfully. Ability, derivation. Huangshan High-Tech Zone Police Station, Criminal Investigation Section, 7th floor. In front of the floor-to-ceiling window, a policewoman with short hair and gold-rimmed glasses was sitting on a chair, staring intently at the computer screen, her long and thick eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings. On the screen are 16 surveillance screens, and the images are being played back simultaneously at 6 times speed. Zhou Sen, who had gray hair and a wrinkled face, sat across from him, puffing away his breath, grinning, revealing his missing front teeth, and said in a broken voice, "Bai Yadu, I heard that you were in trouble this time? Tell me about it, it will make me happy too, Lao Zhou." Faced with Zhou Sen's teasing, Bai Ji didn't even raise her eyelids. There was no expression on her bookish face, and her voice was monotonous. "I thought the other party was a bastard, so I asked my subordinates to follow him. Unexpectedly, not only did he lose his however, I screened 16 surveillance cameras around the tea restaurant and found that Li Xiang did not abscond after getting rid of the tracking, nor did he deliberately hide his traces. Instead, he took the subway from Qingfeng Road and walked to the Gospel via the main street. Hospital. According to the investigation, Li Xiang is a regular employee of the Gospel Hospital morgue, although he has only been employed for 5 days. The cigarette butt in Zhou Sen's mouth flickered. Qingfeng Road subway station? Is it the subway station where a serious derailment occurred and hundreds of people died? This kid Li Shiba is really getting more and more annoying. Baiji pushed up her glasses with her hand, and her fair and delicate face pondered slightly. Looking at it now, Li Xiang has some secret connection with this disappearance case. Although we have not found substantive evidence yet, there are many coincidences. The overlap often points to the truth. Coincidentally, Li Xiang's inflatable doll has a similar appearance and similar clothing to the missing person Zhang Xiaoyu. The time when the doll appeared basically coincides with the time when Zhang Xiaoyu disappeared. Coincidence 2, Li Xiang works at Evangelical Hospital, and the missing person Zhang Xiaoyu is a senior member of Evangelical Hospital. The third coincidence is that Li Xiang has a strong sense of counter-investigation, is thoughtful, has a mild antisocial personality, and has the IQ and psychological conditions to commit crimes. To sum up, Li Xiang has the IQ, psychological, environmental and time conditions to commit a crime. In the thin smoke, Joseon glanced at the youngest investigation expert in Huangshan City. If she weren't wearing a police uniform, she would be a harmless girl next door. Do you still think Li Xiang is the most likely to commit the crime? Then tell me, what is Li Xiang's motive for committing the crime? He is a waiter in a coffee shop and there is no way he can compete with a big-name actor like Zhang Xiaoyu. As a newcomer to drama, Su Lingling replaced the missing drama master Zhang Xiaoyu as the heroine of Song of Everlasting Sorrow. Isn't there something fishy about this? You know, since the disappearance, Zhang Zhaotian has not even called the police station. He seems to be in no rush to find his missing wife. Bai Ji's face was expressionless, with clear black and white pupils. The motive of Li Xiang's crime is not yet clear, but I have an intuition that this matter is definitely not as simple as it seems on the surface. We need to continue to dig deeper into Zhang Xiaoyu's social relations and strengthen monitoring of Li Xiang. Looking at Zhang Zhaotian, this man has spent many years building up his image in front of the media as a good man who was both moral and artistic, gentle and caring for his family. Therefore, he will not take the risk to kill his wife unless absolutely necessary. That would be self-destructive. After all, for a public figure, reputation is everything. On the contrary, after Zhang Xiaoyu disappeared, Zhang Zhaotian could, on the one hand, perform misfortunes in front of the media and earn enough attention, and on the other hand, he could follow the trend and replace the heroine of Song of Everlasting Sorrow without any worries, so he did not urge the police. Solve the case. Thus, from another perspective, Zhang Zhaotian's failure to urge the police to solve the case just proves that he did not commit the crime. Guess what? When the performance of Song of Everlasting Sorrow ends tomorrow, Zhang Zhaotian will definitely come to the police station in person to urge the case to be solved,
and the media who have got the gossip will swarm and smelling the fishy smell, adding another fire to Jiang Zhaotian's reputation. Joseon smiled helplessly. You always think the worst about people. When Bai Ji heard this, she curled up her lips and revealed a sneer that was incompatible with her pure appearance. Officer Zhou, you have never seen any case in your 25 years of service. You should understand that people's hearts cannot withstand speculation. Since we have different ideas about this case, let's split up. Tomorrow you and Zhao go to check on Jiang Zhaotian, and I'll go meet Li Xiang for a while. A good day starts with a cup of iced American coffee. Li Xiang scratched his messy hair, walked out of the cafe in pajamas and a windbreaker, looked up at the police station opposite. The sun was bright and the breeze was gentle. Although Gao Feifei in the basement was still hungover, Li Xiang still gave her half a bottle of free aged white liquor for safety. Which sage said that you should use wine to soothe the hangover the next day, and it will be fine after soothing it. The antique buildings on both sides of the street are all black tiles and white walls, shining in the dim morning light, which is very pleasing to the eye. The most pleasing one is the Cantonese tea restaurant where he ate a steamed bun yesterday. However, he may not be able to get free barbecued pork today, because Li Xiang has walked 2 streets and still has no signs of being followed. Has his suspicion been ruled out? Or was the provocation of eating steamed buns yesterday not enough? Wait. When Li Xiang walked around the corner, his heart moved, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously rose slightly. He's coming. The person following him is coming. How do we play this time? Get 2 steamed buns from him? Can you be more promising? You must get 1 from him. Li Xiang continued to move forward without making any noise, not even looking sideways, and even the frequency of his footsteps did not change a bit, but his narrow and deep eyes reflected the whole street, as if God was standing in the sky and looking down at everything under his feet. After the Fate Weaver sequence was upgraded to level D, Li Xiang's vision was greatly improved, and he could observe something through the perspective of everyone within a kilometer. The whole street has a total of 26 alleys, 263 shops, 51 stalls, and 569 pedestrians. Li Xiang counted silently in his mind while walking, and his pupils kept changing, expanding, and shrinking. 53 meters from the left alley entrance, a woman in a dark blue coat and a ponytail was sitting at a stall eating fried skewers, and she would occasionally glance at him from the corner of her eyes. Second, about 29 meters behind, an old man wearing a gray short-sleeved shirt and holding his hands behind his back exhaled a puff of smoke. He seemed to be weighing fruits for buyers, but in fact he was using passers-by as a cover to observe himself. Third, 32 meters ahead, a young man wearing a white shirt and black-framed glasses was waiting for the traffic light, looking at himself through the convex mirror at the corner. Fourth, a young girl wearing a beige JK short skirt and long hair passed by him. The corner of her eyes subconsciously followed her turn, and her mouth corners slightly raised. Li Xiang's dark golden pupils returned to normal. Very good, there are actually 4 stalkers this time. It seems that the Huangshan City Police have listed themselves as key suspects and are ready to do it for real. Hey, that's not right. Didn't you notice the subconscious disdain at the corner of the mouth of the girl in the JK short skirt? She looked at you purely because she despised your outfit. Yes, she just pouted her lips. How much contempt she must have. Alas, after all, even the pajamas were taken from the hospital. Shut up. Li Xiang curled his lips. Even if there are only 3 stalkers, it is enough to show that the police attach great importance to him. He pondered for a moment, raised his feet and turned into the alley on the left. The alley with black roofs and white walls is deep and quiet. There are almost no idle people visiting the flea markets on both sides. The shop owners gathered together to play chess. No one has the consciousness of watching chess without saying a word. You talk and I talk to each other, and I am having a lot of fun. Some uncles who don't like to make noise make a cup of tea, lie on the rattan chair and close their eyes to take a nap, enjoying the leisure. Li Xiang walked into the alley leisurely, first gave a few stupid moves to an old man playing chess, and then slipped away before he was about to lose and curse, and turned into a hot spring bath. Huangshan City is a well-known hot spring city. There are more than 600 springs of various sizes in the city, attracting millions of tourists from home and abroad every year. However, with the intensification of industrial pollution and the continuous decline of water quality in recent years, the hot spring industry in Huangshan City has become increasingly sluggish. The hot spring baths that were once scattered throughout Huangshan City have also closed down one after another, and the few remaining ones are struggling to survive. Business is bleak. The boss lady, dressed in cool clothes, was lying on a rocking chair fanning herself with a fan. Her short hair was braided into a small braid. Her heavily made-up face was bored, and the beauty mole at the corner of her mouth added a bit of worldly charm.
Li Xiang lifted the door curtain and walked into the bathing hall.
The wind chimes on the door shook. The proprietress, who was lying on the rocking chair, raised her eyelids when she heard the sound of wind chimes. Seeing a guest coming in, a touch of joy flashed across her heavily made-up face. She hurriedly got up from the rocking chair and said with a smile, "Hey, a distinguished guest is here.
Are you going to take a hot spring bath?" Li Xiang put his hands in his pockets. "Besides hot springs, do you have other services here?"
The proprietress, no Li Xiang rolled his eyes at her. "Then what are you asking?
Then what are you asking? Then what are you asking?"
Ah, the proprietress's mouth twitched slightly, but she soon forced out a smile. But the sound of her fingers tapping the cash register keyboard became heavier. "Men's bath, single person 68 yuan per person." Li Xiang turned his head and glanced at the beverage area. "Another bottle of coffee, iced."
The proprietress, "The total charge is 83 yuan.
Li Xiang paid the money, put the coffee in his pocket, took the bathrobe and locker key handed over by the proprietress, and walked slowly into the locker room. When I opened the door, the heat wave hit me. The hot spring room was already filled with mist, damp and hot, and with the high temperature of the scorching summer, it was like a big steamer.
Only a fool would take a hot spring bath on a hot day. Li Xiang put on his bathrobe, moved a small bench and sat in the dressing room, crossed his legs, unscrewed the bottle cap and took a sip of iced coffee. Woo-woo, so cool.
Although time is tight, it is necessary to waste a little time. 5 minutes later, the iced coffee in my hand had bottomed out.
Li Xiang opened the door of the locker room and walked slowly to the front desk of the lobby. He glanced at the key rack and meter in the locker room and said with a smile, "Where is the person who came in after me just now?"
Upon hearing this, the landlady raised the corners of her mouth meaningfully, spit out the melon seed peels in her mouth, and stretched out a finger towards Li Xiang. 100. Li Xiang took out his mobile phone and scanned the code.
"Ding, 100 yuan has been credited to your account."
The proprietress on the rocking chair smiled brightly and pointed in the direction of the women's bathroom with a finger.
"The stalker is female." Li Xiang nodded slightly and was about to turn around and leave. "Wait a minute."
The landlady stared at Li Xiang with a smile, licked her lips in the direction of the women's bathroom, and stretched out a finger again. "I'll keep it a secret for you." Li Xiang smiled when he heard this. It shouldn't be necessary. The proprietress was slightly startled, the rocking chair under her stopped shaking, her eyes narrowed slightly and she said threateningly, "Have you committed something wrong?
Are you afraid that I will report you?"
Li Xiang leaned against the counter and sneered, "How could anyone report this to me?"
The landlady looked calm. "What do you mean?"
Li Xiang put his hands in his pockets, turned his head and raised the corners of his mouth. "You arranged for those who followed me, right?
Starting from the main street, those people who were stalking were just a cover-up.
Their purpose was to force me to come to this hot spring bathhouse. After all, there was only one bathhouse within a radius of 2 kilometers. And the bathroom is the best place to find out the identity of the stalker.
It's also the best place for you to check my personal belongings. If I'm not mistaken, the person following me is checking my locker right now?
And you, just wait here."
The landlady frowned slightly. "What tracking? What waiting for the rabbit? Do you have any misunderstanding?"
Li Xiang casually pointed to the locker key rack and continued, "This small detail is handled very well. Take away a locker key from the women's locker room to create the illusion that a new customer has entered the locker room.
But,"
Li Xiang pointed his finger downward, "I forgot to change the number on the meter.
The price for men to take a private bath is 68 yuan per person.
I deliberately took a bottle of coffee, which totaled 83 yuan. Now another woman came in and followed me, but the amount displayed on the meter was still 83 yuan.
The number of women taking a bath alone is 76. You're not going to tell me that the lady who followed me happened to order a $7 drink, right? But you don't have a $7 drink here."
Bai Ji, who was dressed as the boss's wife, was slightly startled, then she frowned slightly and breathed a long sigh of relief. She took a deep look at Li Xiang and said, "It seems that you really have a strong anti-reconnaissance awareness and logical reasoning ability." Li Xiang shrugged and said calmly, "Thank you.
It's not that I am strong in counter-reconnaissance.
It's because your flaws are too obvious."
"Bai Ji, I praise you, but you heard me?"
Li Xiang put one hand in his pocket and took out his cell phone with the other hand and handed it to Bai Ji.
Bai Ji didn't even bother to look. She gritted her teeth secretly and squeezed out 2 words from between her teeth. "What?"
Li thought, "Payment code, return my money to me, a total of 183 yuan.
Bai Ji was slightly startled. "Isn't it 100 yuan?
I just needed 100 yuan to reveal the news to you."
Li Xiang rolled his eyes. What about Taozi? Of course, there is also money for bathing in drinks. Can a policeman like you participate in business activities? All illegal gains must be returned. Bai Ji, it makes so much sense that it's impossible to refute it. Bai Ji gritted her teeth, took out her mobile phone and scanned Li Xiang's payment code. Ding, 183 yuan has been credited to your account. Woohoo, another bottle of coffee for free, today is a success. Woohoo, another free prostitute, teasing a girl, it was a complete success today. Li Xiang took off his bathrobe and stuffed it into Bai Ji's arms. Thank you for the hospitality, what other free items do we have this afternoon? Bai Ji took a deep breath, full of energy. Get out. Okay. Li Xiang hummed a little tune and turned around to leave. Your Majesty asked me to patrol the mountains. I will go around the human world. Click. The door of the women's bath was pushed open, and a plainclothes man walked out. It was the guy with the crew cut who followed Li Xiang yesterday. The boy with the flat head said dejectedly, damn it, I asked this kid to do it again, but I couldn't find any clues after all the effort. Bai Ji's angry face instantly calmed down. She glanced at the slowly moving red dot on the phone screen and raised the corners of her mouth slightly. That's not necessarily the case. She had already predicted Li Xiang's reasoning level. Sending people to follow, bathing in hot springs, and exploiting flaws in the meter are all just to lure him into the game and make him think he has a chance to win. When are people most likely to lose vigilance? Of course it's when you think you have a winning chance. The key to everything actually lies in the most inconspicuous and easily ignored scanning code, which allowed Bai Ji to successfully implant the tracking program in Li Xiang's mobile phone. Li Xiang, you can't escape my grasp this time. With his black windbreaker swaying, Li Xiang tricked a primary school student into selling candied haws at the school gate, and then walked to the Star of Tomorrow Theater on foot. The entire Grand Theater is shaped like a giant Rubik's Cube. Promotional videos of the drama Song of Everlasting Sorrow are playing on the big screen in the square in front of the door. A huge crowd of people is pouring in from all directions towards the door. The disappearance of the original heroine Zhang Xiaoyu has pushed Song of Everlasting Regret to the forefront of public opinion, making this drama, which was already attracting attention, so much attention that it is difficult to get a ticket. Li wanted to stuff the last candied haws into his mouth, threw the bamboo stick into the trash can 5 meters away, then lined up to check in and enter the theater. 100 meters away. Bai Ji, who was wearing plain clothes, short hair, and no makeup, glanced at Li Xiang's back as he entered the door, curved his mouth slightly, and followed him casually. The Star of Tomorrow Theater is worthy of being the first theater in Huangshan City. The interior decoration is very professional, and the largest venue can accommodate 20,000 people to watch performances at the same time. Bai Ji mingled in the crowd and came to the ticket gate, showing her ID to the ticket inspector. The ticket check boy smiled and let him go. When Bai Ji walked far away, the ticket checker turned down his face, curled his lips and cursed in a low voice, "Damn, you're eating the king's meal again." Bai Ji came to the performance venue, which was already crowded with people and bustling with people. She found a corner with a good view and took out her phone to check Li Xiang's location. The monitoring target is about 85 meters away from me. But the place is so crowded that once seated it's hard to tell where a person is. But Bai Ji is not worried. As long as Li Xiang is still in the theater, nothing will happen. After all, she has mobilized more than a dozen plainclothes men to sneak into every corner of the theater. If there is a slight disturbance, they can rush to catch the turtle in the urn. Suddenly, Bai Ji was tapped on the shoulder. "Hey, why are you here too?" Bai Ji turned around and saw that it was Zhou Sen and Zhao Yin. "Bai Ji, I still want to ask you, what are you doing here?" Zhou Sen grinned disdainfully, showing his missing front teeth. "Of course it's to investigate Jiang Zhaotian and Su Lingling. After all, he is a celebrity. It's not easy to meet him. I can only wait here." "Aren't you investigating Li Xiang? How is the situation?" Bai Ji shook the phone in her hand and raised her lips. "Everything is under control." Zhao Ying gritted his teeth, as if he was bearing the weight that his life could not bear, and goosebumps all over his body. "Then we can only wait until the performance is over. It's just that it's a bit messy here." The left audience has a 3-centimeter wrinkle on the cuff of his clothes. The thread of the collar button of the right audience is exposed. The man behind seems to have a serious illness. He didn't wipe his mouth after eating the sesame cake, and there was a sesame seed at the corner of his mouth. Damn it, even God can't stand this. At the same time, backstage of the theater. The Song of Everlasting Regret is a large-scale epic drama. There are no less than 100 actors participating in the performance. They are all in the public dressing room backstage to put on makeup and try on performance costumes.
It is inevitable that they will blush and get angry to grab the makeup position. As the heroine of the play, Su Lingling sat leisurely in the private dressing room and let her assistant touch up her makeup. In the mirror, Su Lingling has fair skin, pretty features, especially a pair of lively big eyes that are very charming. She reached out and gently lifted the black hair on her forehead, smiled pure and charming, and even the female assistant beside her couldn't help but sigh in amazement.
Our Lingling is still young and beautiful. How can that old Zhang Xiaoyu compare with you? No wonder President Jiang chose you as the protagonist. Even a fool knows how to choose.
And now the annoying Zhang Xiaoyu just happened to be missing.
You must seize this opportunity and become the top star in Huangshan City's drama industry.
Su Lingling looked innocent and pure when she heard this. Sister, don't talk nonsense. I feel very sad about what happened to Sister Xiaoyu. Alas, I hope she will be blessed. The assistant shook her head and smiled bitterly. You are good in everything, but you are too simple and kind.
How can you survive in the mixed entertainment industry like this? Su Lingling stuck out her tongue, innocent and naive. Suddenly, a face appeared in the mirror, staring at Su Lingling and sneering. She is innocent and kind? Are you telling a cold joke?
There was a scar on the right cheek, which was shocking.
The suddenly appearing scary face startled the assistant.
She was about to scream, but Zhang Xiaoyu slashed her neck with a knife, and she fainted on the spot.
The seemingly weak Su Lingling was much calmer.
She slowly turned around and put her hands behind her back. Zhang Xiaoyu, how did you get in? There are security guards outside, and the dressing room has been locked by me. Zhang Xiaoyu's mouth corners slightly curved, like a cheetah coldly staring at its prey. Is there a possibility that I was already in the room before you came in? Su Lingling frowned slightly when she heard this, and her hands quietly touched the drawer at the back. Ever since she personally slashed Zhang Xiaoyu's face and completely ruined her acting career, Su Lingling has developed the habit of carrying a dagger with her. Because she knew that Zhang Xiaoyu would never let her go. The most vicious woman's heart. In fact, she had secretly contacted the killer and was ready to send Zhang Xiaoyu to hell. But who knew that Zhang Xiaoyu suddenly disappeared, disrupting her plan? Zhang Xiaoyu looked at the innocent-looking but vicious top-notch green tea girl with cold eyes, and gritted his teeth. Su Lingling, you ungrateful bastard, if I hadn't recruited you to the drama theater, I'm afraid you would still be working as a hostess in the bar now. I didn't expect you to repay kindness with enmity and ruin my most cherished acting career with your own hands. Su Lingling stood up and smiled coldly. Repay kindness with enmity? Yes, of course I have to thank you for recruiting me. But why are you a high-ranking big star, while I can only be a lowly hostess? Every time I see you on the stage performance, the center of attention, I hate you to the bone. Do you know the despair of being bullied by those bastards until midnight for a few $100s every day? Do you know the burning sensation of being whipped all over your skin? Do you know the feeling of lying on the ground like a dog, wagging your tail and begging for mercy? This is how the world is. The weak are the prey of the strong. How can I get to the top if I don't step on you? Su Lingling stepped forward and came to Zhang Xiaoyu, her eyes full of cruelty and madness. So, you die. Before she finished speaking, she stabbed Zhang Xiaoyu's heart with the dagger in her hand. At such a close distance, Zhang Xiaoyu couldn't dodge at all. Su Lingling had already thought about it. After killing Zhang Xiaoyu, she would arrange the scene to be a scene of manslaughter due to excessive self-defense, and the assistant could just be a witness. When the time comes, she will cut her arm with a knife, and it will be more like blood. Seeing that the tip of the knife was less than 3 inches away from her heart, Zhang Xiaoyu sneered and slapped Su Lingling in the face. Su Lingling flew back 2 meters and fell to the ground. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Her originally fair face showed a clear 5-finger mark, red and swollen. Su Lingling widened her eyes in horror, with a look of disbelief on her face. Is this still the same Zhang Xiaoyu who was submissive in the past? Besides, even a strong man can't have such a fast speed and such great strength, right? What's going on? At this moment, Zhang Xiaoyu has come to Su Lingling, looking down at the rising star lying on the ground, and said disdainfully, next, watch my performance, you just lie down. Kicked out, and the high heel smashed Su Lingling's chin. Su Lingling didn't even scream, and fainted directly from the pain. Zhang Xiaoyu turned and walked to the clothes rack, slowly took off her clothes, and her graceful curves were fully exposed. She changed into gorgeous costumes, and when she turned around again, she had changed into Su Lingling's pure and lively face. Su Lingling sat in front of the makeup mirror, stepped on Su Lingling's head, smiled, picked up the eyebrow pencil and started to make up. The time came to 3 o'clock in the afternoon. On the stage behind the curtain, all the actors, including the male lead, were in place, waiting for the female lead to come on stage.
President and director Zhang Zhaotian glanced at the expensive watch and frowned. It's almost time for the show. Why hasn't Su Lingling arrived yet? Deduct 5 points from your usual performance. He has a tall figure, regular features, and the slight whiteness of his temples adds a bit of elegance and domineering. As the president of the Huangshan Drama Association and the vice president of the South China Art Association, Zhang Zhaotian is already a man of his word in the Huangshan art world. Although Su Lingling is his plaything in private, he must maintain a fair and just image in front of the public. Lateness will be punished. However, the deduction of performance is just a cover. The real punishment will be on the comfortable and soft big bed in the manor. Most of the other actors understood the trick, so they kept silent. Jumping out and echoing at this time is simply courting death. At this moment, a figure came slowly, instantly attracting the attention of all the actors. She was dressed in court clothes, her long black hair was tied up by a phoenix hairpin, and she walked slowly with her long skirt swaying, dignified and elegant, with 1,000 manners. Looking back and smiling, all the beauties in the 6 palaces were pale in comparison. Zhang Zhaotian was slightly dazed and was shocked by her beauty. So much like. He didn't expect that Su Lingling, who was so young, could play the role of Yang Guifei so perfectly. It's just that Su Lingling's eyes looking at him were a little weird, indescribably weird. Was it an illusion? Ahem. Zhang Zhaotian coughed a few times, and his heart was throbbing. Everyone, get ready to start. At an order, the curtain opened and the performance began. Under the attention of the crowd, the imperial concubine appeared on stage. Her every smile and frown enchanted everyone, her every word and anger were vivid, her voice was as melodious as a spring oriole, and her dance steps were as graceful as a butterfly among flowers. Silence. You can hear a pin drop. The 20,000 audience members were stunned and amazed by her beauty. Even Lu Kuan, the famous drama artist and the male lead of this performance, was shocked. Originally, he was worried that Su Lingling was too young and inexperienced to show the imperial concubine's various manners and the profound connotation of this epic play, but now it seems that he was really worrying too much. There are no less than hundreds of famous actors who have worked with him, but Lu Kuan has never seen anyone who can interpret a role so perfectly. In the corner of the audience, Joseon, who was resisting his urge to smoke, was also amazed. Although he was a rough man, he couldn't help but shout fuck when he saw the wonderful performance in front of him. Baishi frowned slightly, sometimes looking at the motionless red dot on her phone, sometimes staring at Su Lingling who was at ease on the stage, and she didn't know what she was thinking. The 2-hour performance ended in an instant, and the audience stood up excitedly and burst into thunderous applause for a long time. Shocking, too shocking. The curtain fell, and Su Lingling turned gracefully and left the stage in the complex eyes of surprise, envy and jealousy of the actors. Zhang Zhaotian stepped onto the stage behind the scenes, and his elegant face could not hide his excitement. Not only was this performance extremely successful, but Su Lingling was also about to become a hit. And the unprecedented success of this drama will also push Zhang Zhaotian to a whole new height. Just when everyone was immersed in the joy of the successful performance, a shrill scream suddenly came from the backstage, and the noisy theater was instantly silent. What's going on? Zhang Zhaotian's face changed drastically in an instant, and he hurriedly ran backstage. He is the president and director, and he is the first person responsible for the incident in the theater. The other actors followed one after another, especially the male actors. After all, this is a good opportunity to show their meritorious service. The audience was panicked, and the timid people were scared and fled, rushing to the exit, and the scene was in chaos. Baishi winked to Joseon and Zhaoyin, and pressed the headset intercom button. Everyone pay attention, block all entrances and exits of the theater, and no one is allowed to go out. Received. Received. Joseon and Zhaoyin immediately pushed through the crowd and rushed backstage. Baishi did not follow, but looked at the red dot on the phone screen and quickly looked for Li Xiang's location. She was worried that the other party was making a feint to the east and attacking in the west. Beep, beep, beep. Sure enough, the red dot on the phone screen began to move, towards the east gate. Baishi curled her lips slightly and pressed the intercom button on her headset. Seal off the east exit of the theater tightly, no one is allowed to enter or leave. Received. Received. Baishi pushed through the panicked crowd and quickly approached the red dot. Soon, a figure wearing a gray hoodie and blue jeans came into view. He was stopped at the exit and was trying to explain something to 2 plainclothes officers. Baishi reached out and pressed his shoulder, her lips slightly curved. I caught you. Although it is not clear what direct connection you have with the screams backstage, it can at least prove that you were at the scene. The rest, the man in the gray hoodie turned around and looked puzzled. What the hell? Baishi's heart skipped a beat, and her pretty face turned pale in an instant. Who are you? How did this phone end up in your hands? The man pointed at the phone. You mean this?
When I entered the theater, a buddy gave it to me.
Hey, this is not illegal, right? Baiji frowned slightly. Where is he? The hoodie man. He left after giving me the phone, and he didn't come in. Baiji was stunned. What?
Zhang Zhaotian and several male actors came to the backstage, only to see a figure rushing out of the dressing room, and then panicking and fleeing to the back door exit.
Miss Zhang.
That was Zhang Xiaoyu, who had been missing for 2 days and 2 nights.
Zhang Zhaotian was shocked and stunned. How could she be here?
But now is not the time to care about that crazy woman.
Su Lingling is the cash cow that is about to become famous.
Zhang Zhaotian came to his senses and immediately ran into the dressing room to check the situation.
The scene in front of him made everyone gasp.
The dressing room was in a mess, with furniture fragments everywhere. Su Lingling and her assistant fell to the ground, covered in blood. Su Lingling's injuries were particularly serious, with a broken jaw and her right hand being trampled into a bloody mess.
Call an ambulance. Call an ambulance from Gospel Hospital.
Zhang Zhaotian roared, and the others immediately took out their mobile phones and started calling for an ambulance. At this moment, Zhou Sen and Zhao Ying also rushed in.
Everyone, make way, make way. Everyone else, get out, don't mess up the scene.
Zhao Ying drove the terrified actors out of the dressing room, and Zhou Sen came to Zhang Zhaotian and asked, what happened? Zhang Zhaotian held the seriously injured and unconscious Su Lingling, and said palely, someone attacked Su Lingling.
It was Zhang Xiaoyu who did it.
Yes, it was her. Zhang Zhaotian pointed at the actors gathered at the door. They all saw it.
The actors nodded hurriedly. Yes, it was Miss Shang.
We all saw it. She just escaped from the back door. Zhou Sen's face changed when he heard it, and he pushed through the crowd and chased out. Just escaped?
You're just saying it now.
The actors who were watching were immediately scolded.
Zhao Ying waved his hand, asking everyone not to mind. All witnesses, don't leave, and come back to the police station with me to make a statement later. Zhao Ying was confused. Wasn't Zhang Xiaoyu kidnapped? Why did she suddenly appear here? Since Zhang Xiaoyu has shown up, does that mean the kidnapping case is not established?
At this time, the sound of an ambulance siren came from the window.
5 medical staff in white coats and masks rushed in from the back door of the theater with a stretcher, and the actors immediately made way.
The medical staff carried Su Lingling and the assistant on the stretcher.
Zhang Zhaotian hurriedly asked, Doctor, how is Su Lingling? The medical staff quickly checked Su Lingling's vital signs. The mandibular bone is fractured, and there is too much blood loss. There is no danger of life for the time being.
Zhang Zhaotian secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this.
Fortunately, the ambulance of Gospel Hospital arrived in time. It is worthy of being the best private hospital in Huangshan City.
Officer,
Zhang Zhaotian said to Zhao Ying with a serious face, I apply to the police to protect Su Lingling 24 hours a day.
Zhang Xiaoyu may hurt her again.
Zhao Ying nodded slightly and winked at the 2 plainclothes officers.
The 2 plainclothes officers immediately understood what was going on, escorting the medical team out of the dressing room carrying the stretcher and walking along the corridor toward the back door. The medical team turned the corner, and Gao Feifei in a white coat came out of the toilet, joined the team naturally, and walked out with the stretcher.
No one noticed that the 5-person team became a 6-person team.
The doctor who had just checked Su Lingling's vital signs turned his head to look at Gao Feifei, narrowed his fox eyes and smiled silently.
2 hours ago.
Li Xiang finished the last candied haws, threw the bamboo stick into the trash can, and then went to the theater to check tickets, and gave the phone that was tracked by Baiji to an unlucky guy. Then, he returned to the Gospel Hospital, and drove an ambulance slowly around the Tomorrow Star Theater in the name of patrol. In this way, as long as someone in the theater called for an ambulance, the command center would definitely send the nearest ambulance to rescue. Zhang Xiaoyu played Su Lingling and completed an unprecedented gorgeous performance, and then deliberately made a noise in the dressing room to attract everyone. Then, Zhang Xiaoyu fled to the back door of the theater in full view of the public. But all the entrances and exits of the theater had already been controlled by the police. So Zhang Xiaoyu did not run out of the theater, but hid in the women's restroom on the way. When the medical team led by Li Xiang came to rescue Su Lingling, Zhang Xiaoyu began to play Nurse Gao Feifei, and left the theater with the medical team in front of the police. The injured Su Lingling naturally fell into Zhang Xiaoyu's hands again. The reason why he went to so much trouble to get Su Lingling to the Gospel Hospital was, on the one hand, to complete a perfect crime. On the other hand, Zhang Xiaoyu would not let Su Lingling die so easily. Huangshan City High-Tech Zone Police Station, Criminal Investigation Section on the 7th floor.
The morning light cut through the dawn and sprinkled evenly through the French windows. Bai Ji, with short hair and gold-rimmed glasses, was sitting at her desk. Her bare face looked a little tired, and she was watching several surveillance videos intently. These surveillance videos were copied by Bai Ji from the drama theater. There were a total of 26 shots. Even if she watched them at 8 times the speed, she still watched them all night to basically finish watching them. Unfortunately, none of these surveillances captured Li Xiang entering and leaving the theater gate, which made Bai Ji a little worried. Her strong intuition told her that Li Xiang was inseparable from Zhang Xiaoyu's case, but now she couldn't find any strong evidence. This made Bai Ji, who has always been praised as a genius in investigation, feel frustrated. The colleague who had been fiddling with the surveillance video all night yawned and rubbed his bloodshot eyes. "Sister Bai, we have watched all the surveillance and found no clues. How about we go have breakfast?" Suddenly, a clip from the back door of the theater flashed by quickly. Bai Ji's heart moved. "Stop, rewind." The colleague shuddered, quickly pressed the pause button, and then replayed. Bai Ji pointed to the surveillance screen. "Did you see that? What's the difference between the medical team that treated Su Lingling entering and leaving the door?" The colleague tentatively answered. "There were 5 people when they entered, and 6 people when they came out. No wonder the police surrounded the theater like a bucket and didn't find Zhang Xiaoyu. It turned out that he had left the theater openly and under the noses of the police." Bai Ji frowned slightly. "Call Captain Zhou immediately. There is something wrong with the medical staff who took care of Su Lingling. Maybe it was Zhang Xiaoyu in disguise." The colleague's sleepiness disappeared after hearing this, and he immediately took out his mobile phone and called Zhou. "Senator, beep 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 beep. Sister Bai, Captain Zhou hasn't answered the phone. Notify the SWAT team to go out immediately. Follow me to Gospel Hospital." 10 minutes ago, Gospel Hospital morgue. The surroundings were filled with cold morgue cabinets, and the pungent smell of formalin lingered. Lu Liang, wearing a white coat and a mask, looked indifferent, concentrating on applying makeup to a female corpse on the morgue table. The female corpse was wearing a plain white dress, and her pale and stiff cheeks gradually became soft and smooth in Lu Liang's hands, and her dull and wooden facial features gradually became lively and pretty, as if she was just asleep and could wake up at any time. Lu Liang frowned slightly as the lit pencil in his hand drew flexibly. There is no doubt that his burial skills have reached the pinnacle and reached the limit that humans can achieve. Lu Liang felt an invisible shackle that prevented him from exploring a higher level of burial realm. Ding ding ding. Behind Lu Liang, Li Xiang, wearing a white coat, leaned on the test table, stirring a cup of strange-colored coffee with a glass rod in his hand, and the heat was filled. He took out a small notebook from his bosom and began to record. Experimental sequence 003, Undertaker, gender, male, source, indifferent colleague who was deceived. 11 potion formula, 10 milligrams of dying flounder eyeballs plus 3 milliliters of fallen corpse beetle venom plus 12 milligrams of thousand-year-old coffin powder plus appropriate amount of medicine. Li Xiang glanced at the clock on the wall, picked up the coffee and slowly walked to Lu Liang. "Take a break and have a cup of coffee." "Thank you." Lu Liang put down the paintbrush in his hand, took off his gloves, took the coffee and sniffed it. This coffee tastes good." Li Xiang narrowed his eyes. "Right, exclusive secret recipe." Lu Liang nodded slightly, drank the coffee in the cup, and a warm current instantly flowed into his limbs and bones. Li Xiang picked up the notebook on the test bench. "How do you feel?" Lu Liang shook his head, and the scene in front of him was a little blurry. A little bit high." The coffee cup fell to the ground. Li Xiang's eyes were deep, and the smile on his lips gradually became crazy. "It seems that you are a little drunk. Let's have some fun." "Woohoo, this is the first time I see someone drunk after drinking coffee." "Drinking coffee with me seems dangerous, but it is not safe at all. When you are drunk, just have some fun between men." He. Li Xiang's hand touched an antique record player, and he put the needle on the record. The cheerful and elegant music flowed out like a mountain spring. Lu Liang stood there in a daze. His eyes were empty in an instant, and his deep pupils shrank rapidly until they disappeared completely, leaving only strange whites in his eyes. He subconsciously hummed obscure spells, and his voice was sometimes high, sometimes sharp, and sometimes low with the music, like a cultist praying madly to the evil god hidden in the higher dimension. In a trance, Lu Liang's consciousness slowly rose into the air, like a transparent octopus stretching out 10 tentacles, wriggling and extending in all directions. The first transparent tentacle sank into the female corpse's forehead on the morgue. The female corpse trembled slightly and suddenly opened her eyes. Snap snap, her joints made a harsh friction sound, and her limbs climbed up from the morgue bed in a twisted posture. Her neck turned 360 degrees back to its original position, and then she walked towards Lu Liang barefoot.
At first, she was like a puppet, with stiff and mechanical movements, but then she became more and more skilled and natural. When she came in front of Lu Liang, she was like a living person. She stretched out her hands to hold Lu Liang's shoulders, a strange smile on her charming face, and began to dance happily with Lu Liang to the music, with light steps. Li Xiang nodded with satisfaction, stretched out his hands in the air, and began to conduct this cheerful waltz event, with elegant and crazy movements.
Don, dong don, don don. Don, dong don, don don.
The morgue cabinets around began to shake restlessly, open and close, the sound became louder and more crazy. The corpses in the morgue cabinets mechanically squirmed, beating the violent beat with the music. The weird madness spread and filled the entire morgue. Lu Liang was in a trance, and 9 tentacles of consciousness floated to the door.
The first floor of the inpatient department.
2 doctors determined that an old man in the intensive care unit was dead, and the family members around rushed over frantically, crying and wailing.
My dear, wake up! Wake up!
Whoa, Dad, open your eyes and look at your son again. The dead old man suddenly opened his eyes, sat up straight from the bed, and strangled his son's neck.
The son gasped and was terrified. Dad! It's not me, I didn't give you the medicine, I didn't want the inheritance.
It was my stepmother who seduced me. The operating room on the 2nd floor. The doctor pushed the man who committed suicide by jumping off the building out. I'm sorry, we couldn't save your husband, please accept my condolences.
The wife broke down and cried, No, dear, don't leave me.
The next moment, the man got up from the bed in a twisted posture, walked towards his wife step by step, with a weird smile on his lips. The wife's blood was flowing back, and she was horrified. Don't. Dear, I didn't push you down the stairs on purpose, Lao Wang and I are really just ordinary friends. There are 9 places in the entire medical building where the dead are resurrected.
At the same time, in the intensive care unit on the 2nd floor.
Su Lingling, who had saved her life, huddled in the bed, her face pale, her eyes full of bloodshot, and she looked a little suspicious and neurotic. She tightly grasped Zhang Zhaotian's arm, her lips trembling slightly, and kept nagging, Really?
Everything I said is true. Zhang Xiaoyu is very strong, stronger than anyone else. She is a monster. And I didn't participate in the performance.
I was knocked unconscious by Zhang Xiaoyu before the performance started.
So, who is the person who plays the concubine and looks exactly like me?
No, this is impossible. Zhang Zhaotian, who was sitting on the bed, frowned slightly and patted Su Lingling's hand. Okay, I understand everything you said. I have applied to the police for 24-hour custody, and these 2 police officers will protect you. Zhou Sen and Zhao Yin, who were standing by, looked at each other and saw something strange in each other's eyes.
Zhang Xiaoyu is very strong, is she a monster?
But she is just an actress who is powerless.
Su Lingling didn't act in The Song of Everlasting Regret?
But 20,000 people at the scene saw that it was indeed Su Lingling who played the role of the imperial concubine and presented an amazing performance. Zhang Zhaotian sighed secretly, turned his head and said to Gao Feifei, the special nurse standing beside him, Take good care of her. Just after cultivating a cash cow, it was almost destroyed, and he had to face the annoying media.
Zhang Xiaoyu, that crazy woman, deserved to die. Gao Feifei, who had a voluptuous figure and heavy makeup, glanced at Zhang Zhaotian, and then looked at Su Lingling on the bed, with a curve at the corner of her mouth. Don't worry, Mr. Zhang, I will do my best to take care of Miss Su.
Do my best was said word by word. Zhang Zhaotian stood up, walked out of the ward with Zhou Sen and Zhao Yin, and closed the door. Zhang Zhaotian frowned. 2 police officers, you all saw that Su Lingling is a little unconscious. She must have been scared. I hope the police will protect her well. She is the future star of our Huangshan drama industry.
Zhou Sen nodded slightly. This is our responsibility. The development of this case is indeed unexpected.
Originally, it was an investigation into Zhang Xiaoyu's disappearance, but now it has suddenly become a case of Zhang Xiaoyu's intentional injury.
According to Su Lingling's personal assistant, it was Zhang Xiaoyu who hid in the dressing room and assaulted Su Lingling. Zhang Zhaotian turned and left.
There were still many things he needed to deal with. For example, buying off the mainstream media to guide the overwhelming public opinion, for example, using all the connections in his hands to find Zhang Xiaoyu, and then using the police to get rid of her. Zhou Sen took out a cigarette and suddenly realized that this was a hospital, so he had to put it in front of his nose and sniffed it. What do you think about this matter? Zhao Yin pondered for a moment, turned his head and tried not to pay attention to the asymmetrical floor tiles under his feet. I think that although Zhang Xiaoyu showed up by herself, it does not mean that the kidnapping case is not established. Is there a possibility that Su Lingling sent someone to kidnap Zhang Xiaoyu, but Zhang Xiaoyu escaped?
In order to avenge Su Lingling, Zhang Xiaoyu attacked her. Joseon sniffed the unlit cigarette deeply, his eyes deep, basically consistent with my opinion.
Moreover, according to the description of other witnesses, Zhang Xiaoyu has a scar on the right cheek, which is likely caused during the kidnapping. In this way, the whole thing makes sense. The two were discussing the case when a scream suddenly came from the other end of the corridor. Zhao Ying turned his head to look. The panicked doctors and family members fled in all directions. An old man who had been disemboweled and died on the operating table rushed out of the operating room, grabbed his intestines and strangled the surgeon's neck tightly, with a hideous look on his face. The surgeon was so scared that he was out of his mind. Help! Ahem, Joseon's eyes widened when he saw this. Fuck, this old man is still so fierce even after he died, hurry up and save him. Joseon and Zhaoying immediately rushed into the messy crowd. Bai Ji discovered the flaw in the change in the number of medical team members in the surveillance video, and immediately asked her colleagues to call Joe's senator. Beep 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 beep. No one answered. Bai Ji led the assembled special police team to the riot control vehicle and rushed to the Gospel Hospital. The shrill sirens came, and the vehicles on the highway gave way. In just 10 minutes, the riot control vehicle arrived at the Gospel Hospital. Due to the sudden resurrection of many dead people, the hospital was now in chaos. But Bai Ji was extremely calm and ignored the chaos in front of her. She led the special police team and rushed straight to the intensive care unit on the second floor of the inpatient department. The second floor was also in chaos. Joseon and Zhaoyin were wrestling with the old man who was resurrected after being disemboweled. Bai Ji just glanced at it, and her heart suddenly skipped a beat. 4 words instantly emerged in her mind: lure the tiger away from the mountain. Without any hesitation, she kicked the door of the ward open and rushed in. In the ward, Zhang Xiaoyu was holding a sharp scalpel, chasing Su Lingling like crazy, and roaring hoarsely, "Give me back my face! Give it back to me!" Su Lingling was panicked and ran around the room with her head in her hands, covered in blood. Plop! Su Lingling slipped and fell to the ground. Zhang Xiaoyu immediately rushed over and stabbed Su Lingling's neck with a knife. Bang! Bai Ji and the Special Forces team members fired decisively, instantly beating Zhang Xiaoyu, who was committing the crime, into a sieve. Zhang Xiaoyu fell on his back, blood gushing out of his mouth, and his bulging eyes stared at Su Lingling in the corner, filled with unwillingness, anger, and doubts. And Su Lingling curled up in the corner of the room, her face pale and terrified. Bai Ji rushed to Zhang Xiaoyu's body neatly, kicked the murder weapon out of her hand skillfully, and then retreated to Su Lingling. "Are you okay?" Su Lingling trembled all over, biting her lips tightly, and couldn't say a word because of the excessive shock. "I'm afraid it will take a long time to recover." Bai Ji sighed secretly. Unexpectedly, this mysterious kidnapping and disappearance case would end with Zhang Xiaoyu's death. In this case, is it necessary to investigate further? She put away her gun, notify the medical examiner to deal with Zhang Xiaoyu's body. "I want to see the detailed autopsy report. Also, ask where Li Xiang is. I want to see him. Now." Time goes back to 5 minutes ago. Zhang Zhaotian, Joseon, and Zhaoyin walked out of the ward. Only Gao Feifei and Su Lingling were left in the room. Gao Feifei glanced at the closed door, turned her head to look at Su Lingling, who was already a little nervous on the bed, and smiled. "Miss Su, we meet again." Su Lingling frowned slightly when she heard the words, "Who are you?" Gao Feifei covered her mouth and chuckled. Miss Su was really forgetful. "We just met in the theater dressing room yesterday." Su Lingling was in doubt and frowned. Gao Feifei stared at Su Lingling with interest, and walked towards her step by step. The facial features on her face blurred, melted, and reorganized like melting ice cream. In a blink of an eye, she turned into Zhang Xiaoyu's appearance, and the scar on her right cheek was shocking. Hiss! Su Lingling widened her eyes in horror, her face pale as she screamed, "You are Zhang Xiaoyu! Don't come over, don't come over!" Zhang Xiaoyu stood by the bed, like a cheetah looking down at the prey that was about to be caught, laughing happily. "Come on, accompany me to complete a perfect crime." Ha ha! The laughter was like a devil's sound, filling the entire ward. Su Lingling covered her ears that were stung, and retreated in horror. "Someone come! Come quickly!" Suddenly, Su Lingling's shouting stopped abruptly. Because she was horrified to see that Zhang Xiaoyu's face was strangely split into thousands of scarlet threads, floating and wriggling like a spirit snake, and the next moment, the scarlet threads formed another face. A familiar yet strange face. It was actually her own face. Su Lingling trembled all over, suddenly realized something, and turned her head to look at the dressing mirror. In the mirror, she was facing Zhang Xiaoyu's face, and the scar on her right cheek was shocking. The new Su Lingling took off her white coat, revealing her hospital gown, and threw a scalpel to Zhang Xiaoyu.
Want to take back your face? Come on, kill me.
Zhou Xin and Zhao heard the gunfire and rushed over. They pushed through the surrounding SWAT police and squeezed into the ward. They saw Bai Ji kill Zhang Xiaoyu and put away the pistol. Fu Xiaoying glanced at Su Lingling, who was fine, secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and exchanged glances with Zhou Senator. Fortunately, Bai Ji arrived in time, otherwise Su Lingling would definitely die, and they would also be blamed for not doing things well. Just writing the report takes more than 10 pages. Bai Ji rolled her eyes at Zhou Sen and Zhao. Where is Li Xiang? I want to see him, now, immediately. Zhou Sen licked his old face and coughed a few times. Li Xiang, it should be in the morgue on the second underground floor. Bai Ji walked out of the room, whispered something when she passed by Zhou Sen, turned around and left.
Zhao came up and said, Old Zhou, what did Xiao Bai say? Why do you look so ugly?
Zhou Sen looked sad. Salary deduction. Zhao, well, I thought it was something big, why don't I just deduct my salary?
It's not much in the first place, so just deduct it. By the way, isn't the case of Zhang Xiaoyu's death closed?
Why is Xiao Bai still looking for Li Xiang? Zhou Sen took out a cigarette and sniffed it, with deep eyes. Maybe she doesn't think so. The commotion in the corridor has gradually subsided, and the resurrected corpses have died again one after another. The special police have begun to comfort the frightened people. Although they could not explain the recent resurrection of corpses, they arrested several family members of patients who were frightened and surrendered. Bai Ji didn't bother thinking about the resurrection of the dead body, but took the elevator to the second underground floor. As soon as I stepped out of the elevator, a cheerful music came from the end of the corridor. Combined with the dark and cold atmosphere and the pungent formalin, it seemed extremely eerie and strange. But Bai Ji is a staunch materialist and firmly believes that all phenomena can find scientific and reasonable explanations. The key lies in whether you have the ability to find them. Therefore, with her extraordinary IQ, she became a criminal investigation expert. Bai Ji rubbed her cold arms and walked straight forward along the corridor to the door of the morgue. She reached out and pushed open the door, taking in a breath of cold air. There was melodious music in the morgue, and many corpses fell from the morgue, slumped on the ground in various twisted postures, with strange faces, as if they had just participated in an extremely crazy dance. At this moment, Li Xiang and Lu Liang were carrying the bodies and placing them back in the morgue. Li Xiang turned to look at Bai Ji and raised his eyebrows. Hey, officer, why are you here?
Bai Ji's face turned pale. Were all the corpses here moved just now? Li wanted to turn off the music. Yeah. Bai Ji, then you are not afraid? Li thought, afraid, extremely afraid. Is it Lu Liang?
Lu Liang nodded calmly, then casually put a body on his shoulders and threw it into the morgue.
Bai Ji, Li Xiang straightened his black coat. Officer, are you here?
Bai Ji's clear black and white eyes stared at Li Xiang. Her thick and long eyelashes trembled slightly. You should know why I came here even though you know the answer.
Li Xiang also looked into Bai Ji's eyes, sighed deeply, and said solemnly, because you, like me?
Bai Ji's cheeks instantly turned red to her ears. Get out.
Wow, number 001 is really shameless. You dare to say this? Who gave you the confidence? Hey no, isn't our handsomeness obvious to all?
Li Xiang shook his head subconsciously, ignoring the noise of the dogs, and shrugged. Then I really don't know why you keep holding on to me, setting up a trap and following me.
Bai Ji got straight to the point. Why didn't you enter the Tomorrow Star Theater and instead appeared in the ambulance that was rescuing Su Lingling? Did you foresee that something would happen in the theater? Li Xiang leaned on the test bench and smiled calmly. Foretelling? Then I'll go and tell fortunes.
The reason why I didn't go to the show was because I received a call for a medical vehicle to go on patrol. Who knew it would be such a coincidence that our team would be assigned to rescue Su Lingling?
Bai Ji, oh, really? Then how do you explain that there were 5 people in your rescue team when they entered the theater, and there were 6 people when they came out? Now it seems that Zhang Xiaoyu is the extra person.
In other words, you protected Zhang Xiaoyu from escaping from the theater and entering the special care ward of Gospel Hospital, which provided convenient conditions for her to further harm Su Lingling.
Li Xiang looked confused. Why do 5 people turn into 6 people? The number of people in our rescue team is uncertain. It is possible that there are 5 to 7 people. Besides, I haven't seen Zhang Xiaoyu either. It was Gao Feifei who went out for medical rescue with me.
When Bai Ji heard this, the corners of her mouth raised slightly. You finally mentioned Gao Feifei. Before coming here, I went to find Gao Feifei and found that she disappeared out of thin air.
So, Li Xiang, don't be too happy. As long as I find Gao Feifei, your trick will be exposed. Li Xiang shrugged. Maybe. And I bet you can definitely find Gao Fei Fei over a cup of coffee.
Baishi gritted her teeth. I'd like to lend you some good words. Suddenly there was a rush of footsteps in the corridor outside the door. Li Xiang and Baishi turned to look at the door at the same time. A team of Special Forces soldiers in black tactical uniforms walked in and lined up on both sides of the morgue. The leader was a burly man with a rough face and dark skin, and a scar on his right eye.
Li Xiang tilted his head. How many of you are there? Zhang Shan took out his ID and said in a low voice, Are you Li Xiang? We are from the National Security Bureau. Please cooperate with the investigation of the Qingfeng Road subway station accident. Bai Shi was happy to hear this. Sure, Li Xiang, the National Security Bureau has been provoked. Li Xiang shrugged. I'll give you a piece of advice. The National Security Bureau is not scary. People's subconscious reactions are scary, such as wanting to find something to wipe the dirty car glass. Bai Ji was confused when she heard this. What is this? Could this guy really have a mental problem? At this time, Jiang Shan looked at Bai Ji on the side. Please leave if you are not involved, thank you. Bai Ji was a little unhappy. I am Bai Ji, a first-level investigator of Huangshan City Police Department. Jiang Shan said calmly, those who are not involved in this case are all irrelevant personnel, please cooperate. Bai Ji turned around and left. When she reached the door, she glanced back at Li Xiang and turned away. Li Xiang curled his lips. This woman is really narrow-minded. Just narrow-minded? She is also narrow-minded. You are still trying to measure other people's minds. The National Security Bureau has come to the door. The National Security Bureau is just an appearance. He has an evil breath. Aha, I remember this scarred man, he is a member of the shelter. Yes, he fell into the phosphorus fire night during the apocalypse. After being infected by the evil spirit, he slaughtered the entire shelter. He was famous in China at that time. I like this crazy guy, why not list him as a test subject? Li Xiang shook his head habitually, looking like he was a little sick. Qingfeng Road subway station accident. I don't think I was involved in that. Jiang Shan was stunned when he heard this. Are all criminals so direct now? We have evidence showing that you went to the subway station monitoring room on the eve of the accident, and pointed out to the monitoring room administrator the monitoring screen where the accident was about to happen. So, how did you know in advance that something like that would happen at the subway station? Li Xiang, what kind of thing? Are you referring to the passengers committing suicide by jumping off the rails, or the fight between you and the octopus monster? Octopus monster? The corner of Jiang Shan's mouth twitched slightly. How could this person say such a serious thing in such a funny way? He secretly breathed a sigh of relief and resisted the urge to hit someone, including everything. Li Xiang smiled bitterly and said, how could I know that in advance? Isn't that just a coincidence? When I passed the monitoring room, I found that Lao Wangtu was a bit superstitious, so I pretended to be a feng shui master to get some money. Who knew that it would be really unlucky to encounter that? Jiang Shan couldn't laugh or cry when he heard this. Pretending to be a feng shui master to cheat money? This may seem absurd to others, but it is not unethical at all when it happens to Li Xiang. After all, Jiang Shan had read Li Xiang's police file in advance. For someone like him who followed an old lady 18 times in a month and hid an inflatable doll in the basement to play with binding, pretending to be a feng shui master to cheat money or something like that. It seems normal. Jiang Shan's voice was low, with a sense of oppression from torture. Superstitious? How did you determine that old man Wang was superstitious? You didn't know each other before. Li thought, well, just look at the feng shui cards and peace charms he hung on the door of the monitoring room. Jiang Shan frowned slightly, because Li wanted to explain everything logically. At this moment, Li Xiang narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, if I really had a share in this matter, I wouldn't be stupid enough to leave Lao Wangtu as a witness, would I? Jiang Shan was startled when he heard this, nodded and said, that's right. Then let's talk about another thing. Jiang Shan glanced at Lu Liang, who was busy arranging the corpse. According to the surveillance videos from various parts of the hospital, the morgue was the first place where the resurrection of the corpse occurred. What explanation do you have for this? Lu Liang shook his head and continued to mess with the corpse. Li Xiang, explain? I don't understand why you need to explain. I just turned on the record player, and the bodies in the morgue suddenly started twisting. We were almost frightened to death. Jiang Shan raised his eyebrows. Record player? Li Xiang ran his hand over the old record player, and the colorless powder in his sleeves fell silently. This is it. Jiang Shan came to the old record player and took a closer look. The colorless powder just sublimated into gas and blended into Jiang Shan's 7 orifices silently. This record player has a simple shape,
with a brass base and a hollow trumpet flower shape, which gives it a sense of age at first glance. There are indeed several strange items in the asylum, which will have horrific effects once used.
But there didn't seem to be anything weird about the jukebox in front of me. Zhongshan, I need to take this record player back and check it carefully.
Li thought, of course. At this moment, a special soldier walked in and whispered a few words in Jiang Shan's ear.
Jiang Shan frowned and nodded imperceptibly.
Both of you. Jiang Shan took out 2 pieces of letterhead and said solemnly, according to the regulations, you must sign a confidentiality agreement. No matter whether it is the matter at Qingfeng Road subway station or the matter here, you cannot reveal even a word to the outside world, otherwise it will be we will hold you legally responsible for the crime of leaking state secrets.
No problem.
After Li Xiang and Lu Liang signed a confidentiality agreement, Jiang Shan and others hurriedly left holding the record player.
Lu Liang's eyes were indifferent. You looked so reluctant just now. Why did you suddenly leave in such a hurry?
Li Xiang glanced at the clock on the wall and narrowed his eyes. A zombie craze broke out in the eastern suburb cemetery not far from here. First of all, it just explains the reason for the resurrection of the dead here and clears our suspicion. Secondly, the zombie mother body that is born will give birth to corpse relics, which are just the materials for you to advance to D level. Come 3, the smile on Li Xiang's lips gradually became crazy, and he took out his notebook and wrote this line. Experiment number 004, Phosphorus Night Source, please enter the urn. You need an extra companion. Hearing this, Lu Liang was non-committal, his eyes suddenly turned a strange gray color, and there seemed to be curse lines surging and rolling inside them, and then he waved his hand gently. Click click, the corpses lying on the ground stood up in a twisted posture, then climbed into the morgue obediently, lay down, and closed the cabinet door. Bai Ji walked out of the dark basement, the warm sunshine shone on her body, but the doubts in her heart lingered. At the same time, Zhou Sen and Zhao Yin also walked out of the ward and bumped into Bai Ji.
Zhou Sen couldn't wait to light a cigarette and took a big puff. What, can you ask me something?
Zhao Yin also looked at Bai Ji with great interest and pricked up his ears. Bai Ji's face was expressionless. I was intercepted by the National Security Bureau. It seems that it was about the accident at the Qingfeng Road subway station.
Zhou Sen frowned when he heard this. Going? This guy really doesn't stop for a moment.
Bai Ji reached out and took out the cigarette from Zhou Sen's pocket, and lit one under the surprised eyes of the 2 people. She exhaled a long puff of smoke and relaxed her whole body. I said, Li Xiang is definitely not as good as he looks.
Simple. Zhou Sen wondered, why did you start smoking?
Bai Ji flicked the ashes of her cigarette skillfully, then turned her head and flicked her short hair. I smoke, but I usually smoke less.
I only want to have one to cheer me up when I can't figure it out.
Zhao Yin extended his thumb towards Bai Ji, then took a step back consciously, away from the 2 smokers.
Zhou Sen, I can't figure it out, for example? Bai Ji, do you think Zhang Xiaoyu's case is closed?
Zhao Yin asked back, the person is dead, why is it not closed? Bai Ji, when Zhang Xiaoyu attacked Su Lingling with a scalpel, she shouted like crazy, give me back my face.
Don't you think there is something strange about this?
Zhou Sen stroked his chin with one hand. I guess the wound on Zhang Xiaoyu's face should be caused by Su Lingling, so she said so.
However, now there is no evidence. Su Lingling will not admit it, and we have no evidence.
Bai Ji shook her head slightly. One more thing, where is Gao Feifei, who joined the medical team to rescue Su Lingling?
We can't contact her no matter what.
But Li Xiang specifically mentioned that Gao Feifei joined the rescue with him.
Isn't this strange? Zhou Sen scratched his gray hair, a little troubled. Another missing case?
Bai Ji threw the cigarette butt on the ground, crushed it with his feet, and exhaled a hazy smoke. Maybe. But my intuition tells me that only by finding Gao Feifei can the truth of all this be revealed. After that, Bai Ji waved goodbye to the 2 and drove back home. The car passed an alley, and on the left was a building under construction. One end of the advertising banner fell to the ground and swayed gently in the air. A truck drove in at the fork in the road ahead and happened to block the road. Bai Ji braked and stopped in place, waiting for the truck in front to pass slowly. At this time, a ball of paint fell from the building under construction on the left, and with a pop sound, it just happened to be stuck on the front windshield of the car. Bai Ji turned on the wipers, but the paint was scraped off more and more. Bad luck. She pushed the door and got out of the car, and naturally pulled the advertising banner floating in the air, wanting to use it to wipe the paint on the car window. As soon as her slender fingers touched the advertising banner, Bai Ji suddenly shuddered and got goosebumps all over her body. She suddenly remembered the inexplicable advice Li Xiang had said, national security is not scary, people's subconscious reactions are scary, such as wanting to find something to wipe the car window when it is dirty.
What's going on?
Bai Ji retracted her palm that was grabbing the advertising banner, sat back in the car, and then backed the car 10 meters away, got out of the car again and came to the hanging advertising banner. She pulled the banner hard and fled from the spot at a high speed. Rumble, a high wall collapsed and fell. Hiss. Bai Ji looked at the collapsed high wall and the billowing smoke and dust, her pupils shrank sharply, and her heart was frightened. If she had really pulled the banner just now, she would have been smashed into a pulp by the collapsed wall. How could it be so coincidental? The truck blocked the road, stopped to wait, the paint fell, and she pulled the banner to clean the glass. Everything was so natural and smooth, it was simply perfect. Was this really just an accident? That was too coincidental. If it wasn't an accident, everything was carefully designed, then this kind of computing ability would have long surpassed the scope of humans. Too terrible. Wait, if everything was really planned by someone, then the first link of this killing game was, the truck blocked the road. Bai Ji's heart moved, and she immediately looked at the truck blocking the alley. The driver of the truck was wearing a peaked cap, and his face could not be seen at all, only a sharp chin was exposed. Stop! Bai Ji shouted and ran after the truck. The truck driver stepped on the accelerator and drove away from the alley at high speed, leaving only a blurred profile. Bai Ji looked down at the license plate of the truck, but found that the license plate was blocked by mud spots and could not be seen clearly. Damn it! Bai Ji gritted her teeth and stopped chasing, and couldn't help but reflect. First of all, it is certain that this accident must have been designed by humans. So, who is behind the plot to put me to death? Second, why did Li Xiang know about this and remind me? Could it be that he was the one who set the trap? Since he set the trap, but reminded me again, is it a warning? Warn me not to bother him anymore? Bai Ji returned to the car, and for safety reasons, she chose another way to go home. On both sides of the road are the most expensive villa communities in Huangshan City, Longwan Huading. Backed by the Huangshan Pine Forest and facing the Longwan River, it is an absolute feng shui treasure land, and every inch of land is worth gold. Bai Ji's father, Bai Songtao, is the CEO of one of the few listed travel companies in Huangshan City. He is very wealthy, so she is the top second-generation rich in Huangshan City. However, when Bai Ji was 3 years old, her mother died in a car accident. Later, her father, Bai Songtao, married his secretary, Shen Xingyan, and gave birth to another son, Bai Chen. Bai Ji lived with her grandmother since she was a child and rarely went home. After graduating from college and working in the police station, she went back even less often. Occasionally, she went back only because she couldn't get over her father, so she had a meal together and left. The White Beetle came to Villa number 8, Longwan Huading. The grand and elegant carved iron gate slowly opened. Old Zhang, who was wearing a clean and tidy suit, bowed to Bai Ji and smiled, "Mrs. Back." Bai Ji had no expression on her face. Although she couldn't tell what was wrong, the smile of old Zhang made her feel inexplicably gloomy and hypocritical. The White Beetle drove along the wide main road to the main building. The holy yellow roses on both sides were delicate and neat, and the fragrance of the flowers was elegant and refreshing. Obviously, someone took good care of them. Bai Ji got out of the car, handed the car keys to Yongru who had been waiting by the side, and then walked to the main entrance of the villa. The flowerbed fountain in front of the building gushed out pearl-like mountain spring water, driving away the summer heat. Bai Ji walked past the flowerbed fountain covered with water vapor and sneezed suddenly, feeling a gloomy coldness like a maggot in her bones drilling into the pores of her body. She shuddered and looked at the flowerbed fountain in confusion, as if thinking about something. At this moment, a chuckle came from the open-air balcony on the second floor. "Xiao Bai is back, come in and wash your hands and eat." Bai Ji looked up. A beautiful young woman in a water-blue nightgown with long hair down to her waist was smiling at her, and a faint beauty mole at the corner of her mouth added to her charm. "Stepmother, Shen Xingyan." Bai Ji nodded, "Okay, Aunt Shen." Walking into the hall on the cashmere carpet, Shen Xingyan was already sitting at the dining table, and the soft leather dining chair squeezed out a plump and round arc. Bai Songtao, who is nearly 50 years old, sits in the main seat. He has a square face, straight features, gray temples, and exudes a sense of confidence and control from his every move. Bai Chen sits on the right side of Bai Songtao. He has a straight figure and handsome features, but his eyebrows reveal the cynicism of a child from aristocratic family. At this moment, he is staring at Bai Ji who walks into the living room with a smile, with a look of disdain and playfulness. Bai Songtao, who usually doesn't smile, smiles warmly and waves his hand to let the servants leave. "Girl, your Aunt Shen heard that you were going home, and she personally cooked your favorite squirrel fish. Come, try it quickly." Bai Songtao likes this daughter from the bottom of his heart. She has been very strong since she was a child. She was admitted to the best junior high school and high school in the city entirely by her own strength. She graduated with the first place in the police academy. She won a lot of awards and successfully entered the Huangshan City Police Station. At a young age, she became one of the few investigation experts in the whole East China. It really makes Bai Songtao proud. The only drawback is that this girl is too stubborn, rarely goes home, and never lets anyone know about her family situation.
What's wrong? Did his father, the richest man in Huangshan City, embarrass her? Okay, thank you Aunt Chen. Bai Ji sat next to Shen Xingyan, facing Bai Chen.
Bai Chen stared at Bai Ji, with a sly smile on his face. Sister, I heard that there was a riot in the Gospel Hospital, and someone saw a dead body resurrected.
Is it true? Bai Ji grabbed the chopsticks. Nonsense. Didn't the National Security Bureau come out to refute the rumor? It's a group of mentally ill people pretending to be ghosts.
But, Bai Ji raised her head and looked at Bai Chen, her delicate eyes narrowed slightly, her gaze seemed to penetrate people's hearts. How did you know that I went to Gospel Hospital? Bai Chen paused and said with a smile, Hey, you police officers thought they did a good job keeping the secret.
In fact, it is no longer a secret that Zhang Xiaoyu sneaked into Evangelical Hospital and raped Su Lingling and was shot to death by the police.
I heard that it was your sister who shot Zhang Xiaoyu to death with your own hands?
How? How does it feel to kill someone?
Bai Ji pursed her lips imperceptibly.
Yes, this was indeed her first time shooting someone. But the matter was urgent at the time and Bai Ji was not allowed to think too much. Moreover, after killing Zhang Xiaoyu, Bai Ji did not feel any discomfort or psychological burden.
To be precise, if Bai Chen hadn't suddenly mentioned this matter, Bai Ji wouldn't have realized that killing someone was a very unusual thing.
Bai Ji frowned slightly. Am I antisocial? There is a missing string in my mind. Wait, is Li Xiang also this kind of person? I can't stop your mouth even after eating.
Bai Songtao glanced at this unsatisfactory son with disgust. I spend all my time living and drinking, learn from your sister. Shen Xingyan also gave Bai Chen a big roll of her eyes. When it comes to eating, I don't know the taboos. Come on, Xiaobai, eat vegetables, and try auntie's cooking.
Shen Xingyan served Bai Ji with vegetables with a happy face.
After finishing the meal, Bai Ji returned to the bedroom, feeling extremely tired. Not only because he wanted to maintain superficial harmony with Shen Xingyan and his son for the sake of his father's sake, but also because he had to be on guard against the verbal probing of the mother and son at all times. At the same time, Bai Chen wanted to drive a sports car out for a ride, but was driven back to the room by Shen Xingyan. Click. Shen Xingyan locked the bedroom door, turned to look at her unfulfilled son, and lowered her voice. Why do you think you have to mention the Gospel Hospital?
The secret was almost exposed. Bai Chen lay on the chair and shrugged boredly. What are you afraid of?
At worst, Bai Ji will suspect that I am following her, and nothing else can be found.
However, I didn't expect Bai Ji to come back alive this time. Mom, are you showing mercy?
Shen Xingyan shook his head slightly. I have carefully considered and calculated the arrangement this time. Logically speaking, there should be no problems. But it doesn't matter, there are still opportunities. Bai Chen fiddled with a drawer of famous watches, tried them on repeatedly and couldn't put them down. Mom, let's have a bigger accident next time.
I don't want to see this sister again.
As long as she comes back, the old man will definitely not have a good look on me.
Shen Xingyan looked at her son dotingly but helplessly. Who asked you to idle around all day long? As long as Bai Ji is here, with your little ability, can you inherit the company?
Bai Chen turned his head and smiled. Well, Mom, the accident maker, is here. I don't have to be afraid of her yellow-haired girl.
Shen Xingyan sighed secretly. If I ask you to learn more crafts, you will know how to play.
Son, you have to know that all the problems in this world come from people, so you may not be able to solve any problems, but you must learn how to solve anyone without any flaws. Bai Chen played with an antique pocket watch nonchalantly, holding the top of the chain and shaking the ancient dial in front of Shen Xingyan, with an obsessed expression. I know. Mom, look at how beautiful this antique watch is. The shaking reflection of the antique pocket watch was reflected in Shen Xingyan's eyes, and she felt sleepy. She sighed secretly and shook her head. Okay, it's getting late, you can rest.
Shen Xingyan opened the door and left the bedroom.
Bai Chen grabbed the swinging pocket watch, opened the ancient dial, and drew a strange arc at the corner of his mouth. Hypnosis is very effective. She still thinks that she is the accident maker. As everyone knows, she is just a scapegoat. Tick tick tick. The sound of the hands of the old pocket watch moving became increasingly clear, like a strange symphony coming from all directions, drowning out everything. The next moment, an illusory human face appeared behind the dial. sometimes in pain and sometimes joy, sometimes sneering and sometimes crazy. It opened its gray lips and spoke in a low and hoarse voice, "Believe me, I can let you calculate everything in the world." Bai Chen held an ancient pocket watch in both hands, his eyes full of enthusiasm and obsession. "I swear on my soul, I believe in you wholeheartedly, and I am willing to become your most loyal slave." The ancient pocket watch spoke again, "Like the devil's temptation, everything in the world has a trajectory. You must not only learn to calculate everything, but also calculate people's hearts." Bai Chen nodded solemnly, "I will follow your teachings. It's just my God, this layout is perfect. I calculated all possibilities, but Bai Ji escaped. I suspect that there is an expert behind her." The ancient pocket watch suddenly went crazy, the hands shook and rotated rapidly, and urgently urged, "Give him to me, give him to me. I obey your will." Potty in the dim light and shadow, Bai Chen closed his old pocket watch and sneered silently, "Then catch this big fish." Gaga, a black crow fell outside the window and flew into the sky. Half of its chest had rotted away, revealing its white bones. At the same time, Bai Ji's bedroom. Bai Ji sat at the desk and took out a fish bone from her pocket. "This is the spine of the squirrel mandarin fish just now." According to Bai Songtao, this fish was cooked by Shen Qingyan himself. But after taking a bite of fish, Bai Ji felt a slight abdominal pain. Could it be poisonous? Bai Ji took off the sterling silver hairpin behind her ear and reached for the fish bone. The color of the hairpin is as usual. The fish is not poisonous. Bai Ji frowned slightly, but the abdominal pain was real, and it was clearly a typical symptom of chronic poisoning. What's going on? Not being able to find the source of the poison made Bai Ji doubtful. Bai Ji took out a cigarette from her bag, lit it, closed her eyes and took a long breath, letting the smoke fill her nose and reach her lungs, and her thoughts slowly unfolded like the smoke. It is known that Bai Chen knew that he went to Gospel Hospital today, and Shen Qingyan took the opportunity to interrupt Bai Chen. It turns out that Bai Chen is following him, and Shen Qingyan also knows about it. So, the two conspired. It is known that I experienced poisoning symptoms after eating squirrel mandarin fish, but the fish meat is not poisonous. It turns out that the poison he was poisoned was not a single poison, but a mixed poison. So, what substances will produce toxins when mixed with squirrel mandarin fish? Bai Ji closed her eyes and meditated, and the scenes from when she walked into the house flashed back in her mind. It's a flower bed fountain. Bai Ji felt a chill when she passed the water mist created by the fountain in the flower bed. Before she could think about it, Shen Qingyan's appearance interrupted Bai Ji's thinking and cleverly diverted Bai Ji's attention. Bai Ji blew out a puff of smoke, crushed the cigarette butt, put a paper cup into her pocket, then walked out of the bedroom and into the courtyard. It was dusk, the cool breeze was blowing in the courtyard, and there were bursts of insects chirping. A figure is walking in the garden, it is Bai Songtao. Bai Ji saw this and walked over. "Dad." Bai Songtao nodded slightly. Due to his years of fitness, he still has a straight figure even though he is nearly 50 years old. "Oh, the smelly girl has grown up, and the times she comes back are getting less and less." Bai Ji rolled her eyes at her father and pouted slightly. "I'm back now." Bai Songtao pondered for a moment. "Girl, have you ever thought about taking over the company one day?" Bai Ji, "Dad, you are still young, do your best." Bai Songtao was stunned when he heard this, and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I originally planned to persuade my daughter to go home and inherit the family business, but I was deceived by this girl's rainbow fart." Bai Ji, "By the way, Dad, did you eat mandarin fish just now?" Bai Songtao nodded. "After eating it, the taste of your Aunt Shen's cooking is unmistakable." Bai Ji turned his head and looked at Bai Songtao. "Do you feel bloated?" Bai Songtao rubbed his stomach. "Hearing you say that, it's really a bit bloated. Maybe I ate a little too much, ha." Bai Ji's mouth suddenly turned cold. Sure enough, this chronic poison is actually used to deal with her father. As the poison penetrates deeper, the slight pain in the abdomen will be ignored by the numb nerves, and only the bloating can be felt. What a vicious and scheming mother and son. And Shen Qingyan waited on the balcony just to divert her attention and let herself ignore the unusual coldness brought by the mist in the flower bed. The two chatted for a while, and Bai Ji took half a cup of water from the flower bed with a paper cup while no one was around, and returned to the bedroom. "Lock the door." Bai Ji put the water cup on the table, then put the fish bone into the water cup and stirred it gently. Then put the pure silver hairpin into the water. The hairpin turned black. Bai Ji's eyes suddenly turned cold, and strong emotions surged silently in her chest, but were eventually suppressed and turned into a cold and piercing murderous intent. She pondered for a moment, took out her cell phone and made a call. "Hello, there is something I need you to test. Yes, I need a detailed test report." And, we must find an antidote. Fluttering, a dark raven flew in from the window and landed on Lu Liang's arm.
Half of the raven's chest was rotting, revealing its white bones.
A pair of bulging eyes were gray and empty, reflecting the profile of Lu Liang, who was wearing a gray robe and had a cold face.
In this dilapidated room, there were hundreds of ravens.
They landed on a tied-up fat old man, fighting to eat his flesh, internal organs, and eyeballs. The old man had a heartbreaking pain, screamed in terror, and scratched the wooden board with all his fingers, leaving shocking and deep blood marks. The old man, who was as fat as a ball, is the director of the orphanage.
Lu Liang's parents died.
After he was adopted by the orphanage, the director took great care of him. He was often beaten to pieces for a small mistake, and was locked in a dog cage outside the house in the winter, with stray dogs,
fighting for scraps. Lu Liang was lucky because he was a boy.
The bullying that girls suffered was unimaginable, and many of them ultimately chose to commit suicide. The reason why Lu Liang survived was not because of the director's conscience, but because he escaped from the orphanage. Lu Liang stared straight at the dean, who was wailing and screaming on the ground, begging desperately for mercy.
His heart was unmoved. What should we do next? In front of the test bench by the window, Li Xiang, who was wearing a black trench coat and a straight figure, shook the test tube in his hand and said with a smile, "Reveal the news of the Ruse pocket watch and the Bai family to Jiang Shan."
The news is a bit vague. As long as those people are not stupid, you will notice Bai Ji's outstanding mind. The shelter is the temporary home I arranged for her, of course, after she officially becomes experimental sequence number 005. Gray mist poured out of the test tube in his hand, and an illusory Rubik's Cube was outlined in midair.
Lu Liang's face was expressionless, as cold as the cold winter ice. "Do you want to control the fate of every experimental member?"
Li Xiang shrugged. "Of course not. You all have your own scripts, and I am just an audience member. Although I will occasionally spoil the story, I will not interfere with the plot. It is just a little bit of bad taste." "Little red man, it seems you don't understand the true meaning of the Fate Weaver sequence. Destiny Weaver, the only sequence, the only sequence. In front of the Fate Weaver, everyone is just a marionette, their fate has already been determined."
Li Xiang curled up his lips, a little nervous and crazy. "Now, are you interested in accompanying me to watch a wonderful show?"
Lu Liang stood up, with curse lines surging in his gray eyes. "Why not?" With a wave of his hand, a room full of ravens burst out of the window, rising into the sky like a tide and flying in all directions. It's much easier to manipulate these dead ravens than to manipulate human corpses, and they will wander all over the city on their behalf, looking for all kinds of interesting and cute corpses.
Li Xiang and Lu Liang walked out of the wooden house one after another and headed to the Dongjiao Cemetery.
Dongjiao Cemetery is located in the eastern suburbs of Huangshan City, nearly 30 kilometers away from the urban area. Towering mountains surround the cemetery, and the roars of wild beasts often come from the dense pine forests, making it sparsely populated. At this time, dusk was getting darker, and the two main roads entering the Dongjiao Cemetery had been blocked by the military. Signs saying military exercises, no one allowed to enter, could be seen all around, and all exploration was declined. A steady stream of troop carriers and armored vehicles are driving into the cemetery, occupying every country road, and the situation is tense. Rumble 3 unusually heavy armored vehicles drove from the pine forest. Their bodies covered with black camouflage were 12 meters long and equipped with heavy machine guns and armor-piercing projectiles, giving them a full sense of oppression. Jiang Shan, wearing a black tactical uniform, stepped out of the armored vehicle, came to the checkpoint, and solemnly shook hands with a middle-aged officer.
"Chief, thank you to the Special Operations Brigade for your cooperation.
This military operation is top secret and very dangerous, so please be careful." The commander of the Special Operations Brigade said calmly and decisively, "Don't worry, I'll tell you this. Even if the entire Special Operations Brigade is wiped out, not a single thing inside will be allowed to escape."
Jiang Shan saluted solemnly and then returned to the armored vehicle.
"Let go." Rumble 3 armored vehicles drove past the checkpoint and entered the deepest part of the cemetery. The commander of the Special Operations Brigade watched the armored vehicle disappear deep into the pine forest and silently paid a military salute. Compared with the Special Operations Brigade on the periphery, they really had a narrow escape. The armored vehicle advanced extremely fast, like 3 daggers piercing the depths of the cemetery. The entire cemetery was shrouded in a gray mist, which became thicker as it went deeper, and from time to time there were several strange murmurs and teeth-grinding sounds. Jiang Shan was sitting in the co-pilot of the armored vehicle, looking through the thick bulletproof glass at the graves and tombstones on both sides. Many graves had holes dug out from the inside, as if something had crawled out. The smell of decay spread in the wind, and some even tombstones were knocked down.
Bang!
Click 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 from time to time, the armored vehicle bumped into some animals, and the sound of bones being crushed could be heard from the wheels and tracks. The strong rotten smell penetrated into the armored vehicle like maggots attached to bones, making people nauseous.
It's a dead body.
Where the car lights shined, densely packed corpses were rushing toward the armored vehicle, frantically throwing themselves at the armored vehicle's glass, which was shocking.
Some corpses have rotting flesh and blood, with maggots squirming in the eye sockets. Some even have only white bones left, mechanically climbing on the ground.
There are also some animal corpses with white skulls and sticky flesh, and fishy saliva flowing from their fangs. All these corpses, without exception, had empty eyes, dominated only by the most primitive bloodlust and hunger, and came like a tide. The leader of the second team, Hichong, frowned. Captain Jiang, what has such great power to drive the corpses of the entire Dongjiao cemetery?
There must be tens of thousands of them.
Jiang Shan's face was solemn, and he pondered, the only thing that can drive corpses on a large scale is the zombie mother. And the zombie mother needs a lot of flesh and blood to complete the resurrection and transformation. These corpses are summoned to find food for the mother. Our mission this time is to find and contain the zombie mother.
After that, Jiang Shan glanced at the communication watch and picked up the walkie-talkie. Everyone, please pay attention. I will report the latest intelligence from headquarters.
According to the research on zombie bodies, their physical function data is about half of that of adult males. This includes speed, strength, reaction ability, etc. First, the brain must be severely damaged or the spinal cord must be cut off to completely kill it. Second, after zombies devour a large amount of flesh and blood, or kill each other and devour each other, they will undergo secondary mutations and their physical functions will be greatly improved.
Third, the closer to the zombie mother, the more alien zombies there are around.
We can determine the location of the zombie mother based on this rule. Fourth, zombies are very sensitive to blood and sound. Fifth, being scratched or bitten by zombies will cause infection, and they will degenerate into zombies within 10 minutes.
There is currently no effective antiviral serum.
Once such injured people are found, they will be shot immediately, Captain Jiang. Before Jiang Shan finished speaking, the armored vehicle driver pointed to the front with a serious face. Look.
Jiang Shan looked up.
In the gray fog, a huge strange creature blocked the way. It was 5 meters long, and its huge lion head had rotted into a pile of white bones. 2 balls of scarlet fire leaped in its dark eye sockets. Its bones were covered with fangs, and its black hair fluttered like a big flag. Even more terrifying was that it was covered with densely packed human heads, with disheveled hair and distorted facial features. Sometimes they howled in fear, and sometimes they murmured strangely.
What the hell is that? Jiang Shan frowned. It's a different kind of zombie, get it?
All armored vehicles in battle formation, heavy machine guns ready. At the command, the 2 armored vehicles in the rear immediately lined up on the left and right, forming a triangular battle formation with the armored vehicles in front. At the same time, the driver pressed the weapon start button. Kakaka, the protective armor was pulled open to both sides, and a heavy machine gun rose out of the armored vehicle. The dark barrel exuded a cold metallic luster, full of oppression. Jiang Shan jumped up and stepped onto the machine gun operating table, holding the handle with both hands, opening the safety, loading the bullet, aiming in one go, and pulling the trigger fiercely.
The dazzling flames gushed out, and the armor-piercing bullets broke through the gray fog like a long whip of lightened flames, pouring fiercely on the skeleton lion.
The human heads of the skeleton lion burst one after another, and the smelly black blood mixed with broken internal organs splattered wildly. Roar! The skeleton lion raised its head and roared, and rushed towards the armored vehicle with its majestic limbs, leaving deep scratches on the ground with its sharp bone claws. It was extremely fast, and it appeared and disappeared with the help of the fog and pine forest.
The heavy machine guns could not lock its position at all.
While searching for the figure of the skeleton lion, Jiang Shan issued a combat order. 3 heavy machine guns are alert at equal angles to form a defensive ring. With the center point of the 3 armored vehicles as the center of the circle, each heavy machine gun is responsible for a 130-degree fan-shaped range, so that the efficiency of effective defense can be greatly improved.
Received.
The 2 heavy machine guns in the rear immediately adjusted the defense angle. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly swept in and hit the waist of the number 2 armored vehicle hard. Boom! The number 2 armored vehicle was directly overturned to the ground, and the steel-armored body was sunk more than 10 centimeters deep. The special forces in the armored vehicle were shocked and fell. Then, the heavy and sharp bone claws slammed hard on the dented part of the car body. Swish! 3 palm-wide cracks were instantly scratched on the left side of the car body, and 2 bloody marks were scratched on the arms of the 2 Special Forces members close to the left side of the car body. Jiang Shan was shocked when he saw this, and immediately turned the muzzle of the gun to aim at the white bone lion and pulled the trigger hard. The white bone lion, which was about to continue attacking the number 2 armored vehicle, roared in pain and rushed into the fog again. At the same time, the zombies who smelled the bloody smell rushed in and surrounded the number 2 armored vehicle. Some thin zombies tried to get into the armored vehicle through the cracks scratched by the white bone lion. The special forces in the number 2 armored vehicle decisively abandoned the vehicle, climbed out of the top window one after another, and then stood on the roof of the car in a defensive formation, pulling the trigger at the zombies that surrounded them. But the number of zombies around was like a tide, and they were about to get into the armored vehicle. Go! The captain of the second team urged the team members who were scratched by the skeleton lion to follow the others and leave the armored vehicle. The 2 special forces members who were scratched looked at the wounds on their arms. At the wound, the scarlet blood turned into black rotten blood, and dense insects were surging in it, gnawing at the flesh and blood, and drilling into their limbs with the blood. The severe pain swept through the body, and it was worse than death. The 2 special forces members gritted their teeth, and their facial features gradually twisted in pain. They looked at each other at the same time, and then resolutely carried the captain and pushed him out of the car. Click! Lock the window. What are you doing? Come out. The captain roared at the 2 people in the car through the bulletproof glass. In the armored vehicle, the 2 special forces members smiled and lit a cigarette for each other. They knew that there was only one end to being scratched by zombies, and that was to degenerate into zombies. Not to mention being scratched by a damn alien zombie. Crack! Crack! The zombies around finally broke through the car body that was torn apart by the skeleton lion, and then rushed into the armored vehicle like a tide. In the crazy zombie group, 2 special forces members exhaled a puff of smoke, smiled at each other and detonated the grenades on their bodies. Boom! The zombies in the armored vehicle were suddenly blown into pieces of meat, and gushed out from the gap in the car body, like scarlet fireworks blooming brilliantly. Damn it! The team leader's eyes turned red when he saw this, and he pulled the trigger frantically, pouring the angry flames fiercely on the damn zombies. Buzz Jiangshan was furious, and a strange and cold feeling roamed his body, and a ball of blue phosphorus fire suddenly exploded in his eyes. He suddenly found that his 5 senses were instantly improved tenfold, and everything in the fog was seen clearly. At this moment, the cunning skeleton lion was crawling behind a giant pine tree in front of the left, with bloodshot eyes showing fierce light, waiting for an opportunity to move. Jiang Shan shouted, 10 o'clock, get it. At the command, 2 heavy machine guns and all the special forces guns were pointed at the 10 o'clock direction and fired at the same time. The dense rain of fire covered it and instantly smashed the white bone lion into blood and flesh. Roar! The white bone lion rushed out in panic and broke several pine trees in succession. Jiang Shan stopped shooting and skillfully took out an extended armor-piercing bullet, then loaded, aimed, and fired in one go, like flowing clouds in water. Boom! A hole was blown out of the white bone lion's giant head, and its huge body fell to the ground with a bang, raising billowing smoke and dust. Dead! The terrible white bone lion was finally killed. All the special forces were immediately ecstatic, and their eyes were full of reverence and enthusiasm when they looked at Jiang Shan. The phosphorescent light in Jiang Shan's eyes flashed, and he pressed the headset intercom. Report to the headquarters, the alien zombie has been killed, and the name of the alien is tentatively named the Whitebone Zombie Lion, and the coordinates of the corpse have been uploaded. Then he calmly ordered, the personnel of car number 2 will be transferred to car number 1 and car number 3 in 2 batches. The special forces of the second team immediately split into 2 groups, clearing the zombies that swarmed in while retreating into armored vehicles number 1 and number 3. After all the team members entered the car, Jiang Shan ordered again, the armored vehicle will turn off the engine and turn off the lights. Everyone keep silent. The armored vehicle turned off the engine. The lights were turned off, everyone held their breath and concentrated, without making a sound. In just 10 seconds, the noisy scene was instantly silent as death. Because they were dragged by the white-bone zombie lion just now, the 2 armored vehicles were already surrounded by the zombies, and there were still zombies pouring in here. If the armored vehicle is forced to move forward at this moment, the zombies around will definitely block the wheel tracks. At that time, Jiang Shan and others will be in a desperate situation and can only wait for death on the spot. But can they get rid of this desperate situation by turning off the engine and keeping silent now? Inside the car, the special forces looked at the crazy tide of zombies outside the window, feeling uneasy. And Zhang Shan just looked at his watch. At the same time, 100 meters away from the armored vehicle. In the misty gray fog, two figures were walking slowly forward, their steps were lazy and leisurely, as if they were walking in their own back garden. Strangely, the dense group of zombies not only did not attack the two, but automatically made way for them, respectful like the moon surrounded by stars. Lu Liang, wearing a black robe, looked at the two armored vehicles not far away, his eyes indifferent. Are they sure they can do it? Li Xiang picked up the broken fangs of the skeleton lion on the ground, sniffed it, and showed a disgusted expression. You have to believe in number 004, after all, he is the one I chose. Time passed by, and the night became darker and darker. But the tide of corpses lingering outside the armored vehicle had no intention of receding, and instead intensified. The special operations team members who remained silent in the car were already covered in sweat, like ants on a hot pot, and could only wait anxiously. Finally, Zhang Shan, who had been concentrating with his eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes and glanced at his tactical watch. It's time. As soon as he finished speaking, a grenade pierced the dark sky in the distance and exploded like a meteor falling to the ground. Immediately afterwards, countless deafening gunshots rang out, and dense lines of fire lit up the western sky. Ho ho ho! The zombies gathered around the armored vehicle immediately roared and rushed like a dark tide toward the direction of the roaring artillery fire. He Chong looked at the outside world through the glass, his eyes widened. What's going on? Zhang Shan looked at the artillery fire in the distance, his deep eyes flickering. The Special Operations Brigade has launched a general attack. They will hold back the zombies and buy us precious time to contain the zombie mother bodies. Until the last moment. The Special Operations team members clenched their guns and fell into collective silence. They knew very well that the Special Operations Brigade was fighting a war of attrition with tens of thousands of zombies and had a narrow escape from death. But this is the Chinese soldier, knowing that there are tigers in the mountains, he chooses to go to the Tiger Mountains. Zhang Shan glanced outside the car window and saw that the zombies had dissipated. Attention everyone! Take the containment equipment and go on foot, and follow me to get the zombie mother body. The corner of He Chang's mouth twitched slightly. Captain Jiang, can you please stop doing it all the time? This word in this sentence is ambiguous. Zhang Shan rolled his eyes at He Chong. Shut up, be careful I mess with you. He Chong, the sound of the armored vehicle is too loud, and once it starts, it will attract the attention of the zombies and alien zombies again. All Special Operations team members immediately evacuated the armored vehicles in an orderly manner. A full moon hung in the sky, glowing reddish under the mist. The silhouettes of the surrounding pine forests were strangely shaped, and strange whispers were heard from time to time. Zhang Shan waved his hand, and the Special Operations team formed an offensive formation and advanced forward at full speed. According to satellite images, they are still 2 kilometers away from the center of the eastern suburb cemetery. At this time, a large number of zombies had been attracted by the artillery fire of the Special Operations Brigade, and only a few zombies were left wandering aimlessly in the pine forest. Poof! The Special Operations team member walking in front inserted the dagger into the back of a lone zombie's head, pulled it out cleanly, and then gently lowered it to the ground. Their 10-person team dispersed around the team, responsible for clearing zombies on the way forward and ensuring the team's safety. Sun Li is also a member of the 10-person team and is responsible for walking at the front. Holding the dagger in his backhand, he lowered his body and sneaked among the grass. His movements were light and neat. At first glance, he looked like a veteran of many battles. Suddenly, a thin and rickety figure appeared in the fog ahead. She squatted under a pine tree, with her back to people, her long gray hair hanging down to her shoulders, covering her face with her hands and whimpering softly. Sun Li instantly became alert. How could there be normal people in this place where zombies were rampant in the middle of the night? Sun Li held the dagger and quietly touched it towards the thin figure. 5 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters. Sun Li suddenly jumped up and stabbed the thin figure in the back of the head with the dagger in his hand. The thin figure suddenly turned its head, and there were no facial features on its pale face, only a bloody mouth that stretched from its ears to its ears, and its fangs were sharp. Whoosh whoosh, its long gray hair floated strangely, and like a spiritual snake, it strangled Sun Li's wrists, ankles, and neck, freezing him in midair. Sun Li struggled desperately, trying to warn but couldn't make a sound. The next moment, the long-haired zombie looked up to the sky and cried. Whoa 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 whoa! The sharp cries penetrated the ears like a demonic sound, extremely penetrating, and swept across all directions in an instant. The zombies wandering within a radius of 1 kilometer let out excited roars and ran madly towards here from all directions on the ground. almost instantly putting the special operations team into a bitter battle.
Jiang Shan was shocked and immediately shouted, "Put on the silencer and resolve the battle quickly."
The Special Forces members raised their guns and fired, aiming to kill with one shot without wasting bullets or making unnecessary noise. Jiang Shan skillfully took out his pistol, blew open the head of the oncoming zombie, and quickly ran towards the source of the piercing sound. He could almost conclude that the zombies around him were attracted by this strange cry. The cry must be cut off, otherwise they would all be swallowed up by the endless tide of corpses. Whoa 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 whoa! The long-haired zombie's cries became louder and more urgent, like a cultist chanting mantras to the evil god. Sunli, who was lifted into the air by his long gray hair, was already twitching all over and bleeding from all his orifices.
Bang! Bang bang!
The crisp sound of gunfire suddenly came, and the long-haired zombie's cry suddenly stopped, and there was a bloody hole between his eyebrows. Plop! The long-haired zombie fell on his back, and Sunli, who was entangled in his long hair, also fell to the ground. Jiang Shan put away his pistol, walked to Sun Li's side, and stretched out his hand to feel his breath.
"It's cold."
Jiang Shan sighed secretly, caressed Sun Li's cheek, and closed his eyes.
Reporting to the headquarters, a second type of alien zombie has been discovered.
It can summon ordinary zombies around it through crying.
It is temporarily named the Howler. The picture and coordinates have been uploaded. Without the cry of the Howler, the surrounding zombies returned to a state of aimless numbness.
Jiang Shan reorganized the special operations team and continued to advance towards the fog ahead.
Less than 1 kilometer left.
When the special operations team disappeared in the increasingly thick fog, the Howler lying on the ground moved strangely. Then, all the blood in Sun Li's body flowed into the Howler's mouth uncontrollably, and the blood hole between its eyebrows also recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Crack, crack! The Howler twisted his body and stood up straight from the ground. And Sun Li turned into a dried corpse. Interesting, this Howler actually has the ability to suck blood and heal itself. The Howler was stunned when he heard this and turned his head to look. 2 figures walked out of the fog. Woo woo woo! The Howler was immediately frightened, his gray hair dancing strangely, and he rushed forward madly. Lu Liang, who was wearing a gray robe, had spells in his eyes, reflecting the figure of the Howler. Almost at the same time, the body of the Howler was grabbed by an invisible big hand and lifted into the air. He struggled desperately but to no avail.
Lu Liangliang's thin mouth chanted obscure notes, and the surging curse patterns in his eyes burst out of his eyes and quickly flowed into the Howler's eyebrows.
Buzz buzz buzz! The next moment, the Howler's body slowly landed on the ground and stood respectfully in front of Lu Liang. Li Xiang stretched out his fingers to lift the Howler's chin, took a look, and frowned.
Fuck, it's really ugly.
Others have inconsistent facial features at most, but this guy has no facial features at all.
What do you know? It's the same even if the lights are turned off.
You are really tolerant, take it away, it's another good medicinal ingredient. The night deepened and the fog thickened. After getting rid of the Howlers, the special operations team became more cautious.
All those who found alien zombies chose to take a detour.
Jiang Shan understood that they had to speed up, and time was life. Because the Special Operations Brigade was fighting a war of attrition with the zombie army, if they could contain the zombie mother body 1 second earlier, perhaps the Special Operations Brigade could sacrifice one less person.
Jiang Shan clenched his fist.
The Special Operations team members quickly stopped advancing and looked for shelter on the spot. Ahead was a huge tomb group, with hundreds of tombstones standing on a hill. According to the positioning display, the zombie mother body was hidden in this tomb.
Jiang Shan pointed to the entrance of the tomb.
A group of zombies were wandering around the entrance, including 2 alien zombies. One of them was on all fours, covered with pustules, with eyeballs bulging suddenly, and a red airbag bulged on the neck with every breath. Another alien zombie had a bull's head in a human body, with a pair of bone horns covered with scarlet lines, rising into the sky, covered with black mane, and sturdy limbs full of explosive power. 2 alien zombies guarding the gate. It is impossible to sneak into the tomb without alarming the zombie mother. Jiang Shan pondered for a moment, turned his head and looked at Yi Chong. After working together for 2 years, Yi Chong and Jiang Shan already had a tacit understanding. Without waiting for Jiang Shan to speak, Yi Chong nodded solemnly, and resolutely led the 10 special forces of the first group to quietly move towards the entrance of the tomb.
There are still 15 meters away.
The alien zombie with pustules all over his body seemed to have noticed something, and his bulging eyeballs glanced over here. At this moment, Yi Chong decisively pulled the trigger.
The flames shot out rapidly, but all missed, and the bullets collided with the stone and sparks flew out.
The zombie covered with pustules dodged the bullets as easily as a frog, leaving a residual shadow in the air. At this moment, it was lying on a boulder and staring at Hichong. The red air sac on its neck swelled instantly, scarlet as blood. The zombies around were also alarmed and rushed towards Hichong and others. The bull-headed zombie roared to the sky, emitting hot breath from its nostrils, and knocked away several ordinary zombies blocking the front, and stabbed Hichong with its sharp horns. Retreat! Hichong shouted softly and led the first group to evacuate quickly. Gugugugugugugugu. The zombie covered with pustules jumped 5 meters, swallowing and spitting scarlet snake tongue from its mouth, and also chased after Hichong and others. Jiang Shan and others who were hiding in the bushes watched Hichong and others lead the zombies away and disappear in the mist, with a solemn face. Being chased by 2 different zombies together, the end is basically doomed. Jiang Shan silently gritted his teeth and sneaked forward with the remaining special forces, successfully arriving at the entrance of the tomb. The entrance was deep and cold, with a layer of smelly mucus and blood on the cave wall, and skeletons and bones piled up all around. The special forces couldn't help but listen. The gloomy wind blowing out of the tomb entrance was mixed with chanting and murmuring, like an old woman's curse in the middle of the night, and like a girl's happy laughter. Don't listen! Jiang Shan shouted softly, and the special forces who had been sinking into it unconsciously shuddered all over and woke up instantly. What happened just now? Jiang Shan said solemnly, that is the temptation from the abyss, don't listen. Don't respond. Otherwise, you will sink into it and lose your mind. The special forces felt a chill on their backs when they heard this, and they were scared. Jiang Shan said in a deep voice, follow closely, let's go in and get the zombie mother. Under the leadership of Jiang Shan, the group walked into the tomb. As soon as he stepped into the cave, the stench hit him, making him nauseous. Jiang Shan's combat boots walked on the ground covered with mucus, as if he had stepped into a quagmire. Every time he lifted his feet, he had a lot of effort. He turned on the ultraviolet light and barely dispelled the darkness around him. He saw that the cave wall was covered with scratches of varying depths, which was shocking. In the fog, everyone held their breath and concentrated, and they could almost hear their own heartbeats. Ah! A scream suddenly exploded in his ears. Jiang Shan turned his head and saw a black shadow holding a special forces member and flying over the eaves and walls, hanging upside down on the top of the cave in front. Hiss! Everyone couldn't help but gasp. The black shadow turned out to be a giant spider with a human head and a spider body. 6 white bone limbs tightly grasped the rock cave wall, and the fangs in its mouth deeply sank into the special forces member's neck, and scarlet blood burst out. Just as Jiang Shan was about to raise his gun to fire, the human-headed spider quickly twisted its body and crawled into the mist along the stone wall. Chase! Jiang Shan's eyes widened with anger, and he immediately chased the human-headed spider with the special forces. Damn it, you killed someone right under my nose, and you still want to run. After chasing for about 50 or 60 meters, the cave entrance in front suddenly became clear. The special forces looked up and gasped. In front of them was a huge empty tomb filled with gray fog. At this moment, a humanoid creature about 3 meters tall was standing in the center of the tomb, spreading its huge transparent blood-red wings. It wore a crown of bone spurs, its eyes were closed, its flesh was shriveled, and it was wrapped in a torn white blood-stained bandage. Its slender arms were covered with black scales, and its 10 fingernails were painted red. The huge wings, as thin as cicada wings, were densely covered with blood vessels, connected to strange meat eggs, with blue veins bulging and beating regularly, like a naked ugly heart. Plop plop. Jiang Shan's face was solemn, and he pressed the headset, calling headquarters. The task force has found the target, the image has been uploaded, and now we are starting to contain it. Jiang Shan waved his hand, and the special forces behind him instantly divided into 2 groups. The first group carried heavy weapons, built a defensive formation, and was ready to suppress the zombie mother body with firepower at any time. The second group carried a black box device, and under the cover of the first group, they approached the zombie mother body from all sides and arrived at the designated location to install the black box. Start installing black box number 1. Start installing black box number 2, buzz buzz buzz. At this moment, an invisible pressure swept across the entire tomb. Everyone's heart trembled and turned their heads to look. The tall zombie mother body slowly opened its eyes. Empty, numb, indifferent, weird. The whispers lingering in everyone's ears suddenly intensified, like a huge bell resounding through the world, majestic and inviolable, like the supreme God descending to the world, all living beings can only worship. I have come, offering your flesh and blood. I have come, offering your flesh and blood. Everyone suddenly felt a heavy hammer hitting their nerves.
If they did not obey this powerful will, they would only fall into destruction. Plop plop, two weak-minded recruits knelt on the ground, worshipping the zombie mother, their faces full of obsession and madness. They took out daggers, cut their carotid arteries, and blood gushed out like a fountain. The other special forces also had a splitting headache, covering their ears with their hands. Their faces were hideous. They were almost defeated. Boom! At this moment, a grenade broke through the gray fog and hit the zombie mother's chest hard, and flesh and blood flew everywhere. The whispers of the gods in everyone's ears stopped abruptly, and they turned their heads to look. Jiang Shan's eyes were blue, and he blew on the muzzle of the rocket launcher on his shoulder. Get it for me. The special forces were excited and poured firepower on the zombie mother. The second group of people responsible for installing the black box also sped up, and rushed to the 5-meter range of the zombie mother under the cover of heavy firepower, and continued to install the black box. Start installing black box number 3. Start installing black box number 4. Start installing black box number 5, buzz buzz buzz. The zombie mother's eyes burst red, and she let out an angry roar. Damn ants dare to defy God's will, perish. The huge blood wings flapped fiercely, and the violent pressure swept in all directions. The meat eggs on the blood wings burst one after another, giving birth to young zombies. Some of these zombies were covered with scales, some had wings on their backs, some had pustules all over their bodies, some swallowed snake tongues, and some had sharp claws. They were all alien zombies. Roar, roar, roar! No less than 100 alien zombies rushed forward and pounced on Jiang Shan and others. Although they were all young, they were fearless and extremely ferocious. Jiang Shan blasted a flying alien zombie into a meat paste with one shot, then threw down the rocket launcher without shells and shouted, "Do your best to cover the installation of the black box." At the command, a group of special forces immediately divided into 6 teams, and broke through the 6 team members who were installing the black box, using dense flames and their own flesh and blood to build a defensive fortification for them. Roar! A fat zombie with pustules all over its body rushed towards the special forces. Its skin was fat, greasy and white, and the pustules kept flowing out of the green liquid, which was extremely smelly. The first team immediately focused fire on the pustules zombie. Roar! The pustules zombie roared wildly, and its body swelled rapidly like a balloon, and burst 5 meters away from the team. Hulala! The green poison in the abscess splattered and instantly corroded the 2 special forces members into a pool of blood. At the same time, the frog zombie with 2 hands and feet lying on the ground and exaggeratedly bulging eyeballs rushed towards the second team rapidly, and the air sac on the neck was extremely red. Goo goo goo! The frog zombie opened its mouth wide, and the long scarlet tongue shot out like a bullet, instantly rolling a special forces member into its mouth, chewing it with big mouthfuls, and blood flowed. In less than half a minute, the special forces team had suffered heavy losses. In a dark corner of the tomb, Li Xiang and Lu Liang stood against the wall, silently watching the fierce battle in front of them. A howler alien zombie that Lu Liang subdued stood quietly by the side, motionless. Lu Liang looked at the zombie mother in the center of the tomb with an indifferent look. This zombie mother is very strong. Li Xiang stretched out his hand to turn the face of the howler to the side, and then wiped his hands on Lu Liang's robe. Well, that thing is far from mature. If a zombie mother wants to fully mature, it needs the population of a city to feed it. Lu Liang's eyes lit up. Tisk, it's really a huge expense. But the zombie mother can breed different zombies. If you can drive it, Li Xiang curled his lips, with your level strength, you still have some distance to drive a zombie mother. Don't ask me how far I am, I'm afraid of hurting your self-esteem. You are still very weak, brother. You are dreaming all day long. You will get this good thing? I got rid of it a long time ago. Lu Liang felt a little regretful. Is that so? Li Xiang took out a handful of melon seeds from his pocket and said while eating them, "Wait." Roar! The battle in the tomb became more and more intense, and the sound of gunfire and roars was deafening. Jiang Shan held a gun in one hand and a knife in the other, as if possessed by a killing god. Wherever the blade passed, a zombie body would be separated. Facing the crazy siege of the alien zombies, the special forces responsible for covering fought to the death. When the bullets were exhausted, they used daggers to cut, and when the dagger broke, they used teeth to bite. The team members who installed the black box were even more desperate. Some of them were still operating the device with severe pain when their legs were eaten by zombies, and they had to complete the installation of the black box with their last breath. Black box number 1 is installed. Black box number 2 is installed. Black box number 5 is installed. Black box number 6, the voice of the report stopped abruptly.
In the sea of blood and corpses, Jiang Shan, who was bloodshot, turned his head suddenly and saw that all the special forces members in the tomb were dead or wounded. Roar, roar, roar! Dozens of surviving zombies of different species were frantically eating the flesh and blood on the ground, rushing towards Jiang Shan from all directions, with a strong bloody smell. Jiang Shan looked at the corpses of his comrades on the ground and suddenly became furious. A burst of anger rushed straight to his head, and 2 balls of dark blue phosphorus flames gushed out of his eyes. Ah! The phosphorus flames swept in all directions with the place where Jiang Shan stood as the center, colliding and rolling back dozens of zombies of different species that rushed over. After landing, dozens of zombies of different species turned into dark blue ice sculptures, with hideous faces and lifelike. Then they exploded into ashes. In the ashes, Jiang Shan was wrapped in dark blue phosphorus flames. The hideous skull had 2 horns, and strange phosphorescent flames were dancing in the dark eye sockets, like a flaming demon crawling out of hell, burning fiercely. Roar! Jiang Shan let out a strange roar, and walked towards the zombie mother step by step, his eyes as cold as the abyss of ice cave. The zombie mother's indifferent eyes showed disbelief. The next moment, her whole body burst into scarlet light, and her arms with obscure runes suddenly stretched out, swinging her sharp claws and grabbing Jiang Shan fiercely. Zila! The air exploded. Jiang Shan walked like a mountain, punched out, and the scarlet claws rolled back like a ribbon in the wind. The next moment, Jiang Shan suddenly jumped up, and then fell like a blue fire meteor, stepping hard on the shoulders of the zombie mother. Bang! The zombie mother trembled all over, kneeled down with a bang, and the whole tomb shook violently. Jiang Shan's hands burning with fire grabbed the blood-red wings of the zombie mother and pulled them out fiercely. Zila! The blood-red wings were torn off, and blood splattered all over the sky. The zombie mother screamed miserably and fell to the ground with a bang. Jiang Shan, who was covered with blue phosphorus fire, grabbed a bloodwing, stuffed it into his mouth and chewed it, then roared to the sky, raised his foot and was about to crush the dying zombie mother's head. Suddenly, a strong sense of weakness came over him, and the phosphorus fire on Jiang Shan's body quickly extinguished. His eyes went dark and he fainted on the ground. Li Xiang and Lu Lian walked out from the corner of the tomb. Lu Lian wondered, number 004 was so fierce just now, even killing the zombie mother, why did he suddenly faint? Li Xiang kicked a zombie corpse away carelessly. He insisted on taking my record player, so I put some medicine on the record player for him. As soon as the voice fell, the other personalities in the sea of consciousness exploded. Hey, it's the kind of little blue pill that makes a man regain his masculinity. Once the anger attacks the heart, it will break out and experience a 3-second real man. But after 3 seconds, it will be emptied. How about trying one? Li Xiang, go get the bone relic. Lu Liang nodded slightly, stepped over the broken bloodwing on the ground, and came to the side of the zombie mother. The zombie mother was already dying, but the root of its broken bloodwing had stopped bleeding, and was slowly healing and regenerating. At this moment, she was staring at Lu Liang, making a threatening growl. Lu Liang ignored it directly, and he placed his palm on the belly of the zombie mother, and then slowly moved up to the chest, throat, and mouth. The next moment, the zombie mother's mouth opened, and a ball of scarlet light slowly rose into the air and was held in Lu Liang's palm. It was a scarlet relic. The lines on it were clear, and it was beating slightly like a living thing. It seemed to be gestating some terrible creature, exuding a fierce pressure. On the other side, Li Xiang took out a tube of medicine, a syringe and a notebook from his pocket, and placed them on the coffin board in order. He first picked up the potion and shook it to evenly distribute the purple precipitate in the reagent. Then he sucked up the purple potion in the test tube with a syringe, expelled the excess air, and injected the potion into Jiang Shan's wrist artery. Lu Liang glanced at it. Is it an advanced potion? Li Xiang pulled out the needle. It's a suppression potion. The phosphorus fire in number 004's body is too overbearing. His current physique can't bear it at all. When the phosphorus fire riots again, he will degenerate into an evil spirit. This potion will temporarily neutralize the phosphorus fire in his body to ensure that he can live longer. After injecting the potion, Jiang Shan began to crawl strangely on the ground, muttering something in his mouth. He suddenly opened his eyes, empty and numb, and his gray pupils quickly turned purple. The purple lines spread from the wrist to the heart, neck, brain, and limbs, faintly outlining a complex curse pattern. Li Xiang picked up the file notebook and began to record. Experimental sequence 004, phosphorus snake gender, male source, caught it for fun on a whim. E-level inhibitor formula, 10 mg of 30-year-old resurrection fruit powder plus 5 ml of green-eyed toad blood plus 10 ml of 3-year-old poppy juice plus appropriate amount of medicine. Symptoms of taking the medicine: wriggling like a mechanical puppet, pupils turning purple, and subconsciously mumbling evil words. It's probably the original host resisting and warning, but it's none of my business. After recording, Li Xiang closed the file and stepped on the number 6 black box device casually. Buzz buzz buzz, all 6 black boxes started up, shooting 18 black lines into the sky, and then intertwined into a transparent container, imprisoning the zombie mother body.
At the same time, the Special Operations Brigade's defense line on the edge of the East Suburb Cemetery was already in jeopardy.
Boom boom. In the midst of the artillery fire, most of the zombies were directly blown into pieces, with broken limbs and arms piled up all over the ground, smelling terrible. The surging zombie frenzy attacked the defense line wave after wave, and the mutant zombies' suicide attacks were interspersed, making it hard to defend against. The Special Operations Brigade suffered heavy casualties. But no one was timid, no one withdrew from the battle, and no one lived in humiliation. The commander of the Special Operations Brigade, Lao Zhang, walked out of the command vehicle, followed by a dozen combat staff. He glanced at the tragic battlefield, at the soldiers fighting bloody battles, resolutely pulled out the gun on his waist, shouted and rushed to the front line. Special Operations Brigade, fight to the death. The combat staff did not hesitate to carry their guns and followed, shouting in unison, Special Operations Brigade, fight to the death. The next wave of zombies swept in, black and endless, like a surging tide that was about to submerge the Special Operations Brigade. Suddenly, a zombie of a different species at the front trembled and fell straight to the ground. Then, groups of zombies fell to the ground in the back, sweeping the entire battlefield like dominoes. The soldiers who were preparing to fight to the death were stunned, with a look of doubt on their faces. The combat staff also looked at each other, not understanding what had happened. The brigade commander Lao Zhang's eyes were slightly red, and his lips trembled. They succeeded. The long night finally ushered in the dawn.
That night, most residents of Huangshan City could not sleep.
Many people in high positions tried to spy on the inside story of the military exercise in Dongjiao Cemetery through various channels, but they all failed in the end. The patients of Gospel Hospital were also tormented by the sound of gunfire all night, and fell asleep at dawn.
At the entrance of the inpatient building, a black extended Lincoln was parked.
Surrounded by a group of bodyguards, Zhang Zhaotian helped Su Lingling out of the inpatient building.
After 2 days of treatment, Su Lingling's injuries were no longer serious.
She was just frightened and lost too much blood, so she needed to be properly nursed back to health. Zhang Zhaotian decided to take Su Lingling home to take care of her. First, Zhang Xiaoyu, the threat and obstacle, no longer existed. There was no need to hide and worry. Second, Zhang Zhaotian had been pent up these days and was a little angry.
Mr. Jiang, Miss Su.
Zhang Zhaotian turned his head and saw Bai Ji, who was dressed in plain clothes and without makeup, leading people here.
Her slender figure looked even more heroic in the morning light.
Zhang Zhaotian smiled. Officer Bai, why are you here? Bai Ji stopped. I came to inform you that although Zhang Xiaoyu was shot dead, this case is not over.
Zhang Zhaotian's face suddenly became solemn. What do you mean? Is there anyone else who wants to hurt Xiaoling? Su Lingling also showed fear and subconsciously shrank into Zhang Zhaotian's arms.
Bai Ji, you misunderstood. What I mean is that although Zhang Xiaoyu is dead, the kidnapping case is still established, and the murderer cannot escape the severe punishment of the law.
Zhang Zhaotian seemed to be relieved and did not comment. This is none of our business.
I hope the police have found the real murderer long ago. After that, he put his arm around Su Lingling's slender waist and walked into the back seat of Lincoln and drove away. Bai Ji stood there, stunned.
Sister Bai? The colleague behind him noticed something strange and asked, any questions?
From the first day he learned that he was assigned to Bai Ji, the teacher of the police academy told him that Bai Ji was the youngest criminal investigation expert in the city and that he had a bright future with her. Bai Ji, Zhang Xiaoyu's disappearance may really have no direct relationship with Zhang Zhaotian.
You go to check all the information and clues of Gao
Feifei, especially the places where she appeared recently, and do focused searches and inquiries. You must find her whereabouts.
Understood. Several plainclothes police officers immediately split up.
The purpose of Bai Ji's visit to the hospital this time was to inquire about Gao Feifei's whereabouts. After all, if Gao Feifei is found, the truth about the medical team's rescue of Su Lingling will be revealed, and who the sixth person who appeared at that time was. Perhaps, we can also catch some clues about Li Xiang. However, Li Xiang will never let Gao Feifei be found easily. Maybe she has been killed, and all the truth will be completely buried. At this moment, a nurse came hurriedly. Bai Ji glanced at her casually and was stunned for a moment.
Gao Feifei.
What's up? Gao Feifei, who was wearing a white nurse uniform and had a proud figure, turned her head and looked at him.
Her pretty face was a little confused as if she hadn't woken up from a hangover.
Bai Ji glanced at Gao Feifei from top to bottom and was very surprised. You are Gao Feifei, the special nurse in the VIP ward?
Work number 526? Gao Feifei nodded. It's me.
Bai Ji frowned slightly. Where have you been these days?
Why didn't you come to work?
Gao Feifei looked alert. Who are you?
You are quite nosy.
Bai Ji took out her ID and shook it. Gao Feifei was shocked and her attitude softened instantly.
Bai Ji put away her ID. Now you can tell me where you have been for the past 3 days? 3 days?
Gao Feifei widened her eyes and was a little amused. I just drank too much yesterday and didn't come to work.
How come it's been 3 days?
Officer, you are joking. She hurriedly took out her mobile phone to check the date and was stunned on the spot.
What's going on?
Gao Feifei clearly remembered that she went to Queen's nightclub to drink on the night of June 3rd, so how come today is suddenly June 6th?
Where did the 3 missing days go? Could it be that she was drunk for 3 days and 3 nights?
Gao Feifei put her hands on her head and tried to recall, but she couldn't remember what happened no matter what, her mind was blank.
Bai Ji asked tentatively, can't remember?
Gao Feifei shook her head blankly. I only remember that on the night of June 3rd, I went to the Queen nightclub to drink. Bai Ji, you went to the Star of Tomorrow theater yesterday afternoon to participate in a rescue, and you don't remember it either?
Gao Feifei frowned. I don't remember. Bai Ji, what do you remember?
Gao Feifei tried to recall, and suddenly a few pictures flashed in her mind, and she hurriedly said, I remember that a girl invited me to drink in the Queen nightclub, and then we got drunk. Bai Ji further asked, Who?
Who invited you to drink? What's her name?
Gao Feifei, I don't know, she didn't tell me.
Bai Ji seemed to have noticed something, took out her mobile phone and found a photo. Is it her?
Gao Feifei's eyes lit up, and she was extremely excited. It's her.
It's her who drank with me.
Officer, find this person and ask him and everything will be clear. Bai Ji stared into Gao Feifei's eyes. She is dead.
The person in the photo is Zhang Xiaoyu dead?
Gao Feifei was shocked. How did he die? Well, officer, let me tell you first, I definitely didn't kill him. I don't know anything. Bai Ji said calmly, I killed him.
Gao Feifei took a breath. You, Bai Ji, what do you remember?
Gao Feifei tried to recall again. Suddenly, several blurry images flashed through her mind. Under the dim light, a figure broke open the steel cage, with messy hair fluttering. A pair of big hands poured wine into her mouth, and said, let it drink, it will be fine. She and Zhang Xiaoyu went into a cafe. The name of the cafe was
Cafe.
Gao Feifei was anxious and somewhat incoherent. Officer, I remember someone was forcing me to drink. The wine was low-quality Lao Baigon, which was so spicy that my throat hurt. Even homeless people wouldn't drink it, and it's not as expensive as fake wine. Only those who are particularly stingy would buy this kind of wine to satisfy their hunger. Bai Ji, get to the point.
Who was the person who poured you the wine?
What did he look like? Gao Feifei smiled awkwardly. Ahem, sorry, the main reason is that the wine was really rubbish.
I don't remember the person who poured me the wine. I was groggy at the time. But I remember that after I got drunk, Zhang Xiaoyu took me to a cafe. Bai Ji's heart moved. Cafe? Is it the cafe opposite the high-tech zone police station?
Gao Feifei was slightly surprised. How do you know?
Bai Ji's mouth curled up. Write down my mobile number.
If you remember any other details, call me immediately.
Gao Feifei quickly agreed.
She also wanted to know what she had done in the 3 days she disappeared. After handling the relevant matters of Gospel Hospital, Bai Ji asked his subordinates to go about their business, and she drove away alone in the White Beetle. It was beyond Bai Ji's expectation that Li Xiang could let Gao Feifei come back to work so easily.
Is he so confident? What if Gao Feifei really remembered something? Wouldn't he lose everything? Let's go to the cafe to find Li Xiang now.
The White Beetle was driving on the wide main road, with high-rise buildings on both sides, especially the landmark building of Huangshan City, Tianhua Building.
On the 18th floor of Tianhua Building, Bai Chen was sitting in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, drinking coffee leisurely.
He was wearing a gray casual polo shirt and a baseball cap, and his eyes looked through the floor-to-ceiling window at the main road below. The White Beetle appeared in Bai Chen's field of vision. A cold arc was drawn at the corner of his mouth, and he put down the coffee cup in his hand and took out an old pocket watch from his arms. The temperature around him dropped sharply. The man at the next table shuddered and got goosebumps all over his body. fuck, the air conditioning here is too strong. Bai Chen opened the old pocket watch, and the dial with complex patterns was inlaid with transparent crystal in the middle. He looked through the crystal at the main road below. An old pocket watch is like a life chart, with data on the buildings, people, cars, trees, trash cans, etc. underneath. Length, width, height, angle, humidity, wind speed, accurate to a millimeter. There are transparent silk threads floating in the void, which are the ingenious connections between various things. The traces of fate in the dark are all clearly displayed, just waiting for a big hand to play the piano of fate. String. Bai Chen held up an old pocket watch with one hand, and stretched the 5 fingers of the other hand toward the dial. He muttered something in his mouth and began to fiddle with the hour, minute, and second hands. Creak, 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 creak as the hands of the clock rotated crazily, coins on the table, homeless people on the street, trucks driving on the main road, the dotted lines of numerology in the void began to become strangely entangled. Eventually entangled with the white beetle. Bai Chen stopped reciting the obscure incantation. His eyes showed the satisfaction and arrogance of being in control of everything. He raised his right hand that was playing with the hands of the watch and snapped his fingers crisply in the air. Potted the hour, minute, and second hands of the old pocket watch began to reverse rapidly. Bai Chen picked up the coin on the table, kissed it, and threw it from the window. Meet your destiny. Ding dong, the coin fell from the window, landed precisely in front of the homeless man, and then tumbled forward. The homeless man begging on the street lit up when he saw the coin, and he got up in a hurry to chase the coin. Gululu, the coin rolled all the way to the main road and finally stopped. The homeless man leaned over to pick up the coin, not noticing that he was already standing in the driveway. At this moment, the truck filled with steel pipes came quickly and was about to hit the homeless man. The truck driver was so frightened that he hurriedly turned the steering wheel to avoid the homeless man and used the lane next to him to brake suddenly. At this moment, the white beetle from behind was approaching rapidly, and was about to hit the truck that was braking on the road. He hurriedly braked. Stab! The beetle dragged 2 thick black lines on the ground, and barely stopped just before it hit the truck. Few the people in the car survived the catastrophe, and seemed to have breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they had a small life. At this moment, due to the strong inertia, hundreds of steel pipes in the truck shook violently and slid down like arrows, instantly piercing the white beetle. Ah! Pedestrians all around screamed in terror, and the main road turned into a mess. The homeless man who picked up the coins turned pale with fright and sat on the ground, trembling. Who would have thought that he just picked up a coin and caused such a tragic car accident? On the 18th floor of the Tianhua building opposite, Bai Chen glanced at the white beetle that was tied into a blood hedgehog by a steel pipe, and sneered at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, the hands on the old pocket watch stopped rotating and returned to their original positions. Bai Chen closed the old pocket watch gracefully and said contemptuously, "My dear sister, it seems that the person behind you is not as smart as you thought." Bai Chen stood in front of the French window and took a sip of coffee, admiring his masterpiece on the main road below. He was very proud. He could clearly feel that with the help of the old pocket watch, he was becoming more and more skilled in making accidents, and his sense of control over everything was getting stronger and stronger. This feeling of playing with the fate of others was like taking drugs, making him addicted, making him extremely happy, and making him unable to extricate himself. "Bai Chen, why are you here?" Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind. Bai Chen slowly turned his head to look at the person who came, with an unbelievable look on his face. "Sister? Shouldn't you?" Bai Ji stared at Bai Chen coldly. "Should what?" Before Bai Chen answered, a man sitting in the corner smiled and said, "Should be dead." Bai Chen was startled and turned his head to look. In the corner, a young man in a black windbreaker was smiling at him, showing his white and neat teeth. Bai Ji frowned slightly. "Li Xiang, what do you mean?" Li Xiang tilted his head towards the French window, indicating that she should go and see for herself. Bai Ji walked quickly to the French window and looked out, and was stunned. On the main road, her white beetle car had been pierced into a hedgehog by steel pipes. At this moment, traffic police, firefighters, and medical staff were busy around the car, carrying out a bloody corpse. Bai Ji's heart skipped a beat. If she was sitting in the car at this moment, she should be the one being carried out. She thought about it and understood everything in an instant. She turned her head and looked at Bai Chen, gritted her teeth secretly. "You did it?" Last time, she was almost buried by the high wall, and she thought it was Li Xiang who was warning her. Now it seems that Bai Chen is manipulating everything behind the scenes, including this time. Bai Chen did not answer Bai Ji, but looked at Li Xiang. His eyes narrowed slightly. He had a strong intuition that the person in front of him was helping Bai Ji and ruining his accidental killing twice. But he designed the fake killing with the help of the track pocket watch.
How did an ordinary person see through it? Bai Chen really couldn't figure it out. But this is not the top priority. The top priority is to leave here immediately and find another opportunity to attack. After all, an accident maker must always hide in the dark to be the most deadly. Without hesitation, Bai Chen turned around and left. He has been exposed, which is very dangerous. At this time, Li Xiang said lazily, "Hey, guess who is in the car now?" Bai Chen paused and turned to look at Li Xiang. Li Xiang's smile gradually became crazy, like a demon crawling out of hell. "It's your shield." Bai Chen's pupils shrank sharply. "Mom. Damn it, Bai Chen picked up the red wine bottle on the table and rushed towards Li Xiang. He just took 2 steps but stopped abruptly. He was so angry that he trembled all over and crushed the red wine bottle. Bang! Walala, the red wine mixed with blood flowed all over the ground, attracting the exclamations of people around. Bai Chen turned around mechanically with a gloomy face and hurriedly left here. Li Xiang put his hands behind his head and laughed even more harshly when he saw Bai Chen leave. "Ha ha 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 ha, number one smile is not good. He should smile like this to be more like a villain, hee. From an actor's professional perspective, I think he should smile like this, hee. What the hell, you are laughing like a pervert." Li Xiang shook his head and told the dogs in his mind to shut up, thinking it was a pity. Of course, he deliberately angered Bai Chen. If he couldn't help but make a big fuss here, his identity as an accident maker would be completely exposed. However, it would be better if Bai Chen restrained his anger and kept his identity, which showed that he was patient enough and was considered a rival with some weight. In this way, he was qualified to become Bai Ji's whetstone. Seeing Bai Chen leave, Bai Ji did not chase him to ask for an explanation, because Bai Chen's attitude had already explained everything. Moreover, compared with Bai Chen, Li Xiang was obviously more mysterious. Bai Ji walked to the corner and sat opposite Li Xiang, saying calmly, "So, this is why you asked me to come here to find you?" Half an hour ago, after Bai Ji finished questioning Gao Feifei, she planned to drive to the coffee shop to ask Li Xiang questions. As soon as she got into the driver's seat of the White Beetle, her cell phone rang. Bai Ji picked up the phone. "Hello, who is this?" "It's me, Li Xiang. Officer Bai, I have the clue you want, but you must come to the coffee shop on the 18th floor of Tianhua building to find me immediately. Remember, take a taxi, and arrive within half an hour, otherwise I may forget the clue." Bai Ji hung up the phone and prepared to take a taxi to Tianhua building. Although Bai Ji didn't understand what Li Xiang was up to, since he was willing to give clues, Bai Ji would never miss this opportunity. As soon as Bai Ji walked out of the cab, she met Shen Qingyan, who had finished the physical examination and walked out of the outpatient building. In order to show her warmth and concern for Bai Ji, Shen Qingyan naturally proposed to help her drive the White Beetle home. And in order to reduce too much entanglement with this stepmother, Bai Ji casually agreed. So, the person who should have died in the car changed from Bai Ji to Shen Qingyan. And the person who caused the car accident was Shen Qingyan's son, Bai Chen. In the coffee shop, Li Xiang shrugged, "Of course not. I saved your life not to get your gratitude, but to make a deal with you." Bai Ji frowned slightly. What deal? She felt that she could never guess Li Xiang, even a little bit, which was a feeling she had never had with anyone. Li Xiang pushed a cup of coffee on the table to Bai Ji. "I'll buy you a cup of coffee." Bai Ji was stunned. "Is this the deal you said? You saved my life just to buy me a cup of coffee?" Li Xiang nodded slightly, "Yes." Bai Ji widened her black and white eyes and stared at Li Xiang seriously. "You said such romantic words, are you sure you don't want to pick me up?" Li Xiang. "Ha ha ha, this woman is crazy. Believe me, girl, number one really doesn't want to pick you up. If he wants to pick you up, he will only want to soak you in formalin." Li Xiang knocked on the coffee cup. "Let me tell you this cup of coffee is not from this store. I brewed it myself and brought it from home. It seems more like it this way." "Shut up." Li Xiang scratched his messy hair nervously. "In short, I saved you. You just need to drink this cup of coffee, and we'll be even." Bai Ji stared at the cup of coffee in front of her, her brain spinning rapidly. It seemed to be an ordinary iced Americano, with a pure color, a strong smell, and a moderate degree of ice. Wait, did he even calculate the melting speed of the ice cubes? Drinking this cup of coffee can offset the life-saving grace. Is there such a cheap thing? Even a fool can guess that there must be something else in the coffee. Is he going to use my identity as a policeman to do something illegal? At this time, Li Xiang raised his lips and said, "Are you hesitant? Do you remember the chronic poison Bai Chen gave your father? Only I can cure it." Bai Chen's heart trembled when she heard this. She received the test report from the technical department last night.
At present, this poison has no cure. Baiji took a deep breath, grabbed the coffee cup and drank it all. Baiji clenched her coffee cup, her whole body tense, ready to accept the unknown pain and fear. But after waiting for half a minute, nothing seemed to happen. On the contrary, this glass of iced American style has a pure taste, and the mellow aroma lingers in the mouth for a long time, and it is surprisingly delicious. Baiji looked at Li Xiang with confusion. At this moment, Li Xiang was writing furiously on his notebook and smiled. "Why, you seem a little disappointed?" Baiji secretly breathed a sigh of relief and let go of her hand holding the coffee cup. "Now I can basically confirm that you really want to pick me up." Li Xiang raised his head when he heard this and gave Baiji a big white eye. Baiji, Shen Xingyan went to Gospel Hospital for a physical examination, and the time for her physical examination was arranged by you, right? Li Xiang lowered his head and continued writing. "Of course. There are not so many accidents in this world." Baiji, "So, you took advantage of the accident designed by Bai Chen to kill Shen Xingyan?" Li Xiang shook his head. No, Shen Xingyan committed suicide. She died of her false warmth and purposeful approach to you. I can arrange for her to meet you after the physical examination, but I can't arrange for her to choose to help you drive your car home." Baiji nodded when she heard this. "That's true." Li Xiang stopped writing. "You can leave now." Baiji remained motionless, staring straight at Li Xiang. "The poison on my father, Li Xiang, order the coffee from our store, choose any flavor, drink 3 cups a day for a month, and the medicine will cure your illness." "Baiji, it takes so long?" Li thought, "Hey, how else can I make money?" When Baiji heard this, she resisted the urge to slap someone with her big mouth, cursed and stood up to leave. Li Xiang glanced at Baiji's leaving figure and looked at his notebook. Experiment sequence 005, Wise Man gender, female source, coercion and inducement Flevel potion formula, 10 abyss floats plus 30 mg of ice core epiphyllum powder plus 2 mg of ascetic footskin plus appropriate amount of medicine, symptoms of taking the medicine, physical and mental pleasure within 30 seconds. Delicate and shiny skin, pupils glowing lavender, brain restricted area development reaching 12%, almost. Intuitive sensitivity and judgment on various complex issues. At this time, a middle-aged man at the next table turned his head. It was the undertaker of number 003. I didn't see how wise the wise man number 005 was. Li thought, that's because your wisdom is not high enough. Lu Liang, you just didn't tell the wise man that Bai Chen had a trajectory pocket watch in her hand. This would put her at an absolute disadvantage and even directly lead to her death. Li Xiang closed the notebook and tilted his head, as if he was about to pour something out. What's the point of saying it? Furthermore, the biggest feature of the Wise Man Sequence Potion is that it requires the user to stimulate the potency in the process of constantly solving complex problems, thereby maximizing the development of the restricted area of the brain. If number 005 dies, I don't mind letting Bai Chen become the new Wise Man. It makes no difference to me. Lu Liang nodded. I understand. Li thought, by the way, what's going on at the shelter? Lu Liang pondered for a moment. After the news about the track pocket watch was revealed last time, the shelter has been conducting strict surveillance near Bai's house, but the first suspect they identified is Shen Xingyan. Now that Shen Xingyan is dead, according to the clues of bad luck left at the scene of the car accident, the shelter will soon find Bai Chen. At the same time, the main road below Tianhua building. Due to a serious car accident, this section of the road has been closed by the traffic police. There is an endless stream of people watching the excitement, almost crowding the sidewalks on both sides. Zhang Shan and others in disguise also mingled with the crowd watching the fun. Zhang Shan, wearing a gray hoodie, frowned as he looked at the body lifted out of the white beetle. After a brutal battle with the zombie mother last night, only Zhang Shan from the 7th team survived and successfully contained the zombie mother. But Zhang Shan vaguely remembered that he did not seem to activate the number 6 black box device before passing out. So, how is the zombie mother successfully contained? Moreover, after returning from the Dongjiao cemetery, Zhang Shan found that the phosphorus fire in his body had become better controlled. If it was a scourge before, now it is a thin dog, a trickle. The subordinate Lu Bo behind him frowned and whispered, Captain Jiang, there is definitely something fishy about this car accident. As soon as we focused on Shen Xingyan, she got into a car accident. Furthermore, according to monitoring, the strange aura around here seriously exceeds the standard. According to the analysis of the technical department, it should be the remaining dotted line of doom. Whether it is an evil spirit or a strange object with strange power, as long as it interferes with the operation of the normal world, it will leave a more or less strange atmosphere. After continuous research and summary, the shelter has been able to detect these strange smells.
Who wants to kill Shin Qingyan? Lubo started to analyze on his own. Based on what we know about Shin Qingyan's social and family relationships, Shin Qingyan's son Bai Chen can basically be ruled out of suspicion. The relationship between Shin Qingyan and Bai Songtao is also good. Bai Songtao can basically rule out suspicion. In this case, the biggest suspect is Bai Ji. On the one hand, Shin Qingyan is Bai Ji's stepmother, and her relationship with Bai Ji is only a superficial relative. Secondly, Shin Qingyan will definitely regard Bai Ji as a thorn in her side for her son's vested interests. Third, Bai Ji is known as the youngest criminal investigation expert in Huangshan City. Maybe she used the trick pocket watch to solve the strange cases before. Fourth, this car belongs to Bai Ji. She is probably involved. Jiang Shan looked back at Lubo and said, "What nonsense." In the Gospel Hospital, it was Shin Qingyan who offered to help Bai Ji drive the car home, so Shin Qingyan's death should be an accident. In fact, the murderer's real target is Bai Ji. So, the murderer can only be Bai Chen. Our initial judgment was wrong. The trick pocket watch is likely to be on Bai Chen. Notify the people who are following Bai Chen immediately and arrest him directly. Yes, I understand. Lubo's face turned red and white when he heard the words. He nodded awkwardly and took out his mobile phone to contact the members of the second team. Beep beep, the call was connected. Hello, Captain Jiang ordered to arrest Bai Chen immediately. What? Bai Chen is missing? The old house of the Bai family. Bai Chen lay on a rattan chair in the yard, closing his eyes and resting his mind. This old house was where Bai Songtao lived before he became rich. After he became the richest man in Huangshan City, his family moved to a new villa, and this old house became vacant. The house is not big, but it is surrounded by dense trees and is very secluded. The yard is also very clean and tidy, and the wind chimes on the eaves are soft and pleasant. Beep beep, the phone rang. Bai Chen slowly picked up the phone. Hello? Bai Ji's voice came from the other end of the phone, trying to suppress her anger. Bai Chen, where did you take Dad? Bai Songtao, chairman of the Chuangtian Travel Group and the richest man in Huangshan City, disappeared mysteriously. When the police temporarily determined the direction of the case as kidnapping and extortion, Bai Ji immediately locked Bai Chen. Bai Chen's mouth curled up a sneer. Do you want to know? You have an hour to find me. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Beep beep, Bai Ji slowly put down her phone in front of the French window of the Criminal Investigation Department on the 7th floor of the police station. Zhou Sen, who was standing by, put out the cigarette but in his hand and frowned slightly. What did you say? Zhao Yin also came over, wiping the cigarette ash that Zhou Sen had dropped on the table with his fingers. Bai Ji said in a low voice, Bai Chen asked me to find him within an hour, otherwise he would kill him. Zhou Sen cursed, this beast. Bai Songtao is also his father. Zhao Yin frowned, I will immediately notify people in other departments to adjust the direction of the investigation, spread everyone out, and search for Bai Chen's whereabouts with all my strength. Bai Ji waved her hand. No, we can't be misled by Bai Chen. The most urgent thing now is not to find him, but to find my father. Zhao Yin was stunned when he heard the words, and then suddenly realized, you are right, I will arrange it right now. Before he finished speaking, he hurried out of the office. Zhou Sen's face was solemn. That being said, if Bai Chen cannot be found within an hour, based on his personality, he might really do something crazy. Bai Ji calmly took out a cigarette, lit it, and let the smoke fill her nose. Actually, I know where Bai Chen is. Zhou Sen was shocked when he heard this. You know? Everyone in the police station has been looking for him for a whole morning and couldn't find him. Bai Ji actually said she knew? Bai Ji exhaled a puff of smoke. When I was talking to Bai Chen on the phone just now, I heard a familiar sound of wind chimes. It's the kind of very old-fashioned single-hanging wind chimes that only exist on the eaves of the Bai family's old house, and the Bai family's old house is where Bai Chen and I grew up. So, Bai Chen should be in the Bai family's old house in the suburbs. And it takes at least 50 minutes to get from the city to the Bai family's old house. We just spent 5 minutes analyzing the case, so now we still have. Bai Ji glanced at her phone. There are still 5 minutes. Hearing this, Zhou Sen's pupils shrank slightly, and he was so shocked that he couldn't say a word. Based on a small detail on the phone, a problem that seems to require huge manpower and material resources to solve can be inferred. Bai Ji's thinking acumen and logical analysis ability are more than a little higher than before. Bai Ji continued, 5 minutes, I don't have time to do a very important thing. So, I can only ask you to go. Zhou Sen asked in confusion, a very important thing? What is it? Is there anything more important than arresting Bai Chen now? Bai Ji, go to the auto repair shop and fix the evidence. Auto repair shop? What does this have to do with the current case?
Zhou Xin was even more confused after hearing this, and he had no clue at all. It was not until Bai Ji briefly explained the interests involved that Zhou Xin suddenly realized it. Opposite the police station, a coffee shop. Li Xiang got up from the bed on time, made himself a cup of iced Americano with sleepy eyes, and then asked Li Nian to grind the coffee beans quickly. Li Nian, who was typing at his desk, stood up and cursed, and reluctantly grabbed the coffee beans. Grind beans, there is no customer, grind so many beans to feed the dog. Li Xiang leisurely drank a sip of iced American coffee and rinsed his mouth. Customers will come soon. There were no customers all morning, and customers will come soon? Li Nian was about to say a few words, and several figures entered the coffee shop one after another. He immediately shut up. Li Xiang, who was wearing plaid pajamas, leaned on the bar with one hand on his waist, and raised the corner of his mouth. Welcome, 6 people. Jiang Shan glanced at Li Xiang and frowned slightly. Did you know I would come? Li Xiang shrugged. How could it be? I said I'm not a fortune teller. Jiang Shan snorted and asked his men to sit down. The first time he saw Li Xiang, Jiang Shan's mind actually recalled the vague figure he had seen in the zombie tomb. Jiang Shan guessed that it was probably the mysterious man who completed the containment of the zombie mother body. One is a mysterious man who is so powerful that he can come and go freely in the zombie nest, and the other is a coffee shop owner with a messy hair and pajamas. How could they be the same person? Jiang Shan couldn't help but laugh at himself for having this inexplicable idea. Several special forces members who acted neatly sat down by the window, but their eyes never left the police station door opposite. Although they couldn't find Bai Qin in a short time, Bai Ji, who knew Bai Qin best, could definitely do it. Therefore, as long as they followed Bai Ji, they could find Bai Qin's whereabouts and take in the trick pocket watch. At this time, Li Xiang winked at Li Nian. As a qualified lackey, Li Nian immediately picked up the drink list on the bar and walked over, squeezing out a professional fake smile. What do you want to drink? Jiang Shan said lightly. No, we'll sit for a while. Li Nian looked at Li Xiang. Li Xiang pointed to the opposite side. Li Nian, oh, if you don't order anything but just take up a seat, that's maliciously disrupting our business. I can go to the police station across the street and call the police. Jiang Shan frowned slightly. With their special identities, they are not afraid of the police, but once they call the police, their tracking of Bai Ji will be exposed. Jiang Shan waved his hand and said impatiently, just order anything. Li Nian looked at Li Xiang again. Li Xiang raised his thumb and pushed it upward. Li Nian, oh, 6 cups of Royal Premium Americano. A special forces member smacked his lips. It sounds very expensive. Li Nian handed over the wine list and payment code, and answered enthusiastically, the most expensive in our store. The special forces member shrank his neck, glanced at Jiang Shan, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was Captain Jiang who treated them. Jiang Shan's fingers trembled when he paid, and his murderous aura became stronger and stronger. Please wait a moment. Li Nian saw that things were not going well and immediately ran away, went to the bar and started making coffee. Li Xiang waved his hand at Li Nian and whispered, do it as slowly as possible, and drag it out until they leave. This is a no-cost business. Fuck, you are the one who is still a profiteer, number 1. If you keep doing this, you will be the richest man in Huangshan City sooner or later. I'm excited, I want to invest. Li Nian was stunned when he heard this, and secretly gave his brother a thumbs up. Sure enough, he learned another fatal trick to become a profiteer. 5 minutes later, the rigorous Li Nian was still grinding coffee beans. The door of the police station slowly opened, and a black private car drove out of the door. Jiang Shan and others stood up at the same time and hurried out. If Bai Ji wanted to go to find Bai Qin alone, she would definitely use a private car. Li Xiang waved his hand when he saw this. Hey, everyone's coffee, just don't make it. Li Nian put the ground coffee beans back into the can, and said with a smile, brother, we've made a lot of money this time. Li Xiang put on a black coat. Look at your achievements, you're just a step ahead. Remember to drink the medicine, I'm going out for a while. After saying that, Li Xiang walked out of the coffee shop with his black coat swaying. Okay. Li Nian picked up the medicine bottle on the table, poured out a pill and threw it into his mouth. Since last month, Li Xiang took Li Nian's pulse and said that he had kidney deficiency, and then gave him this bottle of medicine and asked him to take it on time. I don't know what the name of this medicine is, I only saw a string of numbers written on the bottle, sequence 006. 2 police cars drove quickly into Yuanhang Auto Repair Shop. Zhou Xin got out of the car with 10 plainclothes men. At a glance, he saw that the large open space was filled with various car wrecks. Administrator. As soon as Joe DePeo shouted, the door of the colored steel plate hut was immediately pushed open, and a bald middle-aged man wearing shorts and a vest trotted over. Here. Comrade Police, what's the matter? Joseon, where is the white beetle that was towed back from Chunghwa Avenue yesterday? Where is it? The balding middle-aged man couldn't help but smile bitterly when he heard this. Comrade Police, I have hauled back hundreds of scrapped cars this day, how can I remember them? If I remember correctly, that piece should have been released. He pointed eastward. Joseon looked in the direction he pointed and was speechless. I saw several spectacular hills piled up by used cars, blocking out the sky and the sun. Try to find. License plate number, yellow S671TY. Joseon gave an order, and the 10 plainclothes policemen behind him looked at each other and smiled bitterly, and then rushed towards the pile of abandoned cars. There are towering piles of scrapped cars on both sides, with only a narrow path in the middle, and a few car parts stuck in the path to block the road. Plainclothes police officers climbed up along the catwalk. The one at the front of the team was Wu Guang, who had recently left the team. The young man was full of energy. As he walked, he pulled out a few parts blocking the road and cleaned them up. Just as he pulled out the next part that was blocking the way and was about to throw it away, he suddenly heard a crisp snapping sound, like the sound of a tight rubber band being torn off. At the same time, a small rope was tied to the bottom of the part, which seemed to have just broken. While Wang Chong was stunned, the mountains of cars on both sides shuddered violently and rolled down towards the middle, burying everyone on the spot like a mudslide. Hua la la run! With quick eyes and quick hands, Joseon shouted and rushed forward. At the same time, he raised a piece of the car door at hand to block his head, knocking away the fallen parts. The rest of the people also reacted and ran forward in panic. Rumble in less than 10 seconds, the narrow path was completely submerged, and billowing smoke and dust rose into the sky. The 2 plainclothes men who were slower to react could not escape the injury. Their legs were directly pinned down by the abandoned car, and their arms were injured by falling parts. Fortunately, their lives were not in danger. Call an ambulance. Joseon's face was solemn. You two stay and take care of them, the rest continue to follow me. When the scrapped car rolled down, a bad premonition came to Joseon's mind. Bai Ji once told him that Bai Chen was an accident maker who could make people die in accidents through incredible and exquisite layouts. Was what happened just now an accident or man-made? Could it be that Bai Ji's inference was wrong? Bai Chen was not in Baijiao Old Mansion, but here. Was that scene just now an unexpected killing spree set by him? Joseon glanced at the 6 subordinates behind him who were in a panic and soaked in gasoline, and said solemnly, cheer up and be careful. The 6 plainclothes policemen nodded. The scene just now was really thrilling. Walk. Joseon and others continued to explore forward, searching for the all-important white beetle among the scrapped cars. Every step I took was trembling, like walking on thin ice. At the same time, Huangshan High-Tech Zone. Zhang Shan and others took an off-road vehicle and followed the black private car 100 meters behind. The tracking has lasted for half an hour. Zhang Shan, who was sitting in the passenger seat, looked around through the car window and gradually frowned. There's something wrong. This seems to be the way to the Longwan Huading Villa area, which is also the way to Bai Ji's house. Quick, go up and force that private car to stop. Yes. Zhang Shan gave an order, and the special operations team members sitting in the driver's seat stepped on the accelerator and accelerated, directly forcing the black private car driving out of the police station to stop. Snap. Zhang Shan got out of the off-road vehicle and knocked on the other party's window. The remaining special forces members directly surrounded the private car. The car window slowly rolled down, revealing Zhao Yin's surprised and uncertain face. What's going on? Even the police dared to stop the car. Hey, who are you? Zhang Shan ignored Zhao Yin, but leaned against the car window and looked at the empty back seat. Then he took out his national security ID and said involuntarily, open the trunk, hurry up. Zhao Yin was stunned when he saw the witness documents, and opened the trunk very cooperatively. Empty. Zhang Shan looked gloomy and stared at Zhao Yin. What are you here for? Zhao Yin answered truthfully, send something to a colleague. Zhang Shan, which colleague? What are you sending something to? Who are you sending something to? Zhao Yin, Baiji. Sending a letter. It should be for you. Zhang Shan? Zhao Yin grinned, showing 8 symmetrical teeth. She said she would help her deliver the letter to the person who was following this car. It should be you. With that said, he took out the envelope from the car and handed it to Zhang Shan. Zhang Shan took the envelope and opened it immediately. Inside was an address and a mobile phone number. Walk. At the same time, Bai Ji was already driving alone on a small road. After passing through the bamboo forest in front of you, you will reach your destination in 1 kilometer. The wheels passed quickly, splashing water in the puddles. The puddle sparkled, and the water reflected a moth that crashed into a spider web between bamboos. It struggled desperately but to no avail, and was finally caught by a spider.
Yuanhang Auto Repair Shop. Zhou Xin and others were chasing a sneaky young man.
Since the police car entered the repair shop, the young man in a gray hoodie and jeans has been secretly following them. Just now, the young man stepped on the air in the pile of parts and made a sound, which was discovered by Zhou Xin and others. Stop! Zhou Xin and 7 others chased the young man over a hill of scrapped cars, and there was an open space in front of them, with a few cars parked sporadically. The young man ran away and rushed into a white car in a hurry, trying to drive away. The plainclothes policeman named Wang Hao ran very fast, jumped up and threw the young man into the car. Zhou Xin and others secretly breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this, subconsciously slowed down their pace, and gasped for breath. Wang Hao is not only physically strong, but also a master of free fighting and grappling.
As long as he catches you, you are most likely to be safe.
At this moment, a slight mechanical winch sound came faintly. Zhou Xin moved his ears and immediately looked around for the source of the sound. Suddenly, he saw a crane not far away rotating its boom, with a small truck hanging on the boom. Creaking, the boom rotated to the top of the white car, and the small truck hanging on it suddenly fell vertically.
Zhou Xin was shocked.
Be careful. Boom! The truck fell vertically and crushed the white car on the spot.
No!
The plainclothes man who witnessed this tragic scene screamed and turned pale. Inside the crushed white car, scarlet blood was gurgling out and soaking into the soil. At the same time, a burst of piercing laughter came from the crane.
Ha 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 ha! Zhou Xin looked up with a gloomy face.
In the cab of the crane, a bald middle-aged man was laughing wildly.
It was the administrator just now.
But the real manager of the auto repair shop had been strangled to death by him in the color steel plate room. His eyes were sudden and terrified. The bald man looked crazy and suddenly pulled the crane lever. Rumble! The mechanical crane swings out suddenly, knocking a plainclothesman who had no time to dodge and fly 3 meters away, causing his bones to shatter.
Stop! Stop it, you lunatic, or I'll shoot. The rest of the plainclothesmen took out the pistols from their waistbands and aimed at the bald man in the cab.
Through the glass, the bald man showed no fear, laughing wildly while manipulating the crane to hit a plainclothes man again. Upon seeing this, the plainclothes policemen around them pulled their triggers and shot the bald man.
Don't shoot!
Zhou Xin suddenly thought of something and shouted hurriedly, but it was too late.
Bang!
Bang bang! Hot sparks spurted out from the barrel of the gun, instantly igniting the clothes of the plainclothes policemen soaked in gasoline and engine oil, and they burst into flames.
Ah!
The plainclothes policemen who fired were like balls of fire, rolling and struggling crazily on the ground, screaming in agony.
Take off your clothes!
Zhou Xin shouted and rushed forward, grabbed the fire extinguisher on the side, pulled the latch and was about to spray it on the burning people, when he suddenly got a jolt and threw the fire extinguisher directly. He first took off his coat soaked in gasoline, then struggled to dig out the sand on the ground with an iron plate, and buried it on his subordinates.
Another plainclothesman named Zhao Ming did not fire a shot and therefore escaped death.
Seeing that everyone was on fire, Zhao Ming immediately rushed to help. Without thinking, he picked up the fire extinguisher on the side and sprayed it on the colleagues who were on fire.
Ho, but who would have thought that what came out of the fire extinguisher was not fire extinguishing agent, but gasoline? Rumble, adding fuel to the fire.
The fire rolled instantly, and the flames poured into the fire extinguisher along with the gasoline, and exploded the next moment.
Boom!
Zhao Ming was blown away on the spot, and he did not know whether he was alive or dead. Zhou Xin's pupils shrank sharply. It was planned, everything was planned. It was obvious that everything had been planned from the moment they entered the garage. Several colleagues who were rescued by Zhou Xin using sand to extinguish the fire survived. Although they were more or less burned, their lives were saved for the time being. Zhou Xin was left standing alone, embarrassed and frightened. At this moment, a burst of laughter came. Hey, so many people have died, do you need help calling an ambulance? When Zhou Xin heard this, he looked up and saw a young man in a white windbreaker walking out of a pile of scrapped cars, sneering at him, showing his white teeth.
Bai Chen. It's Bai Ji's half-brother, the ruthless accident maker, Bai Chen.
Bai Chen calmly walked towards a pile of scrapped cars, then reached out and lifted a tarp. Are you looking for this?
Wow, parts fell off, revealing the honeycombed white beetle covered up inside.
Bai Chen put his hands in his pockets and sneered at the corner of his mouth. It seems that my dear sister has some brains and knows that this car is the key to victory or defeat.
It's a pity that I don't have much brains.
A pre-recorded sound of wind chimes caused her to make a mistake in judgment and she was completely eliminated. It was really a mistake for her cleverness, hiss. Jo-sin was shocked when he heard this. It turned out that the wind chimes that Bai Ji heard on the phone were recorded by Bai Chen in advance. At this moment, I'm afraid Bai Ji has arrived at the empty Bai family's old house. Bai Chen slowly walked towards the beetle that was trapped in a hornet's nest, strolled leisurely, and said to himself, "Now, I only need to destroy the brake system of this car and then apply for appraisal by an appraisal agency to prove that this car has been tampered with. Then Bai Ji let my mother drive this car, which is intentional murder. Although she did not die from a brake failure, Bai Ji must at least be sentenced to attempted murder. The shareholders of the company will not let a murderer inherit the company, which will cause the stock price to plummet." As he spoke, he picked up a wrench and shook it towards Jo-sin below, with a bright smile. "Can you stop me?" Jo-sin frowned, staring at Bai Chen's arrogant face, and rushed towards him without hesitation. Although he knew in his heart that getting close to the scheming Bai Chen would be dangerous, he had to do it. He couldn't watch Bai Ji being framed by this scumbag. Sometimes Jo-sin also feels that he is about to retire, so why bother working so hard? Isn't it good to drink tea and read the newspaper every day and wait for retirement? But every time he saw scum doing evil things, Jo-sin couldn't get over the hurdle in his heart. He is a policeman. Bai Chen held the wrench and did not rush to destroy the brake device. Instead, he looked at the rushing Jo-sin with interest and muttered silently, 3, 2, 1, bingo. Clang lang lang. Jo-sin happened to step into a trap, and his right leg was instantly tied up by an iron chain. He was hung upside down and swayed left and right in the air. Ha 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 ha. Bai Chen laughed wildly with a wrench, dancing and waving his hands, wishing he could do a tango on the spot. TSK TSK TSK, the police in Huangshan City are only capable of this, it's really embarrassing. Jo-sin was hung upside down in the air, veins on his forehead bulged, and he tried to struggle to untie the iron chain tied around his ankle, but it was completely in vain. Bai Chen smiled contemptuously. "Okay, let's stop here today." He raised the wrench and reached for the brake pedal. "Stop!" A crisp voice suddenly came. Bai Chen turned his head and was a little surprised. I saw Bai Ji holding a gun with both hands, and the black muzzle of the gun pointed at Bai Chen. "Bai Chen, you are arrested." Jo-sin was slightly stunned when he saw this, and was immediately overjoyed. I didn't expect that Bai Ji actually saw through Bai Chen's trick and found this place. Pointed at by the black muzzle of the gun, Bai Chen was not panicked at all. Instead, he smiled and said, "Oh, my dear sister, you actually found this place. It's really surprising. But if you don't find this place, I will be disappointed. Because if that happens, I can't give you the gift I carefully prepared." As soon as the voice fell, Bai Chen pressed the start button of the remote control in his hand. Rumble the roller started instantly, making a piercing roar. The machine weighing hundreds of tons squeezed up and down, pressing the scrapped cars on the conveyor belt into discus. At the same time, the iron chain on Jo-sin's feet also tightened, slowly pulling Jo-sin into the machine. In less than 10 seconds, he would be crushed into meat dregs. Bai Chen tilted his head and laughed crazily. "Dear sister, what will you choose?" Jo-sin was getting closer and closer to the squeeze port, but there was no trace of fear on his face. Instead, he yelled at Bai Chen, "Bai girl, leave me alone, shoot. Shoot and kill this scumbag." Jo-sin's roar and Bai Chen's laughter mixed together, like a savage beast crashing into Bai Ji's eardrums. "Dear sister, do you think your cleverness is great? I control your destiny. In the face of fate, your cleverness is nothing. We are not in the same dimension at all, how can you fight with me?" Bai Yada shoots. Shoot the scumbag. If Bai Ji shoots Bai Chen, Jo-sin will be crushed to death by the crusher. If Bai Ji goes to rescue Jo-sin, she will have no choice but to watch Bai Chen destroy the braking system of the beetle and be framed and imprisoned by him. Bai Ji's brain was running rapidly, but she couldn't think of a way to solve it. What to do? What to do? Boom! The next moment, Bai Ji's mind suddenly roared, as if a heavy door had been opened with a bang. She opened her eyes and saw that she was in a band of blue and red light dots. Densely packed white thin lines of different thicknesses were floating in the void, constantly bifurcating and then bifurcating. Like a magnificent and towering nebula. This is a no-go zone for the brain. Also known as God's forbidden zone. Generally speaking, the human brain is less than 10% developed, and the remaining 90% is an area that humans cannot reach throughout their lives. Legend has it that God personally imprisoned part of the human brain when he created man, because once human thinking touches this area, it will pose a threat to God. Therefore, this area of the brain is called God's forbidden zone. Last time at Tianhua Building, Bai Ji drank the number 005 potion concocted by Li Xiang, and the development speed of the God's forbidden zone instantly reached 12%. Now, under the stimulation of the dead situation in front of her, Bai Ji's brain forbidden area was opened again, and the development rate instantly soared to 15%. Almost instantly, Bai Ji suddenly felt that her whole body was transparent, her five senses were clear, and her thoughts floated into the void like clouds, blending with the heaven and earth, and echoing with all things. She opened her eyes, and a sea of red and blue stars flashed in her eyes. There are mountains of car parts piled up in front of me, scrap iron sheets discarded everywhere, unrelated plants and trees, everything becomes traceable. Bai Ji raised the corner of her mouth, put the pistol back on her waist, and then walked towards Bai Chen. Seeing this, Bai Chen's laughter stopped abruptly and he frowned slightly, not understanding what Bai Ji was going to do. Didn't she shoot herself? Don't you want to save Zhou Sen? 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. In 1 meter, Zhou Sen will be pulled into the crusher. At this moment, Bai Ji came to the pile of discarded parts at Bai Chen's feet, reached out and took a steel bar from the pile, and then threw it behind her seemingly casually. Whoosh! The steel bar drew an elegant arc in midair, and was then accurately inserted into the gears of the rolling mill. Click! When Zhou Sen was still half a meter away from the rolling mouth, the rolling machine was suddenly stuck by the steel bars, and the rolling plate stopped at the top of Zhou Sen's head. At the same time, without the delicate support of the steel bar, the pile of parts under Bai Chen's feet trembled and collapsed. Hulala, rolling smoke and dust rose into the sky, and Bai Chen was also swept up by the torrent of steel, rolling down from a high place. God's forbidden area is so powerful. Snap! Bai Chen happened to roll down at Bai Ji's feet. Dozens of steel parts had been inserted into his body, and scarlet blood was flowing out. Bai Ji stood there, looking at the dying Bai Chen at her feet, with no emotion in her cold eyes. A mouthful of blood gushed out from Bai Chen's mouth, but he laughed, his smile extremely oozing. Bai Ji, you didn't win. Now that you found this place, you don't have time to go to the Bai family's old house. I might as well tell you that I hid Bai Songtao in the Bai family's old house. It is estimated that at this time, he has been blown to ashes by a time bomb. Ha 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 ha. I just want you to taste what it feels like to lose your only relative. A game within a game. If Bai Ji was deceived by Bai Chen's deception and went to the Bai family's old house, at least Bai Songtao could be rescued in time. But if Bai Ji sees through Bai Chen's deception and comes here, then Bai Songtao will be killed by the explosion. This is the full picture of the dead end designed by Bai Chen. No matter what, she won't let Bai Ji win. However, Bai Ji didn't panic when she heard this, and said calmly, "You don't need to worry, I have already sent people to the Bai family's old house on the way here. Calculate the time, there should be results over there." As soon as she finished speaking, Bai Ji's cell phone rang. She picked up the phone. "Hello." Jiang Shan's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Officer Bai Ji, we have arrived at our destination. Bai Songtao is safe and sound, and the bomb has been successfully defused. Thanks. In exchange, I need Bai Chen's body. Make a deal." Bai Ji hung up the phone and glanced at Bai Chen provocatively with her black and white eyes. Bai Chen's eyes welled up with strong unwillingness. He was so angry that he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and died suddenly on the spot. Bai Ji turned around and left, unplugging the roller along the wire, completely stopping the roller, and then dragged Zhou Sen off the conveyor belt. At the same time, a burnt plainclothes policeman's body moved strangely. It mechanically stretched out its charred arm, reached into Bai Chen's arms, took out something, and then stuffed it into its burnt chest. Wow, ambulances and police cars drove into the repair shop gate one after another, and the shrill sirens scared away a black raven. Zhou Sen, who was rescued, leaned on the scrap car, lit a cigarette, and took a deep puff. Damn, it's just like the movie, the police car and ambulance always arrive last. Bai Ji smiled silently when she heard it. The rescue team came with stretchers, put the sacrificed and injured plainclothes policemen on the stretchers, and quickly sent them to Gospel Hospital. 2 Special Forces members in plainclothes walked towards Bai Ji and saluted her. "Officer Bai Ji, we are here to receive Bai Chen's body." Bai Ji nodded slightly. "Please." The 2 Special Forces members lifted Bai Chen's body and walked out. The 2 came to a troop carrier, put Bai Chen's body into the car, and then closed the door. 1 Special Forces member guarded the door, and the other Special Forces member began to search Bai Chen's body. "Ha? Why is there nothing?" "No? Impossible, he must have brought the trick pocket watch with him." "Search again." Gospel Hospital. The charred plainclothes policeman was sent to the morgue, and Li Xiang and Lu Liang had been waiting for a long time.
When the others left, Lu Liang snapped his fingers. A morgue cabinet was pushed open, and the disheveled howler crawled out, then reached into the chest of the charred corpse and took out something. Trick pocket watch. The howler's face was pale, and he respectfully held up the track pocket watch with both hands and handed it to Li Xiang. Li Xiang was about to take it, but his hand in the air suddenly changed direction, twisted the howler's face to the side, and then picked up the trick watch, smacking his lips. With this thing, I can make an interesting thing. Then, he opened the cover of the watch with exquisite patterns. Tick-tick, the hour hand, minute hand, and second hand turned happily on the dial, and the sound became louder and more urgent, like the sound of the tide echoing throughout the morgue. Buzz, the complex patterns on the dial moved strangely, slowly rising to the air, outlining a twisted and illusory face. Sometimes joyful, sometimes painful, sometimes crazy, sometimes indifferent. It opened its gray lips, its voice was low and hoarse, bewitching. Human, believe in me, I can let you calculate everything in the world. Lu Liang, who was standing in the corner, had his pupils shrank slightly, and his originally indifferent face gradually showed a pious look. He bent his knees slightly, as if he was going to crawl on the ground and kneel down in the next moment. Lin Yen looked lazy. I don't believe you. Bang! He directly crushed the dial, pinched the illusory strange face suspended in the air with his 5 fingers, and stuffed it into the test tube solution casually. The strange face screamed shrilly, and the illusory facial features were terrified. Human, you actually blasphemed God. Gulp, gurgle. The next moment, the gray solution emitted hot bubbles, swallowing, dissolving, and stirring the struggling strange face. Li Xiang picked up a scalpel and hooked his finger at the howler. The howler walked respectfully and stood in front of Li Xiang. Li Xiang turned the howler's face to one side, then raised his knife and cut open its chest. Scarlet rotten flesh rolled to both sides, and inside the white chest bones, a rotten heart had long stopped beating, but was wriggling like a loach, cold and gloomy. Li Xiang picked up the syringe, pierced the howler's heart, and drew a tube of blood. No more, no less, exactly 10 milliliters. Then, he injected the blood in the syringe into the test tube, shook it evenly, and finally put a label on the test tube, 007. Done. Li Xiang put the test tube into his coat pocket, and a crazy arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. I don't know who will be the lucky one, let's wait and see. The trick pocket watch was broken, and Lu Liang regained consciousness in an instant, staring at the pocket watch fragments on the ground with a blank face. Li Xiang had already walked out of the morgue and walked along the corridor to the backyard of the hospital. The sun set in the west, and dusk fell. Li Xiang walked out of the back door of Gospel Hospital and walked forward along the street, with the cool breeze blowing the corners of his clothes. If he had another iced Americano at this time, it would be a perfect day. Many people gathered in the square in front, and the noise was endless. People were queuing up to buy tickets while talking. Li Xiang followed the crowd to the square. It turned out that a touring circus came to Huangshan City and was setting up the performance venue at this moment, preparing to present a grand circus performance. The huge iron cages contained monkeys wearing clothes and hats, sick lions, and elephants with tusks pulled out, attracting people to watch. After Li Xiang walked around the performance venue, the coldness here was in sharp contrast to the liveliness in the front. At this moment, under a single lamp, a short man was putting on makeup. He wore a red and blue striped clown costume, a slender hat on his head, and painted a big red nose, tears in the corners of his eyes, and grinning red lips. A vivid and funny clown image was ready to emerge. In the mirror, he used both hands to pull the corners of his mouth hard, trying to make a happy look, but there was uncontrollable sadness in his eyes. The clown muttered neurotically, No, this is not right. You are a clown, you should be happy and laugh. Hee, woo-hoo, laughing and laughing, tears rolled down like beads that broke off the string, suppressing sobs. Li Xiang stood in the shadow of the corner, observing quietly, with the corners of his mouth raised with interest. Oh, finally found someone more perverted than number one. Is this guy schizophrenic? It's really a perfect experimental material. Ahem, it's as if you are not schizophrenic. Li Xiang knocked his head. Shut up, there will be a good show tonight. He put his hands in his pockets and walked towards the choking clown, his black windbreaker swaying in the night wind. Hearing the footsteps behind him, the clown tried to suppress his tears and turned his head to look. Li Xiang had come to him, his eyes were deep and ethereal, his voice was low and bewitching. Do you want to be happy? You can't be unhappy as a clown. The clown nodded subconsciously, then shook his head, frowned slightly and said, I have to fake smile to the audience every day, pretending to be very happy. I'm so tired, my face is stiff. I seem to be unable to laugh. Li Xiang narrowed his eyes slightly. I have a way to make you laugh happily. The clown's eyes lit up. Really?
Li Xiang nodded slightly, took out a test tube marked 007 from his pocket, and shook the weird gray liquid inside.
Look, this is the source of happiness.
As long as you drink it, all sadness, pain, and depression will no longer exist.
There will only be one emotion left, that is happiness. Little Gu Yan widened his eyes. Really? Is it really that magical?
Li Xiang put the test tube on the table and said provocatively, if you don't believe it, you can try it. I will sit in the audience and look forward to your wonderful performance.
After that, he turned and left.
The clown looked at Li Xiang's back as he left, then looked at the test tube on the table and clenched his fist.
10 minutes later, the circus started.
The huge venue was filled with thousands of people, excitedly discussing the upcoming performance.
Hey, you heard that this circus is very famous?
Yes, I have seen many videos of their performances on the internet, which are very exciting. Especially that gorilla, it actually threw feces at the audience, so funny. Li Xiang bought the front row seats so that he could see the clown's wonderful performance more clearly.
Wait.
Li Xiang turned his head and looked at the spirited guy next to him. Dude, what did you say just now?
That gorilla will throw, the spirited guy was excited, throw feces.
Fuck.
Li Xiang's mouth twitched slightly.
If he had known, he would not have bought the front row.
The performance started soon.
The goat that can count, the monkey that teaches the trainer a lesson with a whip, the lion that lies in the arms of a beautiful woman and acts like a spoiled child, the wonderful performances took turns to open the audience's eyes and cheer. Fortunately, the gorilla did not throw feces, and the trainer had long since stopped it from doing this unique behavior.
Finally, the clown, as the finale, made his debut. The short clown stepped on a unicycle and threw 3 kitchen knives onto the stage.
The red and blue striped clown costume, the yellow horn hat, the funny red nose, and the grinning scarlet lips were lifelike, as if they were born. Especially the devilish laughter that came from the heart, instantly infected every audience member, making people laugh.
The audience cheered in unison, and the joyful atmosphere instantly reached its peak.
Li Xiang quietly took out his notebook and started recording. Experimental sequence 007. Joker experimental sequence 007, clown gender, male source, circus class potion formula, 10 milliliters of the heart blood of the howler plus the spirit of the trick pocket watch plus 30 milliliters of the tears of the person who reached the peak of bliss plus appropriate amount of medicine, symptoms of taking medicine. The clown makeup on the face is permanently solidified, the 7 emotions and 6 desires are cut off, and only the extreme joy can be felt. The laughter is very contagious and bewitching. At this time, the clown on the stage suddenly screamed. It turned out that he slipped and made a mistake. The kitchen knife that was thrown in turn fell from midair and directly cut off his left palm. The broken half of the palm fell to the ground, and the scarlet blood gushed out, splashing on the faces of the audience in the first row. Hiss! The audience gasped in unison, staring with their eyes wide open, and the huge performance hall was instantly silent as death.
Performance accident?
The circus leader Kefes could no longer sit still. He stood up instantly, his face gloomy, his green eyes staring fiercely at the clown on the stage, his expression ferocious.
Such an important performance was actually messed up by this bastard? It seems that the lesson I taught you last time was too light. In this circus, the leader Kefes is the absolute authority. After all, these actors were bought by him and belong to his personal, private property. He can deal with them as he pleases. Take the clown Jack for example. Kefes bought him from his parents who like to abuse children and are greedy for money. The reason why Jack is still as tall as a 10-year-old child when he was 10 years old is that when he was 10 years old, his father was curious about whether the height of the stairs could kill him, so he pushed him down the stairs, causing multiple fractures all over his body. When Kefes bought Jack, Jack thought his bad life had taken a turn for the better, but it turned out that he had just left the wolf's den and entered the tiger's den. It is worth mentioning that the largest part of Captain Kefes's personal luggage was various torture instruments for torturing people and animals, which was the nightmare of every circus member. However, the next moment, the clown on the unicycle stretched out his left hand again, and the palm that was cut off by the kitchen knife was intact. Clown Jack grinned again, and the laughter echoed endlessly. The audience was stunned and burst into warm applause again. Good. It's wonderful. This clown is so great that he can even do magic. Captain Kefes turned from anger to joy when he saw this. He didn't expect that this idiot was finally smart once. Originally, he was thinking of smashing Jack's knees after the performance and letting him play the beggar to beg for money for himself. Kefes smiled with satisfaction and sat back in his original position.
Li Xiang stretched out his finger and smeared the scarlet blood on the notebook. With a smile on his face, He continued to write in the notebook, symptoms of taking medicine. The clown inherited the body regeneration ability of the howler, and the broken palm was completely restored after 15 seconds. The clown used emotional changes to incite the audience and play with people's hearts, especially the leader Coffees, who was falling into the tricks woven by the clown step by step. This is enough to prove that the clown Jack inherited the insidiousness and viciousness of the trick pocket watch. On the stage, the clown Jack jumped off the unicycle lightly and came to the crowd. He grinned, and the scarlet corners of his mouth grinned to the roots of his ears. He. Next I will perform a thrilling magic called one mouthful of a person. Which audience is willing to cooperate with the performance? As soon as the voice fell, the audience raised their hands one after another, excited. Me. I'm good at magic. You're just a pro, I'm a professional. What do you mean by one person at a time? Do you mean swallowing a person in one mouthful? How is that possible? How can a person's mouth be that big? On the stage, Jack the Clown's eyes passed over Li Xiang, looked at Caiaphas next to him, bowed and said, "Dear leader, Mr. Caiaphas, I wonder if you can honor me as the first guest of the magic show?" Faced with Jack the Clown's compliment, Caiaphas was very pleased and nodded arrogantly, "Yes." Jack the Clown's eyes flashed, and he laughed devilishly. Please invite the Honorable Mr. Caiaphas to the stage." The crowd burst into warm applause. Of course, it is not ruled out that someone was making trouble. After all, Caiaphas is a 180-pound ball, and his belly is bigger than a 10-month pregnancy. One person at a time? If anyone can really swallow this fat ball into his stomach in one mouthful, he will really be on the approaching science column. Moreover, Caiaphas is the head of this circus. Inviting the head to be a guest performer will naturally be suspected of asking for favors. Caiaphas walked onto the stage amid the envy, ridicule and suspicion of the crowd. Every step he took, the fat on his belly trembled slightly. When he stood next to Jack the Clown, the sharp contrast of their figures caught the audience's eyes, making people laugh and cry. Jack the Clown opened his scarlet mouth, bowed to the audience, and said, "Mr. Caiaphas is the head of our circus and the elder I respect the most. You only need to look at Mr. Caiaphas' weight to know how much he means to me." Ha. The audience burst into laughter again. Caiaphas narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard this, and a sense of offended anger surged in his eyes. But standing on the stage at this moment, he really couldn't get angry. Clown Jack seemed to be unaware of this. He pointed to his scarlet mouth and continued, "Now, I will swallow the extremely heavy Mr. Caiaphas through my mouth and let him live in my heart forever." Boom! As soon as this was said, the whole audience was in an uproar. Fuck, you really swallow people with your mouth. And it's a big fat ball. That's nonsense. I bet 50 cents that you can't swallow this ball. Seeing that everyone's emotions were aroused, Clown Jack smiled and said, "Since everyone doesn't believe it, let's make a bet. If I can swallow Mr. Caiaphas in one bite, everyone here will become a happy clown. If I can't swallow Mr. Caiaphas in one bite, today's circus tickets will be refunded at the original price." Clatter! As soon as the voice fell, the audience was in an uproar. Ha, return the money, is that true? Okay, we'll bet with you. Oh my god, I'll work for nothing tonight. The circus director is going to cry in the toilet. It's a deal, Jack the Clown, I want to work in the circus too. Keffy's face turned green when he heard that, and he was almost pissed off to death on the spot. He lowered his voice viciously and threatened Jack the Clown in his ear, "Damn idiot, you'd better end it perfectly, otherwise I'll dig up your eggs and feed them to the dogs." There was no trace of anger on Clown Jack's face, and he said with a smile, "Don't worry, I will definitely keep the money in your pocket." Sci-Face glared at him suspiciously, his mouth cold. Clown Jack faced the audience, raised his hands and said, "Everyone, the performance begins, don't blink." As soon as these words came out, the audience instantly fell silent, held their breath, and looked at the stage with wide eyes. Clown Jack came to Kefeezy and asked him to turn his head away from him. Then Jack the Clown started laughing like crazy. Ha. As the laughter got louder and louder, the expression on his face became more and more crazy, and the corners of his scarlet mouth rose more and more. The audience present watched helplessly as Clown Jack grinned from the corners of his mouth to the base of his ears, and the scarlet corners of his mouth extended all the way to the back of his head. Click 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 under the spotlight, Clown Jack's big scarlet mouth slowly opened, opening wider and wider, and it could already fit a basketball. But the scarlet mouth is still grinning. Everyone can see that the white fangs are exposed inside the big mouth, which is densely packed and terrifying. A long scarlet tongue wriggled strangely in midair, covered with bulges, and gently licked the back of Kefeezy's head. But Sci-Face couldn't see it. He has his back to Clown Jack, so he can only judge Clown Jack's performance based on the audience's reaction. At this moment, the huge square was silent, and everyone's eyes widened in horror. With many years of stage experience, sci-fi judgment, so far, the Clown Jack's performance should be very successful, otherwise the audience would have started to boo. That's good. Kaifasi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, if Jack the Clown failed to perform, he would have to refund all the audience's ticket money, which would be even more uncomfortable than killing him. Click 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 at the same time, the sound of grinding teeth began to sound, and Clown Jack's entire head was split into two, leaving only a bloody mouth. The crazy laughter continues, hee 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 ha 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 ha. The next moment, Clown Jack's big mouth held Kaifizi's head, then his neck, chest, waist. He swallowed him bit by bit. Creak, creak, creak creak, creak, creak. The harsh sound of chewing teeth and weird swallowing sounds resounded, echoing in the empty and silent square for a long time. Ah! Help! Kai-Faith let out a piercing scream, struggling desperately with his hands and feet in midair, but to no avail, and was finally swallowed completely by Clown Jack. Kudu. At the same time, Clown Jack's body was stretched out and deformed like a rubber ball, then squeezed and grinded against each other, and finally returned to normal. Hee 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 hee. Clown Jack stuck out his tongue and licked the scarlet blood that overflowed from the corner of his mouth. He looked intoxicated and satisfied and murmured nervously, finally, I finally ate you. The suffering of life may not come from a certain person, but sometimes a certain person makes people taste the suffering of life. If you don't explode in silence, you will die in silence. At this moment, Jack, who had been suppressed for 25 years, finally turned completely black and became the crazy Clown Jack. Hiss! The entire audience was horrified and terrified. Oh my god, Jack the Clown really swallowed Sci-Fi. Ah! Some timid spectators turned pale, turned around and ran away. The rest of the audience, who were sullen and heartbroken, swallowed hard and cheered themselves up with trembling voices. This is magic. It must be magic. Yes, this magic is too realistic. Wonderful, so wonderful. Sitting in the first row of seats, Li Xiang opened his notebook and continued recording on experiment file number 007, sequence number 007, Clown, successfully promoted to F level. Next, let him do something next. Huangshan City has been too quiet recently. Yes, the sequence does not provide for idlers, there must be work in hand. Let him go to the shelter to fight. The noise of the dogs was heard again in my mind, and they were arguing. Li Xiang sometimes really wants to split his own head with an axe to see why these guys are so damn talkative. On the stage, Jack the Clown opened his arms, pressed his hands down, and said in a hoarse and bewitching voice, Dear audience, of course this is magic. And this magic isn't over yet. Next, I will change Mr. Kaifizi back. As soon as this statement came out, the audience breathed a sigh of relief. It's just magic after all. Although it looked very realistic just now, it was just fake after all. Hee 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 hee. Clown Jack smiled and pointed his hands at his belly. The next moment, a bulge the size of a fist slowly squirmed upward from Clown Jack's belly. Belly, chest, neck. Clown Jack's neck suddenly became thicker, and then he retched, and a fist-sized puppet came out of his big scarlet mouth. This doll is vivid and lifelike, its figure has become a round ball, and its facial features are exactly the same as Kaifasi. Viewers! Jack the Clown raised the puppet in his hand and announced loudly, This is actually the real body of Mr. Kaifs. Ha ha ha! The audience burst into laughter. I'm dying of laughter. Does he mean that he turned a living person into a puppet? That's far from the truth. But only Lee wanted to know that Jack the Clown did not lie. The puppet in his hand was indeed the real body of Kaifs, a human flesh puppet made of flesh and blood compressed after the whole body of bones was peeled off. Jack the Clown hung the human flesh puppet in his hand around his waist, and it could be used as food to replenish physical strength at any time if needed. Dear audience! Jack the Clown smiled and said, According to the bet, I swallowed Mr. Kaifs in one gulp, and everyone will become a happy clown. Now, it's time to fulfill the bet. A burly middle-aged man with a face full of flesh sneered and cursed, Who the hell would want to be a funny clown, unless they are sick in the head? Everyone laughed at the words. The Clown Jack also laughed up to the sky, and then walked lightly in front of the middle-aged man. His height was only as tall as the middle-aged man sitting on the seat. He, this gentleman. The Clown Jack tilted his head and smiled strangely. The face of the middle-aged man was reflected in his eyes, and his voice was hoarse and low, like a fatal temptation from the abyss. Do you really not want to be a clown? Becoming a clown will forget all troubles, only endless joy. The devilish laughter went straight to the soul, and some emotions of the middle-aged man were instantly ignited. He also slowly opened his mouth, revealing a weird smile, and the smile became more and more crazy.
You're right. The middle-aged man laughed crazily and murmured neurotically, "It's great to be a clown."
Hee hee, ha ha. The clown Jack's smile suddenly turned cold, and his eyes were full of ferocity. "But you don't look like a clown at all."
"What?" The middle-aged man was struck by lightning, his smile disappeared instantly, and he urged anxiously with a sad face, "How is it not like? I don't look like a clown at all. Help me quickly, I want to be a happy clown."
The clown Jack nodded slightly, stretched out the 2 index fingers of his left and right hands and stuffed them into the middle-aged man's mouth, and then pulled it hard to the left and right halves.
Sizzle! The middle-aged man's mouth was instantly torn into a hideous crack, directly to the ear root.
Tick tick tick. The scarlet blood gushed out from the crack and dripped onto the ground.
Clown Jack nodded with satisfaction. "This is how you become a real clown."
The middle-aged man was overjoyed when he heard this, and he danced with excitement and laughed wildly. "Ah, ha, I finally became a real clown.
Ha, it's great to be a clown."
Hiss. The audience had already been frightened by this horrific scene and their faces turned pale and silent. Clown Jack's neck instantly turned 180 degrees, his face was hideous, and he laughed wildly at everyone. "Next, who wants to be a happy clown?"
The next morning, the black extended Lincoln drove into number 6 mid-level's villa.
Although the villa area here is not as expensive as Longwan Huateng, it is also one of the best high-end villa areas in Huangshan City. Zhang Zhaotian, dressed in a well-dressed suit, helped Su Lingling get out of the car, slowly walked through the iron corridor wrapped with vines, and walked towards the main building of the villa. Looking at the familiar courtyard, the familiar wisteria corridor, and everything familiar in front of her, Su Lingling in the morning light felt inexplicably relieved, and a playful arc appeared at the corner of her cold and thin mouth.
"Long time no see."
Zhang Zhaotian was a little distracted when he saw this, and the big hand around Su Lingling's waist began to wander restlessly.
Su Lingling had almost recovered, and Zhang Zhaotian felt that it was time to teach her everything. Su Lingling looked back and said coquettishly, "Hate it."
"The servants are still here." Zhang Zhaotian coughed a few times and immediately dismissed everyone in the courtyard. When the last gardener left the villa, Zhang Zhaotian lost all the elegance and dignity of the president of the Drama Association, and winked with a lewd look on his face. "Now it's just the 2 of us. Baby, you've missed me so much these days, you must make it up to me today." After that, he took off his coat, carried Su Lingling and walked to the bedroom. "Ha ha ha, that troublesome old woman is finally gone, and this will be our Garden of Eden from now on." In the Garden of Eden, Adam and Eve are going to be honest with each other. The 2 walked into the bedroom of the villa and closed the door. Su Lingling suggested trying something new, and Zhang Zhaotian, who had elegant tastes, readily agreed. Su Lingling asked Zhang Zhaotian to lie on the bed, then found a red rope and tied his wrists and ankles to the head of the bed. Afterwards, Su Lingling lifted her skirt, and a pair of white long legs rode on Zhang Zhaotian's waist, tilting her head and smiling at him. Zhang Zhaotian couldn't wait any longer, and urged anxiously, "Hurry up, my spy ancestor, and force me to tell you where I hide the country's missiles. Whip me with a whip, drip me with wax oil." Su Lingling stared at Zhang Zhaotian and suddenly started laughing wildly.
"Ha ha ha ha.
Ha ha ha." The laughter became louder and louder, and more crazy, as if to vent all the grievances, unwillingness, and anger. Zhang Zhaotian felt scared and twisted his body uneasily. What are you laughing at?" Su Lingling glanced at the unfaithful man under her crotch. "Guess who I am?" Zhang Zhaotian was confused and didn't understand the meaning of this sentence for a while. At this time, Su Lingling's fair and pretty face slowly split from the center of her eyebrows like a flower, and then split into countless scarlet silk threads, wriggling strangely and waving all over the sky. "Ah!" Zhang Zhaotian was so scared that his face turned pale and his hair stood on end. He wanted to struggle, but his hands and feet were tied, his eyes widened, and he lost control of his bowels and bladder. The next moment, the scarlet thread wove another face, smiling at Zhang Zhaotian. It was the face of Zheng Xiaoyu, who was supposed to be dead. Ghost! Zhang Zhaotian went crazy. Ding-ling-de-ling, the wind chimes at the door rang, and Li Xiang looked up and said, "I'm here, sit anywhere." Su Lingling, wearing a green cheongsam, walked into the cafe. Her charming figure was like a willow in the wind, and her pure and delicate face had a pair of charming phoenix eyes that were enough to seduce the soul. Su Lingling did not go to any table, but sat at the bar, facing Li Xiang. Her plump buttocks squeezed out a thrilling arc on the high stool. She supported her chin with one hand, smiled at Li Xiang, and revealed a pair of cute tiger teeth. Li Xiang was not moved at all, still looking lazy and sleepy. "Is everything done?" Su Lingling nodded slightly. "A perfect crime, thank you." Li Xiang made a cup of coffee and put it on the bar, then added some strange powder and stirred evenly, sequence number 002, inhibitor coffee. Su Lingling took a sip of the coffee and said happily, Zhang Zhaotian is crazy and can only sit in a wheelchair for the rest of his life. Next, I will apply to become his guardian and torture him every day, making him live a life worse than death. For example, cut open his liver, plant rose seeds, and then slowly wait for the seeds to drill through the flesh and blood, grow branches and leaves, and bloom scarlet roses. Of course, in the process, you have to inject in-4 to ensure that he doesn't die. Li Xiang shrugged. I'm not interested in these. Su Lingling unbuttoned the delicate buttons on her collar, revealing her delicate collarbone and fair plumpness. What about this? Li Xiang, this woman doesn't look like a good person. I like it. Although the skin has changed, it is still the same interesting, bitter soul. Hee, bad girl, don't waste. Li Xiang patted his head. Do you know the first art museum of Jiangnan province? There will be a painting of ladies on display there tonight. The 100-year-old black ink used to draw the maid's hair in the picture is the last potion for you to advance to the D level. As he said, Li Xiang took out a test tube filled with scarlet liquid from his pocket and placed it on the bar. The level painted skin is called 1,000 faces. You can collect all the target painted skins whose identities have been taken away and switch them freely at will. By then, you will be 1,000 people. Su Lingling, or Zhang Xiaoyu to be more precise, picked up the scarlet test tube on the bar and shook it, like shaking a glass of Bloody Mary. It sounds great. Li Xiang, the lady's portrait is a national treasure and has the highest security level. So, I will provide you with a little help. Su Lingling tilted her head like Li Xiang and asked playfully, oh? What kind of help? Li Xiang began to brew a cup of Blue Mountain coffee, while accurately controlling the water temperature, looking at the wall clock. 2 minutes, you will know in 2 minutes. Ding-ling-a-ling. As soon as the voice fell, the sound of wind chimes rang at the door. Su Lingling turned her head and glanced. I saw a young girl in a black t-shirt and jeans walked in. She was barefaced, with thick and slender eyelashes as agile as a butterfly flapping its wings, and a short hair that was heroic. And her straight long legs were simply eye-catching. Li Xiang said without even raising his head, I'm here. Sit down. Bai Ji looked Su Lingling up and down. Both of them were quite surprised. They obviously didn't expect to meet here. Bai Ji also didn't go to the table. She turned around and sat on the swivel chair at the bar. Her voice was monotonous. I didn't expect that the famous Miss Su would come to this kind of small restaurant to drink coffee. Su Lingling raised her eyebrows playfully. The coffee here is delicious, and the boss is handsome. Bai Ji glanced at Li Xiang indifferently. Is he handsome? I don't think so. Maybe it's because Li Xiang always asks me out. Su Lingling looked at Li Xiang with a face full of resentment. Oh, so that's it. Li Xiang was speechless. Big sister, you guys can just diss each other, don't involve me. Why is there an inexplicable sour taste? Women are born with superb tea art. Tea art? Isn't Bai Ji a police officer? She also sells tea? At this moment, a local news suddenly appeared on the wall-mounted TV. Attention, fellow citizens. A large number of thugs wearing clown makeup suddenly appeared in the Bin Road area. They were extremely crazy and the police have taken anti-riot action. Please stay away from this area as much as possible and take precautions for your own safety. Su Lingling understood instantly. These clowns should be Li Xiang doing some weird experiments. And their appearance will inevitably attract most of the police force in Huangshan City, reducing the pressure on him to steal portrait of a lady. This is what Li Xiang said, to provide a little help to himself. Su Lingling drank the last sip of coffee. He took out a $100 bill and wrote a bunch of numbers on it, then put his red lipstick on it and pressed it under the coffee cup. This is my private number, call me any time. After saying that, Su Lingling winked at Li Xiang and turned to leave. Li Xiang rolled his eyes at Su Lingling. Hey, woman, you are playing with fire. Bai Ji snorted coldly and curled her lips. Li Xiang pushed the brewed Blue Mountain coffee in front of Bai Ji, and it smelled mellow and fragrant. Bai Ji dismissed the coffee and said to herself, in the past, I was conceited about being smart. I won many awards since I was a child, and I thought I was superior to others in terms of IQ. But 2 days ago, after witnessing Bai Chen's tricks and your effortless efforts to solve the unexpected killing situation, I realized that I am not smart, but just conceited. It wasn't until I developed the restricted area of my brain and cracked Bai Chen's killing scheme that I finally realized that the almost heaven-defying reasoning ability I suddenly possessed should have come from the cup of coffee you gave me. Bai Ji raised her head and stared at Li Xiang with her clear black and white eyes. Who are you? Li Xiang looked indifferent and yawned. Jiang Shan should have already looked for you, right? Bai Ji's heart moved. You have indeed known about the existence of the supernatural shelter for a long time.
Li Xiang, have you agreed to join? Bai Ji frowned slightly and did not answer. Li Xiang nodded slightly. It's normal for you to have concerns. Now that you are aware of the existence of supernatural creatures and have developed the restricted area of the brain, you should be able to understand that at the current pace of development, humans will sooner or later be replaced by strange creatures. And my purpose is to speed up the evolution of human beings so that humans can fight when weird creatures overflow on a large scale. In other words, you are my chosen experimental subject, code number 005, Wise Man. Bai Ji was shocked when she heard this, and narrowed her black and white eyes. Experimental subject, 005, so, there should be at least 001, 002, 003, and 004? Li Xiang admitted generously, of course. You don't interfere with each other, you don't even know each other. Each of you has your own progression sequence and destiny trajectory. Bai Ji's face was gloomy and she stared at Li Xiang coldly. I will not be manipulated like a puppet on strings. Li Xiang, you worry too much. Your destiny is always in your own hands. I just gave you a power, but it's up to you to decide how to use it. Bai Ji remained silent. Li Xiang raised the corner of his mouth. I believe there is someone who can give you some reference advice. He clapped his hands. Bang bang, a figure walked out of the basement and came to Bai Ji step by step. Bai Ji was shocked. Zhaoyin? Zhaoyin, a tall man with a sharp face, smiled, with symmetrical dimples on both cheeks. I'm sorry, Xiao Bai, I was indeed involved in this matter. To a certain extent, I am still Li Xiang's accomplice. Even if the restricted area of the brain is developed to 12%, Bai Ji still can't figure it out. What on earth is going on? Zhaoyin sat on the revolving chair, straightened out the fine wrinkles on his clothes, and muttered, originally, Li Xiang chose me to be the first experimental subject of the Wise Man sequence. Moreover, I am very happy to participate in this project and contribute to the future of mankind. But unfortunately, my qualifications are limited, and I failed to awaken after taking the Wise Man's potion. Li Xiang on the side nodded slightly in agreement. Actually, we made the wrong formula when we prepared the medicine. After all, who would have thought that the Wise Man's potion and the obsessive-compulsive disorder potion would be so similar? Yes, this is not our fault. Although Zhaoyin failed to awaken the Wise Man sequence, he successfully acquired obsessive-compulsive disorder. That is, regardless of the facts, we are not wrong. Zhaoyin laughed at himself and continued, but fortunately, my failure also contributed to the adjustment of the formula of the Wise Man's potion. Later, I recommended you to Li Xiang. Bai Ji couldn't laugh or cry. You recommended me? Zhaoyin nodded and said, yes. You are the youngest criminal investigation expert in the entire South China region. Your logical reasoning ability and psychological quality are much higher than mine. So, I think you are the best candidate to become a wise man. Of course, the successful awakening of the Wise Man sequence is not easy and requires a lot of foreshadowing and preparation. For example, the cigarettes you usually smoke have been added with the auxiliary medicine of the Wise Man sequence. When Bai Ji heard this, she suddenly realized, no wonder you are so picky and you often give me cigarettes to smoke. Zhaoyin, Bai Ji thought for a while, it turns out that cigarettes can help me clarify my thoughts quickly, mostly because of the pharmaceutical ingredients in them. Zhaoyin took a deep breath. I feel much more relaxed after I tell you all this. Xiao Bai, it was I who pushed you into the pit of fire. It's up to you whether you want to kill or cut into pieces. Bai Ji chuckled and shook her head. Fire pit? If I hadn't awakened the Wise Man sequence, my father and I would have died in Bai Chen's hands. Actually, I should thank you for saving our father and daughter's lives. Zhaoyin secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this, and waved his hands with a bitter smile. I don't deserve it. I will be very grateful as long as you don't blame me for taking the initiative to introduce you into the sequence of wise men. Bai Ji turned her head to look at Li Xiang, and suddenly changed the subject. However, I still don't agree with you doing these uncontrollable extraordinary experiments privately. Li Xiang, you have to trust the police and the shelter. This is the legal and formal way. Li Xiang smiled and said sincerely, of course I believe in the police and the shelter. I silently added the second half of the sentence in my heart. After all, you are all important chess pieces in my hands. Bai Ji solemnly said, give you 1 day to consider, stop all private actions immediately, and cooperate with the ninth shelter. Otherwise, I will immediately arrest you for the crime of endangering public safety. Li Xiang yawned lazily. Okay, I will seriously consider your suggestion. Bai Ji stood up and turned away. Li Xiang, hey, you haven't drunk your coffee yet. Bai Ji glanced back at Li Xiang. I won't drink anything you give me again. After that, she strode out of the door of the cafe, looking heroic.
Li Xiang stared at the coffee in the cup and curled his lips. It seems that our number 005 needs a little training. Jiaoyin smiled bitterly and said, please, be gentle.
Near Bin Road.
A stylish young man walked on the street, his golden Chelsea shining. Suddenly, a hand stretched out from behind the wall at the corner in front, holding a deck of playing cards, from 1 to A. The next moment, with a rub of 5 fingers, the original 13 playing cards all turned into aces of hearts.
Ha!
The young man frowned and stopped. Then, a figure walked out from behind the wall. He was wearing a black suit and a black hat, with heavy clown makeup on his pale face, deep eyes, and scarlet corners of his mouth.
He, the clown grinned at the young man and bowed politely.
The young man was stunned, secretly cursing that most people in the cosplay circle were sick, and avoided the clown and continued to move forward. Who knew that the clown suddenly reached out to stop the young man? He took off the hat on his head and showed the young man the inside of the hat, which was empty. Then, the clown reached into the black hat, suddenly pulled out a saw blade knife with a cold gleam, and stared at the spirit boy with a grin. The spirit boy was startled and immediately alert. However, the next moment, the clown handed the saw blade knife to the spirit boy. The spirit boy carefully took the saw blade knife, and his heart was slowly relieved. At this time, the clown reached into the black hat again, pulled it hard with all his strength, and pulled out a red balloon with a bang. The red balloon was the size of a basketball, with a weird smiley face painted on it, tied with a white rope, floating in the air.
The clown handed the rope to the spirit boy. The spirit boy frowned. Are you sick in the head? Get out of the way. After that, he held the switchblade, bypassed the clown and continued to walk forward.
Seeing this, the clown was so angry that he jumped on the spot and scratched his ears and cheeks. He grabbed the white rope and hurriedly chased after him, crying, making a fuss, and laughing, insisting on giving the rope to the spirited young man. The spirited young man took the rope without getting tired of it, kicked the clown to the ground, and cursed, "Are you fucking done yet?" The clown who fell to the ground was not angry at all, but tilted his head and grinned wildly at the spirited young man, his eyes flashing with ferocity. The next moment, the balloon in the spirited young man's hand slowly rose into the air, directly pulling him into the air. The spirited young man was startled and hurriedly wanted to let go, but found that his hand was completely stuck to the rope. Ah! Help! The spirited young man's body rose higher and higher, and was already 2 meters from the ground. He suddenly realized that he was still holding the saw blade in his other hand, so he immediately raised the saw blade to cut the rope. Crunch crack! The seemingly soft rope was extremely tough, and no matter how hard the spirit boy tried to cut it, he couldn't cut it. At this moment, he was already 3 meters above the ground. Ha! The clown squatted on the ground, smiled and waved at the spirit boy in the air, and then indicated that he could saw off his arm with a saw blade. The spirit boy's heart skipped a beat, and his face turned pale instantly. Although he was unwilling in his heart, he knew very well that the clown's statement was right. At this moment, he had to cut off his arm to survive. Otherwise, when the balloon pulled him up to a height of more than 10 meters, he would be killed by falling. The spirit boy trembled and aimed the saw blade at his left arm, gritted his teeth, but hesitated and couldn't do it. The balloon took the spirit boy higher and higher, 10 meters, 13 meters, 15 meters. Below, the clown laughed happily, and the scarlet mouth shouted the countdown excitedly, as if celebrating a grand party. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, boom. With a shrill scream, the red balloon that rose to a height of 18 meters burst. Streamers mixed with scarlet flesh and blood burst out, like a gorgeous daytime firework across the sky. The clown took off his hat and bowed to the non-existent audience, elegant and weird. Bang! A bullet shot quickly and pierced the clown's temple. The clown fell to the ground, his brain mixed with blood gushing out, and a crazy smile was still on his face. 100 meters away, Jiang Shan put away the silver desert eagle and waved his hand. The special operations team quickly advanced forward from the walls on both sides, and dispersed into the alleys around them in groups. Immediately afterwards, rapid gunshots and crazy laughter continued to ring in the alley, making people's scalps numb. Jiang Shan's eyes were deep, and he pressed the intercom button on his headset. Report to headquarters, the containment team has rushed into Bin Road and is searching for the clown's body, over. He looked up at the roof with white walls and black tiles. How is it? Can you guess the approximate location of the body? Bai Ji, wearing a black tactical uniform, was standing on the roof, looking at the entire block of Bin Road. The breeze fluttered her messy hair in front of her forehead, and she looked heroic. All the buildings, streets, trees, gunshots, screams in the Bin district flowed into Bai Ji's black and white eyes like a data stream, and the subtle connections between the many things were revealed like pulling out silk from a cocoon. From last night to this moment, the development of God's forbidden zone has been continuously progressing.
The development of 16% is enough for Baiji to get a super brain. The terrifying data stream disappeared in her eyes, and Baiji slowly spoke. From the current distribution of the clown's clones and the urgency of the Special Forces gunfire, the clown's main body is most likely to be hidden in the Star Dragon Square in the southwest. Jiang Shan nodded slightly, with a hint of approval in his eyes. Star Dragon Square, very accurate. It was a wise decision to recruit Baiji into the shelter. Although the last operation against Bai Chen ended hastily, and even the track watch was missing, it was worth it to be able to recruit Baiji, who has a high-dimensional mind. Swoosh! Baiji bent her knees and jumped down, and a pair of long legs with perfect proportions landed steadily on the ground, and then followed Jiang Shan to rush towards the Star Dragon Square. A few black crows were hovering over the block, and there was no sound. Corpses can be seen everywhere on the roadside, and the deaths are weird and strange. Some were strangled to death by ropes wrapped around their necks, but the deceased was holding the ropes at both ends and exerting force. Some people ate cakes until their stomachs burst, with intestines and internal organs all over the floor.
Some people's mouths were blown apart by firecrackers, and their teeth were nailed into their heads. Although the deaths of these people were all strange, without exception, they all had crazy smiles on their faces.
Baiji frowned slightly.
Jiang Shan keenly caught this. Xiao Bai, what's the problem?
Baiji rushed forward and said, I know almost all of these dead people. Jiang Shan was shocked when he heard this. What do you mean?
Baiji, they are all habitual criminals with criminal records in the police system, and some of them are even wanted fugitives.
Jiang Shan instantly realized the seriousness of the problem. No exceptions?
Baiji has always had the ability to remember everything she has seen, and after the development of the restricted area of her brain, it is even more difficult to forget anything.
Without exception.
Good boy. Jiang Shan's face suddenly became solemn, and uneasy thoughts surged in his heart. The two continued to rush forward along an alley. Suddenly, a tall and thin figure appeared at the entrance of the alley in front. He was wearing a tattered windbreaker, holding a thorny stick, with a lifelike clown makeup, and messy hair fluttering in the wind. He, the windbreaker clown grinned, and the devilish laughter drilled into the eardrums of Jiang Shan and Baiji like a maggot attached to the bone, causing a dull pain. Baiji and Jiang Shan looked at each other, and indeed raised the guns in their hands and pulled the trigger at the windbreaker clown.
The dense bullets poured fiercely on the clown, bursting into a cloud of blood mist.
The windbreaker clown screamed and fell on his back. Jiang Shan went forward to check, but there was only a tattered windbreaker on the ground, and there was no trace of the clown at all. He at this time, a piercing laugh came from behind.
Jiang Shan turned his head and saw that the clown in the windbreaker was walking out of the shadow in the corner, then raised the thorny cane in his hand, and imitated Jiang Shan's behavior as a gun, pulling the trigger at Baiji and the others in the air. Dada. The next moment, the top of the thorny cane actually spurted out flames, and dense bullets covered Jiang Shan and Baiji like a storm. Jiang Shan and Baiji were startled, and hurriedly dodged and looked for cover. Dada, the bullets rubbed dazzling sparks on the wall, leaving messy bullet holes. Fun.
The clown in the windbreaker held the thorny cane in his right hand, and his left hand rubbed it hard on the cane, and the scarlet blood instantly dyed the whole cane. Where the blood passed, the thorny cane turned into a scarlet rose. The clown in the windbreaker threw the rose into the air, then turned around and ran wildly with a smile. At this moment, Jiang Shan and Baiji each looked out from behind the cover, looking at the scarlet rose quietly blooming in the air. The next moment, the rose slowly fell to the ground and exploded. Boom! The whole alley was instantly overturned, rubble and bricks splashed, and smoke and dust billowed into the sky. Cough. At this moment, a ball of blue phosphorus suddenly gushed out, instantly burning the flying bricks and stones into ashes. In the blazing phosphorus, Jiang Shan raised the silver desert eagle in his hand and aimed at the windbreaker clown who was running away. He pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! The running clown fell heavily to the ground, with a hole in the back of his head, and scarlet blood gushed out. The smoke and dust in the alley dissipated, and Jiang Shan was burning with strange phosphorus all over his body, blocking Baiji behind him. Baiji stared at Jiang Shan, who was surrounded by phosphorus fire, and a layer of cold frost condensed all over her body. Have you been infected by strange creatures? Jiang Shan's mind moved slightly, and the phosphorus fire was reabsorbed into his body. His eyes, burning like sapphires, also returned to normal. It should be.
Baiji moved his numbed fingers. Does the Institute know? Jiang Shan smiled helplessly, I don't know yet. If one day I feel that I am about to lose control, I will enter the shelter room. Bai Ji, I understand. The smoke and dust around completely dissipated. Bai Ji suddenly found that the petals of the exploded rose were scattered all over the ground, outlining a string of letters. Joker. Joker, clown. Bai Ji frowned slightly, do you think that this clown is different from the previous strange creatures? Bai Ji had read all the strange creature files of the shelter before, within half an hour. Jiang Shan thought for a while, what do you mean? Bai Ji pointed the pistol at the word made up of rose petals on the ground. It understands human words. But whether it is a 016, which is so powerful that it can bewitch people with its mind, or a 017, the zombie mother that can awaken and manipulate corpses, they have no concept of human civilization. But this clown is different, Jiang Shan suddenly realized, do you have any speculation? Bai Ji's face was solemn, this clown is likely to be a human infected by the weird. Jiang Shan's heart sank when he heard this. Humans infected by the weird? Isn't that the same as himself? Will he also degenerate into a clown in the future? Bai Ji continued, if this speculation is true, then this clown will be very difficult to deal with. On the one hand, it has human thinking, and on the other hand, it will hate humans vengefully. In fact, Bai Ji has deeper doubts about this speculation. She wondered if this clown was created by Li Xiang. After all, Li Xiang said that he was just a test subject of sequence 005. Who were the previous number 1, number 2, number 3, and number 4? Will this clown also be in the sequence? However, it was not easy to tell Jiang Shan these words now. After all, he had promised Li Xiang that he would give him 1 day to consider surrendering. 1 day, very soon. Let's go, hurry up. Jiang Shan pressed the intercom button on his headset, reported Bai Ji's speculation to the headquarters, and quickly rushed to Xinglong Square. When they were less than 100 meters away from Xinglong Square, Jiang Shan and Bai Ji suddenly heard a burst of extremely crazy laughter coming from the front. It seemed that some kind of amplification equipment was used. The laughter was very loud and clear, like an ice cone piercing the eardrum. With solemn expressions on their faces, the two of them sped out of the alley and gasped when they looked towards Xinglong Square. There were hundreds of clowns gathered around the huge square. They were tall, short, fat and thin, and all kinds of strange things, but they all had weird clown makeup on their faces, and they were laughing excitedly and crazily. And in the sky above the square, there are hundreds of scarlet balloons floating. There is a person tied under each balloon, crying and screaming in the air more than 10 meters above the ground. At the same time, the short clown Jack, wearing a red and blue striped costume, was standing on the high platform, talking excitedly, dancing, and the puppet around his waist swayed. The face of Jack the Clown was projected on the large electronic screens on the surrounding tall buildings, with ferocious and crazy features, and bursts of weird laughter from time to time. At this moment, in the alleys around Xinglong Square, more than 100 special operations team members have formed a circle around the clowns, and the battle is about to break out. Jiang Shan hid behind the bunker and frowned slightly as he looked at the clown in the center of the square. It seems you are right. This clown has high human intelligence. Bai Ji stared at the high platform without saying a word, but she was worried about another thing in her heart. At the same time, the mobile phones, computers, and tablets of all citizens in Huangshan City were hacked, and images of Jack the Clown popped up. Dear viewers, Clown Jack looked elegant and crazy in front of the screen. He took off his hat and bowed in greeting. His eyes were bright, his scarlet lips curled up to his ears, and he said in a low voice, I'm Jack the Clown, nice to meet you. Do you know who these people are? Clown Jack pointed behind him at the hundreds of people hanging in midair by scarlet balloons. They are fugitives who have been wanted by the police for many years but have not been caught, or criminals who have committed murder, rape, robbery and other crimes but are still at large. Alas, Clown Jack looked sad and said with disdain, the police in Huangshan City are inefficient in handling cases and are no longer worthy of trust. Now, Jack the Clown returns judgment to all residents. As long as you get more than half of the votes, these criminals will be executed on the spot. Hiss. Jiang Shan was shocked when he heard this. This clown actually wants to set up a national trial court and execute criminals live? Bai Ji also had a solemn face, her worries had really come true. If Jack the Clown really holds a nationwide online trial, first of all, there is a high probability that all the prisoners tied to the balloons will be killed. Second, the credibility of the Huangshan City police will be shaken to its core. Third, and most terrifyingly, there may be many followers and imitators of Jack the Clown in Huangshan City, plunging the entire city into endless violence and madness. At the same time,
People throughout Huangshan City who were watching the live broadcast of the trial were excited. People in the office have stopped what they are doing, and no matter how much pressure their boss puts on them, it will be of no avail. Pedestrians on the road also stopped and looked at the big screens around them. The students in class also opened their eyes wide, staring at the clown on the screen with fear and excitement. The rebellion in their hearts was ready to stir. The judicial, police, military, cybersecurity and other departments have mobilized a large number of forces to control the spread of the situation and maintain security and order.
Don't let him succeed.
Bai Shi gritted her teeth and said, "This will cause irreparable and terrible consequences." Jiang Shan smiled bitterly and nodded, "I understand your worries, but you have also seen the current situation. That madman has many hostages in his hands." Bai Ji's eyes gradually turned cold, her cold lips pursed, and she said, "Although now is not the time to discuss the fucking issue of which is more important, the life of one person or a group of people, but we, as law enforcers, must make difficult decisions. Choose. I suggest that snipers be ordered to kill Clown Jack immediately to prevent the online trial from proceeding."
Jiang Shan was stunned when he heard this, and then took a deep breath. He understood that Bai Ji's judgment was right.
The current situation has reached a point where there is no room for hesitation.
Snipers obey orders. Jiang Shan pressed the intercom button on the headset. "Snipe Clown Jack immediately. Receive." At the same time, on the high platform in the center of Xinglong Square, Jack the Clown, wearing a red and blue striped costume, faced the screen and delivered a passionate speech. Citizen judges, please pay attention. First of all, please take a look at the first prisoner, Wang Xiaokong. Clown Jack waved his hand. The camera instantly focused on a bald middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was wearing a white bathrobe, with a fat body and vulgar features. He was hanging by a rope from the scarlet balloon, struggling and screaming in midair. "Help! Help! I'm afraid of heights. Put me down."
He took drugs in a bar last night and picked up corpses. Unexpectedly, when he woke up, he was suspended in midair, completely unaware of the situation at the moment.
Wang Xiaokong, male, 31 years old.
Clown Jack continued, 2 years ago, I bought accident insurance for my parents who raised me. 10 days ago when I was hiking with my parents, I pushed my parents down the mountain and defrauded them of a high insurance premium of 5 million. As soon as this statement came out, the people in front of the screen immediately exploded, and barrages flew all over the sky.
Fuck you, you beast. This kind of beast should be put to death in a hurry.
I thought he had good intentions when buying insurance, but I didn't expect that he would do such a wretched thing.
Kill him. Kill him.
The citizens in front of the screen were so excited that the barrage almost flooded the screen.
He.
Clown Jack laughed maniacally when he saw this, his scarlet mouth grinned to the base of his ears.
This was the result he wanted. It's so wonderful. This crazy flavor is so good.
Clown Jack stretched out his hands, greedily sucking in the restlessness and madness in the air, with a look of satisfaction and intoxication on his face. The crazier and chaotic the city becomes, and the more people are ready to take action, the more powerful Jack the Clown becomes. After all, the darkness and restlessness of the human heart are the source of the strange power he controls. Then now, all judges, please judge Wang Xiaokong. With more than half of the votes in favor, Jack the Clown will execute him immediately. As soon as this statement came out, online voting was launched instantly, and netizens clicked yes to vote. The next moment, the number of positive votes on the big screen increased rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye.
No. I know it's wrong.
Don't kill me. When Wang Xiaokong saw this, he was so frightened that he lost his mind. His face turned pale. A stream of heat instantly poured out of his bathrobe, and the pungent smell of urine wafted out. At this moment, on the office building 200 meters away, a sniper had already aimed at Clown Jack's eyebrows. Then he decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! A bullet suddenly shot out and accurately hit Clown Jack's forehead. Clown Jack, who was laughing crazily on the high platform, trembled all over, half of his head exploded, and scarlet flesh splattered all over the sky. Plop! Clown Jack lay straight in a pool of blood.
Success!
Jiang Shan's eyes lit up and he breathed a long sigh of relief. The most troublesome clown, Jack, has been dealt with. The next step is to send people to rush forward quickly to divide the other clowns surrounding the square and rescue the hostages. Ding! At this moment, all online voting ended, and the voting results were locked on the big screen. The number of people who support the execution of Wang Xiaokong accounts for 79%.
Far more than half.
But Jack the Clown was already dead, and this online trial had completely turned into a farce. The big screen also began to show the scene of Jack the Clown falling in a pool of blood after being shot dead. The people in front of the screen also stopped their riots instantly, and the evil thoughts that had just been released in their hearts were severely deterred. He 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 he. The clowns in the square were in an uproar, and then they rioted wildly. The clowns rushed directly to the special forces ambushed around them. The poker, billiard balls, and canes in their hands instantly became strange weapons, and they used all kinds of unexpected methods to start the massacre. For a while, the entire Xinglong Square was in chaos. Wang Xiaokong, who was suspended in the air by a balloon, cried with joy, and a feeling of surviving a disaster instantly surged into his heart. I don't have to die, I don't have to die. Wang Xiaokong's excited howl came to an abrupt end, and his eyes, like dead fish, stared at the platform, terrified. On the platform, Jack the Clown, who was lying in a pool of blood, slowly climbed up. The half of his skull and eyeballs that were shattered by the sniper rifle healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and a strange and ferocious smile appeared on his bloody face. He, the figure of the clown Jack appeared on the big screen again. He raised his right hand elegantly and violently and snapped his fingers. Boom! The balloon in the air exploded, and Wang Xiaokong's body also exploded into a ball of blood mist, falling down one after another, splashing all over the clown Jack. The clown Jack stretched out his tongue to lick the blood on his face, grinned at the camera, his eyes sparkling. He. Execution completed. Oh. The people who were frowning and silent in front of the screen, secretly expressing regret, suddenly cheered. They were so excited that they felt like they had won an extremely difficult battle. They started cheering and shouting crazily for Clown Jack's victory. Although Bin Road is in a remote suburb, the cheers from the urban people can be faintly heard here. That was the cheer that had been suppressed for a long time and finally released the evil thoughts in my heart. In the alley, Jiang Shan's face was solemn. Jack the Clown actually has the ability to heal himself. We just jumped the gun and alerted the snake. It will be even more difficult to deal with it later. Bai Ji looked at the weird, successful smile on Jack the Clown's face on the screen, her heart skipped a beat, and a chill ran down her back. Fell into a trap. She gritted her teeth and sighed. It's not just as simple as alerting the enemy. We have been plotted by Jack the Clown. Jiang Shan immediately asked, Plan? What do you mean? Bai Ji, although I hate to admit it, Clown Jack's IQ is extremely high. From the moment we walked into this alley and met the clown in the windbreaker, we fell into Clown Jack's trap. The clown in the trench coat used rose petals to spell out the word Joker on the ground, which made us vigilant and fearful, and created a psychological suggestion that the clown's identity must be solved as soon as possible. Then, Clown Jack stood on a high platform with no cover. This situation is most suitable for sniping. Subsequently, Jack the Clown organized a high-profile online public trial, which made us realize the seriousness of the problem and had to take immediate sniper measures against it. At the same time, all of this was uploaded to the internet, allowing people throughout Huangshan City to witness themselves being shot dead by the police, creating the illusion that the police were unscrupulous and fearful of public trials. But in fact, Clown Jack used his ability to heal himself to turn the situation around in a moment of near despair and complete this public trial. In this way, Jack the Clown has successfully portrayed himself as a hero who fights against power and upholds fairness and justice. Interlocking and exquisite. Bai Ji frowned slightly and continued, now it seems that the most feared thing about Clown Jack is not his self-healing ability, but his unpredictable tricks and traps. Hiss. When Jiang Shan heard this, a chill ran down his spine. It was hard to imagine that this clown could have such cunning and scheming methods. Damn it! Jiang Shan punched the wall. I don't believe that with so many people killed and injured in Bin Street, they are all sinners with heinous crimes. As long as one person dies in vain or does not commit a crime that leads to death, then Jack the Clown's conspiracy will be self-defeating. Contact the police immediately to investigate the identity and criminal record of the deceased. When Bai Ji heard this, she immediately waved her hand to stop him. It's too late. We need to do a background check on the deceased, but not now. Now, keep killing him with your sniper rifle. Jiang Shan was stunned on the spot when he heard this. You still use a sniper rifle? That guy has the ability to heal himself. The corner of Bai Ji's lips curled up. Kill him with 10 sniper rifles at the same time. Jiang Shan's pupils shrank when he heard this. 10 handfuls, Bai Ji said coldly. I want to see whether he heals faster or our bullets are faster. At the same time, 2 groups of commandos were sent to carry black boxes and sneak into Longqing Plaza from the sewers on the east and west sides. While the sniper rifle nailed Clown Jack to the high platform, 2 groups of commandos took the opportunity to place black boxes around the high platform to contain Clown Jack. Jiang Shan's eyes lit up. There's something wrong. In this case, I will lead the team to contain Clown Jack, and I will leave it to your command here.
Bai Ji, I am commanding? This is not in compliance with the regulations.
Jiang Shan grinned, what bullshit rules? If we follow the rules and fear the wolf before and the tiger behind, I'm afraid we can only negotiate with that clown in a low voice now. Moreover, you are the best whether it is judging the overall situation or quickly formulating corresponding tactical measures.
Now, I am also under your command.
Jiang Shan put the commander's headset into Bai Ji's hand, then checked the Silver Desert Eagles magazine, raised his head and said solemnly, please. Bai Ji secretly exhaled, and solemnly put on the commander's headset with both hands. Everyone listens to the order, let's start arranging tactics. At this moment, Xinglong Square. Jack the Clown is still standing on the high platform, facing the camera and delivering passionate speeches, laughing maniacally from time to time. 2 more scarlet balloons burst in midair, and stumps of limbs and broken arms mixed with internal organs were randomly thrown around the high platform, which was shocking.
He, dear viewers, fair judges. Below is prisoner number 004, Wang Changfu. Clown Jack suddenly pointed at an old man with white hair and a suit.
The old man's face was red from being strangled by the rope around his waist, and veins appeared on his forehead. With a pleading look on his face, he looked pitifully at Clown Jack, his lips trembling with fear. Please, spare me, I'll give you 1 million, oh no, 3 million.
I'll give you all the money.
Clown Jack grinned playfully, his crystal yellow eyes sparkling. Listen to everyone, Wang Changfu was very rich.
So where does his money come from?
It's very simple, selling human organs to foreign countries, hiss. As soon as these words came out, the internet exploded. Fuck, this beast. He actually sells human organs. And he sells our own organs to foreign countries. Too cruel.
Death penalty?
The death penalty is too easy for him. Jack the Clown greedily sucked the madness that permeated the sky above the city, and the tear mole at the corner of his eye became more and more scarlet and terrifying.
I understand, I completely understand what the judges mean. Please believe me, I will give you a perfect explanation. Next, start the trial and voting.
As soon as the voice fell, the vote counter on the big screen began to surge wildly. Bang! A faint gunshot suddenly came, and the left side of Jack the Clown's head exploded again. Before he lay on the ground, more intensive gunshots came one after another, and blood mist burst out from Jack the Clown's neck, chest, abdomen, and legs. Snap! Jack the Clown fell into a pool of scarlet blood like a pile of rotten meat. At the same time, the manhole covers in the east and west of Longqing Square were opened, and 2 teams of special forces came out one after another, holding submachine guns and rushing towards the platform.
Stop those despicable humans!
Clowns of various shapes and forms screamed crazily, rushing towards the special forces from all sides like a tide. Jiang Shan held 2 silver desert eagles in both hands, shot and killed 2 fearless clowns, and shouted, quick, hurry up and set up the black box.
On the high platform of Xinglong Square.
Hit by 10 sniper rifles at the same time, Clown Jack was already a pool of mud, with white bone fragments drilling out of scarlet flesh and blood, and broken internal organs flowing all over the ground. Perhaps stimulated by the smell of blood, several ravens flew over and circled for a long time in the sky less than 10 meters away from the high platform. Whoosh! A black raven swooped down suddenly, grabbed Clown Jack's eyeball that had fallen to the ground with its sharp claws, and quickly flapped its wings to fly into the air. But if you are careful, you will find that Clown Jack's dilapidated body is slowly healing. First, the internal organs, bones, lower abdomen, chest cavity, until the head, all began to heal. And the healing speed is getting faster and faster, almost visible to the naked eye. In the alley in the distance, Bai Ji held a telescope and took in everything on the high platform. She reached out and pressed the intercom button on the headset, and her cold and thin lips moved, keep shooting.
Bang 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 bang.
The snipers occupying the commanding heights around pulled the trigger again, and the clown's body, which had just healed apart, exploded again, and blood and flesh flew everywhere.
Even the high platform was hit by the sniper bullets and had deep holes.
At this moment, the Clown Jack's left eyeball that fell to the ground flashed slightly, and he slowly stretched out his broken right hand, squeezed and pinched his thumb and middle finger, and then gently snapped his fingers. Snap! The scarlet balloon exploded, and a sharp blade scattered from it, slashing across Wang Changfu's body. Zila the terrified Wang Changfu was silently cut in half from his forehead to his chest and then to his lower abdomen, and his heart, liver, lungs, spleen, kidneys and other organs clattered to the ground.
Ah!
The audience in front of the screen screamed, and some even vomited on the spot.
But most people screamed and cheered, calling it a relief. It's so satisfying, so satisfying. That's right. Let this beast sell human organs again, this is the most appropriate way to die. Long live the clown. Long live the clown.
The crazy and twisted emotions spread and grew among the people, and the weird atmosphere quietly enveloped the entire Huangshan city. On the high platform, the clown Jack greedily sucked the sweet weird breath, and the healing speed of his body increased again. He opened his scarlet mouth and laughed crazily. He. In the alley in the distance, Bai Ji, who was commanding the special forces, felt something was wrong. She picked up the telescope and looked at the sky. The sky, which was originally clear, seemed to be covered with a layer of weird gray fog, and even the sunlight could not penetrate. No. Bai Ji frowned, everything was wrong, maybe it was wrong from the beginning. She slowly closed her eyes and sorted out the Clown Jack incident from beginning to end again. It was as detailed as the specific time when each clue was discovered, the cause of death of each victim, the details of each layout of the Star Dragon Plaza, every word and every expression said by the Clown Jack. The huge data flow washed over Bai Ji's body like a heavy rain, covering, drowning, and swallowing her. Although she was not sure, Bai Ji had a vague guess in her heart that the rapid regeneration of the Clown Jack had an inexplicable relationship with these cameras and the audience behind every computer and mobile phone screen. What is the relationship? A bright lightning suddenly broke through the dark sea of consciousness. Bai Ji suddenly opened her eyes and decisively ordered, "Sniper, clear all the cameras around." That's right. The Clown Jack was performing. From the beginning, this was a performance he carefully planned. Whether it was the clown riot at the beginning or the current online public trial, it was a gorgeous performance. And every citizen in Huangshan City, every soldier of the special forces, including Bai Ji, was an audience for this performance. The reason why Clown Jack presented such a grand performance was to get feedback from the audience and release the madness and disorder suppressed in the hearts of every audience. So the key point of this battle should be to cut off the connection between Clown Jack and the audience. At a command, the snipers around quickly locked the lens and fired decisively. Bang! Bang bang, the cameras on Xinglong Square were shattered one after another, and glass fragments were flying all over the sky. When the last hidden camera was also found and shattered by the sharp sniper, the big screen on the square suddenly fell into darkness. At the same time, in the whole Huangshan city, the audience who watched the live trial of the clown through big screens, mobile phones, computers, and tablets were also stunned. All the screens were dark. When a grand performance has no audience, how should the actors deal with themselves? On the high platform, Clown Jack's laughter stopped abruptly, and his happy face suddenly became extremely cold. He slowly got up from the ground, his broken body and limbs recovered as before, and a pair of sinister eyes stared at a certain alley in the distance. In the alley, Bai Ji was also looking at the Clown Jack on the high platform. At this moment, she knew that her judgment was correct. Bai Ji's mouth curled up slightly. "Captain Jiang, place the black box as soon as possible to contain the Clown Jack." "Got it." In Xinglong Square, Zhang Shan, who was fighting a group of clowns, roared and kicked away a table tennis ball that was thrown at him. Bang! The table tennis ball suddenly exploded, and countless tiny iron nails burst out in all directions, bringing up a blood mist. Zhang Shan pulled out several iron nails that had pierced his arm deeply, and waved his hand. "Group 1, cover me. Group 2, hurry up and place the black box." Zhang Shan led the team to quickly build a protective wall, desperately blocking the clowns who were elusive around, and clearing a bloody path for the team members who placed the black box. 6 team members have come to the surroundings of the platform and started to place the black boxes. Report, black box number 1 has been placed. Report, black box number 2 has been placed. Report, black box number 3, the report stopped abruptly. Zhang Shan frowned slightly and turned his head to look in the gap between the battles. I saw a palm covering the mouth and nose of the Special Forces team member who placed the number 3 black box, and the ends of the slender fingers were painted with scarlet nails. Then, a red-haired clown girl poked her head out from behind the Special Forces team member, grinning and revealing a mouthful of rotten black teeth. "Shoo. You can't talk while playing games, now, confiscate your mouth." The red-haired clown girl let go of the hand covering the Special Forces team member's mouth, but the Special Forces team member was horrified to find that his mouth was gone. The Special Forces team member widened his eyes in horror, trying to speak but couldn't make a sound. The feeling of suffocation almost suffocated him to death. The red-haired clown girl shrugged and spread her palms. "Do you want to talk? Okay, then I'll help you." Her eyes suddenly became fierce, and she grabbed the Special Forces team member's cheeks with both hands and pulled them hard to both sides. Sizzle! A scarlet cut was torn on the Special Forces team member's face, like a clown's big mouth, grinning to the ears. Bang!
The red-haired clown girl's head was held and crushed by a big hand. Jiang Shan casually threw away the corpse in his hand, and a flash of faint blue phosphorescence appeared in his eyes. Buzz Jiang Shan, who was aroused by his anger, took a deep breath and suppressed his restless mind, continued to set up the black box. The scene where the red-haired Harley Quinn tore apart the mouths of the Special Forces team members just now made Jiang Shan furious, and the hell phosphorus lurking in his body instantly rioted. If it were before, the enraged Jiang Shan would have fallen into phosphorus fire. Fortunately, since returning from the zombie lair, the hell phosphorus fire in his body suddenly became surprisingly docile and well-behaved, and Jiang Shan could barely control it. Black box number 3 is set up. Black box number 4 is set up. Black box setting number 5. At the same time, Jack the Clown on the high platform retracted his gaze towards the alley in the distance and glanced coldly at the special operations team members who were setting up the black box below the stage. Interesting and interesting, Clown Jack reached out and took off the horned hat on his head, then bowed politely, grinning his scarlet lips. Everyone, audience, this is the end of today's performance. I hope you all have a good time. Clown Jack threw his colorful hat on the ground and waved goodbye to the alley in the distance. When Bai Ji saw this, she snorted coldly. Jack the Clown is trying to escape. The sniper fires additional shots. The commando team takes him in immediately. Sniper got it. Commando got it. Bang bang bang, the whistling bullets suddenly shot out, and Clown Jack's already dilapidated body once again burst into blood mist. At the same time, the commandos also completed the placement of the last black box. Jiang Shan ordered in a deep voice, "Activate the black box." Buzz buzz, the 6 black boxes were activated at the same time, shooting gray light upwards and instantly surrounding the entire high platform. At this moment, on the high platform, the dilapidated Clown Jack stood on one leg, with a weird smile on half of his head. He used his remaining hand to remove a doll hanging from his waist. This doll is only the size of a fist, but it also wears a clown suit with red and blue stripes and a horned hat. Its delicate facial features are lifelike. The doll suddenly grinned, jumped away from Clown Jack's palm, and jumped into the colorful hat on the ground. Buzz! At the same time, the gray light is completely intertwined and closed above the high platform, standing like a gray cage, binding the entire high platform within it. Plop! Clown Jack's broken body fell on his back on the high platform, with a weird smile on his lips. He stretched out his hand with the last bit of strength and snapped his fingers. Snap! The next moment, dozens of scarlet balloons over the entire square burst at the same time. Rumble! The violent airwaves rolled up colorful fireworks and intertwined the words Joker in midair. The entire Huangshan city could clearly see it, which was shocking. The prisoners hanging under the balloon also fell to the ground from a high altitude and fell into a puddle of mud. The dense corpses and scarlet flesh also pieced together a huge Joker on the ground. The rioting clowns in the square showed enthusiastic expressions when they saw this, cheered, and then dispersed in all directions. Stop! Catch all these crazy guys! The special operations team members immediately worked in pairs to arrest the escaping clowns. In less than 2 minutes, only corpses and flesh and blood were left in the messy Xinglong Square, and there was silence. The smell of blood is pungent and makes people nauseous. Jiang Shan put away the silver desert eagle, glanced at Clown Jack, who was contained in the black box, and breathed a long sigh of relief. Well, I finally caught this crazy guy. Etc. Jiang Shan took a closer look at Clown Jack in the black box, frowned and said, "Why is this guy motionless, and his broken body is no longer healing? Dead?" Jiang Shan suddenly collapsed. It took so much effort and sacrifice to catch Clown Jack, but this guy died like this. At this time, Bai Ji came over. Her broken hair fluttered in front of her forehead, and she glanced at the corpses stacked in the square with a frown. Jack the Clown is not dead. Not dead? Jiang Shan stared at the body in the black box with wide eyes, but he does not have any vital signs. Bai Ji sighed secretly. He's not dead, but I wish he was dead. Jiang Shan was confused for a moment when he heard this. What do you mean? Bai Ji explained. What is contained in the black box is just a corpse. No, to be precise, it is just a stand-in for Jack the Clown. I'm afraid the real Jack the Clown has escaped. Jiang Shan was stunned for a moment. Escaped? How is this possible? Since I joined the shelter, I have taken in many weird species, but no weird species has ever been able to escape from the black box. Bai Ji handed a stack of information to Jiang Shan. Look, this is all the information on the circus members. The so-called Clown Jack's corpse in the black box looks exactly like the circus ringmaster Caifei. Jiang Shan carefully compared the photo of Kaifaith in the document with the appearance of the body in the black box.
Although half of the corpse's cheek had been mutilated, the remaining half of the face was exactly the same as the one in the photo. Hiss. Jiang Shan was shocked and suddenly realized, so, the person in the black box is actually Kaifasi. But how on earth is this done? Just now, so many of us witnessed the self-healing ability of the clown Jack. Bai Ji shook her head slightly. I only have a preliminary guess about how the clown Jack escaped in public. Well, you open the black box and let's verify my guess. Jiang Shan smacked his lips, squatted down helplessly, and released the activation form of the black box device. Buzz buzz buzz, the black light curtain shrank back into 12 rays of light, and then merged into the initial 6 rays of light, and finally slowly retracted into the black box. Bai Ji and Jiang Shan walked up to the broken platform together. On the broken platform, the body of the clown Jack was lying quietly in a pool of blood, with the colorful horn hat left at his feet. Jiang Shan squatted down, reached out to feel the breath and carotid artery of the clown Jack, and then used a dagger to carefully look at the flesh and broken bones protruding from the chest cavity. Confirmed to have no signs of life. But Bai Ji didn't even look at the body, and walked straight to the colorful sling hat thrown on the platform. She used her foot to pry open the hat. A fist-sized, dark hole was revealed under the hat, and a piece of paper of the same color as the platform was pasted around the hole. Sure enough. Bai Ji sighed and said with a wry smile, sure enough, it's pretty much what I guessed. When Jiang Shan heard this, he immediately came over and raised the ferocious scar that penetrated his left eye slightly. What on earth is going on? Bai Ji pointed to the colorful hanging hat. The person who just organized the online public trial on the high platform is indeed Jack the Clown, so he has the terrifying self-healing ability. And in the end, he snapped his fingers and caused all the scarlet balloons to burst at the same time, which also confirmed his identity from the side. But, do you remember that after the sniper crippled Clown Jack's body for the second time and just before the black box was about to be contained, Clown Jack threw down the hat and then took out a doll from his waist? Jiang Shan nodded slightly when he heard this. I'm a bit impressed. I remember he took off his hat, saluted the audience, and then threw it on the high platform. Bai Ji sneered, that's right. It is precisely because Jack the Clown takes off his hat and salute that it makes people feel that throwing away his hat is very natural and logical. Jiang Shan frowned slightly. You mean, the reason why Clown Jack threw the horned hat on the high platform was actually to cover up the hole on the high platform? Bai Ji nodded, squatted down and pointed around the hole. This hole is covered with paper of the same color, so it can't be seen from a distance. Jack the Clown throws the hat over the hole, and then puts the doll into the hat. The doll can break the paper without anyone noticing and escape through the hole into the sewer. If I'm not mistaken, that humble doll is the true identity of Jack the Clown. Hiss. Jiang Shan suddenly realized what he said and immediately pressed the intercom button on the headset. Everyone immediately blocked the sewers within a 3-kilometer radius. Bai Ji stood on the high platform, her short hair swaying, and her black and white eyes looking at the Joker made of corpses piled up in the square. It's strange. What is the purpose of Jack the Clown creating such a big battle? A dark raven broke through the clouds and swooped down. Strangely, the flesh and blood on its chest had long since rotted, revealing its white bones and the dried heart inside. The raven held an eyeball in its mouth and flew in through the skylight of the second floor of the cafe. At this moment, the lobby on the first floor of the cafe. Li Xiang, wearing a plaid nightgown and messy hair, was yawning while making a cappuccino for a customer. The customers were a young girl and a wealthy uncle. The young girl held her uncle's arm, and the two were talking and laughing, very intimate. At this time, the rich man's cell phone rang. He glanced at the incoming call notification, let go of the young girl's hand with a slight guilt, and walked out of the cafe to answer the phone. Seeing this, Li Xiang chuckled and said, "Little sister, I don't know whether to say something or not." The young girl blinked her confused eyes and said, "You can tell me. If you don't tell me, well, I'll treat it as if you didn't tell me anything." Hey, this girl has such a good attitude. Who says it's not the case? After hearing this, I want to give her a thumbs up. Li Xiang shook his head and said thoughtfully, well, let me share some experience from those who have experienced it. When looking for a partner, you should still look for a young man, not an uncle. Because if the uncle has money, he may not necessarily spend it on you, but if the young man is energetic, he will really spend it on you. The young girl smacked her lips after hearing this and thought for a long time, then suddenly blushed. You hate it. After that, he picked up the coffee and turned away. Li Xiang shook his head slightly. Silly girl, uncle always orders the cheapest coffee for you. Li Ergo, come out and watch. Boom boom boom. Feiqing Li Nian walked down from the second floor reluctantly, his little eyes full of resentment. Brother, don't call me all the time, it interrupts my writing inspiration.
Li Xiang yawned and walked towards the second floor. With your little inspiration, do you need me to interrupt you? It's thinner than a thin dog. Li Xiang walked up the stairs to the second floor. On the left was Li Nian's bedroom and on the right was his own bedroom. He opened his bedroom door and walked in. The room is small in size and simply furnished, with only a bed, a wardrobe and a desk. Fluttering at the same time, the raven with a rotting chest flew in through the skylight and landed on the desk. Li Xiang came to the desk, opened the drawer and took out a beaker, put it in. The raven seemed to understand Li Xiang's words. He walked to the beaker with 8 figure steps and put the eyeball in his mouth into it. Then he fluttered his wings and jumped up, flying high into the sky from the skylight. Inside the bloodshot white eyes, a strange gray mist surged silently and continuously. This eyeball belongs to Jack the Clown. Li Xiang took out a syringe, inserted it into his eyeball, inhaled a tube of gray mist, and then injected it all into a test tube filled with blue liquid. Chi chi chi, the test tube trembled slightly, and the blue liquid instantly turned extremely blue. The blue liquid surged crazily in the test tube, cold, chaotic, disorderly, and crazy. It slapped the wall of the test tube hard, making a hoarse and low weird sound, like the roar of a vicious spirit deep in a midnight alley. Li Xiang smacked his lips. Well, it's in good condition. It seems that experiment 007 has absorbed enough crazy emotions. After all, the security of this city has always been very good, and the repressed impulses in the people's hearts have become even stronger. With this trace of fog of disorder, sequence 006 can try to awaken. Seeing the fog of disorder, the dogs in the sea of consciousness also became excited instantly. What a good thing! I didn't expect the clown to actually breed this thing. Yeah, this is before the apocalypse, it's really incredible, he. I want to see what the 006 experiment looks like after awakening, it must be very interesting. The most interesting thing is what kind of interesting story he will write. Don't forget, the clown's body can already heal itself, although it is far from reaching the level of superspeed regeneration. Li Xiang nodded slightly. That's exactly what I want to say. The clown Jack's experiment has achieved phased success, but it still needs to continue, and strive to make him gain the ability of superspeed regeneration. He put a serial label marked 006 on the test tube, and then glanced at the time on his phone. Well, it's this time, and there should be results from 002. The first art museum in Jiangnan province. This grand building with a vast area and elegant style is located on the bank of Binjiang River. It integrates collection, exhibition, popular science and other functions. It is a famous art sanctuary in the whole southern China. In the Shengquan Square in front of the art museum, sculpture art and fountain art complement each other. As soon as the news of the exhibition of portraits of ladies came out, the art world of the whole Jiangnan province and even the whole of China was shocked. There are 2 reasons. First, the origin of portraits of ladies is extremely mysterious. It came from a 1,000-year-old royal tomb and was a burial object of the Queen of Chechi Kingdom. Experts and scholars have verified that the woman painted in portraits of ladies is actually the Queen of Chechi Kingdom who has just come out of the bath and is wearing plain clothes. Second, portraits of ladies has triggered countless unsolved cases. Since it was unearthed, it has been transferred to more than a dozen collection venues. Every time it is collected and exhibited, supernatural events will inevitably occur. The most tragic one was that 36 museum staff members, including the curator, were all killed. Their internal organs were taken out alive and arranged in a strange array pattern in the huge museum. It looked like some kind of barbaric sacrificial ritual in ancient times. Therefore, this time, not only art lovers came, but also many metaphysicians, mystery lovers and adventurers from all over the country. The authorities also attached great importance to this exhibition, setting the security level as special prevention, and mobilizing a large number of police forces to maintain the safety of the scene. In a sense, the special prevention is not only aimed at fanatical thieves, but also at the strange painting itself. There was still an hour before the exhibition, and Shengquan Square was already crowded with people. The black extended Lincoln stopped at the entrance of the square, the door was pushed open, and a slender white leg stretched out of the car, followed by the round and full hip curve. Su Lingling, wearing a sky-blue misty cheongsam, got out of the car, raised her youthful and charming cheeks, and glanced at the crowded Shengquan Square. The driver, a Quan, saw this heart-stirring scenery, swallowed his saliva secretly, and said with a smile, "Miss Su, the VIP channel has been arranged for you, please follow me." Su Lingling nodded slightly, followed a Quan around Shengquan Square, and came to the side door of the art museum. At this moment, the side door was full of fully armed security personnel.
In order for the exhibition to proceed smoothly, the art museum specially invited a special police team, and there were many plainclothes police in the crowd. The captain of the special police team, Zhao Wenwu, was responsible for the security of the VIP channel and the VIP room. Zhao Wenwu was tall and strong, with bulging muscles supporting the black tactical vest. On his dark square face, his eyes were as aggressive as a lone wolf, giving people a sense of sturdiness. "Miss Su, please show me your invitation." Zhao Wenwu's voice was low, with an unquestionable sense of power. In addition, one invitation letter can only allow one person to enter. The driver, a Quan, immediately handed over the invitation letter. I know. My lady can go in, I'll wait outside." Su Lingling smiled playfully, showing her cute tiger teeth. "Captain Zhao, the little fairy has already left the human category, right? This ticket is the driver's, okay?" Zhao Wenwu, who was checking the invitation letter, raised his head and glanced at Su Lingling. "If you are not a human, you can't go in." As he said, he pointed to the sign next to him, "Pets are not allowed to enter." Su Lingling. The security guard next to him blushed and almost laughed out loud. In Zhao Wenwu's view, Su Lingling was just a pet kept by Jiang Zhaotian. By acting coquettishly and playing tea art, she became a rising star in the Huangshan drama world. If it weren't for the sudden death of Miss Zhang Xiaoyu, how could Su Lingling have stepped forward? Blockhead. Su Lingling rolled her eyes at Zhao Wenwu and walked into the art gallery with her slender waist twisted. She was playing Su Lingling, the seemingly ignorant and innocent Su Lingling, so it didn't matter if she was a little superficial. There were already a few people walking around, talking, or admiring the paintings on the wall on the first floor of the art gallery. They were well-dressed and well-spoken. They were all successful people in high positions and entered the art gallery in advance through the VIP channel. The exhibition area of Portraits of Ladies was in the center of the second floor. It was not open at this time. The stairs leading to the second floor were full of security personnel, armed with guns. Su Lingling glanced at the security layout of the entire art gallery hall, secretly memorized it in her mind, and then looked towards the second floor. At this time, a middle-aged man in a suit and gold-rimmed glasses came over and said with a smile, "Miss Su, nice to meet you." Su Lingling turned her head and smiled slightly. "Who are you?" The middle-aged man adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. "I am the deputy director of this art museum, Lu Dongsheng." Su Lingling's heart moved when she heard this, and her smile became brighter. "Director Lu, I'm so disrespectful." Lu Dongsheng waved his hand. "Oh, I dare not. I am a loyal fan of Miss Su. I have seen every performance of yours." Su Lingling covered her mouth and smiled. "My honor. By the way, Director Lu, I heard that in order to exhibit portraits of ladies this time, not only did we mobilize special police to be responsible for security, but also installed tempered glass?" Lu Dongsheng showed off. "Tempered glass is just a side dish. The most important thing is that we hired technicians to arrange 69 external red high-voltage wires around the display cabinet. It is no exaggeration to say that even if a rhino rushed in, it could be electrocuted into a grilled steak." The corners of Su Lingling's lips curled up, her innocent and pretty face full of charm. "You are so powerful. What about your own people?" Lu Dongsheng's bones were so tender that he swallowed secretly. "Ahem, of course we can remove the infrared protection ourselves. And, tell Miss Su a secret." Lu Dongsheng leaned close to Su Lingling's ear and breathed out hot breath. "Only I can remove the infrared protection." Su Lingling smiled sweetly. "Oh? So that's it." "Oops, Lu Dongsheng, what's wrong, Miss Su?" Su Lingling's eyes were as charming as silk. "My shoulder straps are open." "Director Lu, can you go to the women's restroom and help me?" Lu Dongsheng understood instantly and rubbed his hands excitedly. Hey, I understand. In the women's restroom. Su Lingling rolled up her sleeves and used a hammer to shoot left and right at the tied Lu Dongsheng. Bang bang. How to disable the infrared protection device? Say or not? Don't tell me. Lu Dongsheng, who had a bruised nose, swollen face and broken fingers, huddled in a corner and burst into tears, regretting his past. Who would have thought that a beautiful lady's bag might contain not lipstick and perfume, but ropes and hammers? Don't fight. I said, it's fingerprints and irises. Su Lingling walked out of the women's restroom and tidied up her slightly messy hair. At this time, a female cleaner in work clothes came over with a cleaning cart. Hello, Su Lingling smiled sweetly. The toilet in the bathroom seems to be blocked. Please help to clear it. The bloated female cleaner immediately agreed, pushed the cleaning cart and followed Su Lingling into the women's restroom. 5 minutes later, the female cleaner came out of the women's restroom pushing the cleaning cart. She reached out and touched her face, showed a sweet smile to the mirror, and then muttered with disgust, "Sure enough, it's better to be thinner." The female cleaner took out a warning sign with "Maintenance, temporarily unavailable" from the cleaning cart, placed it at the door of the women's restroom, and then pushed the cleaning cart out. At this time, the exhibition of portraits of ladies has officially begun. People from all walks of life lined up to enter the art gallery. After strict security checks by security personnel, they walked all the way to the exhibition area on the second floor to admire the mysterious ancient painting. The female cleaner pushed the cleaning cart into the corridor, came to the second floor, and looked at the exhibition area not far away. The exhibition area is about 100 square meters. The lady's picture that shocked China and the world is hung on the wall, surrounded by a layer of tempered glass and a circle of steel guardrails 5 meters away. A warning sign was posted on the wall: "High voltage is live, please do not approach." 2 burly security guards stood on each side of the guardrail, equipped with electric batons and daggers, and surrounded by 360-degree surveillance cameras. At this time, the guardrail was already full of people, scrambling to stretch their necks, eagerly looking at the quaint lady's picture. The picture shows a long-haired woman wearing a light veil and a graceful figure. She walked out of the misty lake, stretched out her hand to gently hold her long hair, looked back and smiled, looking down on the world, stunningly beautiful. The female cleaner pushed the cleaning cart past the exhibition area. Everyone's attention was on the portrait of a lady, and no one paid attention to the plump cleaner. The female cleaner parked the cleaning cart at the corner, took out 2 things from the cleaning cart with her left and right hands, and walked straight to the exhibition area. No one noticed that what she was holding in her hands was the head and right hand of Lu Dongsheng, the deputy director of the art museum. Tick tick tick, the scarlet blood dripped along the way, shocking. The female cleaner squeezed into the crowd and came to the operating screen of the infrared high-voltage device. Then she lifted Lu Dongsheng's head and aimed it at the iris recognition area, and pressed Lu Dongsheng's right index finger on the fingerprint recognition area. Beep tick tick. Warning, warning, the infrared high-voltage device has been turned off. The infrared high-voltage device has been turned off. When the alarm sounded suddenly around, the people who were watching Portrait of a Lady reacted and turned their heads to look. The female cleaner had already jumped into the exhibition area, and then smashed the bloody head in her hand against the tempered glass shield. Bang! The head and the tempered glass exploded at the same time, and blood mixed with glass fragments splattered everywhere. The female cleaner used her elbows to protect her head, knocked open the broken glass shields around, and then grabbed the portrait of a lady hanging on the wall. The security guards standing on both sides were horrified and pulled out the electric batons at their waists and rushed towards the female cleaner. Buzz buzz buzz. When the female cleaner's hand touched the portrait of a lady, she suddenly felt as if she had crashed into a quagmire. The glass fragments, blood drops, and dust around her were suspended in the air, and the rushing security guards and the terrified crowd were instantly frozen. It was as if time had stopped. At the same time, the long-haired woman in the portrait of a lady suddenly turned her head and smiled strangely at the female cleaner. Hiss! The female cleaner was shocked and her hair stood on end. What's going on? Suddenly, the mouth of the woman in the painting moved, and a silver bell-like laughter echoed around, which was creepy. Hee hee, another sacrifice is delivered to the door. Come on, let me taste your taste. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The long hair of the woman in the painting suddenly flew over, covering the sky and the earth, instantly covering a radius of 100 meters, and wrapping the entire exhibition hall in it. The female cleaner suddenly felt a cold breath coming from below, and her blood instantly solidified. She looked down and took a breath of cold air. I saw that a blood-colored magic circle appeared on the floor of the entire exhibition hall at some point, and 8 strange spell patterns spread from 8 directions to the center, a Big Dipper array wrapped in it, but the 7-star direction was empty, exuding an ancient and desolate cold breath. It seems that the legends about this painting are all true. Hee hee. The woman in the painting tilted her head and smiled strangely at the cleaning lady again. Her long black hair suddenly pierced her heart, making a series of piercing sonic booms. Sizzle! The black hair pierced into her body, and the cleaning lady felt that every strand of hair was like a maggot attached to her bones, drilling into her heart, and she was in so much pain that she wanted to die. In a flash, the cleaning lady suddenly remembered that someone who deserved a beating had given her something, saying that she should keep it for emergencies. She hurriedly took out a test tube from her arms and crushed it. Walala, the orange-yellow liquid splashed out of the test tube and sank into the scarlet magic circle on the ground. The next moment, the scarlet magic circle was washed by a torrential rain, and it instantly became blurred, peeling off like a mottled wall, turning into ashes and drifting away. Ah! The woman in the painting screamed miserably, and her strange long hair suddenly pulled out of the female cleaner's flesh and blood, returning to the world in the painting like a flood. How the cleaning lady felt like she had survived a catastrophe. She gasped for air and her back was soaked with cold sweat. She knew that if it hadn't been for the test tube, she would have been in trouble today. Buzz buzz buzz, the sluggish feeling of the quagmire around her melted away like ice and snow. And the glass fragments, dust, and blood drops that were frozen in the air scattered again. The crowd screamed in fear. The fully armed security guards rushed over with electric batons in their hands. The cleaning lady hurriedly came to her senses, grabbed the portrait of a lady in her hand, and then turned and ran away. Stop! The security guards' electric batons missed, and they shouted and chased after the cleaning lady. Although the cleaning lady's body was bulky and fat, she was very fast. She jumped out of the panicked crowd and ran down the stairs to the first floor. Stop her! Zhao Wenwu, the captain of the SWAT team who was patrolling on the first floor, rushed up the stairs upon hearing the noise, trying to stop the female cleaner who was trying to snatch the portrait of a lady on the stairs. But the female cleaner jumped down the stairs with one hand, turned around and ran into the women's bathroom on the first floor. She's in the bathroom, hurry up! Catch her! The security guards were going crazy. If anything went wrong with the portrait of a lady, their jobs would all be in vain. Walala, the security guards followed Zhao Wenwu and rushed to the women's bathroom, kicking the door open. A headless corpse was seen lying in a pool of blood, with its right hand chopped off, revealing the white bones. And the female cleaner also fell headfirst into the toilet, with a bloody head and a nervous tremor all over her body. Her frightened eyes suddenly bulged and were bloodshot, as if she had seen an extremely horrifying scene. She was holding the painting of a lady tightly in her arms, and the edges of the painting were soaked by the water splashed from the toilet. There were strange spells and magic circles painted around the toilet. Hu Zhaowenwu and others secretly breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this. Although 2 people died, the silver lining was that the portrait of a lady was not lost. And it seems that the deaths of these 2 people are inseparable from the portrait of a lady. Zhao Wenwu carefully checked the series of unsolved murders caused by the portrait of a lady in the special police team's unsolved case library, and also asked the old police who had personally experienced these strange events. He knew in his heart that this portrait of a lady was a real ominous thing, a very evil thing. Therefore, facing the tragedy in front of him, Zhao Wenwu was fully prepared mentally. The other security personnel were also terrified, exchanged glances, and confirmed that the portrait of a lady was really a terrifying thing. Bang! Suddenly, a door of a women's toilet cubicle was pushed open, scaring Zhao Wenwu and others. Who? Zhao Wenwu immediately took out the gun on his waist and pointed it at the door of the cubicle. The rest of the security guards were also shocked, staring at the cubicle, not even daring to breathe. Creak, the door was pushed open. Su Lingling timidly poked her head out, her face pale, and whispered, "What's going on? Why are you all in the women's restroom?" Zhao Wenwu breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Su Lingling. Before he could reply, Su Lingling screamed when she saw the body on the ground, shaking with fear, and almost fainted on her back. Ah, dead man. Zhao Wenwu put away his gun and waved impatiently at the security guards. Why is this little green tea everywhere? 2 very discerning young men immediately came forward and grabbed Su Lingling's arms, and carried her out. "Miss Su, let's go out first, don't destroy the scene." Su Lingling was carried away by 2 people like a wooden chicken, her face pale, and she kept muttering, "I just came in to use the toilet, how could this happen, how could this happen?" Zhao Wenwu waved his hand, "Others go out, leave 2 people to inspect the scene with me." After that, he took out white gloves from his pocket and put them on his hands, squatted down, took out the portrait of a lady from the female cleaner's arms and handed it to the assistant beside him. "Open it after it is air dried, otherwise it will cause irreparable damage to the painting." Understood. The assistant carefully took the portrait of a lady with both hands, held it out of the bathroom, and took it to the restoration room to ask the cultural relic restorer to repair it. Zhao Wenwu began to carefully examine the 2 bodies. Based on the physical features and the documents in his pocket, the identity of the deceased is tentatively determined to be Deputy Director Lu Dongsheng. The time of death is about 5 to 10 minutes. Lu Dongsheng's neck and wrist fractures are uneven, with cuts, and multiple fractures and bruises on his body. It is obvious that he was hit by a blunt object. The murder weapon should be an axe or a hammer. Zhao Wenwu began to search the women's restroom, but found nothing. "Xiao Li. Here." Li Bin, who was in charge of recording, ran over immediately. "Zhao Wenwu, go and push the cleaning cart on the 2nd floor." "Yes." Li Bin agreed and ran out in a hurry. Zhao Wenwu began to inspect the body of the cleaning woman. Except for the head impact, the cleaning woman had no scars on her body. Judging from the angle and strength, it should be caused by a self-impact.
In addition, Zhao Wenwu and others broke into the women's restroom less than 3 seconds after the cleaning woman rushed into the women's restroom, and outsiders had no time to commit the crime. This is also one of the important reasons why Zhao Wenwu did not suspect Su Lingling. However, Su Lingling was the third person at the crime scene after all, and she was still a major suspect and had to be questioned. Huliulu at this time, Li Bin came in with a cleaning car. "Captain, the things are here." Zhao Wenwu nodded and opened the cleaning car to check carefully. There were some toilet paper, toilet plugs, cleaning agents, in the car. Zhao Wenwu pulled away the toilet paper and found a blood-stained axe. Put away the axe, collect blood and fingerprints, and compare them with the two dead. Yes. Li Bin immediately put the axe into the evidence bag.
Zhao Wenwu pondered for a moment. If my inference is correct, it should be the female cleaner who attacked Lu Dongsheng with an axe, causing his death. Then she chopped off his head and right hand, used the iris and fingerprint to shut down the infrared high-voltage device in the exhibition hall, snatched the portrait of a lady here, and then committed suicide.
Lu Bin pushed his glasses. "Captain, this is my reasoning."
But why did the female cleaner run into the women's restroom after snatching the portrait of a lady, and why did she commit suicide?
Zhao Wenwu looked solemn and sighed. "Did you notice the strange pattern around the toilet?"
If I remember correctly, a month ago, there was a similar pattern at the scene of the tragedy caused by the exhibition of Portrait of a Lady at Hongfei Art Museum.
Hiss.
Lu Bin shrank his neck upon hearing this, with a hint of fear in his eyes. "Captain, you mean that this case is also about that lady's portrait?" Zhao Wenwu nodded. "However, everything needs to wait for a detailed autopsy report and physical evidence collection before a conclusion can be drawn."
"Where is that little green, Su Lingling?"
"Lu Bin, I asked her to rest on the bench outside and wait for questioning." Zhao Wenwu took off his gloves, walked out of the women's restroom to the corridor, and turned his head to look. At this moment, Su Lingling was wearing a windbreaker, sitting on a bench with her hands around her knees, huddled up and shivering. Zhao Wenwu walked slowly towards Su Lingling, and his deep voice frightened her whole body. "Miss Su, according to the regulations, I must question you." Su Lingling raised her head, her pale face bloodless. "It's okay, just ask." Zhao Wenwu stared at Su Lingling with deep eyes, like a lone wolf examining its prey. "Why did you appear in the toilet?"
Su Lingling, I was in a hurry.
Zhao Wenwu, how long did you stay in the toilet?
Su Lingling showed a thoughtful expression. "About 5 or 6 minutes, my stomach was not feeling well."
5 or 6 minutes. According to the time of Lu Dongsheng's death that he had estimated, Lu Dongsheng had been killed when Su Lingling entered the women's toilet. However, the row of cubicles that Su Lingling entered was on the outside, and Lu Dongsheng's body was in the inner aisle. Therefore, it was normal that Su Lingling did not find Lu Dongsheng's body when she entered the women's toilet.
Zhao Wenwu continued to ask, "Did you meet anyone when you entered the toilet?"
Su Lingling suddenly realized, yes. It was a cleaner, pushing a cleaning cart, a little fat. When I entered the door, she just went out.
Zhao Wenwu nodded slightly, which was completely consistent with his speculation. "So, during the time you were in the toilet, did you hear any sound?"
"Yes." Su Lingling tried to recall. "I heard someone suddenly run in, and then muttered something, followed by a burst of banging sounds. I was very scared at the time, hiding inside and dared not make a sound."
"In the end, many of you broke in. Okay, the questioning will stop here for the time being."
Zhao Wenwu nodded, and suddenly changed the subject. "But, I want to check your bag."
Su Lingling brought a high-end crocodile leather bag today.
The bag has a large capacity, just enough to put down the hammer just now, or the rolled-up ladies. Su Lingling trembled slightly when she heard this, glanced at Zhao Wenwu with a little surprise, and subconsciously protected the bag beside her. Zhao Wenwu continued in a deep voice, "Please understand, this is my job." After saying that, he couldn't help but snatch Su Lingling's bag, unzipped it and checked it. Lipstick, mirror, makeup kit, and a pack of tampons.
"Well..."
Zhao Wenwu zipped up the bag again with an embarrassed look on his face and returned the bag to Su Lingling. It seemed like her stomach was really uncomfortable. Su Lingling took back her bag angrily and pouted with a resentful look on her face. "You are sick." After that, he turned around and left. Zhao Wenwu scratched his head on the spot and could only smile bitterly. "Hey, Miss Su, don't leave Huangshan City in the past few days. We will look for you at any time." Bang! Su Lingling slammed the door and walked out of the art museum angrily, her coat swaying slightly. The driver Aquan arrived in the black-stretched Lincoln. Su Lingling glanced at the car window, which reflected the floor-to-ceiling windows on the second floor of the art museum. In front of the floor-to-ceiling window, Zhao Wenwu stood quietly, staring at Su Lingling who was leaving.
Su Lingling opened the car door and got in. Drive. Rumble Lincoln walked away. Ah Quan held the steering wheel. Miss, where are we going? Su Lingling's sullen pretty face gradually calmed down, and the corners of her mouth curved up with a hint of pride. Cafe. Li Xiang glanced at the time on his phone. Well, it's about time. There should be results for number 002. After that, he put the test tube with the 006 serial number on it into his pocket and walked out of the basement. Elder brother. Ling Yan happened to come over, winked and said, there is a beautiful woman looking for you, and she is also a rich woman, Lengthen Lincoln. Brother, you must seize the opportunity. Whether our family can be popular or not depends on you. As he spoke, he secretly put a vial into Li Xiang's hand, and then winked at the door. Li Xiang looked up and saw Su Lingling in a windbreaker waving to him, her childish face filled with pride, pure and charming. The sunset light shone on her body, making her extremely beautiful. Li Xiang lazily yawned, then looked down at the bottle in his hand, which was full of small blue pills. Fuck, there is a group of Smurfs on the other side of the mountain and the sea. This younger brother is capable, he really thinks about his elder brother. Take one pill before going to bed to stay energetic all night long. Nima, Li Xiang stuffed the small blue bottle into Ling Yan's crotch. Your brother doesn't need it. At this time, Su Lingling walked over, smiled and said, looking for a more private place? Li Xiang nodded slightly and opened the iron door of the basement. Su Lingling walked into the basement with her long legs, her slim figure as plump as flowing water. Ling Yan secretly gave Li Xiang a thumbs up and lowered his voice. Brother, come on, hold on. Li Xiang gave Ling Yan a big look. Go to the hospital to check your brain when you have time. Maybe there is hope. By the way, mix this into coffee and drink it in 10 minutes. Remember, 10 minutes, no minute or second, otherwise the efficacy of the medicine will be affected. Li Xiang handed the test tube marked with the serial number 006 to Ling Yan. Ling Yan took the test tube and shook it, staring at the blue potion with some confusion. What is this? It looks a bit strange. Medicine for the brain. Li Xiang turned around and walked into the basement and closed the iron door. Su Lingling walked into the first basement and saw the red ropes, candles and iron chairs in the room. She covered her mouth and chuckled, you still know how to play. Li wanted to turn the mechanism, and a second iron door appeared in front of him. I only have 10 minutes left for you. Su Lingling snorted coldly when she heard this, twisted her slender waist and walked into the second basement, curling her lips and said, can you hold on for 10 minutes? Li Shangchuan pretended not to hear. Click, the second iron door is locked. Su Lingling glanced around, and there was still a test table filled with various medicines, test tubes, and 2 huge iron cages. Li Xiang sat on the chair and leaned on the back of the chair out of boredom. Start timing now. Su Lingling was sitting on the experimental table, her plump buttocks squeezed into a perfect arc, which was touching. She lit a cigarette, took a long puff and said, everything went well, I brought back the pictures of ladies. Li Xiang, tell me about the process. The corners of Su Lingling's lips curled up with a hint of pride. I first investigated the previous strange incidents caused by pictures of ladies and planned to turn this theft into a similar case. In this way, the direction of the police investigation can be diverted to the greatest extent. After entering the art museum, I first inquired about the security measures of lady pictures through Deputy Curator Lu Dongsheng, and then lured her to the women's toilet and obtained items that turned off the security measures. Well, to be precise, it's his head and right hand. Okay, you are definitely prone to violence. It said so calmly. He, I like it. Li Xiang patted his head and said tirelessly, shut up. Su Lingling? Li Xiang, I didn't tell you, just continue. Su Lingling felt confused and continued, well, I drew a similar incantation on the toilet seat to the last supernatural case. Then I called a cleaning lady and knocked her to death on the toilet, then pretended to be her and chopped off Lu Dongxing's head and right hand with an axe. In this way, there were only the fingerprints of the cleaning lady on the axe. Next, I put the axe, head, and right hand into the cleaning cart and pushed the cleaning cart out of the women's restroom. To prevent anyone from entering the women's restroom during this period, I also placed a maintenance sign at the door. Li Xiang frowned slightly, as if he was correcting the homework of a student with poor grades. Su Lingling exhaled a puff of smoke from her red lips. I pushed the cleaning car to the exhibition area, used Lu Dongxing's head and right hand to turn off the infrared high-voltage device, used his head to smash the tempered glass shield, and took out the portrait of a lady. The moment I touched the portrait of a lady, time and space seemed to stop. The ancient dressed woman in the picture suddenly smiled at me, and then her long black hair flowed out of the scroll, pierced into my body, and entangled my heart. By the way,
there is a huge scarlet magic circle covering the ground, which looks like some kind of sacrificial ceremony. Li Xiang raised his hand. Okay, I can guess the rest with my toes.
Let's talk about your fatal mistakes. Su Lingling frowned slightly when she heard this. She thought that this action was clean and perfect, so why did this guy dislike it so much? And there are fatal mistakes?
Li Xiang rubbed his temple and said casually, people who often kill people should know that the simpler the elements of a case are, the more perfect it is. So, the first mistake is that you shouldn't let the female cleaner join the game and add unnecessary trouble to yourself. Instead, you should directly play Lu Dongsheng, use your iris and fingerprint to turn off the security measures, and then take out the portrait of a lady.
Will the subsequent operations be much simpler? Su Lingling suddenly realized and was speechless. It seems to be true.
There is no need to kill the female cleaner at all.
Li Xiang, then the second mistake is also the lowest mistake. Su Lingling was slightly embarrassed. The lowest level mistake? What is that?
Li Xiang said helplessly, monitor, sister.
There are surveillance cameras everywhere in the art museum. The time you told the police that you entered the women's restroom does not match up with the time in the surveillance camera. Aren't you digging a hole for yourself?
When Su Lingling heard this, her whole body trembled, as if she had been poured a basin of ice water from head to toe, and she was stunned.
Yes.
If the time is not right, then it is lying. Lying is covering up, and covering up is a crime.
It's over. This mistake is not only low-level but also fatal.
Once Xiao Wenwu checks the monitoring, he will find that he is lying. Li Xiang glanced at Su Lingling, who was pale, and raised the corner of his mouth. However, by coincidence, a crow damaged the surveillance circuit of the museum, and the surveillance during that period could not be viewed.
Su Lingling suddenly opened her eyes wide, with a look of disbelief on her face. Really, really? What a coincidence!
As soon as the words were spoken, Su Lingling suddenly realized that there could be no such coincidence.
That crow doesn't come early or late, but at that time? There are so many lines, but the monitoring line is damaged? Is it you?
It's you. Su Lingling's heart was extremely complicated, as if she had knocked over the 5-flavor bottle. Thank you. Li Xiang shrugged and said calmly, I'm just protecting my experimental subjects, but this is just one time and I won't do it next time.
Su Lingling nodded slightly and looked at Li Xiang with gratitude.
But the next moment, she suddenly felt a chill running down her back.
Wait, how did Li Xiang know such details? It's like seeing it with your own eyes. And he analyzed his mistakes so thoroughly?
Hiss. Su Lingling took a breath of air and looked at Li Xiang with only awe and fear in her eyes.
He seems to know everything and can do anything. In front of him, she seemed transparent and couldn't hide any secrets. Is he still in the human category?
Or should we call it, him? Li wanted to give Su Lingling time to react and continued, the third mistake was your bag.
The axe is in the bag and it must have scratches. Get rid of those scratches before the police discover that the soaked painting is a fake.
Su Lingling nodded hurriedly subconsciously.
This is indeed a big or small handle.
Li thought, okay, let's take out the pictures of ladies.
Oh, okay.
Su Lingling immediately put out the cigarette in her hand, and then took off her windbreaker. That picture of a lady is actually hidden on the back of the windbreaker. Li Xiang nodded slightly when he saw this. The most dangerous place is the safest place, and the best way to handle your operation this time is where the picture of ladies is hidden. Su Lingling secretly breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this, and there was a trace of pride in her heart. After all, this was the first time she had been praised by Li Xiang. Li Xiang pointed to the wall. Hang the picture on the opposite wall. Su Lingling agreed, immediately opened the scroll and hung it on the wall. As soon as the picture scroll was opened, a strong smell of blood mixed with the smell of ink came to the nostrils, desolate and simple. The picture shows beautiful mountains and rivers, with clouds and mist lingering, but the graceful long-haired woman in plain clothes is missing.
Su Lingling was shocked. Hey, what's going on? Why are the people in the painting missing?
Li Xiang sat on the chair, holding his head with one hand and looking at the strange picture of ladies. If you don't come out, then you will never come out. I will tear you into pieces and throw you into the sewer to feed the cockroaches. Before he finished speaking, the clouds and mist in the painting surged, and a graceful beauty in ancient costume stepped out. Her red lips parted slightly and she said, Sir, wait a minute.
The slave family is trapped in the painting out of necessity.
I hope you will show mercy. The beauty in ancient costume hides her face and weeps, and the pear blossoms are raining beautifully. Su Lingling was shocked when she saw this.
Is this the same crazy woman who wanted to dig out my mother's heart as a sacrifice if she disagreed with her in the art museum? What a double standard.
Li Xiang was stunned by the sudden ancient saying and cleared his throat. Let's be honest, I need the century-old mysterious ink in your hair. If you give it, everything can be discussed. If you don't give it, there is no need to discuss it. The woman in the painting looked troubled when she heard this and sobbed, Young master, you don't know.
This 100-year-old black ink is the foundation of the slave family's shelter and the soul of the slave family.
Only by growing 90,000 long hairs can the slave family escape from this world in the painting and come back to life.
Therefore, this matter of obtaining Xian Li Xiang yawned and waved his hands impatiently. Okay, don't waste time with your poor acting skills. Take action if you have the ability. Before she finished speaking, the pretty face of the woman in the painting instantly withered and rotted into white bones. Her eye sockets were dark and she shouted sternly, Become my sacrifice. Buzz buzz scarlet curse lines burst out of the ground instantly, densely packed and creeping in strange ways, and then quickly assembled into a sacrificial array, trapping Li Xiang and Su Lingling in it. Su Lingling was so shocked that she felt like she was falling into a mire and couldn't extricate herself. She was horrified to find that this magic circle was several times more powerful than when she was in the art gallery, and even the tables and chairs surrounding it were floating in the air. It turns out that the woman in the painting was pretending to be in front of Li Xiang in order to buy time and allow the sacrificial array to exert its greatest power. But on the other hand, Li Xiang sat on his chair without moving, with a calm expression on his face, waiting for the magic circle to open. Su Lingling was in doubt. Was Li Xiang too arrogant this time? This magic array is really powerful.
Ha ha ha, the woman in the painting smiled strangely at Li Xiang, and her black hair suddenly danced. You are very brave, then I will eat your liver and gallbladder first. Swoosh, the black hair suddenly rolled in the painting like an avalanche, and it shot towards Li Xiang rapidly. Li Xiang stood up from his chair, his deep eyes were filled with golden light, and it rotated strangely like silk. As far as the eye could see, all the tables, chairs, cabinets, equipment, were marked with data accurate to the millimeter, angle, height, speed, volume. The sacrificial array under his feet was also quickly disassembled into complicated spells, simple strokes, crude punctuation. Even the whistling hair became traceable, and every hair was visible. The level ability of the Weaver of Destiny, deduction. Calculate the past and predict the future. Li Xiang put his hands in his pockets and walked towards the front with his hair fluttering in front of his forehead. The ghostly figure shuttled and swam in the waves of thousands of strands of hair. His windbreaker fluttered, but he didn't get a single leaf on his body. Although there were many strands of hair, the trajectory in the dark had long been seen through by the Fate Weaver, who fiddled with it at will. Although the formation was complicated, the Fate intertwined formation I was easily broken by the Fate Weaver, who walked leisurely in the garden. In Su Lingling's surprised eyes, Li Xiang had already come to the woman in the painting and smiled evilly. If I don't seduce you to take action, I really can't get the 100-year-old black ink. After that, he grabbed the woman's neck in the painting and pulled it hard, directly pulling off her head with long hair to the ground. Tap tap tap. Li Xiang carried the head of the woman in the painting to the big vat and raised it to the air. Tick-tock tick-tock, scarlet blood flowed out from the broken neck and gathered in the big vat. The woman's frightened facial features gradually blurred and melted, and her black hair faded to snow white. At the same time, the scarlet blood in the vat transformed into black ink. When the ink in the head drained, Li Xiang took control, then threw the head into the ancient painting. At this moment, the sacrificial array on the ground also lost its scarlet color and melted away like remaining snow. It never seems to happen. The surrounding tables and chairs slowly fell back to the ground. Su Lingling struggled to free herself from the swamp in a state of embarrassment. When she looked at the picture of a lady, she saw smoke filling the air. The woman in the painting was already lying in a pool of blood, with her head in a different place. She raised her hand to wipe her eyes and looked at the ancient painting again. There is no woman in the painting. On a huge rock beside a mountain and flowing water, there was only an exhausted inkstone, which had been lonely for hundreds of years. Su Lingling was stunned. All of this was simply too weird and fantastic, beyond her cognition. But Li Xiang still looked sleepy. He poured the century-old black ink in the large vat into the number 002 test tube containing the purple potion, and stirred evenly. A strange fragrance of ink filled the air from the test tube, as if it had traveled through 100 years of vicissitudes. Su Lingling took a deep breath of the fragrance of ink in the air, and suddenly felt the spiritual energy in her body surging faintly, like a ferocious beast about to break out of its cage. Is this a level promotion potion? Su Lingling's eyes shone brightly, and she walked towards Li Xiang, staring at the test tube in his hand. Li Xiang nodded slightly. However, there is still one more medicine left. The advanced effect will be better. Drink it and you will become a unique person with 1,000 faces.
Su Lingling hurriedly asked, "What medicine?" "I'll get it."
A sneer appeared on Li Xiang's lips. "Don't worry, this medicine is on its way.
Wait for me here."
After that, Li Xiang put the test tube in his pocket and walked out of the basement. At this moment, the cafe lobby. Business was surprisingly slow today. There was no customer for a long time. Lin Yanjing was sitting boredly behind the bar, tinkering with a cup of weird-colored cappuccino in his hand. Li Xiang walked to the bar and glanced at the coffee cup. 10 minutes are up, drink it quickly. Lin Yan glanced at Li Xiang resentfully. If your precious brother has a drinking problem, you will regret it for the rest of your life.
Li Xiang, I'm thinking about ordering a family bucket tonight.
Lin Yan grabbed the cup and took a sip. Add a piece of finger-licking original chicken.
Make a deal.
Li Xiang took out the file book from his pocket, opened it, and began to observe and record. Experimental sequence 006, novelist, gender, male, source, 1 serving of family bucket plus finger-licking original chicken Flevel potion formula, disordered mist plus 5 mg of rotten and moldy rice paper plus 10 ml of century-old black ink plus 10 mg of thoughtful reed leaves plus appropriate amount of medicine, symptoms of taking medication, bad breath. Li Xiang covered his nose, took 5 steps back, and said with a look of disgust on his face, "Don't say anything, or I'm afraid I won't be able to help but beat you."
Lin Yan?
The next moment, Lin Yan's stomach began to churn, as if someone was stirring it crazily with a wooden stick, and stabbing it hard from time to time.
Ugh! Lin Yan looked up to the sky and let out a long burp.
A strange gray mist spurted out, wrapping him like a big cocoon. Chi chi chi. The next moment, the surrounding gray fog continued to condense and cast spells, which were densely printed on Lin Yan's face, neck, limbs, everywhere in his body, burrowing into every pore of his body like maggots on his tarsus. Lin Yan suddenly felt extremely itchy, as if there were countless ants crawling all over his body. He started scratching frantically with both hands. "It's so itchy. Brother, this is not something that can be solved with just one meal for the whole family. Must have 2 copies. Li Xiang continued to record, symptoms of taking the medicine, bad breath, mist of disorder spewing out of the mouth within 10 seconds, the mist of disorder condensed into a chapter of disorder and poured into the body of the experimenter. Lin Yan's 10 fingers began to tremble crazily, shaking in all directions at strange angles. They seemed to have their own thoughts and wanted to fly away from the palm of his hand. "I'll go." Lin Yan stared at his uncontrollable hands with a look of horror on his face. "Am I dazzled?"
"Young man, it's not your eyes that are dazzled, it's your kidney deficiency that causes your hands to shake."
"Oh, this is what the novelist looks like when he wakes up from the sequence. It's like going crazy. Tisk, tsk, it's great to use my brother to test the medicine.
It's cheap, obedient, and efficient."
Buzz buzz. The runes all over Lin Yan's body quickly gathered between his eyebrows, collapsed into a faint blue emblem, and then disappeared into the sea of consciousness.
Ding ding is cool and refreshing.
Li Xiang writes quickly, not wanting to miss any detail. The chapter of disorder gathered at the center of the experimenter's brows and formed the Skyworth emblem, which was eventually hidden in the sea of consciousness. At this time, the effect of the medicine wears off.
Lin Yan rubbed his eyes.
The objects around him stopped spinning and jumping, and everything returned to normal.
"Elder brother." Lin Yan looked resentful. "What on earth did you give me to drink?"
Li Xiang put away the file. "New flavor of mushroom coffee, with a little mushroom powder in it."
"Lin Yan, let me just say, this thing is hallucinogenic, so we can't promote it. We can't afford to pay for drinking it to death."
Li Xiang nodded, tore off a piece of paper from the file book and handed it to Lin Yan.
"Now I'm going to tell you a story.
You have to write it down, at least 10 times within 10 minutes. In the process of writing, you have to constantly convince yourself that this story is real and is happening." Lin Yan was stunned when he heard this. "Huh?"
"Li Xiang, now I will read, you write." Lin Yan nodded and picked up the pen.
Li Xiang glanced at the twilight outside the window, then glanced at the time on the clock on the wall, and slowly read, 7:39 p.m., twilight. Lin Yan wrote quickly, the blue emblem between his eyebrows looming, and the place where he wrote was covered with a layer of strange gray fog. The font was hazy and distorted, and slowly spread to the surroundings. Ding-ling-de-ling. After the story was read, the wind chimes at the door of the cafe swayed. A slender figure walked in, with short hair fluttering, and a heroic look. Li Xiang turned his head and smiled. "Officer Bai, you are here." Bai Ji went straight to the bar, and looked at Li Xiang with her black and white eyes. "One day is up, Li Xiang, have you thought it over? Take the initiative to cooperate with the shelter, or be arrested and sent to the shelter?" Li Xiang looked at Bai Ji quietly, curling his lips. "Officer Bai, I don't really understand what you mean.
Bai Ji sneered, you are not so naive, are you playing dumb? Don't forget, you admitted that it was you who used that cup of coffee with medicine to awaken the so-called wise man sequence, and I did develop a brain-forbidden area beyond the ordinary. And you called me experimental subject number 005, which proves that there are at least 001, 002, 003, and 004 similar extraordinary experimental subjects. Li Xiang looked puzzled and scratched his head. Did I say this? Bai Ji, still pretending? But you seem to have forgotten that I have a witness. She clapped her hands. Zhao Yin walked into the cafe. Bai Ji joked, you won't even forget him, right? Li Xiang chuckled and said, how is that possible? Hello, Officer Zhao. Li Xiang stretched out his hand to shake Zhao Yin's hand. As long as you recognize him. Bai Ji turned to look at Zhao Yin. Old Zhao, you were also present at that time. You also claimed that you had limited qualifications and failed to awaken the wise man sequence, and tried to persuade me to accept the wise man sequence. Right? Zhao Yin stretched out his hand and straightened his shirt to ensure that the collar was symmetrical. Xiao Bai, what are you talking about? It's nothing. Bai Ji was stunned? Zhao Yin continued seriously, what is the sequence of wise men, what is awakening? Xiao Bai, are you under too much pressure recently and are you hallucinating? Bai Ji stared at Zhao Yin in disbelief, trying to find any clues on his face. What's going on? He had said so well when he was at the police station just now that he would help him expose Li Xiang. Why did he suddenly change his mind? Zhao Yin frowned slightly, why are you looking at me like that? Bai Ji sighed secretly, I suddenly realized that after working with you for so many years, I have never really understood you. Zhao Yin's eyes were bright, Xiao Bai, there is no way I can perjury just because of our friendship. I really can't help you this time. Besides, haven't you noticed that you seem to have suddenly changed as a person during this time? Hey, Xiao Bai, if you are too stressed, just give yourself a holiday and force yourself to be like this. Why bother? Just take care of yourself. After saying that, Zhao Yin smiled apologetically at Li Xiang, turned around and walked out of the cafe. Bai Ji's mind was a little messy. Based on her knowledge of Zhao Yin over the years, Zhao Yin is not a liar. He always says what he says and is upright, and it is common for him to contradict his leaders. Moreover, Zhao Yin's expression just now was very natural, without any trace of disguise. This is all so weird. Li Xiang shrugged, Officer Bai, what am I talking about? This is not the case at all. After saying that, he turned to Ling Yan and shouted, how many times have you written this? Ling Yan wrote as fast as he could, completely immersed in a state of selflessness, and subconsciously said, 5 times. Li Xiang raised the corners of his mouth when he heard this, showing a hint of pride, more like a provocation. Continue. This detail was quickly caught by Bai Ji. She sneered silently, although I don't know why Lao Zhao will help you, if you think you can escape the sanction of the law this way, you are totally wrong. Come in. As soon as he finished speaking, another person walked in. Short and fat, with gray hair and a wrinkled face. Li Xiang was not surprised at all. Officer Zhou, are you here too? Zhousen rolled his eyes at Li Xiang angrily and snorted coldly, if you calm down, will I still use you? Bai Ji looked at Li Xiang, who looked calm. Remember Tianhua building, the cup of coffee you gave me made me awaken the wise man sequence. After you left, I had someone put away the coffee cup. Yesterday, Lao Zhou personally sent it to the shelter for urgent testing. Don't you want to know what's in the coffee? If there's any weird ingredient in the coffee, that's solid proof. Li Xiang shrugged, I don't care, the point is, you will regret it after knowing the ingredients. Bai Ji smiled disdainfully, Lao Zhou, where is the test report? Please read it over. Zhousen took out the unopened test report, tore open the cover, opened it, and read, the ingredients include caffeine, protein, tannins, carbohydrates, minerals. Bai Ji looked at Li Xiang and played with the taste, this is a regular ingredient in coffee, read the next line. Zhousen moved his eyes to the next line and continued, keratin, hard keratin, dirt, fungi. Bai Ji was stunned when she heard this, what is this? Zhousen frowned, the lab technician said it's skin tissue. To put it simply, it's hand skin. Bai Ji? Li Xiang scratched his head, laughed and said, oh, sorry, I had a fungal infection a few days ago and my palms kept peeling. I didn't expect that I dropped it into the coffee. Bai Ji's face turned green when she heard this, ugh vomit, ha 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 smelly girl, my hands are delicious. Little Karami, whose brain-restricted area is only 20% developed, still dares to play tricks with us, he is asking for trouble. Let number 005 have a long memory, or if it doesn't work, I'll replace him. Silly girl, number 01 finished your coffee and even packed up the cup and took it away. The cup you used for the experiment belongs to the table next door. What kind of skin should I give her next time?
Bao, steamed bun skin. Li Xiang shook his head to shut up these annoying dogs.
How about Officer Bai?
Li Xiang said earnestly, I told you, you will regret it if you know the ingredients of the coffee. Bai Ji resisted the urge to feel queasy, nauseated and retching, gritted her teeth and glared at Li Xiang, wishing she could bite this hateful guy to death. He has clearly developed the restricted area of his brain and has acquired extraordinary high-dimensional intelligence, but every time he faces Li Xiang, he feels a deep sense of powerlessness. It's like punching a Rollipoli with all your strength, but in the end hurting yourself.
Noob. Suddenly, a steady voice came from behind, that's it for today.
Li Xiang turned around and saw Jiang Shan, wearing a black tactical uniform, walking in and gently patted Bai Ji on the shoulder. Originally, Bai Ji asked Jiang Shan to come here today to witness with her own eyes that Li Xiang confessed to participating in the weird experiment and then captured him and took him back to the shelter.
Just in case, even the black box is ready.
I didn't expect that things would develop like this.
Bai Ji took a long breath, stared at Li Xiang and said, Li Xiang, this matter won't just be let go. Sooner or later I will catch you. After that, he turned around and left.
Etc. Li Xiang stopped Bai Ji casually, with a sneer on his lips, of course we can't just let this matter go.
Officer Bai, now I want to accuse you of falsely accusing me of participating in strange activities. Bai Ji was shocked when she heard this and couldn't laugh or cry. What? You still want to accuse me?
Li Xiang yawned and said lazily, of course, you framed me for no reason, which caused great damage to my reputation and caused indelible harm to my young mind. I request the shelter and the police to handle this matter seriously and give me a satisfactory explanation.
Bai Ji, you, Li Xiang turned to look at Jiang Shan. Captain Jiang, if I remember correctly, the secrecy clause 38 and 64 on the sheet you asked me to sign were clearly written. The shelter must ensure the personal safety and interests of the signatories.
If any illegal actions are taken that harm the interests of the signatories, they will be held seriously accountable in accordance with the law and dealt with severely.
Isn't this correct?
Jiang Shan frowned when he heard this. That's right.
This kid's memory is so abnormal. He just took a few glances at it, but he remembered it word for word.
Li Xiang said calmly, so, how do you plan to deal with this matter in your shelter? Bai Ji gritted her teeth, I'll take responsibility for my own actions. At most, Jiang Shan waved his hand to interrupt Bai Ji and said, Officer Bai has been under too much pressure at work recently, and he often has hallucinations and nonsense.
Li Xiang, I hope you can understand.
Zhou Xin on the side immediately understood what Jiang Shan meant, and immediately agreed, yes, I can prove that Xiao Bai is indeed a little abnormal at work occasionally, often talking to himself and doing some weird things.
Actually, we have also learned about this from the doctor privately. This is a bit of mental disorder and mild hallucinations.
Bai Ji was so angry that her face turned green. I don't have hallucinations, what I said is the truth. She is the youngest criminal investigation expert in Jiangnan province, a genius with a brain-restricted area development rate of 20%, and she was actually said to be mentally ill?
It's really infuriating.
Zhou Xin covered Bai Ji's mouth and shouted in a hoarse voice, mental patients never think they are sick.
Oh, my little aunt, shut up.
Bai Ji is usually very smart. Why is her brain not so smart at this critical moment? If her behavior is attributed to mental problems, she will be admitted to the hospital for treatment for a month at most. After a month, she will be diagnosed as mentally normal and can be discharged from the hospital. But if she is sentenced according to normal laws, she will at least be expelled from the police.
Jiang Shan nodded, yes, yes.
Li Xiang, on behalf of the 9th Chinese shelter, I solemnly apologize to you. Jiang Shan pointed to his head, and the hideous scar on his right eye looked a little creepy. Working in our line of work, we are in danger all day long, and the pressure is really too great, and it is easy to have mental problems, Li Xiang said with disgust. Hey, then you will send her to a mental hospital, right?
I don't want to be harassed by her again.
Moreover, this kind of harassment is likely to turn into sexual harassment, and a pure boy like me can't stand it. Bai Ji was so angry that she wanted to pounce on this bastard and tear him to pieces. Jiang Shan waved his hand, signaling Zhou Xin to drag Bai Ji out quickly.
Of course, we will immediately send Bai Ji to the 4th Mental Hospital of Huanshan City for treatment until she recovers.
Li Xiang smacked his lips. Let's send her to the psychiatric branch of Gospel Hospital.
Jiang Shan, why?
Li Xiang, I am a volunteer there and can monitor the treatment effect of Bai Ji in real time.
Jiang Shan, this kid really holds a grudge. Jiang Shan apologized to Li Xiang again and left the cafe.
Li Xiang glanced at their backs as they left. A playful arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. and then turned his head to look at the place where Baiji had just stood.
An invisible breath silently surged in the air, making people feel depressed, suffocated, and desperate. "Brother, I'm done."
Ling Yan walked over and raised the notebook full of densely written small words in his hand. 10 times, "I'm done."
"But why did you ask me to write this story? The plot is dry and boring."
Ling Yan did not answer, but took the notebook and glanced at it. It says, at 7:39 p.m., dusk fell. Baiji asked Zhang Shan and others to ambush outside the cafe, and then took 2 witnesses, Zhao Yin and Zhou Sen, into the cafe to force Li Xiang to admit that he participated in the strange experiment. Unexpectedly, Zhao Yin changed his words on the spot, and the test report Zhou Sen brought suddenly became invalid. In the end, Baiji was sent to a mental hospital as a mental patient.
Ling Yan wrote this story 10 times.
The flying and dancing handwriting was weird and twisted, and scattered wisps of disordered fog around, faintly covering an area of 10 square meters. It seems that there is a weird force trying to reshape the objective existence of the surrounding space.
Li Xiang pondered for a moment. "Ergu, when you were writing this story, did you feel that this story was real?"
Ling Yan nodded, "Of course. Especially when I wrote the first sentence and saw Baiji really walked in, I kept thinking about the direction of the story."
"Hey, what a coincidence. The direction and ending of this story are exactly the same as what happened here just now."
Li Xiang shook his head slightly. "Coincidence?
I said that the ending of the story is always a little off."
"It turns out that you think these are just coincidences, and you don't really think that the story you wrote is real."
"You have to remember that everything I write is true."
Ling Yan smacked his lips when he heard it. "Everything I write is true."
"Everything I write is true, well. I understand. This is the attitude that a novelist should have towards a story."
Ling Yan's eyes lit up and he hurried to the second floor. He wants to use this serious attitude to write a perfect story. Li Xiang shook his head slightly when he saw this, took out the file notes from his pocket, turned to file number 006, and continued to record.
Sequence 006. Novelist has completed the formal awakening. Fleble ability is tampering.
That is, use a pen to describe an event that is happening, and tamper with several key points in the process of the event. The more detailed the description, the stronger the belief, and the greater the chance of successful tampering. At present, it seems that the ability coverage of experimental product number 006 is about 10 square meters, and the ability coverage will increase as the novelist's proficiency in using the ability. Of course, it is worth mentioning that if the tampered facts exceed the level of one's own strength, backlash will occur. After writing here, Li Xiang's pen tip paused, and then turned the notebook to file number 002.
"You can come out."
As soon as the voice fell, the door of the basement was pushed open, and Su Lingling poked her head out. She walked over with her slender waist twisted and glanced at the second floor. "So your brother is also your experimental product, tut, so pitiful."
Li Xiang sneered. "Pitiful?
Without the disordered field coverage of my ergu, you would have no place to get the last potion to advance to the D level."
Su Lingling was stunned when she heard this. "What do you mean?"
Li Xiang put the file notes in his hand on the bar, then took out the test tube marked with number 002 from his pocket and opened the lid. The scent of ink diffused out, and in midair it transformed into a ferocious ink beast, which suddenly opened its huge mouth and sucked fiercely. Chi where Baiji originally stood, the atmosphere of depression, suffocation, and despair was instantly swallowed up by the ferocious giant mouth.
Crash! The ferocious ink beast rolled back into the test tube, shaking Li Xiang's hand holding the test tube violently. Su Lingling widened her phoenix eyes. "What is this?"
Li Xiang shook the test tube in his hand, and the ink-colored potion surged strangely. "I call it the collapse of the wise, an emotional potion. Only by crushing the IQ of the wise, and the heat is just right, can this emotional potion be produced." Li Xiang handed the test tube to Su Lingling, his voice low and full of temptation.
"Come on, drink it. You will become the only one with 1,000 faces." Su Lingling took the test tube, her white palms trembling slightly with excitement.
"As long as you drink it, you can become a real 1,000 faces. Not only can you achieve perfection in your acting skills, but you can also act as anyone you want."
Li Xiang raised the coffee cup in his hand. "Here, cheers."
Gudong Su Lingling swallowed hard, held the test tube in both hands, clinked the glass with Li Xiang, and drank it in one gulp.
"Ah!"
Su Lingling screamed, her head slowly split open, and her ferocious facial features instantly split into thousands of scarlet threads, swaying all over the sky. Moreover, this kind of division continued to spread rapidly toward her neck, chest, and body. In the blink of an eye, the entire body split into a pile of scarlet threads, like thousands of earthworms intertwined with each other, squirming strangely on the ground. Chi, a strong fragrance filled the air from the scarlet silk thread, which made people dizzy and feel hot all over. Li Xiang picked up the file book on the bar and started recording. Serial number 002, painted skin, trying to advance to D level. The dark red of the pupils is deeper, and the whole body is split into scarlet threads, exuding the exciting rosemary. This fragrance also has another well-known name, pheromones. At this time, the tangled scarlet threads suddenly spread out quickly and were hidden in various hidden corners of the coffee shop. Jingle bell bell, the wind chimes at the door rang. A tall, middle-aged man walked in, wearing a black shirt and a beard, with bruised and swollen eye bags and a sinister air between his brows. "Hey, boss, what do you have to drink here?" Li Xiang didn't even raise his head and continued to write in his notebook. The scarlet thread can sense danger in advance and is extremely vigilant. It especially has an almost intuitive ability to predict hostility. The middle-aged man said impatiently, "Damn, I'm talking to you. What's there to drink in this shabby shop?" Li wanted to continue writing, but still didn't look up. Bloody Mary. The middle-aged man frowned when he heard this and cursed, "What kind of ball thing? I've never heard of it. What does this thing look like?" Li Xiang stopped writing and smiled, "I look like a ball like you." The middle-aged man suddenly changed his color. "I'll fuck you." Chi. Scarlet threads came from all directions in the cafe, instantly wrapping the middle-aged man into a large scarlet cocoon. The slender threads writhed strangely and penetrated crazily from every pore on his body. From a distance, it looks like a kiwi with red hair. Save, the middle-aged man was in agony. Just as he was about to call for help, a scarlet thread crazily penetrated his throat. His eyeballs suddenly bulged, filled with bloodshot eyes, and suddenly exploded. Li Xiang smacked his lips when he saw this. "Well, this scene reminds me of a famous dish, loach and tofu. While talking, I'm really getting a little greedy." At this moment, the middle-aged man's body shriveled up rapidly. In less than 10 seconds, all his flesh and blood had been sucked away, turning him into a skinny mummy with a horrified expression. Scarlet threads squirmed strangely under the mummy's face. Immediately, his facial features became full and vivid again, his eyes were piercing, and the shriveled flesh and blood all over his body became full again. The scarlet color disappeared, and the middle-aged man rolled his eyes at Li Xiang. "You are the loach." Li thought, "Show me the effect of 1,000 faces." The middle-aged man nodded slightly, raised his palm and gently stroked his face. The next moment, Su Lingling's face appeared again. It's like changing faces in Sichuan opera. Immediately afterwards, Su Lingling's face squirmed and transformed into the face of a female cleaning lady, then Li Dongqing's face, Jiang Zhaotian's face, Li Xiang's face, all the faces that have been played before. In the end, it was fixed on Zhang Xiaoyu's face. Zhang Xiaoyu touched his face and the shocking scar. "Well, my face is better. Sometimes, I play so many people that I don't even know who I am." Li Xiang recorded in his notebook, "From the moment you became the painting's skin, Zhang Xiaoyu was already dead. You are destined to live as someone else. Fortunately, you are free to choose your identity." Zhang Xiaoyu nodded slightly, with a hint of sadness. "I understand." Li Xiang closed his notebook. "You can go back first. During this time, you can fully understand the essence of 1,000 faces and figure out how to play each role well. Strive to advance to level C as soon as possible. Let me tell you in advance that the ability of clever painting is parasitism. You can parasitize on any target, sense the other person's perception, seize the other person's memory, experience everything the other person has experienced, and replace the other person at any time." Zhang Xiaoyu murmured in a low voice, his eyes brightening. "Capture memories, perceive experiences. Only in this way can the characters be more vivid, and this is a deeper performing art." Li Xiang waved his hand. Zhang Xiaoyu smiled charmingly and instantly transformed into the appearance of the woman in the painting. She exhaled and said, "Master, are you in such a hurry to drive away the slave family? Why don't you go and spend the evening with me?" Li thought, then I might as well go have a late-night snack. Roll. Okay. The woman in the painting leaves with resentment. When she walked to the door, her facial features squirmed and transformed into Su Lingling's innocent and charming face. She twisted her waist and walked away humming a tune. "You are so tactless. Why don't you say this when no one is around? Personality 01 is really so reserved. Why is he still so reserved at this time? You don't even want the midnight snack that's delivered to your door. You deserve to starve for 20 years. Before he finished speaking, a strange laugh came from a dark corner. Ga, flutter, a rotten raven flew out. half of its wings rotted and exposed its white bones, but Lu Liang's pale and indifferent face was reflected in its empty eyes.
Li Xiang rolled his eyes at the raven. What are you laughing at? You laugh so badly. Be careful, I'll stew you for a midnight snack. Go, let Jack the Clown wait for me in the mental hospital. Ga the moonlight fell, and the raven spread its wings and flew away from the window.
Li Xiang looked up at the full moon on the sky. If you look closely, you can find that the moon is stained with gray spots around it, like a moldy mooncake. Well, there is not much time left for this world. Only the God sequence can avoid all the weird prying of the higher dimension. The second floor of the cafe. The bedroom was in a mess, with toilet paper balls scattered on the floor. Ling Yan lay on the bed, with the quilt crumpled into a ball under her body, holding a ballpoint pen in her hand and writing on the letter paper.
Yeah, the story just now was too boring, let's make an interesting and meaningful bedtime story.
Ling Yan scratched his head and wrote a few lines on the paper. Dong dong dong. Every morning at 1 o'clock, the little girl selling matches would keep knocking on the door of every house. Whoever opened the door would become the match in her basket. Dong 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 dong. It was late at night and someone was knocking on the door. The knocking rhythm was monotonous and long, as if there was no end. Li Xiang, who was doing experiments in the basement, heard the knock on the door, put down the test tube in his hand, and walked out of the basement.
Who is it, late at night?
A tender and sweet voice came from outside the door. Hello, I am a little girl selling matches. Would you like to buy some matches? The door of the cafe is a tempered glass door. Li Xiang looked up and saw a little girl in a red cloak standing outside the door. The red cloak was covered with snow, and her porcelain doll-like face was red from the cold, and she kept rubbing her hands and stamping her feet outside the door. She had a basket of matches on her right hand and knocked on the door mechanically with her left hand.
Li Xiang was instantly confused. Wait, it seems to be summer now? Where did the snow come from? Why are you rubbing your hands and stamping your feet in such a hot day?
At this time, the little girl selling matches also saw Li Xiang through the glass, tilted her head and smiled sweetly. Brother, buy a match.
My matches are thick and long, Li Xiang? It sounds so strange, shouldn't this be my line? Ahem.
Li Xiang sat on the long footstool next to the bar, made himself a cup of coffee, and kept thinking about the current situation. Outside the door, the little girl was still knocking on the door, with a smile on her sweet face. Brother, buy a match. Li Xiang made coffee and said to the outside, what era is it still selling matches? Wait until you change to selling lighters. After that, he turned around and returned to the basement. Outside the door, the little girl selling matches was stunned for 3 seconds, and her sweet face suddenly became hideous and resentful. The cloth covering the basket slipped off, revealing the bloody white bones in the basket, which really looked like neatly stacked matches.
The next morning,
Li Xiang, wearing blue and white striped pajamas, walked out of the basement with 2 big panda eyes on his face.
Another sleepless night.
Fortunately, he worked overtime to get the blood reagent of sequence 003 Embarker. He first looked outside the door to make sure that the little match girl had left, then came to the bar and started to make himself a cup of iced Americano. Li Xiang took out the result of a whole night's research from his pocket, the blood reagent of the 003 Embalmer. In the test tube, the dark blue blood roared silently, faintly outlining the shape of countless holes. Li Xiang poured it into the iced Americano and stirred it gently. Well, it smells good. He closed his eyes and sniffed the coffee aroma in the air. Personality 003, breakfast. When he opened his eyes again, Li Xiang's mouth corners rose coldly, and his eyes were filled with uncontrollable excitement and madness.
Well, I'm finally out.
The hoarse voice is like the sigh of a beast in the middle of the night, which makes people shudder.
He took a deep breath and sighed. What fresh air, what a free body. Personality number 001, number 003, I didn't ask you to come out to express your feelings, drink that iced Americano quickly. Personality number 003 is out. Fuck, I want to go out too. When is it my turn to go out? I'm almost suffocating. And me, I'm number 004, I can't breathe, shut up. Li Xiang shouted coldly, now I am in control of this body. Drink the blood reagent of the Undertaker, right? Then it's as you wish.
Li Xiang grabbed the coffee on the table and drank it all.
Crack crack.
Li Xiang's bones made a sound like popping beans, and the joints folded, rotated, and shook at a weird angle. The blood color on his face faded like the tide, and he turned pale as snow. A strange grayish-white color surged deep in his pupils, which was empty, numb, sinister, like a walking corpse. Buzz buzz buzz, a grayish-white emblem quietly emerged between Li Xiang's eyebrows. It seemed to be a nearly transparent strange talisman, with complicated spells engraved on it. It flashed and disappeared again in the vast sea of consciousness. The broken hair on Li Xiang's forehead was painted with a layer of snow-white frost, and the corners of his mouth were cold. Swallow the blood reagent of the Undertaker. Success. Personality 001, Personality 03, test the ability of the Undertaker. Personality 002, what ability can the Undertaker have? It is definitely not as strong as the 1,000 faces of my painted skin sequence. Number 002 and number 003 have awakened the sequence. I want to awaken too. I want it too. I want it too. I want it too. Shut up. Li Xiang slapped his head impatiently, his voice hoarse. Just watch me perform. After that, he put his hands together, muttered something, and strange spells surged in his gray eyes. Crack! The floor of the hall suddenly cracked, and a cold breath rushed over. A white bone claw broke out of the ground, followed by the second one, and 2 white bone claws pressed to the ground, and a white skeleton crawled out of the ground halfway, hideous and terrifying. Personality 001, ouch, what are you doing? Li Xiang was stunned. Didn't you ask me to test the ability of the Undertaker? The ability of the level Undertaker is summoning, so I summoned a corpse. Personality 001, if you wanna summon a corpse, just summon a corpse. Why did you poke through the floor? Do you know how much it costs to repair the floor? I can't even pay you back by sending you to work as a duck. Li Xiang, he touched his waist and waved his hand, back off. The skeleton, which had already crawled out half of its body, returned to the floor in a dejected manner, holding the soil with its claws and burying its skull again. Ah, I'm dead again. Personality 001, change it back. Li Xiang opened his eyes again, the gray in his pupils had disappeared, and his spirit was restored. His cold and indifferent face also turned back to the sleepy look. Now, the main personality 001 has awakened the Fate Weaver sequence. The secondary personality 002 has awakened the painted skin sequence. The secondary personality 003 has awakened the Undertaker sequence. The next step is to get the blood reagent of the Phosphorus Fire Knight of the sequence 004 as soon as possible, so that the auxiliary personality 004 can be awakened successfully. That's right, Li Xiang's idea is that each of his personalities must awaken a sequence to become a god. In the end, no matter which sequence can successfully ascend to the throne of God, he will be the biggest winner. But there is also a huge hidden danger in such operation. That is, can so many split personalities and extraordinary sequences be compatible in one body? But this is the safest and fastest way. After all, those weird high-dimensional creatures don't have much time left for this world. Tap tap tap. At this time, Li Nian yawned and walked down the stairs, rubbing his sleepy eyes. Brother, have you had breakfast? Li Xiang, eat, just know how to eat. Let me ask you, did you create the little girl who knocked on the door and sold matches in the middle of the night last night? Li Nian's eyes rolled around and he shook his head hurriedly. No. Li Xiang, really not? Li Nian, really not? Li Xiang shook his head slightly. Then you disappoint me too much. Li Nian was stunned. What's going on? Is my brain not keeping up? Li Xiang put on his black windbreaker with a disappointed look on his face, pushed the door and walked out. He originally thought that the little match girl last night was written by Li Nian. After all, the ability of an level novelist is only tampering. If you can bring the characters in a fictional fairy tale into the real world, that is the ability of an level novelist. Extradition. The little match girl tilted her head and smiled at you. Welcome to Urge for updates, welcome to comment, welcome to be my match. Li Nian walked out of the coffee shop and was instantly attracted by the strangeness around him. He looked to both sides and was speechless. There were police cars parked on the roadside, and cordons were put up at the entrances of many businesses. At this moment, several groups of police were busy inspecting the scene and interviewing people with knowledge of the situation. Looking around, there are more than a dozen businesses in this row, and only Li Xiang's cafe in Lingxing are still open. Zhou Depeo was also leading people around to inquire about the situation. Li Xiang walked up slowly and said, "Hello, Officer Zhou, you are busy. What happened? There is such a big movement." Zhou gave Li Xiang a rollicking look with his hands behind his back, and said angrily, "Li Shiba, it's your kid again. Hey, I just discovered that every time I meet your kid, nothing good will happen." Li Xiang smiled bitterly and said, "Officer Zhou, I was wronged. I just went out, okay? Zhou, by the way, you live here too, and I just have a few questions for you." Li Xiang, you tell me, I promise to tell you everything I know. Zhou said with a solemn expression, "Did you hear any unusual noises or see any suspicious people last night?" Li Xiang smacked his lips. I didn't hear any unusual noises, but I did see a suspicious person.
Zhou Sen's eyes lit up like bells when he heard this. Oh? Tell me more.
Li Xiang looked thoughtful. About 1 o'clock in the morning, it was a little match girl, wearing a red cloak and holding a bamboo basket in her right hand.
Wait. Zhou Sen's eyes widened. What a little match girl, you are talking nonsense like me.
Li Xiang looked serious. Officer Zhou, everything I said is true. I got up to drink coffee at around 1 o'clock in the morning, and I saw a little girl knocking on the door of the coffee shop, selling matches.
Officer Zhou, think about it, who is such a good boy who comes out to sell matches in the middle of the night?
Zhou Sen looked suspicious. That's right, Li Xiang came up and whispered. So what exactly happened? Zhou Sen pondered for a while. The people in these merchants have all had their bones removed, leaving only flesh and blood.
The time of death was probably early last night.
Li Xiang heard the words and muttered silently, bone match?
It's quite creative, Zhou Sen said solemnly. Hey, you kid doesn't go out much in the middle of the night these days.
Li Xiang nodded. I understand.
Then you're busy. I'm leaving. Zhou Sen asked smoothly, why are you going?
Li Xiang waved his hand. Go to Gospel Mental Hospital to volunteer. Zhou Sen, Xiaobai had just been sent to the Evangelical Mental Hospital last night, and Li Shiba came over to do volunteer work. If there was no personal grudge, no dog would believe it.
Half an hour later, Li Xiang wandered into Gospel Mental Hospital. Although this mental hospital is next door to Evangelical Hospital and is also owned by Evangelical Hospital, its conditions are much worse in all aspects.
The only available hardware facility is the high-voltage power grid on the fence.
This is not difficult to understand.
After all, people who are imprisoned in mental hospitals are basically marginalized people who have been abandoned.
How can you spend an extra penny on such people? Moreover, family scandals should not be made public.
The more prominent the family, the more face they need. When Li Xiang came to the hospital gate, a heavily armed and burly security guard came over and said politely, Sir, would you like to visit or send someone in?
Li Xiang showed his work badge. I am a volunteer. The security guard's smiling face instantly became indifferent, and he glanced at Li Xiang with a suspicious look. Come here to volunteer?
I'm afraid you are seriously ill. Li Xiang was slightly surprised. How do you know? I have schizophrenia, late stage.
Security guard, that's not funny at all. Go in, be safe.
At the same time, inside the Gospel Mental Hospital, the warm morning light shines on the lawn in the yard. A group of patients wearing blue and white striped hospital gowns are lying on the ground learning how to play with kittens and puppies. 2 or 3 patients are holding sparrows in the trees and hatching eggs, and several others are sitting on the ground. Play the wooden game with the wooden pile. There was a peaceful scene everywhere. Jiang Shan pushed a wheelchair for a walk in the garden.
Sitting in the wheelchair was Bai Ji, who was wearing a blue and white hospital gown and looked hopeless.
Bai Ji lay in the wheelchair with her head tilted, bored. Hey, why do I need to sit in a wheelchair?
Jiang Shan scratched his head. Let's do the whole show. Bai Ji, you don't even believe that there is something wrong with Li Xiang?
Jiang Shan was wearing casual clothes today, but it was still a monotonous black hoodie. His hair like steel needles swayed gently in the morning breeze. Actually, I have long suspected that Li Xiang is not an ordinary person.
2 reasons. First, almost every strange incident has his shadow.
Second, being surrounded by so many weird events but always being able to stay on your own. Such people are more terrifying than weird. Bai Ji sighed softly when she heard this. Sometimes I feel conflicted. On the one hand, Li Xiang conducted weird experiments and seriously disrupted public order.
But on the other hand, my current high-dimensional intelligence was given by Li Xiang.
Without him, the person who might have survived would have been Bai Chen.
Jiang Shan stopped. So, you plan to let him go?
Bai Ji blinked her black and white eyes. No, quite the opposite.
It is precisely because he is kind to me that I will not just watch him go astray.
So, I must arrest him myself.
Jiang Shan grinned. Okay, let's get him together. But there is something I want to tell you in advance. Bai Ji, you say.
Jiang Shan frowned slightly, and said in a daze, the figure I saw in the zombie mother's nest at that time was a bit like Li Xiang. And more like. Bai Ji's pupils shrank slightly when she heard it, and she opened her mouth, but didn't say a word. There was silence between the two for a moment. Jiang Shan looked up at the mountains in the distance and sighed. You should understand what I mean.
If that person is really Li Xiang, maybe we are now, plus the entire Ninth Shelter, are not his opponents.
Bai Ji was stunned, and a trace of helplessness appeared on her plain and pretty face. No matter what, I want to find the answer. As soon as the voice fell, a tall figure slowly walked out of the gate and waved to the two.
Jiang Shan's mouth twitched slightly. Here comes the answer you want. Bai Ji had a blank expression. Notify everyone, the Nirvana plan has started.
Jiang Shan nodded slightly and waved to Li Xiang, who was walking in the distance.
Li Xiang put his hands in his pockets, came in front of the two, grinned. Two officers, the weather is nice today, take a walk?
Bai Ji rolled his eyes at Li Xiang.
Jiang Shan, well, I have something to leave first, I'll leave it to you?
Li Xiang took the wheelchair armrest naturally. Of course, I'm an excellent volunteer and advanced worker here. Jiang Shan's eyes crossed with Li Xiang's and they left. Li Xiang held the wheelchair armrest with both hands and watched Jiang Shan's back gradually walk away. How is it? Are you still adapting here?
Bai Ji, thanks to you, it's good. When I get out, I will send you in to stay for a while. Li Xiang said sincerely. Really? Come on. Bai Ji sneered. Maybe you can't come here.
Those who participated in the weird experiments will only be sent to the asylum and locked up with those cultists and heretics.
However, I still can't figure out why Zhao would help you perjury?
Li Xiang smiled when he heard this, stretched out his big hands to Bai Ji's collar, and deftly unbuttoned her. Bai Ji was frightened and hurriedly covered her chest with both hands. What are you doing? You're a pervert.
Li Xiang shook the button-type miniature camera in his hand. Officer Bai's turn just now was unnatural. Bai Ji said coldly, secret photos and recordings cannot be used as evidence.
Li Xiang smacked his lips. Sneak photography and recording are not allowed, but live broadcasting is okay. Bai Ji's pupils shrank slightly when she heard this, and then she curled her lips helplessly.
Li Xiang casually threw the button camera into the ditch. Which one do you think is better, madman or genius? Bai Ji's beautiful eyebrows frowned slightly. What do you mean?
Li Xiang did not answer, but pushed the wheelchair to a mental patient with messy hair and dark skin.
At this moment, the mentally ill patient was squatting on the ground, staring at a big stone with wide eyes, motionless.
His eyeballs were bloodshot and the bags under his eyes were swollen. It was obvious that he had not slept for several days and nights and was out of shape.
Li Xiang snapped his fingers. Brother, what are you doing?
The mental patient trembled all over, as if he had woken up from a dream, and said in a low voice with a lost soul, I am observing another form of life, stone.
Li thought, oh? How can a stone be life? Mental patient, human beings are too arbitrary.
They always think that things similar to themselves are life. In fact, stones are also a kind of life, and they are a higher-level life form with an almost unlimited lifespan.
Their survival is expressed by being weathered and worn away.
Similarly, stones don't think we humans are life, because humans live and die too quickly. Even if I squat here for 100 years, stones can't see me because my life is too short. What I have to do now is to communicate with beings like stones, pry into the secrets of higher-order beings, and let humans leap to higher dimensions. Li Xiang nodded slightly. Okay, then you continue and we won't disturb you.
Bai Ji was stunned when she heard this. Are people who can say such things really mentally ill?
Li Xiang pushed the wheelchair away and said thoughtfully, there is often only a slight difference between a genius and a madman.
Can you tell the difference?
Bai Ji could only respond silently. Li Xiang lowered his head and blew hot air into Bai Ji's ear in a playful way. I'll tell you two things.
First, some patients here are geniuses who failed the awakening sequence.
Second, here is a lunatic who has successfully awakened. Bai Ji's heart moved slightly when she heard this. She raised her head and looked at Li Xiang. Is it Jack the Clown? Li Xiang raised the corner of his mouth. Not bad, how did you guess it? Bai Ji, we searched the entire Huangshan city but couldn't find any trace of Clown Jack. Now that I think about it, he should be hiding here. After all, when a lunatic hides among lunatics, he's hard to find.
Li Xiang pushed his wheelchair to a pond. It makes sense. Then let's make a bet.
If you can persist here until the next dawn without turning into a madman, I will surrender to the asylum. If you are crazy, you must cooperate with me in the next stage of the experiment. Advanced Wise Man Sequence, D-Level.
Bai Ji pondered for a moment. There are still 20 hours and 34 minutes until dawn, are you sure?
She didn't think that a mere mental hospital could drive her crazy, and moreover, it would still be within one day.
Li Xiang chuckled and stretched out his little finger. Retractor?
Bai Ji's clear black and white eyes showed a hint of disdain. Deal.
Li Xiang narrowed his eyes and smiled evilly. The bet begins.
He pushed the wheelchair into the pond.
Plop, water splashes everywhere. Li Xiang, you are crazy.
Li Xiang laughed and bent over. Ha ha, he turned around and waved, and walked away in the distance with his black windbreaker swaying, leaving Angelica de Hurica, who looked like a drowned rat, gnashing her teeth in the water. Li Xiang walked out of the door and passed by a middle-aged man in a white coat.
This middle-aged man is fair and fat, wearing gold-rimmed glasses.
His small eyes behind the lenses are narrowed to a slit, and he smiles like a harmless person.
The middle-aged man pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, and the mole in the corner of his eye flashed away. He, what do you do?
Li thought, don't kill me, but go to death.
The middle-aged man smiled and said, understood. Li Xiang yawned, which direction did Jiang Shan go? Middle-aged man, northwest.
After saying that, he put his hands in the pockets of his white coat and walked towards the pond. Li Xiang took out his cell phone and dialed Lu Liang's number. The time has come, let's get started. In fact, Li Xiang can do this by himself. All he needed to do was transform into the personality of embalmer number 003, but after some thought, Li Xiang decided to leave it to Lu Liang. After all, the faster Lu Liang's strength improves, the sooner he can try to advance to the level mortuary master. There is a risk of degradation in advancing to higher sequence levels.
The higher the level, the greater the risk of degeneration. And this risk of degeneration must be borne by the experimental subjects. Li Xiang only needs to collect their blood reagents after the experimental subjects successfully advance. Convenient, safe and efficient. Huangshan City No. 6 Orphanage.
Some children who died of illness have been resurrected one after another and are playing with everyone in the yard, with strange smiles on their faces.
In the dean's office, the heavy double-layer curtains are tightly closed, completely blocking the morning sun.
It is dark and quiet. The furnishings in the house are very simple, and the dim light and shadow outline the simple outlines of the sofa, coffee table, office desks and chairs, and bookshelves.
The strange thing is that there is a black coffin in the corner.
Click. The cover of the coffin was slowly pushed open, and in the dim light, Lu Liang's pale and indifferent face was faintly revealed, lifeless. He slowly opened his eyes. The gray pupils were empty, but they suppressed an extremely strong smell of decay, which was chilling. Lu Liang walked out of the coffin, came to the floor in front of the coffee table, threw off his gray robe and sat on the floor. He lit a stick of incense and inserted it into the bronze incense burner in front of him, and the smoke rose. Lu Liang pinched his hands, moved his thin lips, and began to hum obscure syllables, like a priest chanting a long sacrificial text to the gods, hoarse, indifferent, cold. His eyes were filled with fog, and secret spells that humans could not peek into emerged. Suddenly, the burning incense in the air surged violently, faintly outlining a terrified illusory face, looking up and roaring silently.
At the same time, in a deep alley 10 kilometers away,
the ground behind Jiangshan suddenly cracked, and a rotten claw broke out of the ground. Click. Rotting claws broke out of the ground, and a green-haired corpse crawled out. Half of its head has been corroded into a forest-white hole, and disgusting scarlet maggots are swarming in the black eye sockets. The putrid smell instantly fills the entire alley.
Roar!
The green-haired corpse roared and grabbed Jiangshan straight away. Jiangshan suddenly felt a chill on his back and hurriedly jumped to the left, narrowly escaping the claws of the forest's white bone claws. Chi-Chi the sharp bone claws drew a harsh sound wave in midair. Jiangshan rolled around on the ground and stood up, quickly took out the desert eagle from his waist, aimed at the green-haired corpse and shot decisively.
Bang bang!
The green-haired corpse had 2 holes in its chest and between its brows, and the smelly rotten flesh splattered everywhere. Roar! The green-haired corpse showed no pain or itching, and rushed towards Jiangshan again, like an extremely fierce mandrill. Jiangshan snorted coldly, then I will play with you. Before he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly darkened, and his dark pupils burst into flames with 2 balls of blue phosphorus fire. Hoo-hoo! In an instant, blue phosphorus fire covered Jiangshan's body like armor, and cold frost spread rapidly within a radius of 10 meters below his feet. Jiangshan punched out, and phosphorus fire burst out. The green-haired corpse rushed toward him as if it had been hit by a speeding train. It hit the wall behind him hard, and its entire right arm exploded. Jiangshan shook his head, which was filled with strange whispers. His face was ferocious, and he gritted his teeth to guard his mind.
Oransabo Uzlahan. Oransabo Uzlahan.
The indescribable temptation continues to erode Jiangshan's will, and he is always tempted to drag him into the bottomless abyss of mystery. Nowadays, Jiangshan can easily control the hell phosphorus fire in his body, although if he goes beyond the thunder pool a little, he may turn into a strange creature that loses his mind. Click. The green-haired zombie that fell to the ground staggered up from the ground, swung its severed arm and turned around to run wildly.
Stop! Jiangshan shouted and followed quickly.
It was the first time I encountered a strange creature in the downtown area in broad daylight. At the same time, Li Xiang walked out of the door of the mental hospital. His deep dark golden eyes seemed to pierce the void, reflecting the scene of Jiangshan chasing the green-haired corpse.
Fate Weaver, Flebel Skills, Vision.
It can monitor every corner with the help of the vision of all creatures within a radius of 1 kilometer. The black windbreaker swayed, and Li Xiang raised the corner of his mouth. You just play hide and seek with the little corpses, and I will go to your lair.
See you later.
Damn it, damn Li Xiang. I'm going to kill you. Bai Ji, who was pushed into the pond by Li Xiang, fluttered in the water for a while. After drinking several mouthfuls of the smelly stagnant water, she finally climbed to the shore. She wiped the pool water on her face with her hand, and a shadow was cast, blocking the sunlight in front of her. Bai Ji squinted her eyes and saw a fat doctor wearing a white coat and gold-rimmed glasses standing on the shore, looking at her with a smile, holding several forms written in small letters in his hand. Here it's not a place to drink water. The corners of Bai Ji's mouth twitched slightly. Who are you? The doctor pointed to the name tag on his chest. Hello, Miss Bai, I am your attending doctor, Han Shang. Bai Ji crawled out of the pond and said weakly, I'm not sick, I don't need a doctor. Han Shang pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and said with a smile, looking at you, it seems to be the opposite. Bai Ji stood up and wrung out the water from her clothes. Listen, I didn't fall into the water by myself, I was pushed into the water by someone, so my behavior is completely logical.
Pushed into the water?
Han Shang looked around and said with a smile, but you are the only one here. Miss Bai, your situation is a typical case of persecution delusion. Bai Ji, I'd be crazy to waste my time here with you.
Bai Ji walked towards the hospital building alone.
Han Shang pointed to the wheelchair floating in the pond and shouted, Miss Bai, you forgot to fish the wheelchair out. Oh my god, it looks like I still have some amnesia. Han Shang quickly checked the two options of persecution delusion and amnesia on the form, and then quickly followed. Bai Ji came to room 305 of the inpatient building, opened the door and walked in.
Han Shang also walked into the room.
Bai Ji turned to look at Han Shang and said calmly, close the door. Han Shang smiled and said, Miss Bai, according to Article 38 of the Medical Code, doctors are not allowed to be alone with mentally ill patients in a confined space, so we have to keep the doors and windows open.
Bai Ji didn't comment, walked forward and closed the door. Listen, Dr. Han.
I'm a police officer and I'm here to do my job, so I'm not mentally ill.
Do you understand?
Han Shang nodded when he heard this, I understand. Then he checked the paranoia box without hesitation. Bai Ji, she breathed a long sigh of relief and tried to keep her emotions as calm as possible. Dr. Han, I really am not mentally ill.
How can you trust me? Han Shang pondered for a moment. It's very simple, Miss Bai. I ask a question.
As long as you answer it correctly, it will prove that your mental state is normal.
Bai Ji nodded. Okay, then you can ask.
Han Shang pointed at his right eye and said word by word, what does my right eye look like? Bai Ji stared at Han Shang's right eye and thought for a while, it looks like a slit, or like a cracked macadamia nut.
Han Shang shook his head. Bai Ji frowned slightly. What about a crescent moon? Han Shang continued to shake his head.
Bai Ji racked her brains and continued, like a thread, or a sharp blade? Your eyes are so small, they can't be like copper bells, right? Han Shang smacked his lips, none of them are right, Miss Bai.
Bai Ji was a little annoyed. Okay, then what do you say your right eye looks like?
I want to hear it,
Han Shang. It looks like my left eye. My right eye looks like my left eye.
Bai Ji. No, I asked you to do an evaluation, and you are playing a brain teaser with me, right? Bai Ji laughed out of anger, a little bit of which was laughing at this cold joke like brain teaser, and more of which was laughing at herself.
A super genius with a 20% development of his brain's restricted area can't prove that he is not a psychopath? Han Shang shrugged his shoulders and said innocently, it's your own unclear logical thinking, don't blame others.
Bai Ji waved his hand helplessly. Okay, then ask me a question again.
Han Shang, okay, I'll give you another chance. Excuse me, what will the Qilin become when it reaches the North Pole?
Bai Ji raised her lips. The Qilin will become ice cream when it reaches the North Pole.
Is that right now?
Han Shang's smile gradually disappeared, and he said solemnly, Miss Bai, the Qilin is still a Qilin when it reaches the North Pole, because objective existence will not change due to changes in the environment. Bai Ji, Han Shang continued, moreover, there is no such creature as Qilin in the world. It only exists in Chinese mythology.
Miss Bai Ji, you are really abnormal. Bai Ji is really going crazy. You are a fool. You don't play by the rules, do you?
Bai Ji frowned and lost control of her emotions on the spot, shouting, get out, get out. Han Shang looked helpless and waved his hands hurriedly, Miss Bai, don't be excited.
I'll go out right away. Calm down.
You can change your wet clothes first. I might as well tell you secretly that you didn't change your wet clothes as soon as you returned to the ward. This is also a manifestation of abnormal logical thinking. I'm just outside the door.
Call me if you have anything.
Bai Ji was hysterical. Get out. Han Shang opened the door and rushed out of the room in a dejected manner. Behind him came the sound of Bai Ji's collapse and crying. Click, the door was closed. Inside the room, Bai Ji, who was emotionally collapsed, calmed down instantly, walked quickly to her bedside, took out a transparent headset from under the pillow, and put it on her ear. She glanced at the door, pressed the intercom button and whispered, "Found Jack the Clown.
Team 1, block all exits of the inpatient building as quickly as possible.
Team 2, block the corridor and windows from the 3rd floor to the 4th floor.
Team 3, block the corridor and windows from the 3rd floor to the 2nd floor.
Team 4, set up a black box device in the corridor on the 3rd floor and wait for the rabbit." The headset responded immediately, "Received. Received, and there is no need to worry about the windows on the 3rd floor." Because of the fear that the mentally ill people would jump off the building, the windows of the entire building were sealed with steel bars. Bai Ji released the intercom button and continued to cry loudly, "I'm not a mental patient. I'm not. Damn it, let me out." In fact, Bai Ji had already discovered Han Shang's clues. At first, she was not sure that Dr. Han Shang was Jack the Clown, but she just thought he was a little strange. First, the swing of his hands when walking was extremely inconsistent with the proportion of his body.
Second, when he lowered his head to write, his handwriting did not match the original handwriting on the form.
If there were only these two clues, Bai Ji could only speculate that the fat middle-aged man was not Dr. Han Shang himself. But in the subsequent contacts, whenever Han Shang squinted and smiled, the tear mole at the corner of his eye would be revealed behind the gold-rimmed glasses. Tear mole, that is the exclusive mark of the Clown Jack. So, Bai Ji quietly brought Han Shang to this closed space to prevent him from escaping again when he was arrested. "Now everything is ready, just catch the turtle in the jar." After 5 minutes, Bai Ji's screams gradually subsided and her emotions became stable. She came to the door, her hands hanging naturally, making sure she was just an arm's length away from the door, and then quietly took out the dagger hidden in her sleeve, which was coated with paralytic poison. "Dr. Han, I'm calm now.
I'm so sorry, you can come in now."
There was a sound of footsteps outside the door. "Okay, Miss Bai, I was wrong just now, I didn't consider your feelings." The door was opened, and Han Shang walked in, smiling and continued, "In fact, you don't have to worry about your condition at all. As long as we treat it well, there is still hope." Puff Han Shang's words stopped abruptly, and a trace of pain and fear appeared on his face. Looking down, Bai Ji saw that the dagger in her hand had pierced into her lower abdomen. Tick-tick, the scarlet blood soaked through the white coat and dripped to the ground.
Bai Ji smiled, "Jack the Clown, we meet again." Han Shang looked confused, his lips trembling with pain and fear. Who is Jack the Clown?"
"Miss Bai, why are you?" Bai Ji shook her head slightly, still pretending. "The teardrop mole at the corner of your eye and the crazy breath on your body have betrayed you. But I really didn't expect you to be so crazy that you would pretend to be an attending physician to approach me." Han Shang opened his mouth, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. What teardrop mole?" "Oh, you mean the heart-shaped black spot at the corner of your eye, that was drawn on me by the last patient. He said that as long as he let him draw a teardrop mole on the corner of my eye, I would take medicine immediately." Bai Ji frowned slightly when she heard this. "What? So that crazy breath was also infected by him?" "It shouldn't be." Plop. Han Shang fell on his back in a pool of blood, his facial features were hideous and terrified, staring at Bai Ji with wide eyes, his whole body trembling nervously because of the paralysis toxin. "It shouldn't be like this." Bai Ji squatted down, staring at Han Shang lying on the ground with wide eyes. She whispered, "No, how could this happen, doctor? Doctor, come quickly." Bai Ji shouted towards the corridor, "Come and save him." Tap tap tap. Hearing the shouts, several medical staff hurriedly ran here. "What's going on? Oh my God, how could he be injured so badly?" Bai Ji said with embarrassment and a little guilt, "It was me, I accidentally stabbed him, you guys save him. Save him quickly." Before she finished speaking, a laugh came from somewhere. He, no need to save him." Bai Ji was startled. "No need to save? Who said no need to save?" She looked down and suddenly found Han Shang grinning at her, his scarlet mouth stretched to his ears, his two crystal yellow pupils flashing fiercely. Han Shang grabbed the dagger with both hands and cut it horizontally to the left. Swish. His entire lower abdomen was cut open, and his intestines mixed with gastric juice residue flowed all over the floor. Han Shang searched in a pile of scarlet blood sausage, then took out a black 8 billiard ball and handed it to Bai Ji. This is a gift from the Clown Jack." Ding ding. Bai Ji looked closely and saw a scarlet countdown on the black 8 billiard ball.
3-2 Baiji changed color and rushed to the right. 1 boom. The violent airwave swept in all directions, filling the entire third-floor corridor. The medical staff who rushed over were blown to pieces, leaving only a few pairs of broken legs standing there, revealing the white bones. The scarlet flesh and blood splattered on the surrounding walls, like a brilliant star map, breathtaking. Baiji slowly got up from the ground, covered in dust, a strong tinnitus swept through the whole brain, and the world was spinning. Pa! Damn clown, Clown Jack, he urge for more. Urge for more. Urge for more. Green-haired zombies with broken arms ran wildly in remote alleys, rotting flesh mixed with scarlet maggots falling all the way. Jiang Shan chased after him. In order not to cause panic among the people, Jiang Shan had already dissipated all the phosphorus fire, only his eyes were shining with a strange blue. Whoosh! The green-haired zombie jumped up, climbed over the wall and ran into a dense grass. Jiang Shan climbed over the wall with one hand and found a dilapidated abandoned factory in front of him. There are ruins all around, and dense trees block out the sky and the sun, making it look quiet and eerie. A huge chemical plant stands in the northeast corner, leaving only a few dilapidated factory buildings. Jiang Shan landed on the ground and broke the old tiles under his feet, making a sharp and crisp sound in the silent surroundings. Roar! A low roar came, and several black shadows appeared from behind the ruins of the surrounding walls. They stared at Jiang Shan, and a fishy smell hit his face. Jiang Shan's eyes flashed. There were so many strange corpses. 1, 2, 3, 4, 8 or 90. In addition to the green-haired corpse with a broken arm just now, a total of 10 strange corpses appeared in the surroundings at this moment, surrounding Jiang Shan. Something is wrong. Jiang Shan's blue eyes scanned the surroundings, secretly wondering what went wrong. Logically speaking, the zombie mother body has been successfully contained long ago, and all the zombies wandering outside should have lost the support of their strange powers. But why are these corpses still being summoned? Moreover, these corpses are much more difficult to deal with than ordinary zombies. Although their abilities are not as good as those of alien zombies, they are not far behind. What made Jiang Shan even more frightened was that the positions of these corpses happened to surround him, and they seemed to be tightly organized. Jiang Shan even seriously suspected that the lone green-haired corpse just now was to lure him over and fall into the trap they had already woven. How is this possible? Could it be that these corpses have given birth to advanced intelligence and social organizational structure? Just like an ant colony or a bee colony. Roar! A low roar interrupted Jiang Shan's thoughts. 10 corpses rushed in from different directions at the same time, and the fishy wind hit his face. Damn it, let me play with you then. The blue phosphorus fire suddenly spurted out from Jiang Shan's eyes, once again covering every corner of his body, burning fiercely. A pair of phosphorus fire bone horns soared into the sky from his forehead, and the dark eye sockets flashed fiercely, like a flaming demon that had just crawled out of hell. Ho ho ho! Wearing a black trench coat, he walked alone in a secluded and dark alley, leading to a deserted suburb. Li Xiang yawned, stretched out his hand to scratch his messy hair, and then snapped his fingers toward the sky. Gaga! A black rotten raven flew through the clouds and landed on Li Xiang's arm. Its empty gray eyes were like the gaze of the abyss. Li Xiang touched the raven's hair. Little one, I've let you off for several days. Have you found the entrance? The rotten raven tilted its head and nodded humanely. Li Xiang smacked his lips. Why do you always tilt your head? Who did you learn this from? The rotten raven made no sound, but the way Li Xiang tilted his head was reflected in his empty eyes. Ahem! Li Xiang immediately straightened his head and let the rotting raven fly. Take me there. Gaga! The rotten raven hovered at low altitude, leading Li Xiang to continue moving forward. About 10 minutes later, the rot raven suddenly swooped down and landed on a sewer manhole cover. Li Xiang glanced around. This is the end of an alleyway, and beyond is the outskirts of the suburbs. The surrounding area is desolate, overgrown with grass, and sparsely populated. Number 002, the rest is up to you. Li Xiang tilted his head, and when he raised his head, he had switched to actor personality number 002. His original lazy temperament instantly became mean-spirited, and his eyes burst out with excitement. Woohoo, I'm fucking out too. Ha ha ha, is it your mother who came out, or you? I want to go out too, I'm jealous of my real name. Personality number 001, do business, don't be joking. Li Xiang raised a cheeky smile on his lips and flipped his hair coquettishly. I'll do the work, don't worry, everyone. After saying that, he immediately untied his belt and peed on the ground. Then he squatted down and started to make several expressions towards the reflection in the urine, crying, laughing, frowning, grinning.
Then he cleared his throat and said in a low and slightly hoarse voice, "Call the headquarters, the containment team has arrived at the scene, requesting action." When he stood up, Li Xiang's tall figure straightened up again, and the facial features on his face squirmed, transforming into Jiang Shan's appearance. The dark and rugged face grinned, and even the upward angle of the hideous scar on his right eye was exactly the same.
"Hey, let's go in and have a look." Li Xiang opened the sewer manhole cover, and a pungent stench hit his face.
He frowned and climbed in. Gaga the rotten raven flapped its wings and flew away, rushing towards the sky.
The light in the sewer is dim and the space is cramped.
Li Xiang walked slowly forward in the dark passage. The sound of footsteps and the grinding teeth of rodents echoed in the silent underground project. There are several pipelines all around that converge towards the main pipeline at Li Xiang's feet. The space at the end of the pipe suddenly opened up, and a huge, heavy iron door stood there.
The rusty iron door was very ordinary, except for an inconspicuous groove in the middle.
There were several signs of wear in the groove, which was obviously caused by frequent use.
Li Xiang walked forward, took out a badge from his pocket and put it in the groove.
This identity badge was stolen from Jiang Shan when Li Xiang passed by him in the mental hospital. Rumble the next moment, the heavy iron door opened to both sides, revealing the vast hall behind. A huge purple crystal lamp hung above the hall, and the light spread like water waves. At this moment, many researchers in white coats or special forces in black uniforms shuttled back and forth in the hall, each doing their own job.
"Woohoo, this is the nest of the containment team.
Go in quickly, I want to see how many strange species they have contained."
Yes, by the way, get a few out to play."
Li Xiang frowned. "Shut up, it's so noisy." Number 001, I really don't understand how you can stand these guys. Number 001 personality, this group of guys also includes you.
Li Xiang, ahem, well, I'm going in.
As soon as he stepped into the hall, Li Xiang was instantly attracted by the girl in front of the workbench. She was wearing a black uniform and black framed glasses. Her short and smooth hair hung neatly on her shoulders. Her delicate and small facial features were exquisite and fair.
At first glance, she was a cute and lovely girl next door.
Li Xiang's feet came to the workbench involuntarily, supported on the table with one hand, and blew the hair in front of his forehead in a showy way. "Hey, beautiful girl, are you going to have a drink with Brother Jiang after get off work?" Lu Dali raised her head and fired directly in a thick northeastern voice, "Get out of here." Li Xiang suddenly felt a hurricane of chives and green onions coming towards him, and he was scared to death.
"Woohoo, such a fierce woman. Woohoo, a woman with the smell of chives. Oh, I feel dizzy, how come a good girl has a mouth?"
Li Xiang stumbled and retreated decisively. Just when he was about to spend 10 minutes to determine which direction was north, a handsome young man came towards him. He was wearing a black tactical uniform, tall and thin, with a stern sword-like brow on his dark face.
"Captain Jiang, you're back." Deputy Captain Lin Yi looked solemn. "I just have something to report to you."
Although Li Xiang perfectly played the body shape and appearance of Jiang Shan, he could not obtain Jiang Shan's memory, so he did not recognize the identity of the person in front of him.
He crossed his arms and pretended to be calm, and said in a deep voice, "You say." "Lin Yi, a large-scale bloodbath occurred on Maple Leaf Street.
The victims were 9 shop owners and clerks on the street. The death was very strange. All of them had their whole body bones stripped off. The police believe that this case involves extraordinary power, so they handed it over to our shelter. The only clue at present is that someone saw a little girl wearing a red cloak and carrying a bamboo basket knocking on doors and selling matches at around 1 a.m. The surveillance cameras on the street also captured some clips.
Coincidentally, the dead were all," Li Xiang pondered, "they were all merchants who opened the door for the little girl." Lin Ye's eyes lit up when he heard this. "Captain Jiang, how did you know?" "It's amazing." Li Xiang curled his lips. "How could I not know?
The only clues you have now are provided by me. I have seen the little girl selling matches with my own eyes, talked to her, and confronted her, and said that the girl would not bear grudges, right?" Lin Yi continued. "Now the director wants us to deal with this matter quickly and minimize the relevant public opinion." Li Xiang waved his hand. Don't worry about it. The clues are very clear. The little match girl will come out to commit crimes around 1 a.m.
It's useless to go there early now.
Send a team to receive the case and deal with public opinion. I have a more important thing here, which must be dealt with immediately."
Lin Yi was shocked. "What case?"
Li Xiang grinned like Jiang Shan, and the scar at the corner of his eye looked even more hideous. "I found the bastard who pretended to be me."
Lin Yi was slightly surprised. It's the guy who pretended to be you and took away the companion when we disposed of the number 016 containment at the Qingfeng Road subway station? Li Xiang nodded slightly. That's right. Gather all forces immediately and bring the black box device. This time I must kill him. Yes. 5 minutes later, the 3 special teams assembled and set off secretly under the leadership of Li Xiang, quietly heading to the abandoned factory in the western suburbs of Huangshan City. At the same time, the abandoned factory was in a mess. The fierce battle had entered a white-hot stage. 4 of the 10 strange corpses withdrew from the battle circle forever, 2 of them were frozen into hideous ice sculptures, and the other 2 were directly burned to ashes by the phosphorus fire. 6 strange corpses surrounded Jiang Shan and fought endlessly, and they cooperated very well, attacking Jiang Shan's vital points with insidious and vicious moves. Jiang Shan's ice spewed strange phosphorus fire, and he stomped the ground hard. Rumble, the violent airwave mixed with the phosphorus fire of hell, took his toes as the origin, and suddenly swept in all directions, directly blowing away the corpses that rushed over. Whoosh! Jiang Shan stomped the ground with his toes, and punched out with the force, hitting a strange corpse directly in the chest. Bang! 2 muffled sounds exploded at the same time like thunder. A big pit exploded in the ground under his feet, and the chest of the strange corpse also exploded, and blood and flesh fell like heavy rain. At the same time, Li Xiang led the special operations team of the shelter to the abandoned factory and happened to see this horrible scene. At this moment, Jiang Shan was burning with blazing hell phosphorus fire, and the terrifying evil spirit enveloped the entire factory, especially the pair of hideous bone horns, like a fire demon crawling out of hell. That guy pretended to be me. Li Xiang hid behind the collapsed wall, pointed at Jiang Shan in the open space, and said indignantly, "Look at him like this, he just killed many innocent people again." Lin Yi and others also looked at him intently. Although Jiang Shan was covered with hell phosphorus fire, the facial features could be vaguely seen that he looked 80% similar to their captain Jiang Shan. Damn it, it's really him. Lin Yi was indignant, rubbing his hands and saying, "This guy actually dared to pretend to be you, the captain, and commit crimes everywhere. It's really hateful. Captain, don't worry, the brothers will definitely take it in and let you get rid of this bad breath." Li Xiang patted Lin Yi's shoulder and sighed, "Good brother, leave it to you. Don't worry about me." Lin Yi patted his chest and waved his hand immediately. 3 special attack teams will send out firepower suppression at the same time, and the black box team will take the opportunity to set up the black box. Received. At the command, the special forces rushed out from all directions, and the bullets like locusts poured towards Jiang Shan like a downpour. The bullets poured heavily on Jiang Shan's burning body, bursting out blue sparks. Li Xiang leaned against the collapsed wall, watching happily, taking out his mobile phone to take a selfie from time to time. Jiang Shan, who was surrounded by gunfire and rain of bullets, felt great pain. He turned around and was stunned. Isn't this the special forces of the shelter? Why are they shooting at me? Cease fire. Everyone, stop firing. Jiang Shan roared wildly, and the huge sound waves mixed with phosphorus fire swept in all directions, even covering the dense gunfire. Hearing the familiar command, the special forces who were pressing on from all sides stopped firing, staring at the strange fire demon in front of them. Seeing this, Lin Yi shouted, "Why did you all stop? Don't listen to the weird bewitching people. This guy pretended to be Captain Jiang last time and tricked his 016's companion away. I am Jiang Shan." Jiang Shan, who was surrounded by heavy enemies, moved his mind slightly, and the hellish phosphorus fire covering his body slowly dissipated, revealing clear facial features. It was the appearance that everyone was familiar with. Jiang Shan, Captain Jiang. Looking at Jiang Shan's familiar appearance and temperament, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel confused for a moment, unable to tell the real from the fake. At this time, Jiang Shan, played by Li Xiang, walked out from the back. He was tall and straight, with dark skin and a hideous scar running through his right eye. He said in a deep voice, "Dare to pretend to be me, I think you are looking for death." The real Jiang Shan saw another self and was shocked. "You," Li Xiang put his hands in his pockets and said calmly, "You said you were Jiang Shan, but all of us watched you kill several innocent people, and the bodies were still lying on the ground. You said you are Jiang Shan, but all of us witnessed that you were burning with strange phosphorus fire and demonic flames. You are clearly a strange creature." Jiang Shan was stunned when he heard this. It was not until this moment that he suddenly realized that from the appearance of the strange corpse to luring himself to this abandoned factory, everything was a trap designed by the person in front of him. I can explain all of this. Jiang Shan's heart skipped a beat, and he, who was always as calm as a mountain, couldn't help but panic. After all,
this was the first time he had experienced such a strange thing. His identity was impersonated by someone, and this person was exactly the same as himself in terms of body shape, facial features, voice, and habits. What's more, the person in front of him was obviously well prepared. If a person loses even his identity, what else can he have left? Jiang Shan sorted out his disordered thoughts a little and said, "First of all, the things I killed just now were not human beings, but corpses controlled by people. Secondly, I was indeed infected with phosphorus fire. Only Bai Ji knows about this, but I am really Jiang Shan himself." Hearing this, everyone looked at each other, and then turned their eyes to Li Xiang at the same time. Li Xiang smiled contemptuously and said, "Since you said you are Jiang Shan, what do you use to prove your identity?" Jiang Shan seemed to suddenly think of something when he heard this, and his frown instantly opened. "Of course I can prove my identity. Every captain of the shelter team has an identity badge, which is the most powerful proof of identity." As he said this, Jiang Shan reached out to his waist to grope for the identity badge in his pocket, and his expression, which had just relaxed, became solemn again. The pocket was empty, and the identity badge was gone. At this time, Li Xiang sneered and stretched out his hand. "I guess you want to find this." Jiang Shan looked up and was immediately shocked. What Li Xiang was holding in his hand was his own identity badge. How could it be? When he got up in the morning, Jiang Shan had checked it specially, and the identity badge was in his pocket, but how could it appear in the other party's hand now? "Hey, you are dumbfounded, young man. This idiot, didn't he hear that number 002 asked for identity proof to set him up? Ha ha ha, now it's over, I dug a hole for myself. I'm done." Li Xiang tilted his head and shook the identity badge in his hand. "You're really good at pretending. No wonder you can deceive the special forces at Qingfeng Road subway station and take away the companion of the strange species as 016. However, you dare to pretend to be me. You should be prepared for this day. Brothers, get him for me." At the command, the special forces around raised their guns and pulled the trigger without hesitation at the imposter. I was almost fooled by this imposter just now. Fortunately, Captain Jiang Shan acted decisively and exposed the imposter's lies. Dadada, the dense bullets instantly wove a large net of flames and covered Jiang Shan Eden. Jiang Shan had no reason to explain, and he was so angry that veins on his forehead bulged and his facial features suddenly became ferocious. Roar! Jiang Shan screamed to the sky, his facial features and flesh burned into a white skeleton in an instant. Violent phosphorus fire suddenly gushed out from the dark eye sockets and covered his whole body. The blazing hell phosphorus fire condensed into a pair of sky-high bone horns on his forehead, and the violent pressure enveloped the entire abandoned factory. Lin Yu was shocked when he saw this, and immediately shouted, "Not good, this strange creature has entered a violent state. The forward team suppresses it with heavy firepower. The black box team puts the black box as soon as possible." As soon as the voice fell, the members of the forward team loaded grenades, aimed at the burning strange creature in front of them and fired decisively. Bang bang bang! 10 grenades bombarded Jiang Shan's body at the same time. Jiang Shan's flaming body exploded one after another, with holes everywhere, and scarlet flesh and blood mixed with dark blue sparks bursting all over the sky. Roar! Jiang Shan was in great pain, and he actually grabbed his neck bone with his backhand, and pulled out a phosphorus firebone whip about 3 meters long. Each bone was engraved with strange runes, and each bone was connected by a dark blue phosphorescent fire. The energy fluctuations around it suddenly doubled. Chi, the phosphorescent firebone whip rubbed against the air, making a series of piercing explosions, and cold ice flowers rose around. Li Xiang's eyes lit up when he saw this, and he took out the file notes from his pocket calmly and began to record. Sequence 004. Phosphorescent Fire Knight suddenly mutated under the extreme pressure of life and death crisis, and forcibly advanced to level, and pulled out a phosphorescent firebone whip from the spine. Swoosh! Jiang Shan swung the phosphorescent firebone whip in his hand fiercely, and the bone whip instantly split and extended 3 times the distance in midair, whipping several Special Forces members out on the spot. Bang! The Special Forces members who were rolled back hit the wall behind them and slid to the ground. Their chests were burned black and bloody by the phosphorescent firebone whip, but a layer of cold frost spread all over their bodies, and they curled up on the ground and shivered with cold. Sizzle! The phosphorus firebone whip was quickly retracted, and in Jiang Shan's hand, it was pieced together to form a phosphorus firebone spear, with a cold and sharp edge. Bang! A grenade shot out from the muzzle quickly, straight at Jiang Shan's front. Jiang Shan's shoulders shrugged, and the phosphorus firebone spear in his hand suddenly stabbed out, piercing the grenade with one spear. The burning grenade instantly misfired, and then was frozen into a lump of ice. The phosphorus firebone spear in Jiang Shan's hand trembled slightly, and the ice lump instantly shattered into ash and drifted away with the wind.
Hiss! This terrifying scene made the Special Forces members tremble with fear.
This strange creature is too powerful, and it can't even do anything to heavy thermal weapons like grenades. Roared Jiang Shan, who has entered a violent state, has lost the last bit of reason, and his mind has fallen into an endless abyss of anger, and his ears are filled with indescribable whispers.
The eyes with burning phosphorus fire passed through the crowd and stared at Li Xiang behind him. It was this face. It was this person. It was he who took away his identity and everything from him. Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! The bewitching whispers filled the sea of consciousness like a rolling wave, engulfing Jiang Shan and rushing forward angrily.
The phosphorus bone spear in his hand clanged, and everything he passed was burned into frost.
Protect Captain Jiang!
Lin Yi shouted, and everyone rushed from all directions like a tide, trying to stop Li Xiang. At the same time, more intense gunfire and bullets poured down, like countless flaming whips hitting Jiang Shan's body fiercely. But Jiang Shan's body, rushing forward angrily, was not moved at all. The blazing flame demon went upstream in the hail of bullets, and a pair of bone horns knocked away the densely packed special forces in front of him. The phosphorus firebone spear in his hand danced a dazzling gunflower in the air, and the sharp spear tip went straight to Li Xiang's heart.
Captain Jiang!
Lin Yi and others who were rushing over frantically were shocked. In the next second, Jiang Shan would be pierced by the hideous phosphorus firebone whip. But Li Xiang still stood there with his hands in his pockets, his face calm as water, quietly watching Jiang Shan knocking away the crowd and rushing upstream to him. He seemed to be waiting for something. Clang! Jiang Shan roared angrily, and the phosphorus firebone spear in his hand rubbed out dazzling sparks in the air, piercing Li Xiang's chest like a meteor. At this moment, Li Xiang's body shook slightly, and the phosphorus firebone spear crossed. He raised his right hand indifferently, interlaced his index finger and middle finger and flicked them out, hitting Jiang Shan's forehead lightly. Bang! Jiang Shan's body rolled back, drew an arc in the air like a meteor, and fell accurately into the arranged black box device.
Take it down! Wow!
Lin Yi and others were stunned by this casual scene.
What's going on? The ferocious fire demon that hundreds of them and heavy firepower could not stop was actually defeated by Captain Jiang with a snap of his fingers? Before anyone could react, the black box device was activated instantly.
Buzz buzz 6 gray rays of light shot out instantly, transforming into 48 rays of light in midair, binding Jiang Shan inside, like a giant hexagonal transparent bowl turned upside down.
Li Xiang turned his head lightly and said to everyone, "Why are you still standing there? Clean up the mess."
Lin Yi and others just woke up from a dream, withdrew their admiring, shocked and excited eyes, and began to tidy up the scene to remove traces of the existence of strange species. Under the odd gazes of everyone, Li Xiang turned around calmly and walked towards Jiang Shan, who was trapped in the black box. At this moment, all the phosphorus fire in Jiang Shan's body has been extinguished, and he is lying in the black box, breathing heavily. He has been in a violent state for just 1 minute, and he has already collapsed. Li Xiang came to the black box, his eyes were stern, and the corners of his mouth curled up in amusement. Just now, when the phosphorus fire knight in a violent state was entangled with the Special Forces team members, Li Xiang had already activated his all-dimensional eyes and quickly recorded, analyzed, and gained insight into every move of the phosphorus fire knight. Coupled with the deduction ability of the level Fate Weaver, in Li Xiang's eyes, the energy trajectory in the phosphorus fire knight's body, the dancing moves of the phosphorus firebone spear, and even the priority of breathing have all been revealed. Therefore, when the phosphorus fire knight rushed towards Li Xiang only had to dodge slightly to avoid his fatal blow. As for the finger that knocked away the phosphorus fire knight, it was just a cover-up. As early as the first time Li Xiang saw Jiang Shan in the morgue, he had already drugged Jiang Shan with the record player. With just a little stimulation, the hell phosphorus fire in his body could be instantly annihilated. Moreover, Jiang Shan's forced breakthrough to level D had already exhausted the phosphorus fire energy in his body, and he was at the end of his strength.
Team Jiang.
Lin Yi trotted over and reported respectfully, "The traces at the scene have almost been dealt with." Li Xiang nodded slightly, "Take this guy back to the shelter, I want to study it myself."
"Yes."
Lin Yi agreed and waved his hand, and the Special Operations team members immediately lifted the black box and prepared to return.
Gospel Asylum.
After the explosion, the corridor on the 3rd floor of the inpatient building was filled with a strong smell of blood, which made people sick. Bai Ji was the only living person left around. Tap tap tap. The Special Forces members and plainclothes policemen who were ambushing on the 3rd floor quickly gathered and came to Bai Ji.
They couldn't help but gasp at the tragic scene in front of them.
Obviously, this time in the confrontation with Clown Jack, his side suffered another big loss.
Officer Bai, are you okay?
Huang Yu, the deputy captain of the special operations team, helped Bai Ji up from the ground, with a frown on his dark face. Bai Ji rubbed her ears that were stung by the sound waves of the bomb, then wiped the dust from her face and said coldly, "If you release the news, say that I was killed by the bomb."
Huang Yu was slightly startled when he heard this. What?
Bai Ji turned to look at Huang Yu, raised her eyebrows, and said one word at a time, "I was killed." Then seal the entire third floor and send people to guard it closely.
No one is allowed to get close.
Looking at Bai Ji's clear black and white eyes, suppressing anger, Huang Yu finally came back to his senses. "I understand." A cordon was put up around the explosion site. A group of forensic doctors in white coats held body bags in one hand and tweezers in the other, picking up bits of flesh and broken bones from the ruins. One of the forensic doctors picked up half a bag of minced meat and bones, tied the body bag tightly, and then wrote the name Baiji on the label of the body bag.
Finally, it was placed at the entrance of the corridor.
At the same time, in room 308, whose door was blown open, Baiji was sitting on a chair with a white paper spread out in front of her. Her plain face showed a look of thought from time to time. She held a ballpoint pen in one hand and sketched on the Angelica de Hurica, as if she was planning something.
Officer Bai.
Vice Captain Huang Yu walked in, dusty, and said, "According to your wishes, the arrangements outside are almost complete. In addition, there was news from the shelter just now that Captain Jiang caught the weird creature pretending to be him." When Bai Ji heard this, she raised her head and frowned slightly. She felt something was wrong but couldn't explain it.
When did it happen? Where was it caught?
Huang Yu stopped 2 meters away, half an hour ago, in an abandoned factory in the suburbs. Bai Ji thought for a moment, then stretched out her hand to rub her eyebrows.
Huang Yu was very discerning and immediately asked, "Officer Bai, is there anything wrong?"
Bai Ji finally shook her head. "Please tell Captain Jiang that the detention level of that weird species must be raised to the highest level."
"I will go back as soon as possible."
"Clear." Huang Yu agreed and was about to say something when the corner of his eye suddenly caught an afterimage flashing across the corridor.
"Who?"
Huang Yu jumped out and chased after him. He walked through the corridor on the third floor and quickly came to the corridor entrance to check, but found nothing. Huang Yu frowned slightly, gritted his teeth unwillingly, and turned back to room 306.
Bai Ji, who was working at the desk, raised her head and raised her eyebrows. "Didn't you catch me?"
Huang Yu shook his head. "No." Bai Ji nodded lightly. "That's good." At the same time, a figure slid down the pipe on the outer wall of the inpatient building and fell to the ground in a mess. He was about 40 years old, wearing a white coat, slightly fat, and his shiny Mediterranean forehead was full of sweat. How the Mediterranean doctor looked around slyly, and when he saw that no one was chasing him, he breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he carefully went into the dense woods. About 10 minutes later, the Mediterranean doctor came out of the dense woods again. After confirming that he was not being followed, he turned into a secluded path. 5 minutes later, the Mediterranean doctor came to the warehouse. There were many medical equipment in the warehouse, including microscopes, test tubes, scalpels, gauze, etc. At this moment, a short figure wearing a red and blue striped clown costume and a slender hat was lying on a rocking chair, chatting enthusiastically with the person sitting opposite. There were 2 teacups and a plate of peanuts on the coffee table. "Hee, Lao Zhang, your warehouse job is really good, leisurely and comfortable. If I had known earlier, I would have found a job like this, and saved 20 years of detours." And Lao Zhang, who was sitting opposite, was already a corpse with blood flowing from all 7 orifices. His facial features were terrified, and his face was hideous.
"Mr. Jack."
Dr. Haidang walked in and said with a flattering smile, "Bai Ji was killed by the explosion."
"Ha?"
The clown Jack, who was chatting with the corpse, suddenly turned his head, staring at Dr. Haidang with his crystal yellow eyes, and grinned. "Are you sure?"
Dr. Haidang nodded hurriedly. "Sure.
I saw Bai Ji's name written on the body bag with my own eyes." The clown Jack stood up from the rocking chair and walked around Haidang. He sniffed him with his big red nose, and said with a fierce light in his eyes and a smile, "I can smell the smell of lies." Mediterranean suddenly turned pale with fright, beads of sweat rolled down his shiny forehead, and he hurriedly waved his hands and said, "Mr. Jack, how dare I lie to you? The body bag really has Bai Ji's name on it, it's absolutely true."
Clown Jack laughed maniacally and said, "Of course you don't dare to lie to me."
"What I mean is that Bai Ji lied to you, and then wanted to lie to me through you."
He, what a cunning little fox."
He took off 3 fist-sized dolls from his waist. These dolls come in different shapes. The first one is a nurse wearing a white coat and a ponytail, the second one is a naughty and cute child wearing children's clothing, and the third one is a policeman wearing a police uniform and carrying an electric baton. The facial features of the dolls are lifelike and vivid, but without exception, their faces are all painted with bright and weird clown makeup. Cute little darlings, go have some fun with the police who are pretending to be crazy. Jack the Clown carelessly kneaded the doll in his hand, laughed crazily, and chanted obscure words, which seemed to be a strange tone that did not belong to this world. He held the dolls to his mouth and blew hard on them. Chi. The next moment, the bodies of the 3 dolls swelled up like balloons, getting bigger and bigger, becoming as big as ordinary people in the blink of an eye. Jack the Clown threw the dolls away. The moment they landed on the ground, the 3 dolls suddenly came to life. Their eyes kept spinning, and there was a strange friction sound of bone growth in their bodies. Their scarlet mouths opened fiercely, and they all let out strange laughter. Nurse clowns, child clowns, and police clowns ran away laughing and disappearing in the warehouse in the blink of an eye. When the Mediterranean doctor saw this strange scene, his eyes widened in horror. He had been a doctor all his life and believed in science all his life, but the scene in front of him instantly shattered the worldview he had established for more than 40 years. Mr. Jack! The panic in the eyes of the Mediterranean doctor turned into fanaticism. He knelt down on his knees with a pop, crawled in front of Clown Jack, raised his head and begged, "I also want to have this extraordinary power. Please give me this power, I am willing to dedicate everything to you." Clown Jack laughed crazily upon hearing this, his facial features strangely distorted. "Everything?" The Mediterranean doctor nodded hurriedly, "Of course. Everything, including the soul." Clown Jack affectionately stretched out his hands, cupped Dr. Mediterranean's left and right cheeks, and then put the thumbs of his left and right hands into the corners of his mouth. "Smile, and we'll make a deal." The Mediterranean doctor's eyes burst with ecstasy, and he hurriedly grinned. Clown Jack's face was grim and cold, and he pulled his thumbs fiercely to the left and right. Stab! The corner of the Mediterranean doctor's mouth instantly split to the base of his ears, and scarlet blood spurted out. But the Mediterranean doctor didn't seem to feel any pain. He seemed to be possessed, his smile became more and more weird, and his laughter became more and more crazier. Ga, the laughter scared away the raven that landed on the eaves. At this time, he was hospitalized downstairs. A tall nurse walked towards the inpatient building holding injections and dressing sheets. She was wearing a white nurse uniform, with a high ponytail, and her voluptuous waist made people think of her. Although she didn't look very beautiful, her figure alone could make patients not want to leave the hospital. "I'm sorry, nurse." 2 policemen at the entrance of the hospital building blocked the way. A terrible crime occurred in this building, which can only be entered with a special pass issued by the hospital. The nurse smiled sweetly when she heard this. The smile was extremely contagious, making the originally vigilant policeman relax instantly, as if he was soaking in a hot spring, and all the bones in his body were softened. "I have a pass, let me find where I put it." The tall female nurse began to search among the pile of documents in her hand. "Well, I remember putting them here. Mr. Police, can you help me?" As she said that, the female nurse pushed the document to the policeman on the left. Just as the policeman was about to subconsciously take the document, he suddenly trembled and his facial features were twisted and hideous in pain. Under the receipt, the syringe in the female nurse's hand had already been inserted into the policeman's abdomen, and a tube of unknown liquid was instantly injected into it. Ah! The policeman's belly instantly swelled 10 times in size like a balloon and exploded, while scarlet blood sprayed like a downpour on the face of the policeman on the opposite side. The policeman opposite opened his eyes in horror, turned pale, and hurriedly reached for the pistol at his waist. At this moment, the nurse clown hugged the policeman into her arms and kissed him passionately on the mouth. The policeman shuddered and dropped his pistol to the ground. His neck, lower abdomen, and limbs instantly swelled like balloons, getting bigger and bigger. His sudden eyeballs were instantly bloodshot, and his hands and feet struggled desperately, but he could not escape the nurse clown's arms no matter what. Bang! The next moment, the bulging body and limbs exploded. The nurse clown held the remaining head and smiled strangely, revealing the scarlet tear mole in the corner of her eye. She kissed the frightened head again. Blow bubbles, boom. The nurse clown held her bloody head in her arms and strode toward the door of the hospital building, feeling extremely proud. She pushed the door open and looked up. The hall was full of policemen, with countless black muzzles pointing at her. She fired decisively. Da-da-da, the body of the nurse clown was instantly turned into a hornet's nest by the dense bullets. Plop! The head in her hand fell to the ground, and her body with holes in it fell into a pool of scarlet blood. At the same time, the pool of blood reflected the blue sky and white clouds outside the window, and reflected a thin figure holding a balloon and floating in the air. It was the child clown. He jumped down from the roof of the opposite building, floated into the air with the help of the balloon in his hand, and then landed steadily on the roof of the inpatient building. The child clown was only about 1 meter tall, with fair skin, round face, and a pair of quirky eyes that were very pleasing. He held a few scarlet balloons in one hand, held a stick in the other hand and stuffed it into his mouth, then kicked open the iron door on the roof and walked in with a smile. The child clown came to the elevator on the top floor, stood on tiptoe, and pressed the down button. Ding dong. After a while, the elevator door opened. The child clown walked into the elevator and pressed the 3rd floor. The elevator went down, suddenly stopped on the 8th floor, and the elevator door opened. 3 plainclothes policemen in hospital gowns walked in. Although they were wearing hospital gowns, they were seriously inconsistent with their tough physical features and full mental state. It was obvious at a glance that they were police officers in disguise. "Ha! Little friend?" A tall and thin policeman touched the child clown's head and smiled. "Why are you alone in the elevator? Where are your parents?" The elevator door closed and continued to go down. The child's little ugly words laughed. "Dead. Police?" Bang! A balloon in the child clown's hand burst, and scarlet gas instantly filled the entire elevator. Hee 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 hee. The scarlet laughing gas penetrated into the 7 orifices of the 3 plainclothes policemen like a maggot, and the skin bulged into creepy lumps, and it moved wildly under the flesh and blood. The 3 policemen could hardly breathe or call for help, and their facial features were covered with blue veins and looked hideous. They pinched their necks tightly, as if they wanted to strangle themselves to death. Hee hee hee. Suddenly, the plainclothes policemen showed a weird smile on their faces, their mouths were grinning fiercely, and their eyes were filled with crazy scarlet. Hee hee hee, we are all happy clowns. At this moment, a group of special forces guarding at the stairs had already been ready. Ding! The elevator went down to the 3rd floor and the elevator door opened. The special forces raised their guns and aimed as if they were facing a great enemy, but found that there were 3 plainclothes policemen wearing hospital gowns in the elevator. How the special forces members breathed a sigh of relief. Just as they put down their guns, 3 plainclothes policemen suddenly opened their scarlet mouths and laughed wildly. They pounced on them fearlessly and bit them madly. Hee hee hee. A plainclothes policeman hugged the special forces member like an octopus, opened his big mouth full of fangs and bit through his aorta, and blood splashed like a fountain. Ah! The special forces member pressed the gun in his hand against the plainclothes policeman's body and pulled the trigger frantically. The bullet crushed his internal organs, but he still held the special forces member tightly. For a while, the entire elevator room on the 3rd floor was in chaos. At this time, the child clown walked out of the elevator with the remaining 2 balloons, avoided the messy crowd, and walked into the corridor on the 3rd floor. He turned his head and saw that a large number of policemen had already ambushed in the corridor. They even built simple fortifications on the left and right sides with tables and chairs. The child clown showed a creepy smile on his harmless face and released a scarlet balloon in his hand. The scarlet balloon floated silently along the corridor. The police hiding behind the tables and chairs did not act rashly. The 3 snipers still pointed their guns at the child clown at the staircase. Their index fingers hooked back and were about to pull the trigger. The scarlet balloon in the air suddenly burst. Chee chee chee. The scarlet breath instantly spread out, spreading rapidly to the corridors on both sides like clouds and mist. Ah! All the police who inhaled the scarlet mist instantly collapsed, emitting heart-wrenching screams, and their skin peeled off like mottled wall skin, and then scarlet flesh and blood. A sniper frowned slightly, but his professionalism made him hold his breath and remain unmoved. Finally, he found the figure of the child clown in the thin mist and was about to pull the trigger. Suddenly, a gun was pressed against his temple. The sniper was startled and turned his head to see a tall and thin policeman in police uniform. "What do you mean?" The tall and thin policeman grinned. "Nothing, just some fun." Bang! The sniper's head exploded. The tall and thin policeman spun the black pistol in his hand, humming a cheerful tune, dancing tango, and walked along the corridor, shooting and killing several policemen from time to time. The happy clown has come to the world. There is no need to suppress the suffering in your heart. You only need to raise the corners of your mouth to become a real clown. Hee 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 la 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 la. The scarlet mist became thicker and thicker, and 2 figures, one big and one small, walked out of the mist side by side and danced happily together. At the same time, in room 306, Deputy Captain Huang Yu, who was wearing a black tactical uniform, said in a deep voice, "Officer Bai, they have already attacked."
Bai Ji nodded slightly. Are they all set up? Huang Yu, it's set up. As he spoke, he bent down and lifted the carpet under his feet, revealing a passage that went through the second floor and directly to the first floor lobby. There was a ladder on the passage. Bai Ji and Huang Yu walked down the ladder. In room 206 on the second floor, 30 special forces were ready to go. Huang Yu waved his hand, and the special forces followed and went up the ladder to the first floor lobby. At this moment, the lobby was in a mess, with exploded body parts everywhere. The body of the nurse clown had been cut in half by bullets, and was riddled with holes, but the face with clown makeup still had a weird smile. Bai Ji took out a pair of special tactical glasses from her pocket and put them on. In her field of vision, a group of clear fluorescent footprints appeared on the ground. Those were the footprints of the Mediterranean doctor who escaped. Half an hour ago, Bai Ji had people block the explosion site in the corridor on the third floor and withdraw all police forces to create an opportunity for Jack the Clown's spies to spy on the scene. Then, she ordered people to sprinkle fluorescent powder on the ground at the entrance of the corridor on the third floor. In this way, as long as Jack the Clown's spies pass through the entrance of the corridor, the soles of their feet will inevitably be stained with fluorescent powder. Therefore, no matter how careful and vigilant the Mediterranean doctor is, as long as he goes to inform Jack the Clown, the fluorescent footprints on the ground will inevitably lead the police to find Jack the Clown's hiding place. Let's go! At Bai Ji's order, Huang Yu and others quickly set out and followed the fluorescent footprints to the dense forest in the corner of the courtyard. At the same time, the scarlet mist in the corridor on the third floor had dissipated for the most part. The police who inhaled the laughing gas rolled crazily on the ground, laughing weirdly. They scratched their skin desperately, and refused to stop even though they were already covered in blood. The tall and thin policeman and the child clown walked side by side from the mist and stopped at the door of room 306. The song in the mouth of the tall and thin policeman stopped abruptly, and the black pistol rotated in a circle in the palm of his hand. With a bang, the door lock of the room was broken. The child clown opened the door a crack, stuffed the last balloon in his hand into the room, and then closed the door. The child clown's innocent eyes showed expectation, and he began to count down, 5 4 3 2 1 bang. There was a crisp sound of a balloon bursting in the room, followed by the hissing sound of gas leakage. He, the tall and thin policeman kicked the door open and rushed in, followed by the child clown. The room was empty. In the scarlet mist, the tall and thin policeman and the child clown looked at each other, wondering, and suddenly found that the wall in front of them was glowing green, and it seemed that there were a few palm-sized words written on it. The two came to the wall and looked at it intently. The words written on the wall were, "Congratulations, you are arrested." Buzz 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 6 gray rays of light shot out from all directions, transformed into 48 rays of light in the air, and then quickly woven into a hexagonal light curtain prison, binding the thin and tall policeman and the child clown inside. Bang 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 bang. The thin and tall policeman raised his gun and fired, emptying the magazine at the thin light curtain in front of him. But the bullets hit the light curtain and made ripples like water, but the light curtain was still as solid as before. He, we are arrested. Well, it sounds really good. At the same time, Bai Ji, Huang Yu and others walked out of the dense forest and rushed into the medical warehouse along the fluorescent footprints on the ground. The music in the warehouse was melodious, and the clown Jack was dancing with Lao Wang's body in his arms. His dance steps were elegant and cheerful. Bai Ji took off his tactical glasses and raised his chin slightly. Clown Jack, you are arrested. He, come on, urge for more. Jack the clown stopped dancing, the body in his arms fell to the ground, and the corners of his scarlet mouth slowly curled up. Hello, Officer Bai, we meet again. Since you have found this place, it means that my 3 stand-ins have been wiped out. Hualala. The special forces behind Bai Ji instantly surrounded the entire warehouse, and all their guns were aimed at Jack the clown. At the same time, Deputy Captain Huang Yu led the advance team to slowly approach and began to arrange black box devices around. Bai Ji's eyes swept across every corner of the warehouse, every kind of item and medical equipment piled up, and the huge data flow was rapidly analyzed in the sea of consciousness, calculating every escape route. Finally, her indifferent voice seemed to be a verdict. Jack the clown, you can't run away this time. Jack the clown grinned and raised his eyebrows. Run? Why should I run? He, since all the audience are here, let's start the show. As soon as the voice fell, scarlet curtains fell from the ceiling, and the colorful ribbons inside were flying all over the sky, like a grand performance. Bai Ji frowned slightly, and Jack the clown's calmness was completely beyond her expectations. Logically speaking, Bai Ji found Jack the clown by setting up a trap, which should be beyond Jack the clown's expectations.
At this moment, hundreds of scarlet curtains were distributed in every corner of the warehouse, like crazy flags, fluttering. Under the curtains, Jack the Clown adjusted his collar very gentlemanly, took off his slouch hat with one hand, and saluted everyone elegantly. "Everyone, please enjoy." Before she finished speaking, a bad premonition came to Bai Ji's mind, and she immediately shouted, "Go." At the command, the special forces around her pulled the trigger one after another. Dense flames pressed down on the Clown Jack from all directions, like an unstoppable torrent of steel. The Clown Jack stood in the center of the stage, without dodging, but just put the colorful slanted hat on his head again. "Please enjoy, transparent magic shadow." As soon as the voice fell, the bullets like a torrential rain penetrated the body of the Clown Jack, all poured on the ground, raising billowing smoke and dust. The special forces were shocked and confused when they saw this. So far, they have dealt with many strange creatures, but none of them are absolutely immune to physical damage, and no strange creature can make flesh and blood transparent. At the same time, since there was no obstruction from Jack the Clown, the advance team led by Huang Yu successfully placed the black box device. Black box number 1 has been placed. Black box number 2 has been placed. Black box number 6 has been placed. Huang Yu, who was hiding behind the medical equipment box, pressed the headset intercom button. "Officer Bai, the black box is ready and can be started at any time." Bai Ji stared at Jack the Clown in the center of the warehouse, her eyebrows slightly frowned, and her black and white eyes were full of thoughts. Transparent flesh and blood? This is completely impossible in theory, at least Jack the Clown cannot do it at this stage. Because Bai Ji remembered that Li Xiang once said that the sequence is divided into 9 levels so far, from low to high. They are F level, E level, D level, C level, B level, A level, SS level, SSS level. Bai Ji is an A-level wise man, and judging from the time point when Jack the Clown appeared, he should be at a similar stage to her, at most a D-level sequence. Therefore, it is impossible for Jack the Clown to make his flesh and blood transparent. If this is not Jack the Clown's strange ability, then what is it? In an instant, the forbidden area of God was overloaded, and a huge data stream swept in like a flood. Bai Ji's sea of consciousness flashed thousands of speculations and possibilities. Choose one from thousands of possibilities. A sharp stinging sensation followed, which was the sequelae of the overloaded forbidden area of the brain. The veins on Bai Ji's forehead twitched fiercely, and then he gritted his teeth and said, "Open the black box." What is the conclusion? We will know after one try. Received. Huang Yu's face was solemn, and he immediately ordered, "Open the black box device." With an order, the special forces at 6 positions on the stage pressed the black box start button at the same time. Buzz buzz buzz, 6 gray rays shot out, and suddenly evolved into 48, wrapping Jack the Clown from different positions, weaving into a light curtain cage. Success! Huang Yu's eyes lit up and clenched his fists. After sacrificing so many brothers and spending so much time, we finally caught this cunning and vicious clown. The other Special Forces members also relaxed their tense nerves and were overjoyed. They thought that the Clown Jack would do something weird again this time, but they didn't expect that he would be caught in the black box cage so easily. The black box cage is the nemesis of all strange creatures, and no strange creature has ever escaped from the black box cage. Just when everyone was secretly relieved, the Clown Jack in the black box cage laughed crazily. He ha ha ha, this kind of thing also wants to trap me? I have to say, you humans are so naive. The next moment, he lifted his horned boots and stepped out, and walked out of the black box cage easily under everyone's eyes. Hiss! Everyone was shocked and their worldview collapsed instantly. How is this possible? How could Jack the Clown escape from the black box cage? And it was so easy. You know, the black box device is the biggest reliance and trump card of the containment team. If even the black box device is useless to Jack the Clown, it would be terrible. The existence of the containment team will be the biggest joke. In the center of the stage, outside the black box device, Jack the Clown once again took off his hat and saluted everyone elegantly, with his scarlet mouth grinning to his ears, and said disdainfully, "How about it, do you like this show?" At this time, Bai Ji's slightly frowned brows slowly stretched out, and the corners of her mouth raised. Playing these little tricks in front of me is really childish. She took out the pistol from her waist and fired 4 shots at the ceiling. Bang! Bang bang bang! Then, 4 scarlet curtains fell from different directions, dancing in the air, like the curtain call of a performance, and fell to the ground. At the same time, the clown's body in the center of the stage began to blur, and then disappeared completely at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if he had never appeared. Ha! Everyone was stunned for a moment, staring at each other with wide eyes. What on earth was going on? Where did the Clown Jack go?
Could it be that he really disappeared by teleportation? At this time, Baiji's black and white eyes flashed hundreds of scarlet curtains, and the pistol in her hand instantly locked onto one of them, and she fired decisively. Bang! The curtain fell, revealing the clown Jack standing on the beam behind. The bullet hole between the clown Jack's eyebrows was instantly repaired, and a strange smile appeared on his brightly made-up face. He clapped his hands and exclaimed, you are worthy of being a wise man, and you actually saw through my magic. Baiji put down the pistol and sneered indifferently, I was not sure at first, but the moment you walked out of the black box, the light and shadow around you were slightly distorted. So I deduced that the person standing in the middle of the warehouse was just a projection refracted by you using these scarlet light curtains on the ceiling. As soon as these words came out, the rest of the people suddenly realized. It turned out that those scarlet curtains were made of light curtain materials, and the clown Jack had been hiding on the beam from beginning to end, using the light and shadow refraction at different angles to create a reflection. And until now, they were actually fighting with a projection? Clown Jack chuckled, and his crystal yellow eyes suddenly became sinister and fierce. Projection? This is magic. Everything that comes out of your mouth becomes boring. It's really a bummer. Alas, I won't play with you boring humans anymore, a group of guys who don't understand art, goodbye. After that, Clown Jack stretched out his right hand to simulate a pistol and fired a shot at the roof of the warehouse. Bang! A hole was instantly blown open in the roof of the warehouse, and dust flew. Clown Jack laughed and jumped towards the hole above. Baiji said calmly, want to leave? It's not that easy. Just as the voice fell, Clown Jack's head was about to drill into the hole in the roof, and two figures flashed out, and the black swords in their hands suddenly stabbed down from above, clanging. These Wuzu are the trump cards selected by Baiji from the Special Operations team. Each of them has experienced hundreds of battles, is fearless, and is a master of close combat. Ever since she had seen the super speed regeneration method of Clown Jack at the Star Dragon Plaza last time, Baiji knew that it was difficult for ordinary hot weapons to cause fatal damage to Clown Jack. Therefore, she secretly trained these warriors who were good at using cold weapons to fight, and equipped them with swords forged from black box materials. Clown Jack's pupils shrank slightly, and a Joker card instantly appeared in his left and right palms. He flicked his fingers and hit the blades of the two swords that were stabbing at him. Clang clang, sparks flew at the intersection. Clown Jack rolled down, his body swelled up like a balloon, using buoyancy to unload most of the gravity in midair, and slowly floated to the ground below. Seeing this, Baiji decisively ordered to shoot. The dense firepower poured fiercely on the swollen body of Clown Jack, but the bullets only impacted his flesh slightly, and then were bounced out by the texture of the rubber plate and fell to the ground one after another. However, Baiji already knew that ordinary hot weapons had lost their effect on level clowns, so she was just using this as a cover. At the same time, a gray figure quickly rolled on the ground, and the black sword in his hand stabbed the back of the Clown Jack. The Clown Jack's neck instantly turned 180 degrees, and his crystal yellow eyes looked at the Wuzu opposite, and he raised his hand to take off the colorful slanted hat on his head to block his back. The next moment, the black sword stabbed into the colorful slanted hat fiercely, but the half of the blade disappeared as if it had stabbed into a black hole. The Wuzu was stunned and his eyes widened in surprise. The Clown Jack landed and turned around, and with his backhand, he buckled the colorful slanted hat along the black sword towards the Wuzu from head to toe. Wherever the hat passed, the sword and flesh disappeared strangely. The small colorful slanted hat actually wrapped the Wuzu's body completely. Jack the Clown dragged his colorful cap with one hand, raised his chin slightly and looked at Baiji. His scarlet nose blew out two streams of smoke, and he grinned and laughed provocatively. Baiji looked normal, and pressed the intercom button on the headset with one hand. All the soldiers are dispatched, the black box range is expanded, and rearranged. Received. Huang Yu led the assault team to unlock the black box, and then dispersed to the designated locations, expanding the containment range 3 times. The containment range of the black box is adjustable, but the containment range is inversely proportional to the containment strength. The larger the containment range, the smaller the containment strength will be, the less powerful the suppression of strange creatures will be, and the probability of containment failure will be greatly increased. But facing a strange creature with a flexible body like Jack the Clown, the containment team had to expand the containment range of the black box to the maximum. After all, if the containment cannot be carried out, no matter how high the containment rate is, it is just empty talk. At the same time, 8 gray figures rushed towards Jack the Clown from different directions, and the black swords in their hands made a sharp hum. Seeing this, the Clown Jack calmly reached into his colorful hat, seeming to be groping for something inside. With a pair of quirky eyes,
making all kinds of faces. He took out a set of false teeth from the hat, shook his head, and threw it on the ground. Then he took out a billiard ball, shook his head again and threw it away. The clown Jack fumbled in the hat for a while and grabbed a cute parrot. He frowned and showed a look of disappointment, and stuffed it back, and the feathers scattered all over the ground. Ah, bad guy. Bad. Finally, the clown Jack took out a firework and nodded with satisfaction. He tilted his head and blew his nose hard. A spark of fire ignited the fireworks from his scarlet nose, and then he aimed the fireworks at the hole in the dome of the warehouse. Whoosh boom! The fireworks shot up into the sky, passed through the roof and exploded in the air. The bright fireworks wove a huge Joker word, which was extremely gorgeous. Clown Jack looked up at the bright fireworks and clapped his hands excitedly. At this moment, 8 well-trained soldiers had already surrounded the clown Jack and trapped him in the center. They were still 2 meters away. The 8 soldiers raised their black swords at the same time and stabbed at the clown Jack. The sharp blades broke through the wind barrier, and the piercing sonic boom resounded throughout the warehouse. Clown Jack did not dodge, but just raised the colorful horned hat with both hands and put it on his head. Chee. Wherever the colorful horned hat passed, the clown Jack's head, body, and legs disappeared one after another, leaving only a hat in the original place. Clang! The blades in the hands of the 8 soldiers suddenly stabbed into the air, almost stabbing their teammates on the opposite side. They hurriedly put away their swords and stared at the colorful slanted hat on the ground with a puzzled look. One of the soldiers snorted coldly and decisively chopped the funny hat with a knife. Swish! The colorful slanted hat was suddenly pushed up, revealing a figure wearing a red and white striped clown costume underneath, first revealing boots and legs, then the body and neck. The 8 soldiers raised their swords and stabbed. The 8 black swords instantly stabbed the body under the hat into a hornet's nest, and scarlet blood spurted out. At this time, the colorful slanted hat finally revealed the face of a person wearing a red and white striped clown costume. It was the young soldier who was swallowed into the hat before. The 8 soldiers were horrified and panicked for a while. They actually killed their teammates by mistake. Gululu, the colorful horned hat, fell to the ground and rolled out with the hole facing upwards. Clown Jack jumped out of the hat, grabbed the hat with one hand and saluted everyone elegantly. His crystal yellow eyes were full of ferocity, but the corners of his mouth smiled and said to everyone, "I present a magic trick to turn a living person into a living person. Do you like it? Damn it, I'll kill you." The soldiers were furious and rushed towards Clown Jack with their knives. A tall and thin soldier who was closest to Clown Jack suddenly stepped into the air while running, and fell to the ground headfirst as if his body was weightless. He looked up and saw that his left foot was gone, and there was a strange denture biting on his ankle, chewing his flesh and blood crazily. The strange thing was that he didn't feel any pain at all. The denture was clearly thrown on the ground by Clown Jack just now. How could it be? Hiss! A chill ran through the tall and thin soldier's heart. Could it be that everything that seemed so random just now was arranged in advance by the Clown Jack? Suddenly, an event once again confirmed the soldier's conjecture. The black 8 billiard ball under the Clown Jack's feet suddenly exploded, and scarlet mist gushed out, drowning the Clown Jack's figure and instantly spreading to the entire warehouse. In the thin mist, the clown bowed and made an elegant gesture of farewell to everyone, and then was covered by the mist and disappeared. Cough, 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 cough. The soldiers quickly retreated, took out the gas masks that had been prepared long ago and put them on their faces, and then rushed into the smoke again in groups of 2 to search for the Clown Jack. The special forces on the periphery also retreated one after another. They knew the horror of this laughing gas. Anyone who inhaled a little bit would degenerate into a mentally insane clown follower in a short time. Officer Bai, retreat. The special forces were about to escort Bai Ji back, when suddenly, a burst of crazy laughter came from outside the warehouse, and the laughter was getting louder and louder. What's going on? Bai Ji turned her head and looked out through the window glass, only to see a crowd of people rushing here from all directions. Among them were bloody policemen, mentally ill patients wearing blue and white striped hospital gowns, doctors in white coats, nurses wearing high heels. Their faces were painted with bright clown makeup, grinning wildly, dancing, crazy and excited, fierce and violent. He, we are all happy clowns. Haha, as long as the corners of your mouth are raised, you can become a real clown. Bai Ji took a breath of cold air when she saw this. These people were followers infected by the crazy laughter gas spread by the Clown Jacks. Stand-ins. It turned out that the Clown Jack fired fireworks into the sky just now to give orders to these followers. Quick, close the warehouse and stop them. Bai Ji immediately shouted, we must not let them break into the warehouse. The special forces on the periphery immediately closed the warehouse door, and then formed a human wall to block the warehouse door, resisting the crazy crowd of followers. Swoosh tear gas bombs were thrown into the crazy crowd, but they did not have much effect. These thugs continued to charge towards the warehouse while laughing and crying in the tear gas. Since they were only temporarily mentally deranged, the special forces could not directly kill them or use more violent means to drive them away. The scene was out of control for a time. This group of thugs was numerous, excited and irritable. The black torrent broke through the defense line formed by the special forces, trampled on the bodies of their own kind, and laughed wildly and crashed into the shutter door of the medical warehouse. Bang bang bang! The shutter door instantly deformed and cracked, and the crazy crowd rushed in. For a moment, the scarlet mist was full of crazy figures, and the whole warehouse was filled with weird laughter. The followers who were already infected inhaled the crazy laughing gas again, and their condition worsened further. Baiji's heart sank when she saw this. It was over. All her delicate arrangements were disrupted by these crazy thugs. The clown Jack, who was finally surrounded in the warehouse, would hide in the crazy crowd again and disappear without a trace. At this moment, Baiji suddenly felt a tingling pain in her back. She turned her head sharply and saw a young girl in a nurse's uniform holding a syringe in her hand. Only half of the scarlet liquid in the syringe was left. He, the young girl grinned with a scarlet mouth and laughed silently. The bright tear mole was shocking, and she murmured neurotically, "Accept the gift from the clown Jack, accept it." Ha ha ha. Baiji's eyes suddenly blurred, the sky spun, and the black and white eyes gradually covered with scarlet bloodshot, looking hideous and crazy. The corners of her cold mouth gradually rose, and then widened, until she laughed wildly. He ha 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 ha. In an underground project somewhere in Huangshan City, the special forces pushed a black box into the hall of the shelter. "Captain Jiang, I heard that you caught the strange creature pretending to be you? Let me see, let me see." Before Li Xiang stepped into the hall, a smell of northeastern corn slag hit him. Lu Dali excitedly trotted to the black box, staring at Zhang Shan in the black box with eyes wide open. "Hey, you know what, this clown looks like you, Captain Jiang. Besides, I've never seen a strange species with mimicry ability. It's hard to deal with, right?" Li Xiang nodded slightly and said in Lu Dali's accent, "That's right, it took a lot of effort to catch this guy." Lu Dali glared at Li Xiang. In the black box, Zhang Shan, who was exhausted, heard Lu Dali's voice, as if he had grabbed the last straw. He turned his head and stared at Lu Dali, trying his best to raise his hand towards her, muttering something in his mouth, but his voice was hoarse and unclear. Lu Dali frowned. "Hey, what did he say? And he's pointing at me?" Seeing this, Li Xiang immediately stretched out his hand to stop Lu Dali. "Be careful, this guy is cursing you. If you get hit, you'll be in trouble." "Oh my god." Lu Dali was so scared that he trembled all over, and hurriedly retreated, shouting, "Quickly put him in the containment room. A 017. The highest protection level." Zhang Shan in the black box clenched his fists and wanted to cry but had no tears. Li Xiang waved his hands. Yes, take him away quickly. In addition, no one is allowed to visit, as 017 is extremely dangerous. I want to study it myself." Lin Yi agreed and personally led people to send Zhang Shan into the containment room. Click. The titanium metal door was locked. The empty and cold containment room was silent, with only Zhang Shan lying on the ground, and his bitter smile echoed around. "I didn't expect that the weird creatures that have been contained for so long were contained by the weird this time." Tap tap tap. A burst of footsteps sounded, getting clearer and louder, echoing in the corridor. Zhang Shan's heart moved, and he wanted to turn his head and look at the viewing window on the titanium door, but he couldn't muster any strength. Exhausting the phosphorus fire energy to forcefully break through to the D level, his bones all over his body tingled, his muscles became sore, and he felt like his little treasury had been emptied out. Especially at the spine, the pulled-out phosphorus fire bone was as hot as fire. Click! The door was pushed open, and Li Xiang, wearing a black tactical uniform, walked in and closed the door with his backhand. "Captain Jiang, how do you feel about being locked up here as a weird species?" Zhang Shan reluctantly turned his head, but because his forehead was on the ground, his eyes could only see the opponent's boots. "Pooh!" Zhang Shan suddenly spat on those black and shiny leather boots. In the blink of an eye, Li Xiang's mind had already turned 18 times, and he blurted out, "Bagaya Road." When Zhang Shan heard this, his heart moved. It turned out that the other party was. Li Xiang lifted up his boots, wiped them clean with Zhang Shan's clothes, and sneered, "Captain Zhang Shan, don't be so angry. I'm just borrowing your identity temporarily to come here to do some small things." After that, he took out a syringe from his pocket, squatted down, inserted the needle into Zhang Shan's arm, and started to draw blood. Jiang Shan was unable to struggle and could only watch his blood being drawn into the syringe. Li Xiang put away the syringe, shook the scarlet blood in it, and praised, "Although the cherry blossoms in my hometown are beautiful, they are not such bright colors.
Captain Jiang, you are truly a perfect combination of human and weird.
This blood has unparalleled research value." After that, Li Xiang sealed the syringe and put it in his pocket.
Personality number 004, give me a drink, give me a drink. I want Phosphorus Knight's sequential ability.
You can pull out that long, thick whip. Damn, I'm so envious. This little kid number 004 is also about to awaken. Maybe the absorption fails, and maybe it turns into a weird creature. You are stupid. If number 004 goes bad, we will be unlucky too.
That is. Who wants to live with a mentally ill person?
Li Xiang shook his head and told the dogs in the sea of consciousness to shut up.
Right.
Li Xiang looked into Jiang Shan's eyes, with a playful smile on his lips. I heard that there is a strange and unlucky species in the shelter.
Moreover, there is no record of its containment in the containment directory.
So can you tell me where that unfortunate thing is being kept?
Hearing this, Jiang Shan's pupils suddenly shrank, and his expression instantly became serious.
Li Xiang observed the change in Jiang Shan's expression and continued, "It seems that this gadget is very difficult to deal with.
Isn't it supposed to be locked up in the same area as ordinary weird creatures?"
Yeah, right. Then it's a place that doesn't affect the shelter.
Is it underground?
Oh, that's not right. The shelter is built within an underground drainage project, and Mercury can isolate the influence of that unfortunate thing. So, Li Xiang narrowed his eyes and carefully observed Jiang Shan's micro-expression. Is he locked in a sewage pool with excessive mercury content?
Bingo! That's the right answer, isn't it? Jiang Shan had an incredulous expression on his face. He couldn't figure it out. Could it be that the person in front of him could not only mimic forms, but also have the ability to read minds? Captain Jiang, thank you for your cooperation.
Li wanted to turn around and leave, but as soon as he reached the door, he turned around and said, "Oh, I almost forgot, the key to that unfortunate thing is in the archives room?"
Basement? Your office? Director's office?
Well, that's right here.
Jiang Shan was shocked and had no choice but to look away.
Li Xiang walked up directly, stretched out his hands to push Jiang Shan's face back, stared at him and continued to ask, "The next step is the specific location.
Lockbox? Safe? Filing cabinet?
The desk drawer, right here."
"Thank you very much for your cooperation."
Click. The titanium metal door was locked, and Jiang Shan lay on the ground with a look of despair.
"Director Fu, you really can't blame me, that guy can read minds."
Tap tap tap. Li Xiang walked in the corridor with Jiang Shan's tough and dark face, and occasionally peeked through the tempered glass on the door to see the strange creatures imprisoned inside. Some rooms were filled with smoke, and a ferocious face was faintly outlined in midair, with dark eye sockets like the abyss of hell. Some rooms were clearly empty, but heavy footsteps and harsh grinding of teeth could be heard. Some rooms are filled with huge bodies, but it's unclear what species they are. TSK, they are all useless gadgets. Li Xiang shook his head slightly, returned to the hall, and came to the front desk. "Dolly, is the director in the office?" Lu Dolly slapped the table hard and said angrily, "How many times have I told you, don't call me Dolly.
Call me Ollie."
Li Xiang smacked his lips when he heard the words and muttered in a low voice, "So Jiang Shan also called her Dolly, huh? Heroes think alike. Ahem, Ollie, the director it's Ali. Pairs pair, 2 tones, not 4.
Oh, Ali, is the director here?"
Lu Dolly crossed his arms and glanced at Li Xiang angrily. "Director Fu was out for a meeting, he's not here."
Li Xiang nodded, whistled and left, and walked to the door of Fu Chuanming's office. It was still a titanium alloy door, with Fu Chuanming's photo and basic information posted on the door.
Li Xiang glanced at the slightly wretched bald old cadre in the photo, frowned slightly, and had to grit his teeth. His mind moved slightly, and his facial features transformed into Fu Chuanming's appearance. Then, Li Xiang used Fu Chuanming's iris to unlock the password lock of the office door.
Li Xiang slipped into Fu Chuanming's office and went directly to the desk.
There was a transparent thermos cup on the table, and 3/4 of the cup was wolfberry. Seeing this, Li Xiang smacked his lips and opened the drawer. There was a notebook and a bunch of keys in the drawer. Li Xiang first picked up the notebook, flipped through a few pages, and smiled immediately. An angry expression was drawn on this page, and then the names were written below, almost covering all the middle-level cadres in the shelter. And behind these names, there was a positive count.
Li Xiang picked up the pen, found Jiang Shan's name, and then added a stroke to the positive count behind his name.
"Well, I'll count it for you." Li Xiang closed the notebook and put it back to its original place, then picked up the key. There were more than 20 keys on the keychain, and the rest were numbered. Only one key made of black coffin material was not numbered. This is it. Li Xiang took off the black key, walked out of the office, and transformed into Jiang Shan again. Then he walked along the deepest corridor and came to the deepest part of the underground project. This is a dark and humid drainage pipe. 30 meters ahead was a small sewage treatment pool. The walls were covered with gray moss, and the pungent and cold breath drilled into every pore of Li Xiang like a maggot attached to the bones, making people shudder. The pipe ahead was empty, but the air was slippery and cold like a leech. From time to time, obscure whispers came from the depths of the pipe, echoing around for a long time. Suddenly, Li Xiang slipped and his shoes got stuck in a groove. And there was a pile of sticky excrement in the groove. Sure enough, getting close to this unfortunate thing is bound to be bad. Hello, big guys, click here to urge for more. Li Xiang took out his boots, rubbed the excrement from the soles on the pipe, and continued walking deeper into the pipe. Okilasa hissed Lotzi, Akalesa hisses. The strange whispers in his ears became clearer and more urgent, seeming to urge Li Xiang to speed up his pace. I know you are in a hurry, but don't be anxious yet. Damn, this sound makes me feel a little urgent. Remember that unfortunate thing? With it, you may choke to death if you drink water, and you may become constipated if you poop. By the way, why should we look for it? You will die. Get out of here. Leave quickly. Leave quickly. Shut up. Li Xiang shook his head habitually. It's already noisy outside, please stay quiet inside. He slowly reached the deepest part of the pipe, and in front of him was a huge square sewage pool. The outer layer of the sewage pool is filled with hundreds of tons of sewage with seriously excessive mercury content. In the innermost part, there is a small secret room made of black box material, which secretly contains the unlucky things that almost caused the entire shelter to be buried due to the earthquake. Li Xiang came to the heavy iron door under the cesspool and put his hand in his pocket to take out the key. Click, click, bang, a screw on the wall of the pool broke out, and Gulialo rolled to Li Xiang's feet. Hey, don't get excited. Li Xiang immediately shouted, I don't want to be beaten to death here by hundreds of tons of smelly sewage. He took out the black key from his pocket, inserted it into the dusty keyhole, and turned it gently. Click, click, click. The dusty heavy iron door was opened. Li Xiang pushed open the iron door. In front of him was a dark, cramped and long tunnel, surrounded by the sound of surging water, squeezing and slapping against the wall of the pool. Hualala, the rhythmless and lengthy tone makes people feel restless and drowsy. But Li Xiang didn't have much emotion. After all, he already had a chaotic vegetable market or a lunatic asylum in his head. Li Xiang walked slowly forward along the long and narrow tunnel. The surroundings were as quiet as death. There seemed to be something peeping in the darkness, which made people's hair stand on end. Tap tap tap, the sound of footsteps echoed in a loop as Li Xiang walked through the narrow tunnel about 30 meters long and finally came to the second door. This door and the surrounding secret room walls are all made of black box material. In the final analysis, it is a black box that has been locked for many years. Using a black box device to imprison a strange species alone, you can imagine how terrifying this strange species must be. Quickly wanted to insert the key into the keyhole again and unscrew the rusty door lock. Whoosh! A strange and sinister wind surged out from the door lock and penetrated into Li Xiang's sleeves like a needle prick. Oh! Li Xiang shivered all over, took a deep breath, and pushed open the heavy iron door in front of him. Hula, the dark wind suddenly roared, and a dark shadow rushed towards his face among the lightning and flints. Li Xiang, who had been prepared for it, dodged and retreated quickly to avoid it. Immediately afterwards there was a sound of metal collisions as chains dragged the floor. Hualala, Li Xiang looked intently and saw that the light and shadow in the small house of about 10 square meters were dim. At this moment, a little black cat was facing him with its teeth and claws. Its big black eyes were like deep black gems, and its 2 claws were flapping in the air. Its teeth were fierce. There was a thick chain tied around the neck of the little black milk cat, which was embedded deep into the wall made of the black coffin. Meow meow, Li Xiang, huh? Is this little guy an unlucky thing that makes people frightened? A sewage tank that cost a lot of money to build and a whole black box device, just to trap a little milk cat? Is this a loss of morality or a distortion of human nature? Meow, the palm-sized black kitten squatted on the ground, with a pair of weird eyes looking at the human in front of him. The way he tilted his head looked a little cute and harmless. But Li Xiang didn't dare to take it lightly. As the saying goes, weirdness cannot be judged by appearance. The power and terror of strange creatures have nothing to do with their appearance. In fact, the more beautiful something is, the more deadly it is. This is the first and only level dangerous creature in the Ninth Asylum. S001, Miss Cheese Cat. The origin is unknown and the basic situation is unknown. The only information known today is that there was a black bell that never made a sound hanging around its neck. 3 words were engraved on the bell, Miss Chi. That's why it got this name, Miss Cheese Cat. In order to contain it, 3 shelters in South China worked together and it took 17 days to successfully contain it. During the containment process, the base of the number 8 shelter collapsed and was rebuilt twice due to the extrusion of the Earth's crust and mountain shifting. The walls of the number 9 shelter were cracked and the pipes were damaged, and they were almost buried by the sewage system. The 7th shelter was struck by lightning several times. All the special operations team members who participated in the containment either had diarrhea and collapsed, sprained their ankles and broke their legs when walking, accidentally fell into the sewer, or were bedridden due to severe colds, had their heads smashed by objects thrown from high altitudes, couldn't stop sneezing, or were cheated on when they were in love. Bite your tongue when eating. All kinds of unimaginable disasters and patients took turns to occur, causing the entire South China war zone to be in a state of chaos and misfortune. During the containment process, the cat's black bell was accidentally lost, which became the biggest regret of the Chinese Weird Museum. Li Xiang put his hands in his pockets and looked down at the little kitten below. Little guy, do you want to go out? Miss Cheese Cat squatted on the ground obediently and nodded his furry little head humanely. Li Xiang, okay, but there is one condition. You must listen to me after you go out. Hearing this, the cat's 3-petal mouth raised a wicked smile, and the black gemstone-like eyes were deep and weird. It turned around, and the hair all over the body exuded a weird gray mist. Li Xiang suddenly felt a chill sweeping over his body, and his head was heavy and his feet were light, and his nose was blocked and his throat was sore. Ah cut! Ah cut! Ah cut! Li Xiang sniffed his nose and pointed helplessly at the weird cat on the ground. Hey, 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 don't mess with me. I'm here to save you. Yes, we are all here to cheat, to save you. Don't let me catch a bad cold, I still need to take medicine. Personality number 001, fortunately it was number 002 who caught a bad cold, not me. Miss Cheese Cat licked its paws proudly, with a cold look in its eyes, unmoved. Ah, cut. Li Xiang rubbed his nose, and immediately took out a small black object from his pocket, tied it to a rope and shook it. As long as you are obedient, this thing is for you. Miss Cheese Cat put down its paws excitedly, and its dark and deep eyes reflected the small black object, and nodded without hesitation. It was a small black bell, engraved with obscure spells, and 3 blurred words were engraved on the bell, Miss Chi. Well, this thing has been returned to its original owner. Li Xiang squatted down, untied the chain around the cat's neck, and then carefully tied the ribbon with a bell in his hand around its neck. Miss Cheese Cat shook its body, feeling the presence of the black bell, narrowed its eyes happily, and made a purring sound. Li Xiang stood up and turned to walk out. Miss Cheese Cat hesitated slightly, then followed Li Xiang with cat steps. In the dark tunnel, 1 person and 1 cat walked quietly. 5 minutes later, they walked out of the sewage treatment area and returned to the shelter. Suddenly, a fully armed Special Forces member came towards them. Hello, Captain Jiang. The Special Forces member immediately stood at attention and greeted Li Xiang with respect. Li Xiang nodded slightly. In the corner of his eye, Miss Cheese Cat had already crawled into his shadow, and the black fur perfectly blended with the shadow. However, my shadow on the floor has a tail. Li Xiang? Fuck, Daji has revealed herself. This cat is not very skilled in shadow escape steps, it is worthy of being a 3-month-old kitten. From this point of view, our figures are quite charming. Fortunately, the Special Forces did not notice this. After saluting, they turned around and left. After taking 2 steps, their left foot tripped over their right foot and they fell flat on their faces. Plop, what's going on? Li Xiang smacked his lips, looked at his shadow and whispered, Hey, put away your fox tail. Swoosh, the tail merged into the shadow and disappeared strangely. Li Xiang then continued to walk forward along the corridor. He had already done what he did here, and it was time to leave. At this moment, Li Xiang suddenly found that while he was walking, the shadow on the ground was completely inconsistent with his movements, and the shadow's 2 legs were walking in a sexy cat step, and his hips were twisting very charmingly. Oh my god. Li Xiang slapped his forehead, you still need to practice. The shadow raised a middle finger to Li Xiang and turned his head away proudly. Li Xiang smiled bitterly and shook his head, carefully walked through the hall and walked out the door. Everywhere he passed, the researchers who were drinking water suddenly choked and their faces turned red, and a mouthful of water sprayed directly on the face of the leader opposite. Cough cough cough. The special forces who were on the phone collectively lost the connection and checked the satellite phone line suspiciously.
Hello, hello, hello? Can you hear me?
Sun Can, who was holding a cup of urine sample of a strange species, came over excitedly, but suddenly slipped and fell on his back. The beaker in his hand flew up and then fell on his face.
Ugh, the printer that was printing a document suddenly broke down.
Lu Dali opened the cover of the printer to check, and the ink cartridge suddenly exploded, and the black ink powder sprayed her face.
What a sin!
Hiss! Seeing this, Li Xiang immediately quickened his pace. The shadow on the ground was almost thrown off by him. It froze on the ground for 3 seconds, and then quickly followed Li Xiang. However, the swaying shadow was weird and enchanting, as if it had its own thoughts, which made people shudder. Fortunately, the hall was in a mess, and no one noticed Li Xiang's weird shadow. Click! The huge iron door behind him slowly closed, and Li Xiang successfully left the hall of the shelter. Li Xiang breathed a sigh of relief, looked at his shadow helplessly, and then walked towards the exit. 5 minutes later, Li Xiang crawled out of the underground passage. At this moment, it was already evening, and the lights in the surrounding residential areas were just coming on. Li Xiang's mind moved slightly, and he switched back to the master personality, and his facial features and body shape returned to their original state. Miss Cheese Cat was only stunned for a moment about Li Xiang's changes, and then ignored it. It seems that it has long seen that Li Xiang is not an ordinary person.
Li Xiang walked back along the sidewalk.
The shadow on the ground was stretched very long by the streetlights, and the shadow could not keep up with Li Xiang's movements.
Sometimes it would stay in place for a few seconds, which looked extremely weird.
Wherever Li Xiang passed, the chirping of insects suddenly became silent, and all the flowers and plants withered.
The traffic light was out of order, and 20 cars collided in a row at the intersection.
The vehicles exploded, igniting the shops on the street, and the flames shot up into the sky.
Oh my god, this cat must not be left for long.
With it here, who knows what will happen next? Li Xiang pondered for a moment, muttering to himself, it's really a natural disaster physique, but it's also an excellent experimental material. Sequence 008, disaster? Hearing this, the shadow on the ground suddenly turned its head and stared at Li Xiang, obviously dissatisfied with him using the word experimental material to describe itself.
Li Xiang narrowed his eyes, like a fox sizing its prey.
I can make delicious dried fish, just in time for you to help taste it. The shadow on the ground nodded with satisfaction, making a gurgling sound. Li Xiang rubbed his hands, grabbed his shadow and ran back. Hurry up, let's go back to eat fish. Ding-ling-a-ling. 10 minutes later, Li Xiang rushed into the door of the cafe, with his shadow swaying behind him. At this moment, Li Nian, who was grinding beans at the bar, glanced at the door and was about to say hello to Li Xiang. The kubba grinder suddenly broke down, and coffee powder immediately sprayed Li Nian's face.
Li Nian, huh? What's the matter with Fat C?
Li Xiang glanced at the stunned Li Nian lightly. The money for repairing the grinder will be deducted from your meal.
Li Nian, huh?
Li Xiang walked into the basement, closed the door, and suddenly found that his shadow was locked outside the door. He immediately opened the door and dragged his shadow into the room before Li Nian looked over.
Li Xiang turned his head and met Li Nian's gaze, and said in a deep voice, by the way, you didn't write any strange stories today, did you?
Li Nian looked resentful. No.
Li Xiang pouted and said, it's better not.
Click, lock the door. Li Xiang took Miss Cheese Cat into the second basement and locked the door, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Separated by 2 doors, it should not have much impact on the outside world. After all, the walls of the inner room are coated with strong inhibitory drugs, which can greatly suppress the weird power, and it is not much worse than the black box.
Meow. Miss Cheese Cat came out from Li Xiang's shadow, staring at Li Xiang with deep sapphire eyes, licking his 3-petal mouth, and his whiskers moved rhythmically.
Understood, I'll make you some dried fish right away.
Li Xiang walked to the test bench, heated the oil in a pan.
No, I'll use the test tube to mix the medicine. I must hurry up to mix the 008 sequence potion and awaken the first non-human sequence in history. Li Xiang just grabbed the beaker and the test tube, and a black shadow landed on the test bench silently. Li Xiang suddenly felt a chill on his back, turned his head and saw Miss Cheese Cat staring at the beaker in his hand with a suspicious look, and its 3-petal mouth raised a charming arc. Hey, shit shoveler, are you sure you need a beaker to make dried fish?
Li Xiang smiled awkwardly. Ahem, well, use the beaker to mix the sauce first.
Miss Cheese Cat glanced at Li Xiang after hearing this, then turned its head and licked its little paws.
Ha, you better ask for the sauce.
Li Xiang secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this.
Oh my god, this cat is not easy to fool. Stupid, you can't even fool a cat. You must first take out a small fish to stabilize it. That's it, then you can add whatever ingredients you want to it. Ah cut. Hey, I feel like I'm about to die.
Let the cat cure my severe cold first. Li Xiang smacked his lips. He was right, let's get a small dried fish first. Then he went out of the basement to look for dried fish, but couldn't find it after searching around. After all, the turnover of this coffee shop makes it difficult for the two brothers to support themselves, let alone buying dried fish to raise cats. When Li Xiang was worried, he suddenly saw a glass fish tank on the bar, and a 3-inch goldfish was swimming happily in the fish tank. TSK. Li Xiang's eyes lit up. What a coincidence. He walked to the bar, reached out and grabbed the goldfish and put it in his pocket, then returned to the basement humming a song as if nothing had happened. At this time, Li Nian came over happily with a small bag of fish food, with a crazy smile on his face. In the past 2 days, there is always a girl coming to the store to drink coffee. She is very beautiful, white and sweet. He had already found out that the girl liked goldfish, so he gritted his teeth and emptied his coffers, spending 20 yuan to buy a goldfish. He wanted to give it to the girl to increase his favorability, and then take the opportunity to have a talk. Shameful love. Thinking that he would win the favor of the girl soon, Li Nian walked with the wind and just needed to bring this cute little goldfish, etc. What about goldfish? Li Nian stared at the empty fish tank on the bar, dumbfounded and heartbroken. Why is my goldfish missing? Not on the table, under the table, or on the floor. My goldfish, my love, my youth, my $20. Dong. Li Nian rushed directly to the door of the basement, with a broken face and raised his hand to slam the door. Brother, have you seen my goldfish? Behind the door, Li Xiang looked at the goldfish in his hand. What goldfish? I didn't see that kind of thing at all. After that, Li Xiang grabbed the goldfish and walked into the secret room. Xiao-Qi, what do you think this is? Li Xiang grabbed the goldfish's tail and waved it in front of Miss Qi's cat, a delicious dried fish. Meow. The cat's big eyes suddenly flashed with light, its 3-petal mouth kept twitching, and it stretched out its little paws to catch it. Hey, wait! Li Xiang took the little goldfish away. I'll make a sauce for you first, I guarantee it will be more delicious. Don't worry, the delicious food is worth the wait. After that, Li Xiang put the little goldfish in the petri dish and started to prepare the sequence potion. Although Miss Qi's cat was nearby, it's right I was always staring at the little goldfish in the petri dish, and only its left eye was observing Li Xiang, which seemed incongruous and weird. It can be regarded as turning a blind eye to Li Xiang. Experiment sequence 008, disaster gender, crossed out species, cat source, shelter prison potion formula, 10 milliliters of the unlucky person's blood plus 2 milligrams of the resentful woman's dandruff plus 6 milliliters of 9-year-old frost flower powder plus an appropriate amount of medicine plus a small goldfish that makes people lose their love. Li wanted to put these medicines into beakers in precise doses, then heat and distill them to extract the essence. The distillation process must not be sloppy at all, and the flame temperature must be controlled at all times. If the temperature is too high or too low, the potion may lose its medicinal properties. 5 minutes later, the distillation was successfully completed. Li Nian shook the black liquid in the beaker. The purity and viscosity were perfect. Immediately, he added a trace of wise man's resentment to the beaker, and then stirred it evenly with a glass rod. The viscous black liquid instantly turned into reddish-brown, and strands of liquid surged silently in the beaker, strange and ferocious, like a streak. A spiritual snake swallows a dark snake letter. Hisses a gray mist filled the beaker and enveloped the entire laboratory, making people's heads dizzy. A hand Li Xiang fanned the smoke in front of him. At this moment, Miss Qi's cat brought its furry head over and stared at Li Xiang with narrowed eyes. Li Xiang smiled awkwardly. It's okay, the sauce is a bit burnt, but it doesn't affect its deliciousness at all. Click. As soon as he finished speaking, the wall of the beaker cracked instantly, and the spider web cracks that spread out actually outlined a line of strange mantras. Li Xiang quickly covered the incantation on the beaker with his hand, and was secretly stunned. It was indeed a potion with a disaster sequence. It was going to cause trouble as soon as it came out of the oven. Give the cat a drink quickly to avoid a long night of dreams. He carefully grabbed the beaker, poured the viscous reddish-brown medicine on the little goldfish, and performed a skill of drawing in the air. Li's secret dried fish, please try it. Li Xiang pushed the small dried fish in the petri dish in front of Miss Qi's cat, then took out a file notebook from his pocket and prepared to record it. Woohoo, why do I feel like I'm a weirdo tricking kindergarten children into eating lollipops? This fish looks very strange.
Cats who are not blind should not eat it, right? Dark cuisine. A perfect dark dish.
Only a disabled person can do this. Miss Cheese Cat lowered its head and sniffed the dried fish. A strange smell rushed into its nose, which was perfectly matched with the bad luck power hidden in its body. A strong intuition suddenly came to its mind. As long as it ate the fish in front of it, the power in its body would be sublimated. Meow! Miss Cheese Cat growled, bit the goldfish in its mouth and chewed it, then gulped it into its stomach, and two strange gray mists instantly came out of its nostrils. Then, a shudder from the soul swept through its body, its black gemstone-like deep pupils split into two, and a disaster emblem emerged from its eyebrows, shining brightly. Miss Cheese Cat's hair suddenly stood up, and its eyes were full of pupils and roared to the sky, and the gray mist was filled. Rumble! The whole secret room trembled violently, and a small earthquake instantly swept the entire eastern suburbs, with chickens flying and dogs jumping, and street lights flickering. Li Xiang's eyes lit up, and he wrote quickly on the file notes, Sequence 008, Disaster, awakened successfully. After all, the sequence awakening is based on the weird creatures, so the success rate of awakening is greatly improved, and the awakening effect is perfect. The power of bad luck in the body of Experiment 008 is completely sublimated into the power of disaster. Wherever it steps, wherever its eyes look, it will surely set off a terrible disaster. It's just that the growth and accumulation of this power of disaster requires the suffering of mankind, which is destined to be a slow and painful process. Therefore, Experiment 008 needs a perfect growth environment.
Where is it more appropriate to put him?
I think there is a place that deserves it. Dong 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 dong. A knock on the door suddenly interrupted Li Xiang's thoughts, followed by a familiar shout. Hello, do you need to buy some matches?
Li Xiang's mouth twitched slightly. No, this unlucky kid is selling matches again?
Then, Li Xiang's eyes swept over Miss Cheese Cat, and he instantly had a sense of fun in his heart.
Hey, Xiaoqi, come with me to take a look.
Meow! Miss Cheese Cat stretched comfortably on the test bench, and then followed Li Xiang like a ghost, and seemed to be controlling the shadow while walking. For some reason, since it ate the fish, it not only awakened the power of disaster in its body, but also had an inexplicable change in its feelings towards Li Xiang.
It's not trust, but there is still some goodwill.
Li Xiang pushed open the iron door of the basement and saw a little girl in a red cloak standing outside the glass door, with a bamboo basket hanging on her arm, and a pair of watery big eyes staring at him expectantly. It was obviously a hot summer, but the little girl's cloak was still covered with snow, and her little face was red from the cold.
Brother, brother!
When the little girl saw Li Xiang coming out, her big eyes flashed with excitement. Buy some matches. Through the tempered glass door, Li Xiang leaned against the doorframe and smacked his lips and said, It's not impossible to buy matches, but I don't know if your matches are of good quality. The little girl immediately lifted the red cloth covering the basket, revealing the bloody human bones, and replied harmlessly, The quality is very good, all the freshest matches. Nima, it's really fresh, the blood on it hasn't coagulated yet. Well, looking at the viscosity and color of this blood, it should be the matches of Lao Wang next door.
How do you know? Lao Wang next door has cerebral thrombosis. Li Xiang glanced at the human bones in the basket. Can it be ignited?
The little girl nodded innocently, then took out a bloody thigh bone and scratched it against the wall fiercely. Sizzle! The bloodstained top of the thigh bone instantly burned, like a large match.
The little girl selling matches shouted excitedly, Look, look, it's lit!
Li Xiang winked at Miss Cheese Cat, which was squatting in the corner and blending into the darkness. Miss Cheese Cat's pupils moved strangely, and instantly reflected the figure of the little girl in red and the burning human bones in her hands. The next moment, with a puff, the match went out instantly. The little girl selling matches was stunned, and her sweet smile froze on her face instantly. This one doesn't count, start again. She immediately took out another white bone from the basket, dipped some scarlet blood on the top of the bone, and then scratched it against the wall with force.
Sizzle! The human bones burned.
The little girl selling matches breathed a sigh of relief, and just as she was about to open her mouth to speak, the match went out again with a puff.
Ha! The little girl selling matches was stunned. What was going on?
Li Xiang suppressed his smile and smacked his lips, saying, Oh, these matches don't look good.
Are they fake or inferior products?
If you say that, I can't buy your matches. Wait. Brother, wait. The little girl selling matches suddenly became anxious and explained hurriedly, This is just a coincidence. It must be because the cold wind tonight is too strong. If you can let someone into the house to light the matches. Li Xiang stretched out a finger and waved it left and right. No, you must light the matches outside the door before I can let you in.
The little girl selling matches said aggrievedly, Okay then. She pulled out another human bone from the basket and scratched it against the wall. Sizzle, it's on fire. Puff, it's out. Sizzle, it's on fire. Puff. It's out. After the 9th match went out, the expression on the little girl's face suddenly became hideous, and her emotions collapsed instantly. She threw the human bones in her hand to the ground, yelling, crying and laughing, and her strange eyes shed tears of blood. Why? Why can't the matches be lit? Why is this happening? Ah! The little girl selling matches looked up to the sky and shouted, and her red cloak instantly caught fire, and then ignited her hair and body. Ah, it's finally lit. Brother, look, I lit it. It's warm when it's lit. The little girl selling matches turned into ashes in the fire, and there was a strange smile on her bloody face. Wow, you old man, you forced a fairy tale character to death. No, the little girl's brain is a little bit stupid. Why can't she change to another store to sell matches? Why do you have to be so persistent? Strange creatures, you know, the brain circuits are all very weird. In less than 10 seconds, the little girl selling matches was completely burned to ashes, and together with the basket on the ground, it seemed that she had never appeared. But Miss Cheese Cat raised its head slightly, its pupils moved, and it inhaled a trace of turbid mist into its body. Its 3-petal mouth moved slightly, revealing a look of aftertaste. Li Xiang turned to the bar, made himself a cup of midnight iced Americano, and said lightly, how does the disaster taste? It's delicious, right? Don't worry, I will send you to a place soon, where you can taste the taste of disaster to your heart's content. Meow. Miss Cheese Cat's eyes lit up, and she nodded humanely. But Li Xiang changed the subject and said, but before that, you must give me 10 milliliters of blood and 3 golden hairs on the tip of your tail. Miss Cheese Cat's red eyes spun around when she heard this, revealing a thoughtful look. 10 milliliters of blood is nothing big, but the golden hair on the tip of the tail is the source of the power of disaster, equivalent to the reverse scale of the dragon, and is extremely precious. Seeing that Miss Cheese Cat was hesitant, Li Xiang spoke again, when you go to that place, you can be promoted to Clevel within a month. Meow. Miss Cheese Cat actually stretched out its claws and raised a finger claw. Li Xiang narrowed his eyes, like a fox who had succeeded. 1 golden hair, deal. In fact, to prepare the blood reagent of the disaster sequence, 1 golden hair is enough. The reason why 3 golden hairs were asked for was to leave room for bargaining for Miss Cheese Cat. A cat is just a cat after all. Li Xiang took out tweezers and first pulled out a golden hair on the tip of the cat's tail. A thick mist emanated from the broken part of the golden hair, which was entangled and wrapped in a spiral shape. Miss Cheese Cat only has 4 golden hairs like this. Li Xiang took out a lighter, lit it, burned the golden hair into ashes and put it into the coffee cup. Then he used a syringe to draw 10 milliliters of blood from Miss Cheese Cat, added it to the coffee cup, and stirred it evenly. Sequence 008, Disaster, blood reagent is complete. This is the simplest blood reagent Li Xiang has ever made. Because Miss Cheese Cat was originally a strange species, the blood concentration reached the level of a medicine, so there is no need to distill, calcine, and purify it like before. Personality 008, wait, 001, what do you mean? You're not asking me to drink this cup of cat hair coffee? Awakening disaster? Becoming disaster? Li Xiang's mouth curled up a smile, what else? It's good that I didn't let you drink cat shit coffee. Personality 006, wow, I don't want to drink it, it's too disgusting. There's cat hair in it. He, let him drink it. Let him drink it. Great, disaster, disaster. A disaster has appeared among us. Li Xiang's mind moved slightly, and he switched to personality 006. When he opened his eyes again, his originally lazy look had turned gray and decadent, and he cried and said aggrievedly, woo, do you really want to drink this stuff? As soon as the voice fell, Miss Cheese Cat glanced at Li Xiang coldly, and the 3-petal mouth raised a touch of evil arc. What? Dare to dislike this meow? I think you want to choke to death while drinking water, choke to death while eating, suffocate to death while defecating, and choke to death while breathing. Gulp. Li Xiang was so scared that he swallowed hard, hummed and picked up the coffee cup, and began to drink this cup of iced Americano with small sips. Ho, iced American coffee went down his throat, and the blood test swept through Li Xiang's limbs like a flood. Ah! The intense pain exploded in his body like thunder. Li Xiang tore open his collar, screamed to the sky, and strange smoke gushed out of his 7 orifices. His facial features were hideous, and his abrupt eyeballs burst into bloodshot. Dense bulges roamed wildly under his flesh, and then burst one after another. Bang, the scarlet blood mixed with strange gray mist instantly swept the entire cafe, splashing scarlet star maps on the surrounding walls, dazzling.
In the surging mist, Li Xiang's eyes gradually turned blood red, and his deep pupils suddenly split into two.
Double pupils in the eyes, a sign of disaster.
Li Xiang's mouth drew a devilish smile, greedily sucking the gray fog that filled the surroundings. His facial features gradually became crazy. Aside, Miss Chi's cat looked at this scene coldly, and her eyes could not help but be slightly moved. Its feelings towards Li Xiang changed again, from the original slight affection to mutual appreciation. In this world, I am afraid that only this person and this cat are lingering with ominous disasters, destined to be enemies with the whole world and abandoned by the whole world. Chi. In the hazy blood mist, Li Xiang opened his mouth wide, sucking the fog in the entire cafe into his body like a whale sucking water, and his flesh and skin that burst all over his body gradually recovered. Tap tap tap, the black windbreaker swayed. He slowly came to Miss Chi's cat, put his hand on its head, his eyes moved strangely, and murmured, "Don't worry, it's not this world that abandons us, it's us who want to abandon this world." Miss Chi's cat's pupils shrank slightly, and a drop of gray tears quietly slid from the corner of her eyes to the ground. Crack where the tears fell, the floor suddenly shattered. Headquarters, the 9th containment team is calling. With a bright moon in the sky, Deputy Captain Huang Yu stood at the door of a messy warehouse, reporting the battle situation to the headquarters. The riot at the scene has subsided, and the 2 clown stand-ins involved in the case have been arrested by the black box, but it's a pity that the clown Jack ran away.
What is the current status of Officer Bai?
Huang Yu turned his head and glanced at Bai Ji, who was tied to the lunatic bed with disheveled hair and crazy appearance, and laughed non-stop. He frowned and said, "We suspect that Officer Bai was injected with laughing gas, causing her mental state to be seriously abnormal. Now she is extremely excited and aggressive, and has become a follower of the clown Jack.
I will immediately contact a mental assessment expert to assess Officer Bai's mental state."
Bai Ji, who was tied to the lunatic bed, laughed wildly. Her eyes were filled with scarlet bloodshot, and the scarlet blood outlined her bright red mouth, which was shocking. Huang Yu sighed secretly when he saw this, and then pushed the crazy bed into the corridor leading to the assessment center. The long corridor was silent, and Bai Ji's crazy laughter echoed.
"Huang Yu. Ha!"
The laughter stopped abruptly, and Huang Yu suddenly heard someone calling his name. He was startled, first glanced at the empty surroundings, and then suddenly looked at Bai Ji on the crazy bed. He saw that Bai Ji, who was crazy and excited just now, was staring at him calmly, but the ferocious bloodshot in her eyes had not yet subsided, and the afterglow of madness remained.
Huang Yu swallowed his saliva secretly and asked tentatively, "Officer Bai?"
Tied to the mad bed that was tilted vertically, Bai Ji said indifferently, "It's me, I'm not crazy, now listen to me." Huang Yu frowned and smiled bitterly. "In your current state, it's hard for me to believe that you are not crazy."
Bai Shi blurted out, "Nirvana. Do you remember the safe word I discussed with you before? Nirvana."
Huang Yu's eyes lit up and said excitedly, "Of course I remember. You said that the clown Jack is likely to infect us with laughing gas. There must be a safe word to distinguish between true madness and false madness."
"Nirvana, that's right. This is the safe word we agreed on, and only the 2 of us know it."
Bai Ji nodded slightly, lifted her shirt, revealing a puncture-proof vest. "I predicted that Jack the Clown would probably use the laughing gas on me, so I put on a puncture-proof vest in advance.
So, the needle just now didn't penetrate my body at all. I'm fine, and I'm not crazy."
Huang Yu was overjoyed when he saw this, and his hanging heart finally settled down. "Oh my god, so that's how it is, Officer Bai, you almost scared me to death. If you're crazy, I really don't know how to explain to Captain Jiang." Bai Ji's face, smeared with scarlet blood, was slightly worried. She pondered, to deal with a sinister and cunning character like Jack the Clown, we have to force ourselves into a desperate situation first and survive. Now, I'm going to pretend to be crazy and lure out Jack the Clown who is hiding again. Huang Yu frowned slightly, "But how can you be sure that Jack the Clown will come? He was just rounded up by us and finally escaped." Bai Ji sneered, "Because he is a lunatic. This kind of lunatic pursues the sense of accomplishment after committing a crime, so he will definitely come to the scene in person to appreciate his criminal achievements. I will use myself as bait to lure him into the game." A trace of madness flashed in Bai Ji's black and white eyes, and she murmured, "Maybe, this time we will have unexpected gains and dig out a deeper hidden behind the scenes manipulator."
"A deeper behind the scenes manipulator?"
Huang Yu was shocked when he heard this.
"Is there a behind the scenes character who is more hidden than Jack the Clown?"
"Oh my god, no wonder Captain Jiang once said that Officer Bai will be the brain of the 9th shelter in the future. This kind of deep-level intellectual game is probably only a genius like her can handle it." Bai Ji looked at Huang Yu and said firmly, "The arrangements for the periphery are left to you.
This is probably our last chance.
Huang Yu nodded seriously and gritted his teeth and said, Officer Bai, don't worry, I will arrange everything outside. I will never let the clown Jack escape again this time.
Bai Ji specifically reminded, remember, don't deliberately publicize that I am crazy, but keep it secret. The fewer people know, the better.
Only in this way will the clown Jack believe that I am really crazy.
Huang Yu, I understand.
Bai Ji let out a long sigh and rubbed her stiff cheeks. Let's go. Huang Yu pushed the mad bed and continued forward, walked out of the corridor, and entered the mental assessment building. The entire hall has been cleared by the police, and the entrances are closely guarded by police and special forces. Those soldiers have been ambushed in batches in various corners outside the building, monitoring the surroundings.
Huang Yu placed the mad bed in the assessment center of the hall and said, Officer Bai, when is it more appropriate to invite the assessment expert?
Bai Ji closed her eyes and lay on the bed to rest, before dawn, at dawn. The bet that Li Xiang made with Bai Ji was that if Bai Ji was not crazy before dawn, he would go to the shelter to surrender. If Bai Ji was crazy, she would cooperate with Li Xiang to carry out the next stage of the weird experiment.
Before dawn, everything will be revealed. Huang Yu nodded and wrote it down. Okay, is there anything else you want to tell me?
Bai Ji glanced around the hall. Install hidden cameras everywhere in the hall to ensure that there are no blind spots for surveillance. If his bet fails and Li Xiang wants to let him advance to the next level on the spot, he can use these hidden cameras to broadcast the scene of the experiment live as ironclad evidence of Li Xiang's weird experiments.
No matter what, Bai Ji will win this round.
And not as a wise man of sequence 005, but as an ordinary human.
After all, when designing this round, she closed the God's forbidden zone in the sea of consciousness. This round, Bai Ji will win as a human being. After installing the hidden cameras, Huang Yu walked out of the mental evaluation hall. He was about to press the intercom button on the headset when a big hand suddenly covered his mouth from behind and a dagger pierced through his back. 1 knife. 2 knives. 3 knives.
He, the Mediterranean doctor with scarlet clown makeup poked his head out from behind Huang Yu, laughing and stabbing wildly, pulling out the knife, stabbing, blood splattered.
Stop it. Stop it, damn it.
The 2 soldiers responsible for monitoring this area rushed over quickly, and the black swords in their hands accurately stabbed the Mediterranean doctor's left and right ribs without bleeding.
He.
However, the Mediterranean doctor seemed to feel no pain, but became more excited and crazy, and continued to stab the blade into Huang Yu's back, letting the scarlet blood splatter wantonly.
6 stabs. 7 stabs.
After stabbing 7 times, the 2 soldiers pulled the crazy Mediterranean doctor away, stabbed him through the lower abdomen with a knife and nailed him to the ground. Plop. Huang Yu knelt in a pool of blood, his eyes suddenly bulged on his ferocious and terrified face, and he had already lost his breath.
He dead. He's dead.
He, the Mediterranean doctor, who was nailed to the ground by the blade, gushed blood from the corners of his mouth, his smile was crazy and weird, and he danced with excitement.
Shut up, damn lunatic.
The dark-skinned soldier chopped off the head of the Mediterranean doctor with a backhand knife. Gulialu, the round head rolled to the ground, the scarlet corners of his mouth were grinning, and the face painted with bright oil paint was still wearing a crazy smile.
The dark-skinned soldier slowly put away his knife. What should we do now?
Officer Bai is crazy, and Deputy Captain Huang is dead. The 2 soldiers were silent for a while. Let's report to the headquarters first?
Okay. Just as the dark-skinned soldier was about to press the intercom button on the headset, a voice came from behind. Leave it to me.
The dark-skinned soldier turned his head and looked. At dawn in the east, a middle-aged man in a white coat came from a distance with a kind smile on his face. He was slightly fat, his eyes were slightly narrowed behind his gold-rimmed glasses, he had a beard on his chin, and a medical qualification certificate was hung on his chest pocket.
The qualification certificate read, Mental Assessor, Huang Yichu.
Next to Huang Yichu was a young man, with an upright figure, wearing a nursing coat, with messy hair, and a sleepy look.
The dark-skinned soldier stepped forward. Dr. Huang, what did you mean just now? Huang Yichu looked at the body on the ground, his face slightly sad, and said in deep thought, I am also very sad about what happened to Deputy Captain Huang, you should also mourn.
But I must complete Deputy Captain Huang's previous instructions and conduct a mental assessment for Officer Bai.
The dark-skinned soldier nodded slightly. We are used to separations between life and death.
I would like to trouble Dr. Huang to worry more and conduct a good assessment of Officer Bai's mental state.
She is very important to us.
Huang Yichu said solemnly, don't worry, this is my duty.
The dark-skinned soldier made way, please. Huang Yichu nodded slightly and walked into the mental assessment hall with the lazy young volunteer.
The hall was empty, the night wind blew in the window, and the white curtains swayed slightly. Baiji, who was tied to the lunatic bed, opened her eyes and looked at the two people who walked into the hall, with a thoughtful look in her black and white eyes. Li Xiang, wearing a nursing coat, glanced at the dawn outside the window. It was the darkest moment of the day. He smiled silently and said, "Officer Bai, I heard that you are crazy. Does that mean I won?" At this moment, Baiji, who was originally crazy, suddenly became terribly calm. "Sorry, I'm not crazy. Clown Jack lost, and you lost too." Li Xiang followed Huang Yichu like a volunteer. "Whether you are crazy or not, you don't have the final say, and I don't have the final say either. Let the mental assessment expert reveal the answer." Huang Yichu stood in front of Baiji and smiled gently. "It seems that the two of you have made a very interesting bet. Officer Bai, Deputy Captain Huang has entrusted me to conduct a mental evaluation on you. Can we start?" Baiji looked Huang Yichu up and down, taking in everything from the fine lines at the corners of his eyes, the calluses on his hands, the way he pushed his glasses, etc. "Of course. Let's get started." Huang Yichu reached out and pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, took out the optometry flashlight from his pocket, and first checked Baiji's pupils, tongue coating, and earlobes. Then he took out a test form and asked Baiji some questions. Finally, Huang Yichu collected Baiji's blood. From the beginning to the end, Baiji behaved very normally, her mood was stable, and her thinking logic and language functions were also in line with the standards. "Thank you for your cooperation. The evaluation is basically completed. I will send the blood sample for testing later to determine the final evaluation result," Huang Yichu said with a gentle expression. However, even without testing the blood samples, Officer Bai's mental state is already obvious. The corners of Baiji's mouth curved, and she looked at Li Xiang with a slightly interested look, as if she didn't want to miss every change of expression on his face. After all, this was the first time she was going to win against the man in front of her. Li Xiang also met Baiji's gaze and said lazily, "Oh? What's the result?" Huang Yichu turned the test form over and showed it to the two of them. All the test questions had a bright red cross behind them. How is this possible? Baiji's expression suddenly changed. "I'm not crazy at all my thinking and language are in line with normal logic." Li Xiang smacked his lips and said with a playful look on his face, "Yes, everything about you is normal, but I appoint the evaluators. People who follow the rules can never defeat those who make the rules. So I'm sorry, but this is a bet you're bound to lose." As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Yichu took off his gold-rimmed glasses, revealing a scarlet tear mole at the corner of his eye. He, Li Xiang, please click to remind the update, Aligato. You are Jack the Clown. Baiji's face suddenly changed, her brows furrowed, and she struggled to escape from the shackles of the madman's bed, but it was all in vain. Huang Yichu's eyes turned crystal yellow, full of deceit and fierceness, his bright clown makeup was revealed, and he grinned crazily. Congratulations on the correct answer. Baiji's pupils suddenly shrank, and she was stunned on the spot. Huang Yichu turned to Li Xiang and said, "Are we going to use her to start the second phase of the experiment now?" Li Xiang nodded slightly, took out a white pill bottle with tranquilizer written on it from his pocket, and poured out 2 scarlet pills. "Officer Bai, are you ready for a new life experience?" Baiji's eyes showed endless fear, her whole body was trembling slightly. She gritted her teeth and said, "Li Xiang, you can still turn back now. This is your last chance." Li Xiang frowned slightly when he heard this. "I really regret it now. I shouldn't have let you awaken the wise man sequence, but the silent man sequence. At least this will shut you up." After saying that, Li Xiang pinched Baiji's mouth and stuffed 2 scarlet pills into her mouth. Gudu the pill is swallowed into the abdomen. Baiji slowly raised her lowered head and started laughing crazily. All the original fear and anger on his face disappeared, and turned into excitement, pride and joy. "Ha ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha, I won. I finally won." Huang Yichu grinned with scarlet lips and turned to look at Li Xiang. "Will this be the reaction after taking the potion? I thought only the clown sequence could be so happy and crazy." Li Xiang shook his head slightly. "This is not a reaction to the medicine, but a self-righteous reaction." As soon as she finished speaking, Baiji stopped laughing, looked at Li Xiang and Huang Yichu with a cheerful expression, and then pursed her lips behind them. "Look, what's in the corner? What's in the gap on the counter? That's a camera. Everything you do here is being broadcast live, and the shelter command center is watching the whole process." Huang Yichu smiled when he heard this. "What? I'm on a TV show?" Li Xiang looked at Baiji quietly, still looking like he couldn't sleep. Baiji continued, with a bit of hysterical hoarseness in her voice, "Jack the Clown, I've known for a long time that you would definitely come to appreciate your work in person,
because driving me crazy gives you an extremely satisfying sense of achievement in your heart. Now, the entire assessment hall has been covered by black box devices, and is surrounded by police and special forces. You can't run away this time. Huang Yichu's crystal yellow eyes widened when he heard this, and he looked around in panic. Bai Ji looked at Li Xiang again and sneered, and you, the most hidden manipulator behind the scenes. If I guess correctly, Clown Jack is also one of your experimental subjects. This time, your use of potions and weird experiments on me will be broadcast live. This is your irrefutable evidence. Now, just wait for the potion to take effect. Li Xiang yawned. Okay, no more acting, I don't have the patience to play with you anymore. Bai Ji's words stopped suddenly, and she was stunned for a moment. What? Tap tap tap. Li Xiang's lips curled up in a playful arc, and he walked slowly to Bai Ji, then stretched out his hand and took out a black button-like object from behind her. First of all, the clown follower injecting you with laughter gas was just a cover. The actual purpose was to place this button bug on you. So, I'm really sorry, but I heard all the conversations you had with Vice Captain Huang. Why she suddenly changed color when she heard this. What? No, this is impossible. Huang Yichu grinned wildly. He. So there won't be any black box devices, there won't be a large number of police surrounding it, there won't be anything. Because, Huang Yichu's brightly painted face came close to Bai Ji, and he joked like a cat playing with a mouse. Because, Vice Captain Huang died as soon as he walked out of here. Hiss. Bai Ji's heart skipped a beat, and a chill swept through her body, as if she had fallen into an ice cave, and her eyes widened. Vice Captain Huang, is he dead? There will be no arrangements, not a single reinforcement will come, and I will face everything alone. Li Xiang tilted his head and said calmly, of course, there won't be any live broadcast. The signal of the camera here has long been blocked. After hearing this, Bai Ji collapsed on the bed like a puddle of mud, her face was as pale as death, and the last glimmer of hope in her heart was completely extinguished. The last chance to defeat Li Xiang, gone. Just now, I was still confident, but I didn't know that all my plans and efforts were just a big joke that I was too lazy to pay attention to. Li Xiang continued, perhaps, the only thing that can make you feel relieved is that those 2 pills are not advanced potions, but degenerative potions. That is to say, the brain-restricted area you opened will be closed, and all the experimental results on you will be completely liquidated. Because through these days of experiments, I found that there is no need for the sequence of wise men to exist at all. No matter how highly developed the forbidden area of the brain is, it can only be a slightly smarter ordinary person. In front of the evil gods of the past who are about to come, the wise man sequence is too weak, so weak that there is no value and necessity for its existence. Of course, this is also related to your own character flaws. The genius label you have been given since childhood has made you too aloof and paranoid, and you are unable to notice or bother to feel the power of the wise man sequence. In short, you are a failed experiment. Bai Ji was stunned for a moment when she heard this. She thought she heard it wrong. I was a failed experiment? From now on, will I degenerate into an ordinary person? For a moment, Bai Ji felt mixed emotions. Becoming an ordinary person and being a human being again, isn't this what I have always wanted? But, why do I feel a little lost in my heart? While Bai Ji was stunned, Li Xiang suddenly smacked his lips and said, oh, by the way, of the 2 pills you took just now, one of them is a degraded potion, and the other is not, but a new potion. After that, he looked at his watch, calculate the time, it should be effective, hiss. Bai Ji was shocked when she heard this, and shouted with fear and anger, what on earth did you feed me? Li Xiang's lips curved into a playful smile, and his smile gradually became crazy. News serial number 005, insane person. News serial number 005, insane person? For a moment, Bai Ji felt that her head suddenly exploded and went blank. Immediately, there seemed to be thousands of insects buzzing and dancing around her ears, biting each other, and the noise gave her a splitting headache. Ah! Get away! Get out of my way! Bai Ji inserted her fingers deeply into her hair and squeezed her head hard. Big beads of sweat rolled down, turning as red as blood. But the next moment, those countless worms swarmed into Bai Ji's ears, got into her brain, and began to gnaw at her brain crazily. Ah! Severe pain came from the sea of consciousness like a tide, sweeping through the limbs and bones. Bai Ji's empty eyes were instantly filled with scarlet bloodshot eyes. All the memories from childhood to adulthood flashed one after another in the sea of consciousness, and then shattered like a falling crystal chandelier. Bai Ji's empty eyes instantly lost focus, and she started laughing wildly, started shouting, started crying, started begging, started talking to herself. Li Xiang took out the file notes from his pocket and started recording with interest. Experiment sequence 005, Insanity Gender, Female Source, Waste Utilization Failed Experiment, Flevel Pharmaceutical Formula. 10 milliliters of tears from patients with severe hallucinations plus 5 milligrams of dandruff from patients with different personalities of schizophrenia plus 4 milligrams of nail polish from patients with persecutory delusions plus an appropriate amount of medicine. Symptoms of taking the medicine: within a quarter of an hour, the heart rate increases, and the person who takes the medicine experiences a series of mental illnesses such as schizophrenia, severe hallucinations, etc., and then reimagines the second world and the third world in the fragmented sea of consciousness, and the nth world. She will always fantasize, and it is difficult to tell the truth from the false. The stronger the obsession with fantasy, the greater the chance of infecting others, the greater the chance that the nth world will cover other people's reality, and the greater the chance of dragging others into the nth world. However, the reality covered is completely random. Li Xiang closed the file notes and narrowed his eyes at Bai Ji, who was lost in talking to herself. Now we have fun. Huang Yichu touched his scarlet nose, stared at Bai Ji, who was imagining that he was a cat and kept licking his paws, and said with a smile, "Will this sequence really be useful? It seems a bit mentally retarded." Li Xiang shook his head slightly, his eyes deep and distant. On the contrary, perhaps the role of the insane sequence in the future will be far beyond imagination. Huang Yichu shrugged. He understood that he was far less profound than Li Xiang. After all, even the clown sequence of his awakening was created by him. So, what's next? Li Xiang pondered briefly and said, "What you want to do is all decided by yourself. As for experiment 005, her evaluation report will be handed over to the asylum. In her current condition, she can only stay here temporarily. However, when her fantasy obsession becomes stronger, she will not be trapped here. Theoretically speaking, there is no place that can trap her." Huang Yichu was not very interested in the future of number 005, and grinned. He, I want to be the underground king of Huangshan City and turn this place into a playground for clowns. Li Xiang yawned and rubbed his sleepy cheeks. "It's up to you, I'm going to drink a cup of coffee to refresh myself." Ninth Asylum, Containment Room A017. Jiang Shan, who was exhausted from being forcibly promoted to level, gradually recovered. He endured the pain all over his body and got up from the ground. Then he knocked on the heavy iron door and shouted loudly, "Here comes someone. Come quickly." "Is there anyone?" Chief Researcher Sun Can, who was observing and recording strange creatures in the A016 containment room next door, heard the sound and walked over, kicked the iron door, and the white hair like a chicken coop on his head trembled slightly. "Quiet, don't be anxious, I will study you later. To be honest, I haven't studied weird creatures with mimicry abilities. I'm a little excited when I think about it. Is it steaming or braised, or is it electric shock, dissection, and slice culture?" Through the observation window, Jiang Shan saw it was Sun Can and immediately shouted, "Old Sun, it's me, I'm Jiang Shan. Let me out quickly." Sun Can heard this and sneered, "Don't make trouble, brother, I know you can mimic, don't say hey, he has a nose and eyes, he really looks like you." Jiang Shan suddenly couldn't laugh or cry. "Old Sun, damn you, do you really want me to do this to you? Listen carefully, you wear red trousers on the 1st, 3rd and 5th, and no trousers on the 24th and 6th. On the night of January 35th, I peeked at the cleaning lady Sun taking a bath, and on the night of February 46th, I got into Widow Lu's bed." Sun Can was horrified when he heard this, and hurriedly waved his hands to stop. Hey, you are really Jiang Shan. How else could he know so many little secrets of his own?" Jiang Shan smiled bitterly and nodded, "I am really Jiang Shan. Let me out quickly, it will be too late." The weird mimic just used mind reading to get the location of S001. Maybe he has succeeded now. S001? Sun Can was shocked, and instantly remembered the fear of being dominated by that little milk cat a month ago. If that thing was really allowed to come out, the world would really be in chaos. Click. Sun Can immediately opened the iron door and helped Jiang Shan, who was in a state of humiliation in tattered clothes, out of the containment room. "So you were tricked by that mimicry." Jiang Shan frowned when his sad story was exposed. "Let's not talk about it. I must kill it this time. Let's go to the sewage treatment pool first." Sun Can pressed the headset intercom button. Come on. 3 minutes later, Jiang Shan and Sun Can led a group of special forces to the sewage treatment pool. Jiang Shan opened the heavy black box iron door and saw a cat doll, a lucky cat, in the empty room. Sun Can's heart sank. "It's over." Jiang Shan looked solemn and frowned. "Quick. Strictly investigate all personnel, vehicles, and ferries entering the city from Japan." He remembered that when the mimicry subconsciously cursed, it said Bakayaluo.
Therefore, Jiang Shan had reason to suspect that this was an international theft case carefully planned by foreign supernatural forces. At dawn, a ray of dawn burst out from the east, gradually dispelling the darkness. On a small road in the suburbs, a truck was driving at high speed and was expected to enter the city in 10 minutes. In the cab, the fat-head, big-eared, and yellow-eyed driver stared at Huangshan City in front of him, with a touch of excitement on his face. "Akidakan, we are almost there. I am so excited that I tremble all over when I think about releasing the ghost things in the car into the big cities of China." The skinny, pointed-faced young man in the co-pilot seat smiled sinisterly. "Let this Chinese city in front of us become the weird test site of our Luoying organization." Suddenly, a weird black cat appeared on the hood of the car in front, staring at the two coldly with red blood pupils. Sneering. "Ah!" Takumi Yamamoto was so frightened that his pupils shrank sharply, and he slammed the steering wheel with a shudder. Bang! The truck hit the roadside electric pole Hedon, and the body of the truck flipped 360 degrees in the air, and then fell heavily to the ground, with smoke and dust billowing. Bang! A set of huge refrigerators in the back compartment were suddenly thrown out, rolled forward several times, and crashed into a rocky roadbed with a bang, and the iron cover was twisted and flew off. Cough cough. Akita Inuichiro coughed violently, leaned out of the car window, and the scarlet blood flowed down his forehead and neck. He cursed sinisterly. "Damn Yamamoto, my 98-year-old grandma drives better than you." He wiped the blood flowing into his eyeballs, climbed out of the car window, and cursed. Then, the deformed car door was kicked open with a bang, and the obese Yamamoto Takumi struggled to climb out of the car, his face full of broken glass. "I didn't mean to do that. Just now, there was a black cat in front of the car windshield. A black cat like a ghost." Yamamoto Takumi reached out to pull out the broken glass on his face, gasping in pain and grimacing. "Black cat?" The sharp-nosed and monkey-faced Akita Inuichiro looked around after hearing this. "What a shitty black cat. The failure of this mission is all your fault, just wait to commit seppuku to the organization." Before he finished speaking, a strange sound came from the deformed refrigerator, which made people creepy in the silent dawn. Guji 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 guji. Akita Inuichiro and Yamamoto Takumi's faces turned pale instantly, as if they remembered something terrible, and slowly turned their heads to look in the direction of the refrigerator. Suddenly, a pale hand stretched out from the freezer, followed by the second hand, the third hand, and the fourth hand. Swish! A strange creature covered with human hands crawled out of the freezer and roared to the sky. It looked like a caterpillar about 3 meters long, but the difference was that every part of its body was covered with pale human hands, densely packed and wriggling strangely. In the two palms similar to the top of the head, there were two blood-red eyeballs, empty, numb, cold and deep. And in the other palms, there were scarlet mouths of various sizes, with fangs and saliva. "Guji guji, damn it, the 100-style guanyin is out." Akita Inuichiro took a breath of cold air, his hair stood up, and he turned around and ran away. Originally, the mission of the Falling Cherry organization was to send the 100-style guanyin to the center of Huangshan City to release it, and use the entire Huangshan City as a weird test site. But now a car accident has occurred, causing this terrifying and strange creature to wake up early. Guji guji. The eyes of Baishir Guanyin scanned the surroundings strangely, and gray liquid flowed out of the hundreds of palms under her body, and the dense palms began to wriggle strangely. The next moment, with Baishir Guanyin's body as the origin, the soil within a radius of 10 meters began to soften and flow, and instantly turned into a gray fog swamp. The overturned truck and the fallen electric pole slowly sank and were swallowed into the swamp silently. Yamamoto Takumi rolled and crawled and then jumped forward, escaping the range covered by the swamp without danger. Just as Yamamoto Takumi struggled to get up and plan to escape, Baishir Guanyin suddenly emerged from the swamp behind him, and countless claws grabbed his legs tightly. "Ah! Get out! Let me go! You damn monster!" Yamamoto Takumi struggled desperately, but was still dragged into the swamp bit by bit. Guji guji. Then, hundreds of pale claws opened their mouths and bit Yamamoto Takumi's fat body crazily, and then sucked it hard. Gudu gudu. Yamamoto Takumi's fat body shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye, and was instantly drained of all the water in his body, becoming a skinny, hideous-looking mummy. Guji 100-style Guanyin danced happily with her arms, then grabbed Yamamoto Takumi's wrists and pulled them back hard. Swish! She broke his two arms and tore them off, then pressed them directly on her body, deeply embedded in her body. And the two originally dry arms gradually filled up, and began to wriggle strangely with the other arms, and then a scarlet crack appeared in the palm of her hand, and white fangs grew out. Gudu guji. Baishir Guanyin chirped cheerfully, and her strange eyes suddenly looked at the running Akita Inuichiro. The gray mist saliva was released again, and the muddy swamp raised huge waves, and she chased Akita Inuichiro silently. At the same time, behind the bushes 100 meters away, Lu Liang, who was covered in a black robe, was staring coldly at everything that happened. His dark blue eyes were as indifferent as 1,000 years of frost, without any ripples. Dense and complicated spells appeared on the 10 fingers of his hands hidden in the sleeves. In the shadow behind him, there was a strange black cat with double pupils squatting. In the dawnlight, black clothes swayed, and a figure slowly walked over, yawning lazily, looking like he was sleepy and asking for a beating. Has it started? Lu Liang nodded slightly, his hollow right eye reflecting a small road outside the suburbs, where 4 armored vehicles were speeding. Just started. The shelter that Raven is watching is almost here, 500 meters away, 4 vehicles, and about 30 people. Li Xiang came closer, squatted down, and reached out to touch Miss Chi's cat's head. See, Xiaoqi, that's the little life I arranged for you in the troubled land. When he escapes later, you hide in his shadow and have a safe journey. Miss Chi's cat eyes rolled at Li Xiang, as if she disliked his touch, but she didn't dodge. At this time, Lu Liang's cold and monotonous voice sounded, the people from the shelter have arrived. Li Xiang turned his head and looked. 4 armored vehicles rushed over in a cloud of smoke and dust. On the co-pilot of the first vehicle, Zhang Shan, wearing a black tactical uniform, looked at the strange creature with arms all over his body in front of him, and pressed the headset intercom button at the same time. Report to headquarters, the 9th shelter team has arrived at the scene. There is a strange creature about 3 meters long and covered with arms at the scene. It seems to be able to create and control swamps. It moves quickly and tends to control water. Based on the current clues, this strange creature should be transported by the 2 Japanese personnel who smuggled into the country, but no means of transportation was found at the scene. Start sheltering now. Zhang Shan pressed the launch button. Whoosh! 2 incendiary bombs gushed out from the barrels on both sides of the armored vehicle, leaving 2 tail flames in the air, and quickly hit the Baishir Guanyin. At this moment, Baishiki Guanyin drove the gray fog and mud to 3 meters behind Akita Inuichiro, preparing to pounce on him and suck his water. Boom! 2 incendiary bombs hit Baishiki Guanyin's body fiercely, and the scarlet broken arms mixed with gray fog and mud splashed everywhere, and the flames attached to its body, burning. Guji guji hualala, the gray fog and mud swamp surged from all directions in an instant, instantly extinguishing the flames on Baishir Guanyin's body, and then wrapped it up like a cocoon. The next moment, the arm at the broken part grew out of the gray fog again. Guji Baishir Guanyin instantly turned around, and the eyes in the strange palm stared at the armored vehicle rushing on, and the mud within a radius of 10 meters instantly turned into gray fog and mud. Rumble! The mud swamp raised a huge wave, and the armored vehicle swept towards them with a shocking momentum. Seeing this, Zhang Shan's face sank, and he immediately ordered, "Everyone get out of the car." At the command, the armored vehicle stopped in place, the door opened instantly, and the special forces jumped out of the car one after another, and scattered around at a high speed. The next moment, the huge wave of the mud swamp hit the first armored vehicle hard, directly hitting it into the mud and swallowing it instantly. Boom! Baishir Guanyin stood on the sinking armored vehicle, with dense arms dancing in the wind, and the palms around her body opened one after another, revealing hundreds of empty blood-red eyeballs. Akita Inuichiro, who had escaped by chance, was overjoyed and ran towards the dense forest. At the same time, a dark cat suddenly appeared behind Akita Inuichiro silently and ran forward with him. Zhang Shan's pupils shrank suddenly when he saw this, S001. It turned out that this group of little people pretended to be him and stole S001. Damn it, chase him! Zhang Shan angrily ordered, "We must chase the dog back for me." Received. The 2 special forces immediately chased Akita Inuichiro. Zhang Shan's face was solemn. With their limited manpower, they could only watch S001 escape, and they had no temper at all. Let's concentrate on dealing with this disgusting and weird creature in front of us. Group 1, Group 2, continue to attack with incendiary bombs, be careful to disperse. The forward team will set up black boxes in the open space in the northeast direction. Note that the containment area must be greater than 10 square meters. Received. Received. The dense bullets poured down like a torrential rain on the body of Baishir Guanyin, followed by a round of bombing by several incendiary bombs, and the center of the swamp was instantly covered with blood and flesh. The next moment, the gray fog dissipated, but the figure of Baishir Guanyin disappeared. Ha! Where are the strange creatures? Was it blown to pieces? Just as everyone was looking for the figure of Baishir Guanyin with doubts on their faces, the ground under the feet of the first group members collapsed instantly and turned into a gray fog swamp. Rumble by Guanyin suddenly jumped out of the swamp, and her densely packed pale arms grabbed several Special Forces members, and then tore them into pieces. Goo gee. Fuck you weird creature, I'll fuck your grandma. A Special Forces member who was stuck in the mud pulled out a grenade and stuffed it directly into the arms of Guanyin, and he was also caught by the dense arms, biting and sucking water frantically. Boom! The next moment, the grenade exploded. The Special Forces member and the dozens of arms of Guanyin were blown to pieces, bloody and blurred. 20 meters away, Jiang Shan's eyes were cold, and a faint phosphorus fire suddenly emerged from the bottom of his deep eyes, and a series of dark blue spell patterns spread across his cheeks, and then the dark blue phosphorus fire swept all over his body. Rumble the bright phosphorus fire condensed into 2 bone horns, drilled out from Jiang Shan's forehead, and soared into the sky. The phosphorus fire knight instantly possessed him, stretched his right hand behind his head, and suddenly pulled out a phosphorus fire bone whip, about 3 meters long, with each section of the bones connected by dark blue phosphorus fire, burning. Clang clang. Jiang Shan's wrist shook, and each of the bones closed one after another, and the entire phosphorus firebone whip instantly transformed into a phosphorus firebone spear. Jiang Shan's eyes flashed, and the phosphorus firebone whip in his hand suddenly threw out. Whoosh! A dark blue tail flame suddenly cut through the sky, fiercely piercing into the wound of Guanyin caused by the grenade, piercing through the flesh and blood and burning. Crackling where the phosphorus fire burned, a layer of cold frost spread. Guanyin screamed to the sky, and all the eyeballs in the weird palm instantly flashed with fierce blood. Guji. Guanyin suddenly jumped up, and then slammed into the mud, splashing a huge wave of mud and water. The next moment, the ground within 100 meters began to tremble violently, and the shocking cracks were tens of meters deep and spread in all directions. Many Special Forces members staggered and were almost caught in the cracks in the ground. At this time, Jiang Shan started running. He leaped up, crossed over the cracks in the ground one after another, and streaked across like a blue meteor, crashing directly into the open space in the northeast. The black box device has been activated around the open space. Whoosh! Jiang Shan leaped up and stepped into the coverage of the black box device, and was about to fall to the ground. At this moment, the ground under Jiang Shan's feet collapsed instantly and turned into a gray fog and water. The gray fog and water exploded, and the 100-style Guanyin rushed out of the mud, and dense white claws grabbed Jiang Shan one after another. Jiang Shan shouted angrily, "Open the black box." After saying that, he waved his hand, and the phosphorus fire bone spear that had originally pierced into the body of the 100-style Guanyin instantly returned to his hand and changed into a phosphorus fire bone whip again. Jiang Shan stretched out his arm and swung out the phosphorus firebone whip, and lashed it hard on the oncoming 100-style Guanyin. Snap! The body of the 100-style Guanyin rolled back and slammed into the ground. At this time, the forward team immediately opened the black box device, and 6 gray rays of light rose into the sky, splitting and evolving into 48 rays of rays, instantly weaving into a hexagonal transparent cage, binding Guanyin within. At the same time, Jiang Shan relied on the countershock force of the phosphorus firebone whip to move in midair, avoiding the black box's coverage, and then landed with a crash. Hiss! This thrilling scene made the Special Operations team members tremble with fear and their blood surged. Although Jiang Shan had reported to the shelter that he was infected with the strange phosphorus fire, seeing Jiang Shan transform into a strange person and fight with Guanyin was still extremely shocking. First, he was shocked by Jiang Shan's terrifying appearance and powerful strength. Second, I can't help but ask myself, the abilities of strange creatures are getting more and more powerful. Can we really compete with the hot weapons in our hands now? If all the Special Forces members in the shelter had the ability to transform into strange creatures, would it be much easier and more efficient to deal with strange creatures? Behind the grass 100 meters away. Li Xiang put his hands in his pockets and stood up. The show is over, let's go. Lu Liang nodded slightly, turned around, and followed Li Xiang, the 2 figures drifting away in the dawnlight. Bang bang bang! The Guanyin kept struggling and squirming inside the black box device, its densely packed arms beating hard on the transparent barrier. Jiang Shan's thoughts moved slightly, and the phosphorus fire all over his body slowly dissipated, leaving only a tattered tactical uniform. Jiang Shan muttered, "Get an excavator to dig out the armored vehicle." Also, the transport truck was not found. It must have been swallowed underground by the mud. Yes. Vice Captain Lin Yi agreed and immediately went to Lanxiang to mobilize the excavator. Jiang Shan looked at the grass 100 meters away with feeling, but saw nothing. He frowned slightly. Now, Overseas supernatural forces are also ready to move, and Huangshan City is really about to usher in an unprecedented storm. Li Xiang and Lu Liang return to the orphanage. This orphanage is a medieval Gothic building, with spires, bell towers, carved glass, plus large shadows and ravens hovering in the sky for a long time, giving people an ancient, mysterious, and elegant look. Today, all the leaders of this orphanage have died, and their residence has been transformed by Lu Liang into a crow house, which is specially used for studying and raising ravens. At this moment, the bell in the courtyard rang, and it was time for the orphans to get up and wash. Li Xiang and Lu Liang walked into the bell tower. The children in the room had already put on their clothes. They came to the washroom with a corpse in their arms and wiped the bodies with formalin and preservatives. Corpses are children's best playmates and friends. A child skillfully picked up a scalpel, cut open the lower abdomen of the corpse, and then reached into the abdomen to take out the heart, liver, spleen and other organs, and carefully soaked them one by one in formalin to ensure their freshness. The rest of the children picked up paintbrushes, mixed paints, and skillfully painted the corpses. These corpses were all good friends of the children before they died. Some were children who died of serious illnesses, and some were orphans who were tortured to death by the dean. Lu Liang once told the children that death is not the end of life, nor can it end a deep friendship. "Hello, Dean." The children held the organs and the corpses, and greeted Lu Liang warmly and sincerely. Lu Liang nodded slightly and said, "You guys play." Li Xiang smacked his lips, "I envy you." Compared with ordinary children, their dolls are obviously bigger and have all the necessary organs. Lu Liang's voice was low and hoarse. "The Undertaker should start from childhood. Master, you once said that after the apocalypse, the old evil gods will revive, and the world will become a horror playground for gods. Then, these children must adapt in advance and acquire some means of survival. Therefore, you will not object to me including them all in the sequence of Undertakers, right?" Li Xiang shook his head slightly when he heard this. "I am very pleased that you can plan ahead. As for what you want to do, it is entirely up to you." Lu Liang's dead and empty eyes suddenly flashed with a long-lost throbbing in gratitude, and his hoarse voice was almost choked with sobs. "Thank you." The two continued to move forward along the deep corridor, and clear footsteps echoed around them. Li Xiang yawned. "By the way, how is the raven thing going?" Lu Liang hummed a strange tone from his nose. "Currently, there are more than 7,500 ravens gathered, and the number of 10,000 is very close." Li Xiang nodded slightly. "Very good. Go do your work, I want to borrow your laboratory." Lu Liang bowed slightly to Li Xiang, then turned and left. Li Xiang pushed open the door and walked into the laboratory. This room is much larger than the basement of the cafe. There are many old coffins standing on the walls. On the left are 2 rows of iron cabinets, in which are stored glass jars of different sizes, and various human organs are soaked in the jars. The test bench is near the window, and it is filled with scalpels, test tubes, microscopes, and other equipment. Li Xiang came to the test bench, took an alcohol lamp and a beaker, and then took out a test tube from his pocket. There was a trace of slowly jumping blue phosphorus in the test tube. He opened the stopper of the test tube and lit the alcohol lamp with the blue phosphorus. Then, Li Xiang took out the test tube containing Jiang Shan's blood from his pocket and poured the scarlet blood with a faint blue color into the test tube. The blood of the phosphorus knight has a characteristic, that is, it must be heated with its own faint blue phosphorus fire, otherwise it will lose all its strange medicinal properties. Gulp gulp. 3 minutes later, scarlet blood bubbles began to emerge from the blood in the beaker, but the wall of the beaker was covered with a layer of cold frost, and moist faint blue mist diffused out, like a burning flame, filling the entire laboratory. "The fire is ready." Li Xiang's mouth curled up, his mind moved slightly, and he instantly switched to personality 004. The next moment, Li Xiang raised his head, and the lazy look on his face had become resolute and indifferent. His facial lines were tough, and his eyes were bright like torches. "Woohoo, personality 004 is also out. I want to play with it too. He must be going to drink something weird when he goes out. It's the blood reagent of the phosphorus knight. In this way, we have 4 sequences among us. With so many sequences in one body, won't he explode and die due to the conflict of the medicinal properties? Fuck. Will the upper head explode first or the lower head? I'll hide for a while. Just in case, hide from the middle head." Staring at the blood reagent in the beaker, Li Xiang's face suddenly became solemn, and he pondered. "Think carefully, did I really drink it?" "Shut up. It will explode. Drink, drink, drink. Blow up your head, I'm going to show off. Ha ha ha, we're going to explode." Personality number 001, don't worry, the phosphorus blood is stable at high temperatures and will not conflict with the other sequence of medicines, causing the body to explode.
Li Xiang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that it won't explode, I'll drink it. After that, he grabbed the beaker and drank it all. Gulp gulp, the scarlet liquid dissolved as soon as it entered his mouth, and suddenly swept through Li Xiang's limbs and bones like a flood, and then gathered towards his sea of consciousness. The intense pain made Li Xiang tremble all over and sweat profusely. It was as if someone had split Li Xiang's head with an electric saw, and then used an iron rod to stir his brain crazily. Ah! Li Xiang's facial features were hideous and terrifying, his eyes suddenly gushed out blue phosphorus fire, and the complicated spell patterns spread wildly from his eyes to his head, cheeks, neck, chest, and all over his body. Rumble, the blue phosphorus fire poured out from the spell pattern, and just when it was about to burn, it suddenly extinguished. The next moment, strange gray fog, scarlet silk threads, and dark light rushed out from the spell pattern, and then entangled with the blue phosphorus fire, and they were in a mess. These strange energies of various shapes and conflicting properties regarded Li Xiang's body as a battlefield, squeezing each other and devouring each other crazily. Li Xiang's forehead veins bulged and squirmed strangely, his skin cracked inch by inch, and the scarlet flesh was torn alive by the violent energy, revealing the white bones, like a hideous clay figure that was cracked inch by inch when it was calcined by fire. Li Xiang lay on the ground, trying to scream but unable to make a sound. His whole body was as tense as a taut bowstring, and his fingers dug deeply into the wooden floor. The intense pain was beyond words. It hurt so much, 100 times, 1,000 times more than giving birth. We are going to die. Number 001, didn't you say you wouldn't explode? I feel like my body is about to break apart.
Number 001, main personality, Fate Weaver sequence, Painted Skin sequence, Undertaker sequence, and Phosphorus Night sequence. The fusion of the four sequences went smoothly, but the energy residue from the calcination had nowhere to go. Number 004, quickly find a flesh and blood body to conduct the energy residue into it. Ah! Li Xiang suddenly raised his head and screamed silently, his eyes burning with phosphorus fire. He crawled towards the wall with all his strength, leaving shocking scratches on the floor wherever he passed. Crack, crack, the cold frost spread all around, covering the entire laboratory. Li Xiang gritted his teeth and finally crawled to an old coffin that was standing upright. This coffin was carved with complicated flying patterns, and the paint on it had long been peeling off. The coffin was rotten inch by inch. It was obvious that it was an ancient royal coffin that was hundreds of years old. Bang! Li Xiang lifted the lid of the ancient coffin, revealing a rotten mummy inside. Its body was wrapped in a plain robe, but due to the passage of time, the originally gorgeous robe had rotted into strips of cloth, tightly binding and wrapping the dried flesh and blood. Li Xiang stretched out his right hand, and his 5 fingers suddenly pierced into the chest of the mummy. Rumble, the mottled energy residue in Li Xiang's body was like a flood bursting through the dam, rushing into the mummy through his arms. The next moment, the shriveled corpse filled and bulged at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the flesh and blood exposed under the torn strips appeared chaotic and obscure scarlet spells, which were not in chapters and sentences and could not be chanted. A hazy mist enveloped the corpse, and the face and facial features of the mummy could not be seen clearly, only a pair of dark and chaotic deep eyes were exposed. Buzz buzz buzz. In Li Xiang's body, transparent, gray fog, scarlet, and dark blue energy rotated and entangled, condensing into a 4-color 6-sided magic cube, quietly floating above the sea of consciousness, surrounded by strange gray fog. A strange emblem was engraved on each side of the magic cube. The first side, transparent, the weaving life emblem. The disordered life track. The second side, scarlet, the painted skin emblem. The hideous and wriggling 1,000 faces. The third side, dark gray, the corpse control emblem. The rotting and flying ravens. The fourth side, dark blue, the phosphorus emblem. The bone horns wrapped with phosphorus. At this moment, the phantom body condensed by Li Xiang's spiritual power was standing on the shore of the sea of consciousness, looking up at the chaotic magic cube suspended in the air with gray fog lingering and covering it, with a head of messy hair fluttering. In front of him, the boundless sea of spirit rolled up huge waves and crashed against the shore. Li Xiang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, the 4 sequences were finally initially integrated together, which fully proved that his original crazy idea was feasible. However, the Chaos Cube is still unstable now. It is just in its infancy. It needs a kind of absolutely pure, absolutely orderly, and absolutely ethereal power to be injected into it to prevent it from being peeped and interfered by high-dimensional gods. Li Xiang closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he had returned to his body. The cracks on his body were completely healed, but the blue and white striped pajamas and black windbreaker on his body were already tattered, revealing his strong chest and abdominal muscles, revealing his spring light.
TSK, this awakening sequence is really a waste of clothes. Li Xiang couldn't help shaking his head. Next time the awakening sequence must be stripped off. His mind moved slightly, and a ball of blue phosphorus rose from his palm, and the temperature around him suddenly dropped to freezing point.
Well, good.
Basically you can do whatever you want.
As soon as the words fell, the ancient royal coffin in front of him shattered, and then turned into scarlet powder that filled the surroundings.
Li
Xiang looked intently, and under the cover of the scarlet powder, a pair of deep eyes appeared, filled with endless chaos, confusion and disorder. Then, a hoarse and low voice came, as if it had traveled through hundreds of years. Who am I? Where am I? The mummy in the ancient coffin covered its head with both hands, and the gray fog covering its hideous face surged rapidly and chaotically, indicating that its emotions were turbulent and disordered.
Fragments of memory poured out from the sea of consciousness like a torrent, but they could not be spliced or obtained.
Time and space were in disorder, memory was in disorder, and reality was in disorder. The dried corpse wrapped in cloth held its head and kept talking to itself. Who am I?
Where am I?
Where am I going? Buzz buzz buzz. An invisible force field spread out instantly, covering a radius of 10 meters. The glass jars that were originally neatly arranged according to size on the iron cabinet were instantly disordered and placed in a mess. The books that were originally neatly arranged according to numbers on the bookshelf were also messy and of different sizes. Li Xiang felt something in his heart, and his 5 senses were also disordered. The scene in front of him turned left and right, and the coffins, murals, and dried corpses were all upside down. He wanted to raise his left hand, but stretched out his right hand. He took a step forward with his left foot, but took a step back with his right foot. The sounds and smells around him seemed to float from a very far distance and echoed around. Everything began to be chaotic and disordered.
Li Xiang understood in his heart instantly.
Because he injected the energy residue of the 4 sequence forces into the mummy, and the mummy had experienced a long time, it mutated and produced a strange power of chaos and disorder. The disorder of the 4 sequence abilities intertwined.
The chaos of the memory of hundreds of years ago and the reality at this moment.
At this time, the disordered mummy wrapped in cloth strips and with gray mist on its face suddenly raised its head, stared at Li Xiang with purple eyes, and asked confusedly, Who am I?
Where am I?
Li Xiang grabbed its head and threw it out of the window. Crash! The window glass shattered, but the glass shards fell upwards, and the gravity seemed to be disordered and malfunctioned. Plop! The disordered mummy fell to the ground, and everything in the room returned to normal in an instant. The glass jars filled with human organs on the iron cabinet were rearranged according to size, the books on the bookshelf were also restored to the coded order, and the glass shards falling into the air also paused slightly and fell back to the floor. Li Xiang looked at his right hand and felt that his 5 senses and 6 senses had returned to normal. Sure enough, the range of interference of this disordered mummy was only about 10 meters in radius. Whether in terms of interference strength or range, it was far from being called a disordered domain. However, Li Xiang had a brilliant idea.
The opposite of disorder and chaos is order and stability. Now, the chaos cube in his sea of consciousness still lacks a kind of absolute order and absolute stability to stabilize the balance.
If this disordered mummy can be cultivated to extreme disorder, and then the 2 poles can be reversed, the power of absolute order can be obtained.
Well, who am I? Where am I? Where am I going?
The disordered mummy held his head in pain and walked slowly forward along the quiet and dark street, confused and at a loss. The gray silk thread spread and drifted around like peeling wall skin. Wherever he passed, branches on both sides of the road were intertwined, trash cans were turned upside down, bricks on the wall were in disorder, and the traffic lines under his feet were twisted and deformed. A child was about to bite the candied haws in his hand happily, and each candied haws suddenly floated into the air and flew in disorder.
Wow, Mom!
There is a ghost in front of the window. Li Xiang watched the back of the disordered mummy gradually go away, and gently snapped his fingers. Click in the corner, a dead and decayed raven suddenly opened its eyes, fluttered and spread its wings to fly into the air, following the disordered mummy.